Chapter 101, How did they get high on their own? Just as Dragon Record had said, what would appear among these casual ordinary players would be darkness, blood, slaughter, and a merciless large-scale clearance of the field. The real massacre would begin from the few hidden elite spies of their various countries. There was a huge difference between ordinary people and professional agents like them. In the forum, there were indeed some people who had gradually noticed that something was wrong. He could even feel the tense atmosphere. At this moment, after the first player died, in a short 10 minutes, which was more than a week in the sorcerer world, many more players died. Without exception, they were all trampled to death by giant beasts that happened to pass by. I'm so miserable, but my king was accidentally trampled to death by the giant beast. Am I an African? Me too. I'm just a farmer with no ambition. I'm digging a hole in the ground to build a home. They were all hiding below and were also trampled to death by the giant beast above them. I'm the same. The other world is too dangerous. There are too many giant indigenous beasts. In a short 10 minutes, which was more than a week in the Magus world, more than 20 players had quit, and this speed had not decreased. At this rate, in less than an hour, more than 100 people would have left the stage. However, there were too many accidents, and some sensitive people quickly realized that something was wrong. Shwe by shwe, I've seen the screenshots of the giant beasts that trampled you guys to death. They're all a little stiff, like corpses. It feels like they were man-made. How is that possible? Even Medusa, the Emperor of Death, is still researching the manipulation of the dead. As the initiator of this plan and one of the muscled players, I know the biological characteristics of muscled players very well. What if the muscled players control the behemoth's corpse? This sentence woke him up from his dream. The other scattered organs could not do this. If it was muscles. The muscled players were not only the core, but also the strongest tissue among all the scattered organs. They could enter the behemoth's corpse and control the behemoth's bodies as if they were controlling the evil god's body. Countless people were excited. Did this mean that there were hidden muscle players hunting them? After thinking about it, he realized that these dead players all had one thing in common: they had all revealed their location from the start. Countless people were furious and questioned him loudly. Why are there people trying to kill us in the dark? Aren't we going to regroup? Isn't Mercury, the god of wisdom, our common enemy? Bleeding Knife.jpg. Mother. I'm really angry. I was betrayed. This was the nature of human beings. Before the external enemy was eliminated, the internal forces would kill each other. Otherwise, why would most games have red names? Angry. To sum it up, because you guys are too idiotic, causing trouble all day long and creating new problems everywhere, instead of letting you join, it's better to kill your king, turn into a wild population, and integrate into their bodies. This way, there won't be any fear of people rebelling in their bodies all day long, Melon Eater. So you're saying that we can't trust anyone anymore? Face to face. Mother. I've already exposed my location. I don't want to talk anymore. Hurry up and move, so that I don't get killed by red name players. Everyone was very angry. The atmosphere was originally very harmonious, but now it was suddenly destroyed. There was a terrifying killer hidden in the 13-member round table conference of the muscular players. Someone was hunting and killing them in the dark to obtain their organs. This made countless people's scalps numb. I'm afraid that this person's mentality is abnormal. He might even be a little perverted and twisted. He likes to kill other players for fun. Instantly, countless people felt insecure. Meanwhile, the netizens who were just watching the show began to discuss it. After all, in the history of online games, which large online game didn't have infighting between guilds, guild wars, and individual players? This was the first time since the start of the Spore evolution that players had killed each other. After all, in the past, this game was indeed casual to a certain extent. Everyone was harmonious and there was no infighting. After all, everyone was evolving their own species and there were no disputes of interests. But now, there were already players who were fighting among themselves. The person who maliciously killed the players was lurking in the 13-person round table meeting. The goal was obvious and selfish. It was probably to get rid of all the players except himself. As the only muscular player, he would have full control of this evil god's body and become the next alchemy emperor to rule the sorcerer world. Countless people were very excited and were cursing in anger. After all, even a man made of mud would have some temper. At this moment, Shue Baixu, the racer of Mount Harana, and the other big shots came out to stabilize the morale of the army. Shue Baixu said, "There's been a malicious killing incident, an emergency. For now, do not expose your location to avoid being killed. Also, do not easily rely on or trust other muscle players. However, you scattered organs and tissues can't do without muscles. You're just a plate of loose sand. If you believe in my character, you can send me the address. I'm one of the 13 trustworthy people. You can secretly develop around the world, and I'll slowly tour the world to find you and form you." Everyone could still trust the character of the big boss, so they all heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, another racer of Mount Harana spoke up, "If you guys trust me, feel free to come and join me. I'm one of the 13 of us, and I have a trustworthy reputation. I'm sure everyone knows my character." The car of the racer of Mount Harana was usually very fast, but there was nothing wrong with his character. In fact, he was even more hot-blooded, the kind that would sacrifice his life for his brother. At this critical moment, countless people united, and an atmosphere of unity appeared. They were united against the outside world, and they quickly and methodically organized countermeasures. The other 11 muscled players were not to be outdone either. After all, he had already been snatched away by these two, so what could they play? I can be trusted. Everyone can also join me. We condemn that malicious red name player who destroyed our reputation. As a result, the 11 people began to show up one after another to express that they were completely trustworthy. If the netizens believed them, they could send them the address and protect them. Is this real or fake? 13 muscled players all said that they didn't kill anyone and that they were trustworthy. So who is the murderer? Who's the werewolf? I can see that this is a werewolf killing game. The werewolves hiding in the dark, secretly killing more than 100 civilians in the dark, the prophet who wants to find out the identity of the werewolves, the guard, the racer of Mount Harana, who took the initiative to protect the civilians. Countless people were amazed. It was indeed this structure. A perfect werewolf kill fit the identity perfectly. Hehe, according to my many years of experience killing old players, there might be more than one werewolf hiding in the dark. How many are there? Preferential treatment investigation. Right, don't believe it so easily. Otherwise, ordinary lambs like us will take the initiative to enter the tiger's mouth. They couldn't help but discuss killing them as if they were werewolves. They began to study who was the real killer among these 13 people. Rational analysis posts appeared one after another. All kinds of reasoning kings posted their comments. They even began to use the process of elimination to filter out the identity of each person and commented on the normal actions of these 13 players. However, these people were all top professional spies. How could they be exposed by ordinary netizens? Ordinary players and netizens would not understand this casual sandbox game. In fact, it had already risen to a very high level in secret. At this moment, someone else spoke. Who said that it was killed by a werewolf? Everyone, think about it. Putting more than 100 people on a big map, killing each other, looting, and getting each other's equipment, isn't that the legendary escape, exciting battlefield and chicken dinner game? Countless people immediately reacted. If you think about it this way, isn't it like parachuting from the sky? Laugh. If you think about it this way, wouldn't the players who died as soon as they landed become crates? Laugh. Thinking about it this way, I've landed all over the world, started to develop, searched for all kinds of opportunities, secretly obtained the evil eye genes, cultivated, and grew. Wouldn't that be equivalent to entering a house to search for supplies, such as helmets, armors, and 98k? Laugh. It was originally a very vicious massacre, with sinister muscle players killing innocent players with ordinary organs in the dark. As a result, under the cheers of the crowd, the originally vicious red name killing incident had turned into a battle of wits and courage between the werewolves. Everyone was planning to find the werewolves, but now it had become a big escape game. It was suddenly filled with joy. They expressed that it was very stressful and challenging. This kind of chicken dinner game was interesting. The agents and spies from various countries who came to China were speechless. We were clearly trying to clear the area maliciously and slaughter you in large numbers. I didn't expect you to notice it so quickly and quickly become vigilant. But why were they cheering and feeling even happier? He even intends to counterattack and play a big escape with us? They secretly observed everything in the game forum, but their brain circuits could not react. What a magical country this was! The netizens of this country were originally very nervous and everyone felt insecure, but in the blink of an eye, they became happy instead. The pressure of death was so pressing, and they could die at any time, so why were they so high? However, the internet was getting more and more excited. I've blown up this game. It's one of the most popular game types right now. Great luck! We'll have chicken dinner tonight. Welcome to the exciting battlefield, players. The Sorcerer World's Great Escape. Chapter 102, Salted Fish Type Player. Not only were the spies and special agents speechless, but even Su Ji himself, who was sitting in the orchard, was speechless. These people were toxic. How could they get high on everything? However, countless people were getting more and more excited. I've already learned the survival tactics of all the big shots. We're parasitic organs to begin with, and we have to find a way to coexist with the nearby giant beasts and become one of their organs. This hair of mine will also find a way to parasitize the giant beasts and become a hedgehog. Struggle. The one above, you're too eye-catching. It is very easy to expose your identity in front of red name players. You have to hide. As fur, you don't have to consider planting your roots somewhere on the behemoth's body and becoming his armpit hair. Sudden change in style. Brothers, anyone want to form a team? That's right, we normal organ players have to stick together. After all, we have no interest in each other, and we won't kill each other, because we are not muscle tissues that can repair organs. Private message received. These people didn't dare to take screenshots and post them in the future. They didn't even dare to ask for help from the netizens. They all chose to hide and communicate in private. In fact, they were discovered after ambushing only about 20 people, which was much faster than expected. Those spies also underestimated these talents on the internet. Although they had strange brain circuits, they were definitely not stupid. These players have a good mentality, which is not bad. Su Ji took a leisurely bite of the apple and chewed on it. However, most of the ordinary players, even if they are vigilant, can't escape the professional tracking and investigation of those 7 people. I'm afraid that less than 30 people can survive, maybe only 5 or 6 people. Without a doubt, this escape was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. It all depended on how many sheep could grow up under the pursuit and oppression and become another tiger. However, it's good that there are fewer people. Su Ji expressed that he was an emotionless creator. After all, their evolutionary species mission has been completed, and the evil god has also been released into the world of the Great Sandbox. It's useless to have these workers anymore. It's time to kill the donkey when the millstone is done and use the hands of these 7 people to clear up a large amount of money. The 7 of them are backed by the top research institutes. They will certainly try their best to develop, promote the civilization of the sandbox, improve their own strength, and defeat the enemy. If they had competition, he would be able to earn. This was called when the sandpiper and clam fought, the third party would benefit. Su Ji's gaze turned to look at Chen Shi. He wanted to see how she was doing. He still had to pay some attention to her. Speaking of which, I can give her a pretty good identity. Unlike the other short-haired organs, the hair of an evil god is extremely thin and long, forming a lock of long hair. It can barely replace muscles and assemble various organs. It can secretly unite various players and become leader. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she's the hidden 14th core player of the round table. The others did not expect that they would be scattered and enter the stage of organ reconstruction. Su Ji had already made plans in this area, so he naturally let Chen Shi take the opportunity to choose her hair. This way, she would become a pseudo-muscle player, and she could gather a group of members herself, or even compete with them. In a dark forest somewhere, a piece of scalp and countless strands of hair were stuck together. Haruko loves learning, ha ha ha. We 2 sisters actually didn't break up. We're together. The scalp and hair are still stuck together, Tinfoil said. We finally have a companion. Haruko loves learning, then what should we do next? Do you want to play the big escape and werewolf kill? Chen 11 thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, I came here to look at the scenery. I plan to be a casual player who likes to enjoy the scenery. Fighting and killing isn't suitable for girls. What should we do then? Haruko loves learning asked. Tinfoil, how about we make money? We'll make money together, buy a manor, live in a luxurious villa, research on food, cook delicious food together, go shopping, travel around the world, and I want to see the sycamore trees in the beautiful desert. He also wanted to see the evil eyes that lived in the swamp. He even wanted to see the clock tower at the top of the capital of Babylon. I want to see the legendary world-class creator, Adolf. This person already had a travel planning guide for the other world. Haruko loves learning. Alright, they'll fight their own battles anyway, and we'll play our own leisure games. We'll travel around the world, and these two organs will disappear from this world. I'll never go back and regroup with them even if I'm beaten to death. Then how do we make money? On the internet, I saw casual players like us saying that they don't want to eat chicken and want to compete. It's said that they plan to raise 2 small animals, then plant fruit trees, crossbreed, and then make wine to make money. After all, the wine in this world is too primitive, too unpleasant to drink, and there's no mature manufacturing process. Arg! Was he playing the story of the farm? Making wine, farming, and raising pets? Then the business opportunity for us sisters is writing novels. Chen Shi immediately expressed that although she did not play games, as a novel fan, she was still very good at writing novels. Let's learn the native language and do translation work. The civilization of this native world is too poor. There is no wine culture, history, music, or even novels. The books are all rigid historical biographies and various serious books on witchcraft. The transmigrators of the alchemy monarch would bring technology, but they would bring along culture. I'll be a plagiarist, translate novels, and enrich the civilization of this other world. Haruko loved to learn. It's a good way to make money. I've read some novels where the main characters who transmigrate to another world also copy books to start their own. Books that are in line with this world's culture, such as The White Princess and the 7 Dwarves, Harry Potter, Magic Ring, and just thinking about it makes me happy. I can already imagine their shocked faces. Chen Shi also became more excited as she spoke. Interesting, right? We also need to copy some quality Eastern books, such as The Legend of the Condor Heroes and Journey to the West. They will definitely be popular here. We can travel and be bards at the same time. We can tell stories everywhere and then sell them. The more the two talked, the more planned they became. They were planning to start learning the native language. However, there was a problem. Where did paper and pen come from? Haruko loves learning said, isn't your hair just a pen? Isn't my scalp just paper? Both of us will be able to produce pen and paper by reproducing species crazily. This is destined. The heavens sent us here to spread books and culture. Thinking about it this way, it was true. A scalp could indeed be used as a piece of animal skin paper. His hair was like an embroidery needle, constantly sewing black characters on his scalp. He could use it as a brush. Furthermore, they were like a printer. They could lay out 100 pages of paper and 100 strands of hair. They could follow the king to do a unified action, thread a needle, and mass-produce books. It was simply convenient. You've started writing a book. When Su Ji saw this, he touched his nose and said, I asked you to use your hair to dominate the world. I didn't expect you to use it to write. What a casual player. However, Su Ji did not care too much about it. It was just a little golden finger, and Chen Shi didn't need it. If she wanted to play her own game and be a true fan of scenery who stood aloof from the world, it was up to her. He had originally invited her here to pass the time. It would be good to make friends, play games, and farm together. It's just a guess. The two little girls won't live for long. In less than 1 or 2 years, they'll be eliminated like other normal players. It's not a bad idea to take a vacation. He turned his eyes to the other side. The Babylon Kingdom. News came one after another. All kinds of demonized creatures have appeared all over the world. They have been parasitized by the evil god's organs and have infected evil species. Your Majesty, in the 3 kingdoms, in the mountains, in the desert, in the desolate corners of the world, all kinds of strange events are happening. People often disappear for no reason on some streets. Some people even saw extremely strange, terrifying, and gloomy images. In the middle of the night, an evil book was walking on the streets, madly greeting people and evolving all kinds of lewd and filthy words, causing the surrounding passers-by to run away frantically. The great Lord Medusa listened to the report of the ministers in the palace and sat on the throne with his eyes closed as if he was in a deep sleep. Even books can walk and talk? What a terrifying evil god this is! Just the limbs of the scattered world are. Chapter 103, The Birth of Magical Beasts. King. In front of the king's palace, countless witch ministers held their breath and looked nervous. Ever since the three witches started the sorcerer civilization and left the tribal era, humans had become the only overlords in the sorcerer world. There were no powerful giant beasts in the world that could pose a threat to humans. Because magi had mastered extraordinary powers, those ordinary giant beasts, no matter how large they were, could not fight against magi. But now, the giant beasts had fused with the evil god's limbs and became extremely strange. They could even cultivate like humans and gradually gain simple intelligence. The advantage of humans would be completely lost. Could it be that we were going back to the terrifying ancient era where humans were extremely lowly, terrifying giant beasts ate humans everywhere, and danger lurked everywhere? Medusa suddenly fell silent, and her deep eyes seemed to look through time and into the blue sky. It was as if the slash-and-burn era had appeared in front of her eyes, the era of the three witches who had fought against heaven and earth and nature. Although humans had been caught up in internal strife and religious disputes, she had been fighting with the alchemy monarch for hundreds of years, and some people had gradually forgotten the hard times. But Medusa had never forgotten. You must know that Circe, one of the three great witches who started the wizard era, was my master. Medusa silently looked at the mural of the three witches in the royal palace. In ancient times, three women wearing flower bracelets and wearing animal skins stepped on countless women's corpses and blood. They surrounded each other and held a huge torch. She sat quietly for 3 whole hours before she suddenly opened her aged eyes. I can't believe that such a thing would happen in my generation. I'm still too old. I don't know if I can hold on or if I can break through. The wizard civilization that was created during the Three Witches era was handed over to me by my teacher Circe, so it can't be cut off from me. As long as I, the great Lord Medusa, am in power, I will not allow my country to fall. Medusa suddenly opened her eyes and crushed the exquisite armrest of the throne. This kind of creature that has been demonized by the evil god's limbs is half demon and half beast, so it is called a magical beast. Ta ta ta. At this moment, a piece of news suddenly came. Your Majesty, there's a small town in Locke at the edge of the mountain range. Demonized behemoths have begun to attack the city. They entered the streets and wreaked havoc. Countless rank 1 and rank 2 magi in the town were injured, and the local witch alchemy shop was robbed. A large number of potions have been taken away. What? A large number of magical beasts are attacking the city. Medusa stood up in shock. The organs of the evil god. Was he cultivating? It descended upon this world, and even though its limbs were dismembered, its various organs were still acting on their own, learning the extraordinary system of this world, learning our unique magus power. What kind of monster was this? A chill of horror rose up. She immediately said in a cold voice, "Send an order to the 3 great wizard kingdoms. All major wizard academies and sects, lead their disciples into the mountains and clear out the various magical beasts in the forest." The birth of magical beasts was a historical moment. Year 837 of the Kingdom of Babylon, the evil god of Thulhu. His body was scattered all over the world, infecting all the major species of beasts and turning them into magical beasts. He once again entered the crisis-ridden sorcerer era that was full of disasters. It has finally developed to this stage. Back then, Su Ji had thought, during the tribal era of disaster, it was difficult for people to survive. They were fed by giant beasts and fought for their lives with nature. But after the development of the cultivation system, they had wizards, and they could directly pass the barrier. The giant beasts had become too weak and could not keep up with the updates of each version. Humans are the only invincible overlord. Their structure is too simple. There should be all kinds of terrifying and strange creatures in the sorcerer world. They are distorted, evil, and incomprehensible. Otherwise, how could it be called the sorcerer world? Su Ji's eyes turned and he smiled. Perhaps at this moment, the structure of the world had completely matured. He looked at his little pet beside him. This odd-shaped tortoise-shell bird was eating a stainless steel bowl of rice. He was having a headache. This guy's appetite is bigger than 3 adults. Damn, I have to find a way to make money. The money was almost spent. However, he still had to think about how to earn money more easily. He took a deep breath, went to the side, and rode the electric bike he had bought a few days ago to the town outside. He was going to get a bag of rice and some ingredients to store. After all, he had a big eater now. If he really had no other choice, he couldn't let it go to the big sandbox to look for food, right? Su Ji strolled around the town outside and greeted a few vegetable planting aunties on the village trail. However, he was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, he came to the uninhabited and lush forest. Warhammer. Pa! The surging river instantly stopped flowing, and the water splashed up more than 2 meters high, revealing the bottom of the cobblestone river bed. Whoosh! After another second, the river water surged and filled up the hole, and the water flowed again. It's already 3 to 4 times stronger than before. Su Ji smiled slightly. I've finally become a level 2 sorcerer after these days of training. Medea's Warhammer was the most common spell, and it would become stronger as one's strength increased. He was a rank 1 magus before, but now it was like carrying an iron hammer with him. It could hit people at will, but it was not too strong. A rank 2 magus was like a 2-meter-long iron hammer that could instantly crush a person's chest. It was extremely ferocious. You're getting stronger and stronger. Su Ji thought for a moment and said, it's just that the strength of a sorcerer lies in their mind. Their bodies are very fragile, and it's easy for them to be killed by surprise attacks. Only when you become a level 3 sorcerer can you learn sorcery that focuses on full body defense. An average level 2 sorcerer would master 2 or 3 sorcery spells of their own level, but Su Ji was too lazy to learn these low-level sorcery spells. A general warhammer was enough for him. His farm life was very regular, and he meditated regularly every day. Li Shengzhong used a month to become a level 1 sorcerer, and a year to become a level 2 sorcerer. He only spent 1 or 2 days to become a level 1 sorcerer, and now, he was quickly becoming a level 2 sorcerer. This was due to the absorption of the previous 2 mass extinctions, which resulted in his extremely strong mental power. Rank 2 magi can already sense the condition of their bodies. They can even use their spiritual power to suppress the spread and reproduction of cancer cells. Su Ji stood by the river and looked at the flowing water. He frowned slightly and said, perhaps, if I keep on training like this, when I reach the level of a wizard and reach the epic, no, maybe I'll only need to reach the legendary level. With my own massive mental power, I'll be able to get rid of the cancer cells in my body. Unfortunately, time doesn't wait for me. The transcendent cultivation system had been deduced. However, he could not live for long in the final stage of cancer. There was not much time for him to train. Even with this extremely fast training speed, he would definitely die before he became a rank 4 magus. If one were to walk the path of a wizard, their training would be too slow, and it would be difficult to solve their problems. As for the insect nest mind, it had also lost the technological tree of the previous generation of the mother nest. Its current abilities were extremely simple, and it only had 2 abilities. One was to release spores. The second was the ability of the artificial intelligence, such as the calculation of a supercomputer, control of the network, and so on. There was also no way to rely on the technology tree of the previous Queen Mother to solve the problem and use high-tech treatment methods. Also, although he was an insecta hero and could modify his genetic chain, he could not get rid of the stubborn psoriasis-like cancer cells. He said he was the god of creation, but now, he was indeed so weak that it made one's hair stand on end. A problem that even a legend wizard could solve had become his sword hanging over his head. I still have to find a way in the sandbox. Su Ji thought for a moment and said, the alchemy era is almost at its peak. It's about time to get down to business. I'll insert my cancer cell gene into the sandbox and let the wizards begin their research. We've been preparing for so long, it's about time for the official opening. Su Ji rode an electric bike with a bag of rice and vegetables. After testing out the abilities of a level 2 sorcerer, he returned to the orchard. Without putting anything down, he went into his room, opened his laptop, opened up Dobeo, and ordered a few things. Chapter 104, Chapter 104 Struggle. We'll send it over as soon as possible. It should be here by tomorrow. In the time that Su Ji had spent shopping in the county's supermarket, a short 2 hours had passed, which was equivalent to 8 years. Now, most of those who were not capable enough had been eliminated, leaving only 20-odd people. Furthermore, in the past 8 years, the killers of the 13 round table meetings had been completely exposed. Bell, the top of the food chain. One sword tortoise breath. Long Wuming. The 7 red-named IDs were condemned and cursed by the crowd. It turns out that there are 7 people who are secretly killing people. Too tragic. Out of the remaining 6 muscled players, only 2 were left after being killed by the 7 of them. The only ones left are the big shots learning for nothing and Racer of Mount Harana, who are struggling on their last legs. Countless people were discussing it. Although these 2 muscle bosses are awesome and escaped the pursuit, the remaining ordinary organ players also have quite a few unexpected results. The worst thing is that before they were caught, they were still copying books, copying music, and making wine, which led to the emergence of a rotten bar culture in the wizard world. Now, many bars are popular, playing music, drinking ale, and listening to bards talking about Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Terrifying. Let's discuss the importance of copyright. They were violating the copyright of other authors, copying music and books everywhere, and in the end, they were arrested by red names. Funny face. Even a plagiarist dog can have a day like this. Gritting teeth. Countless people were quite excited. Although he couldn't do it, it was equivalent to a vacation of 1 or 2 years, and he was satisfied. It promoted the poor spiritual civilization of the sorcerer world and entertained the lives of the ordinary people of the foreign world. It was really beautiful and a sense of achievement. 2 hours have passed, and most of the people have been eliminated. There are only about 20 people left. Su Ji carried the bag of rice to the kitchen and put it down. It's been 8 years. These people can really play hide and seek. There are more of them than I thought. Chen Shi had also logged out of the game long ago. Just as Su Ji had guessed, he was found after being in there for more than 3 months. At that time, as a hair wizard, she controlled others with her mental power and hid in the hair of that person. She was telling a story in the wizard bar. She was talking about chapter 27 of Journey to the West, the Corpse Demon's 3 plays, Tang San Tang, the Holy Monk's hatred for the Monkey King. It was a wonderful scene of 3 hits on the white bone spirit. Countless merchants and craftsmen cheered and gave gifts. In the end, she was attacked by a terrifying beast at the bar and forced out of the game. She had just called Su Ji to complain, and Su Ji had comforted her, saying that it would be fine to just treat it as a 3-month trip to another world. At this moment, 8 years had passed, and the 7 muscular players were basically all rank 3 magi. 3 of them were even rank 4 magi. Su Ji frowned slightly. That's scary. Li Shengzhong only became a level 4 sorcerer in his 20th year. They have the best response plan provided by their own research institute behind them, the intelligent sub-brain said in a low voice. As muscle players, they control the various parts that they have collected and have developed various special abilities. Oh! Su Ji was stunned for a moment, but his interest was immediately piqued. He leisurely sat down in his chair and quietly pulled up the image. In a forest. Boom! 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 The earth was shaking. A 70-meter-long, twisted, and stitched-up behemoth was stepping on the giant green trees. Its body was made up of the rotten flesh of countless broken giant beasts, pulled and pieced together by muscles, just like the stinky loathing in Western legends. It had a meat hook in one hand and a sickle in the other, and it revealed a ferocious and bloody smile. Damn it, I've been hiding for so long, but I've still been discovered by a red name player. It's the most terrifying Bell. In front of him, a giant beast that looked like countless white bones hanging from it was running away crazily like an armor. His voice was filled with fear. Butcher Bell, the man who is known as the top of the other world's food chain. He will eat all kinds of giant beasts and merge all kinds of giant beasts into his body. Bell was already one of the notorious Thulhu evil gods. The witches called him Squirming Chaos Snail Atotub. You want to leave? Bale sneered. His rotten and clumsy body suddenly swung his hook. Whoosh! A bone hook stained with terrifying blood was thrown out dozens of meters away along with a straight chain of red muscles. Pa! The giant beast covered in bones was quickly pulled back. The giant beast struggled with all its might, trying to escape. Rotten! He laughed. NBSP, instantly, the rotting flesh on his body began to mist with acid, forming a terrifying mental energy that corroded the beast's body, rendering it unable to move. Dismember! He lowered his head and waved the scythe in his other hand, quickly dismembering the white-boned giant beast into pieces of meat. He took a bite and chewed. It tastes good. The protein is 8 times that of beef. Cacat. Suddenly, the sky flashed with lightning. Thunder rumbled, and the loathsome evil's body was instantly dismembered and charred black. A legend wizard descended from the sky and looked at loathsome evil's corpse. Is he alive or dead? Somewhere in the underground, a piece of flesh as red as an earthworm sneered. Fortunately, I controlled my race from not far away. However, I've got the thing and killed another one. It's time to go. I'll come back for revenge in the future. It won't be long before the 3 witch kingdoms rule you. On the other side. Why don't you let me swing my sword individually? I'm a traditional swordsman. Yamato was also a small giant beast with a huge animal skin bag on his back. Those damned researchers are researching some kind of portable cemetery. It's not cool at all. At this moment, a fluctuation suddenly came from the distance. Damn it, we're surrounded again. He cursed and suddenly put down the animal skin bag on his back. It was a large pile of bright red meat. Gravestone. Following that, the flesh and blood began to wriggle and gradually pile up, turning into a 3-meter-tall black tombstone. The blood tombstone was like a huge mother nest. The blood and flesh wriggled, and lumps of flesh fell on the ground, turning into ghouls the size of puppies. To plunder and provide the large gravestone with the nutrients for mass production. To produce more of your kind. Reproduction is an art. Voila! Not long after, the entire forest was covered by the dark sky. Countless dog-like creatures swept everywhere, turning the entire land into a dead land in the depths of hell. Plants and giant beasts died one after another and were dragged back to the cemetery as fodder. In less than half a day, grotesque carrion giant beasts, controlled by the muscles in their bodies, walked out of the tombstone and filled the entire mountain range, rushing toward the witches who had entered the forest. The witches from various academies and sects had a drastic change in expression. It's the army of giant beasts and zombies again. They turned giant beasts into an undead army. Although they're not the most powerful, they're one of the most disgusting Thulhu evil gods. They're known as the black goat of the forest that breeds thousands of offspring, Sabu Nicholas. They looked up at the black tombstone that was covered in countless corpses. It looked like a dark mountain from hell. These monsters are made up of the scattered organs of the Thulhu evil god. This monster can reproduce and give birth to thousands of descendants. It even says that reproduction is art all day long. Don't tell me it's a terrifying demonized creature from that local organization. Their throats were dry and thirsty, and an unknown fear flashed through their minds. Chapter 105, The Birth of the Church of Light. On the other side. The racer of Mount Harana was hiding in a corner, and together with a few netizens who were struggling to survive, they formed a small monster to watch this scene. Which red name player would be so perverted? And reproduction is an art? Looking at the shape of that thing, it's frantically giving birth and controlling the corpse of a giant beast. I really want to confiscate its criminal tool. Big brother, don't drive. You're driving too fast. It's just a black gravestone that's piercing through the clouds. It's just a big graveyard. Although the shape you mentioned is a little. At this moment, someone seemed to have noticed that they were hiding in the dark. It's the god of blind stupidity, Asatos. The witch's expressions changed. Boom! Countless magi were chasing after them. Brothers, let's run. It's a strategic retreat. The racer of Mount Harana cried out in alarm upon seeing this. He controlled his muscles and twisted his various organs into an extremely funny posture, raised his middle finger provocatively, and even turned his head in exasperation and shouted, "Also, ladies, I've told you many times. I'm Patrick Star, the god of blind stupidity." Unfortunately, Patrick Star was Asatos when translated. After a while, the racer of Mount Harana finally brought everyone to a secret base to hide from the other players. This was a common church. In the past few years, this underground church had gradually spread its teachings to various towns and villages, believing in Mercury, the goddess of wisdom. In the center of the church, there was a white statue of Mercury, the beautiful goddess, standing in the middle with a torch in her hand. In today's chaotic world, where magical beasts ran rampant, the people were extremely uneasy. At this time, the witches' church of light and wisdom, which comforted the empty hearts, inspired the people, and expelled evil, was born. The racer of Mount Harana sneaked into the church's back door and muttered, "This B***** secretly established a church and even turned the god of wisdom into the goddess of wisdom." She gave him the image of a voluptuous, sexy goddess with an enchanting figure. "But I like it, and I want revenge. Mercury, the god of wisdom, beat us up. No one has seen his true form anyway, he's invisible and incorporeal, a god that doesn't distinguish between men and women." The definition of church had never existed before the sorcerer world. There had only been churches and academies before, which were all organizations that gathered witches. The church's believers were from all kinds of poor people, craftsmen, believers, merchants, wizards, and the clerics in the church would cast witchcraft for free, treat diseases for the poor, and provide porridge. They had a good reputation among the people. At this moment, in the Cathedral of Light, Saint Linda was holding a book of holy light with a white cover. This book was known as the Book of Divine Teachings, and it contained extremely powerful power and all kinds of endless wisdom. "Believe in the Lord will save this world full of evil, defeat the evil gods, and defeat the magical beasts. Let us pray, God will listen to our prayers." The saintess's crisp voice echoed throughout the church. "The evil god has descended with the earth as his anvil and all living beings as his fish. Our decree is to treat the tribulations as a furnace, to forge our sorcery arts and take a step towards the divine transformation realm." Countless disciples felt their blood boiling. How ambitious was this? They had always been resentful, disgusted, and fearful, cursing that it was a catastrophe that would destroy the world. But on the other hand, wasn't it also a powerful opportunity? With pressure, there might be a breakthrough. In ancient times, before the ancestors of the tribe had wizards, they were also born in the suffering of oppressive giant beasts. In this chaotic world, everyone was encouraged by the chicken soup for the soul. "Expel the evil god! Expel the evil god!" Instantly, countless people's confidence was boosted and they roared, "NBSP, we evil gods are so tired of being chased and running, but he is living so well." The racer of Mount Harana and the others were hiding in the dark. They were dumbfounded by what they saw. If they knew that the book in their hands was an evil god, the culprit who brought them disaster, and that the thief was calling for the thief, what would they do? "He's basically building his happiness on top of our pain. Little brain scare off the mountain, he's not innocent anymore. He had become so flirtatious. Back then, I was scammed by those scamming netizens. Now, I've changed for the better. From a dark book full of dirty words, I've become a book full of positive energy. I must have read too many Zen master jokes on the internet. Now, this book is full of golden sentences that can especially fool people and even gather a group of super believers." They were speechless. At this time, it was time for the church to consult about their troubles. A wizard stood up, his face full of fear. "Great holy maiden, I'm always afraid of magical beasts. What should I do? I'm afraid it will eat me and treat me as food." The saintess stood high above the holy light and flipped the pages. A row of words gradually floated on the page and she read along with the book, "Fear is the lowest level of means. You have to overcome your heart." Saint Linda walked down and took out an egg in front of the witch. "Break it." The witch was puzzled, but she still broke the egg. Could it be that the holy maiden means that we have to move forward bravely and have the courage to destroy our own lives in order to be reborn? Saint Linda shook her head. "Look at this egg, it's so big and round. When you break it from the outside, you'll become food for others to slaughter. When you break it from the inside, you'll have a new life." The magus suddenly realized. "If I don't want to become food, I have to shatter my fear from the bottom of my heart and break through my limits. I will be a new life." She was deeply convinced by such profound words. It was indeed worthy of being a divine holy book that could communicate with gods. At this moment, another poor girl stood up. "Great Saintess, half a month ago, magical beasts attacked our town. My boyfriend abandoned me and ran away, but I couldn't bear to see him kneel down and admit his mistake. What should I do? Do you want to accept him again?" The saintess flipped the pages and read the line of words silently. She said in a clear voice, "Don't lower your head, the crown will fall. Don't cry, men will smile." The girl's body trembled, and she suddenly came to a realization. She decided to stay away from the scumbag. The surrounding believers had never heard such profound words before, and they became even more pious. After answering the doubts of the believers, Linda quietly walked down the stairs and whispered, "You're clearly an evil god, so why are you helping us? You want to rebel against your own brothers? Xiao naively went down the mountain. Previously, he had been tricked by the idiotic netizens into using the 13 greetings commonly used in the other world kind words and suffered the loss of being uncultured. At this time, he had already changed his past mistakes and worked hard to learn the language. He had also silently memorized 130 sentences of chicken soup for the soul. I didn't have a choice in the past, but now I want to be a good person, he said affectionately. It has turned over a new leaf. Instantly, just like the other followers, Linda was moved to tears by this chicken soup for the soul. It seems that I was wrong about him. Chapter 106, The Undercurrent. It's still the other world's aboriginals who are simple and honest. They haven't seen the terrifying power of the internet chicken soup. After Brainy went down the mountain to fool around, he continued to move forward with Holy Maiden Linda, and came to a secret underground passage. On both sides were dark lights, and there were Victoria circular corridors, with exquisite stone wall embossed paved on both sides, giving it a deep and heavy style. As they went deeper, the underground became bigger and bigger. In the end, an extremely huge dark space appeared. 100-meter-tall giant made up of red muscles stood quietly on the soil, giving off a soul-stirring aura. The Pope. The ultimate war weapon of our church, the one used to stop the evil god, has it succeeded? Linda looked at the snake made of fresh meat beside her. It was the muscular player learned up. Brainless Bluff was the holy book of the Church of Light, and Shwebagsia had already become the Pope of the Church of Light. Behind the scenes, he was using the large amount of resources absorbed by the Church to secretly study it. Beside him were the Repay, Chopped Hands, and the Racer of Mount Harana. This was an underground meeting between the kind players. Shwebagsia sighed and said solemnly, just now, a few more people were attacked. After all these years, there are only 6 of us left, and it's getting fewer and fewer. However, we have also snatched some wild groups from the red players and collected more than 20 body structures. Now, we can barely form a super-weakened version of the evil god, which is the strongest weapon of the Church of Light. The evil god was originally a self-taught person. Now that it had been reorganized and studied a weakened version, although it was difficult, it had some achievements. They were so slow because they no longer had contact with the outside world. They didn't dare to ask for help from the cloud players because it would expose their identity and location. There were 3 groups of surviving players. There were 6 of them in total, and they were all rank 3 wizards. The first party, Xiao Neahu, had gone down the mountain and secretly established the Church of Light. They were ready to make a move. They were the ones who had hidden the deepest. Even among the people, they had become the main force to encircle and annihilate evil gods. The second party, no matter how rich they were, still brought along their own ahog species, the Mediterranean ahog bird. They developed their own world and became a very famous magical beast, often besieged by witches and the Church of Light. As for the third party, the Racer of Mount Harana had brought 2 normal players along with him to engage in guerrilla warfare and stir up trouble everywhere. The Racer of Mount Harana slammed his hand on the table. I'm so angry. It had completely proved that those 7 people were really vicious red-named players. Even if we can't win, we'll take them down with us. Stop them, or else the entire Magus world and the Magus civilization that the Alchemy Emperor painstakingly built will be destroyed. They really didn't come to this world for the game, but for their own selfish desires, bringing destruction and invasion. In the past 8 years, they no longer treated this game as a game, but as a real life. The people here were all made of flesh and blood. People who suffered from disasters would cry, shed tears, and wail. Parents would be in despair because they had lost their children. Wizards would break down because they lost their best friends. It was like a disaster, a real world that shook the soul. As for them, they stood by the side. For the past 8 years, they had gone through many destroyed streets and towns, silently watching the terrifying war. Those 7 evil red names had treated human lives like dirt, wantonly killing, and their hearts had been suppressed to the extreme. They became more mature. 8 years was enough to change many things and make people change. It didn't matter if it was a game or if the game could be made to be so real. It was no longer important to them. What they had to do was to stop everything. Shwebagzia's face was solemn as he said in a low voice, even though there are only 2 muscular players left, the Racer of Mount Harana and I, we can still control this giant. This time, my plan is for the core of our bodies to be concentrated at the back of the giant's neck. In other words, no matter how strong our regenerative abilities are, once the back of our neck is attacked, we will be completely finished. Reinhardt was a bald bird from the Mediterranean Sea. It was his first time attending this meeting. He raised his head and looked at the giant made of red muscles. It can regenerate continuously. The back of its neck is a vital point. Is this a giant that attacks? Foolish. The racer of Mount Harana shook his head gently and said with a grave expression, "You're still too short-sighted. If you don't have foresight, what are we? The Church of Light. What kind of giant was this? Let me show you." As the racer of Mount Harana spoke, he took out a short wizard's staff and used it as a shapeshifter. He raised his hand and said, "Tiga, transform. I also want to become light." Whoosh! A bright white light burst out from the short staff. He ran towards the giant and instantly fell apart, merging into his body. The alchemy gem on the chest of this colossal giant glowed red. The giant of light, the racer of Mount Harana, slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Dust was constantly being shaken off the entire underground space. The few of them looked at each other. In the solemn atmosphere, a smile suddenly appeared on their faces. After all these years of running around, hunting, and fleeing, we have all slowly matured and become the leaders of a force. Only the racer of Mount Harana is as silly as ever. On the other side of the bustling street, it was a slender man in a wizard's robe with earplugs. The earplugs were connected to a string that looked like a wriggling blood vessel, which was connected to the small and exquisite music box in his pocket. As he listened to the song, he asked the passerby politely, "Can you tell me if there have been any monsters in the forest or strange things in the city recently?" After some questioning, he obtained some information and silently drew a line on the map. "The desolate forest next to us? There's something strange going on. I hope I can find something. After all, if I don't collect you, you will die in the hands of others sooner or later. If you fall into their hands, then this Magus world will really be finished. To this world, they are the true evil gods that invade other worlds. They will destroy this simple land, those damn bandit countries." Long Ji sighed and stood on the busy stone street, silently looking up at the blue sky. After all these years, he had developed deep feelings for this land. You think it's just a game, but you don't know that it affects the fate of the entire world and the lives of tens of millions of people. The sorcerer world was huge. If they deliberately hid, even they would find it very difficult to find them. Moreover, it was no coincidence that the remaining people had survived. They were very experienced in escaping and had already disappeared without a trace. Unlike other people who controlled giant beasts with their muscles, the dragon's body gradually shrank and even turned into the form of an ordinary person. At this moment, a rank 3 Magus who was walking past suddenly sniffed the air, and his expression changed to one of shock. "This is a nauseating, evil, and rotten smell. Could it be?" She turned her head and looked at the young wizard who was asking passers-by questions and wearing a strange alchemy item on his ear, but he was long gone. The witch's expression froze. She muttered in a hoarse voice. "He is the evil god hidden among the crowd, nameless Mist Neog Sozib." Chapter 107, Spatial Sorcery. In the courtyard, Su Ji tidied up the groceries he had bought from the supermarket in the kitchen and put them in the refrigerator. Then, he took out the clothes from the washing machine, carried the small bucket of clothes, and went to the drying pole next to the yard to hang them up one by one. "So there's such a trick? Loathing?" The meaty composite creature still follows the path of the previous fusion creature, but it's smaller. The parts of the evil god that are not enough are replaced with the limbs of ordinary almighty beasts. A chimera? This was a very novel individual path, and perhaps a school of thought would appear, the necromancer. As for the great graveyards, they are the base for the undead to build their gravestone. They are like locusts, constantly reproducing small individual muscles and controlling the corpses of the giant beasts in the forest, creating undead disasters. But now, it's very difficult. After all, this type of great graveyards that requires a fixed location to be built is being driven everywhere. The previous generation of technological Queen Zerg had built their bases and used violent troops. This one had the same effect. However, it did not belong to the brutal army of the technological side. It belonged to a kind of supernatural biological brutal army disaster, similar to the infectious disaster of the Lich King. This model was also an eye-opener for Su Ji. It could be considered a brand new school of extraordinariness. It was very aggressive, but what it brought was not civilization, but destruction. As for the last dragon, he didn't reveal himself. It seems like he's taking the path of individual strength. Su Ji thought about it and decided that it would depend on his subsequent performance. As expected, these people had the support of the research institute behind them. They had all made terrifying self-enhancements, and a muscle race was able to play tricks. Su Ji thought for a moment. Furthermore, they're very difficult to kill. The king has always been hiding in the dark, just like the Lich in Western legends. It's only possible if we can find the hidden phylactery. This feeling of hitting cotton, the witches inside must be devastated, right? At this moment, a mechanical voice came from the hatchery. What was really unexpected was the other side, the Rubik's Cube. We also underestimated its potential. The Rubik's Cube actually developed space sorcery, and its potential is not inferior to the evil god Thulhu. Spatial sorcery? The Rubik's Cube's potential isn't any weaker than that man-made god's. Su Ji could no longer remain calm. What's going on? Su Ji picked up a wet t-shirt, propped it up on a hanger, and hung it up. The Insecten Nest Mind pulled up the video. It happened about 8 years ago, not long after the Queen Mother went shopping in the county's supermarket on an electric scooter. 8 years ago, a few days after the heretic god had been dismembered, the Nefertis Desert. An old woman in a rose magus robe was holding a black ink box that could speak and walking in the vast desert. Can you really let me live a second life? Charlotte was already too old. She was young and full of vigor when she rebelled, but after the alchemy monarch returned, she ruled the world for 200 years. Now that she was released, she was no longer young. She was more than 200 years old and was on the verge of death. When the entire world was attracted by the arrival of the evil god, Pan Yuxian's progress was unexpectedly smooth. She came to the Carson Grand Prison on Prison Island and found that there was no need for her rescue at all, because Emperor Medusa had long since returned to the world, and the members of the Rose Savior Society had already been released. Although Charlotte was already extremely old and on the verge of death after being released, she was still a level 6 legendary wizard. As the confidant of Emperor Medusa, she had also become the new master of Prison Island. They walked in the desert for another half a day. I found it. Fortunately, we acted quickly and didn't completely evaporate. Pandora's box murmured. She looked at the pool of phoenix blood in the desert. It was left behind by the evil god when he injured the phoenix. Fortunately, those idiotic players like to take screenshots and post them on the internet. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to find this place. Pan Yuxian laughed secretly. They even started an internal conflict, and they were extremely bold. Now, they provoked the native god, and in the end, they were beaten up. It's a good time for me to develop in secret. No one knows that I'm a transmigrator. I'll be a native, seal and attack you evil gods from the other world, and return peace to the world. This is the blood of the phoenix. Charlotte's expression darkened. Pandora's box quickly explained, have you brought the materials I asked you to? You're a rare genius in the Wizard Academy. Alchemy, potions, you should be very proficient in all these subjects. I have the formula here, you can make the second bloodline expansion potion by yourself. Although Charlotte had joined the Rose Salvation Society, she had joined it to research death witchcraft. She had resurrected her good friend Lucy and still maintained her pure body as a traditional witch. She did not have that violent mental strength and was very peaceful. Naturally, she could still use alchemy. Half a day later, after failing a few times, Charlotte drank the second bloodline expansion potion. She endured the intense pain all over her body and regained her young body. She cried with joy. Come, it's your turn to help me. Aren't you an expert in alchemy? Engrave your mind space spell on my body and make me like an alchemy creation. Then, I'll consume the blood of the evil eye and become a magus. Pan Yuxian could have gotten the blood of the evil eye long ago, but she was too ambitious and didn't want to make do with it. From her point of view, her race was still incomplete, and she still lacked the final step. The most logical thing to do was to let the alchemy midweave be carved on her body and turn her into an alchemy creation before training. Are you sure you won't be in pain if you do this? Charlotte asked. Pan Yuxian shook her head, I'll just treat it as a tattoo. Charlotte kept explaining, my mind sorcery creates a mind space and pulls the enemy's consciousness into it. I don't know what will happen if you carve it on your body. Charlotte continued to sketch out intricate alchemy patterns on the magic box. Perhaps this will become your talent. You're a living alchemy creation, and you can still cultivate. Your magic box can pull people's minds into it. Charlotte had lived her second life and was already an extremely powerful legendary level 6 wizard. She displayed her powerful alchemy abilities, and after half a day, she finally completed the spell engraved on the Rubik's Cube. After that, Pan Yuxian fused the blood of the evil eye into her body. The infusion of the evil eye bloodline actually caused her rectangular brick body to start changing shape, stretching, and gradually becoming slender, as if it had turned into the embryo of a strange long sword. I've succeeded. The two of them got what they needed and returned to the prison. On Prison Island, there were countless terrifying beings locked up in the Carson prison. The most recent batch of prisoners were the top masters who resisted Emperor Ermin's ascension. Most of the wizards who had been imprisoned during the rebellion 200 years ago had died of old age, but there were still some terrifying old monsters alive. Because their cultivation was sealed and suppressed, their whole body functions fell into a self-dormancy and did not wake up once a week, similar to the situation of the previous 7 little witches, which led to them living longer than ordinary legendary wizards. However, they had lived for more than 200 years. Even though they had extended their lifespans, they were reaching the end of their lives. Pan Yuxian appeared on Prison Island. How is this possible? A rectangular block with a handle can actually cultivate this intricate pattern. Charlotte's spiritual space tactic was tattooed on your body? Quickly answer my question. Unbelievable. A living alchemy creation. This might be a brand new Magus domain. In the prison, countless old magi who had lost their arms and legs were sealed in their cells. They slowly opened their eyes and looked at Pandora with shocked expressions. After all, magi were a group of people who explored the truth. Even if they had sealed their cultivation and were on the verge of death, it still could not stop their curiosity. Chapter 108, The Prison in the Villain's Valley. They had been locked up in the prison for 200 years and had been too lonely. How could they not be excited when such a strange and unknown creature appeared in front of them? An old magus, who felt like he was about to die, suddenly leaned on the black metal railing and shouted, "That's square. Do you want to be my disciple? You can learn from the Ouroboros Magus school that I founded. If it wasn't for the alchemy monarch suppressing us, I would have been the strongest wizard in my era. I can help you research the most suitable cultivation method for you." Nonsense. Another old magus leaned on the railing and glared at him. It's obvious that my faction is the strongest. I didn't know how many talented young magi kneeled in front of my door back then, but I rejected them all. Now that you've come to learn my domain, it's a great fortune. If you kneel down now and acknowledge me as your master, I'll reluctantly accept you as my disciple. You two defeated opponents actually dare to boast. The surrounding people were also quarreling. Don't quarrel, I'll teach her. In the shadows, an old half-orc banshee stood up and looked at the wizards around her through the bars. There was dead silence in an instant, and no one dared to make a sound. This was the king of the half-orc kingdom, Emily, the extremely terrifying super monster of the past. Just the name Emily was enough to make these top legend wizards flee. Emri trembled, and suddenly raised her eyebrows. She said, "How about we teach her together? We were all losers of our time, and we lost to the alchemy emperor, but our knowledge can't be buried in the ground. Let me see if the disciple we taught together can become the second alchemy emperor." The surrounding people were stunned. Suddenly, their expressions changed and they revealed a difficult expression. They were all powerhouses of their era. If it wasn't for the alchemy emperor, they would have. But now, they had to put down their dignity and teach one together. Shut up! Emri scolded the crowd. What's the point of being biased at this point? Did he want to bring his sorcery into the ground? The evil gods are invading our world, and our world is in danger. We need a second alchemy emperor to save the Dark Age, and you are still guarding your precious sorcery. The surrounding people were silent, but their hearts couldn't help but be moved. Although they were fighting for power, they were not heartless people. They had already heard from Karate that the arrival of the evil god of Thulhu had rendered even the terrifying ancient existence, Medusa, the Emperor of Death, helpless. Suddenly, someone sneered. "If you don't teach her, I'll teach her. We've been defeated by the alchemy monarch our entire lives. It's our great fortune and our misfortune to be in the same era as him, but if our disciple could teach. My life's work can't die with me. Don't let her cultivate yet. We can use Charlotte's spiritual space tactic as a foundation, integrate our own witchcraft attainments, and research the most perfect copy of the magic pattern that combines all of our abilities, and inscribe it on her body. Ha ha ha. We're going to surpass the alchemy monarch. If he can figure out a path, why can't we? Someone said. He was obviously old, but he still became high-spirited. It must be noted that the people imprisoned here were the terrifying heroes who dared to rebel against the alchemy emperor, the super monsters of the major wizard sects, the founding ancestors of various sects, and even the king of the human-bodied bird demons of the orc kingdom. They were already old and didn't even have many years left to live. They could die at any time in their failed lives, but they still wanted to leave something in this world to prove their existence. A year had passed. 3 years had passed. As for the organs on the outside, the evil gods had already trained to become rank 2 magi. Some of them were even faster, and had already reached rank 3. However, Pandora was still an ordinary person. When she first came in, she was very ambitious, but now, she was the weakest person. She was even far inferior to those idle players who told stories and brewed wine everywhere. Let her cultivate. The evil gods outside have become much stronger and are ready to move. Otherwise, when the Thulhu evil god awakens from the old days, she'll only be a rank 3 or 4 magus. She won't be able to deal with this world-shaking catastrophe. Not enough, it's still not enough. Wait a little longer. This body is now rectangular and extremely strong, like the embryo of a sword. If I can let her use her spiritual power to continuously forge herself into a holy sword, it might be comparable to the sword of Machlis from back then. You're crazy. This is impossible. It's not impossible. If you want to do it the best. The sword of Machlis, the holy sword of humanity bestowed by the gods. No one knows what it is made of, but in my opinion, the material of this Rubik's Cube is very similar to the one in the records. Fallacy. Fallacy. Countless wizards were arguing. Even the warden, Charlotte, was involved in the argument. Her face was red, and she was busy trying to figure out the best solution. In the 5th year, a plan was finally completed. Under everyone's anticipation, Pandora began her training. Half a month passed, and with tears streaming down her face, she finally stepped into the pitiful realm of a rank 1 magus. It's been 5 years, and I'm finally a rank 1 magus. Pandora was extremely sorrowful and felt that reality was a little cruel. No, this wind element spell, you have to feel like you're stepping on the tip of the wind, try it again. An old magus who had lost both his legs and was sitting in a wheelchair shouted. You'll be coming to my class in the afternoon. Come with me to learn alchemy. I'm the strongest alchemist in my era. No, this isn't right. Our branch's mental energy sorcery technique, Eye of Eternal Night, is a mental energy illusionary technique. If you want to use eye sorcery to confuse others, you should first see through the god in your heart and have no respect for him. Charlotte had lived her second life and was in the prime of her life. She was also teaching him very strictly. Half a month later, in the room. This place is equivalent to the vile human valley of the inferior manfish and Hua Wu Ke. All of them possess unique skills and are acting as my masters. Each of them is an old monster from over 200 years ago. They taught me alchemy, spiritual sorcery, curse sorcery, guardian sorcery. When I come out of the mountains, the world will definitely be shaken. The 7 red-named players outside are too disgusting. I must punish them. Those damn intruders, evil gods, I'm going to seal the evil gods completely and drive them out, and now, I've finally become a rank 1 magus, and I already possess spiritual power. Pan Yu Xian thought for a moment, then looked at the plants on the table in front of her. It was time to get to the point. Now, she was going to use the mitchweave that countless old monsters had built on her Rubik's Cube. This sorcery, which used the mind space as the core and built the heart and soul of the wizards, to see if it would succeed. I can't pull in a human's soul at my current level. I can only try using spiritual spells on plants. As a rank 1 magus, she aimed at the plant and activated her mind space. Whoosh! Her mind stirred. However, nothing happened. Even the weakest soul of the plant was still there. The magi around them turned pale, as if they had suffered a huge blow. Could it be that they, a group of old monsters who had been sealed, had already developed a completely useless research? Impossible. Why can't I even excrete the weak little soul of a plant? According to our calculations, rank 1 magi are already terrifyingly powerful. How could this be? Wrong. But where did we go wrong? No, it's not like nothing happened. Charlotte suddenly sensed something. Her spiritual power was extremely sharp. There's no movement from the plant. The grain of sand in the flower pot has disappeared. Right, don't tell me. Quick, sense your spiritual space. In the prison, countless old wizards were shocked. Pan Yu Xian was stunned. She silently felt the spiritual space in her body, and there was actually a grain of sand floating silently in the dark. Not only could it enter the mind, but it could also enter the physical body. This is spatial sorcery. I can store things, I am an interspatial ring. Pan Yu Xian's mind was filled with disbelief. Chapter 109, Let Everything Begin Completely. When Su Ji saw this, he was a little surprised. A space ring, a space alchemy creation, has actually appeared? In the sorcerer world, mental sorcery had always been a wide range of sorcerer schools, even the fundamental sorcery. After all, the evil eye gene itself was a mental gene. All the evolution of their sorcery was triggered by the mind, just like the famous saying from the era of the three witches. Witchcraft can make your spirit break down the earth from fire, break down the sun and moon from lightning, and break down the flame from the ocean. According to this principle, it will produce many extraordinary transformations from that one thing. Could the spirit, which had undergone a qualitative change, interfere with time? Would the qualitative change in the mind affect space? In the sects and academies of the sorcerer world, countless sorcerers would bring their disciples to study it. This had always been a very metaphysical subject for sorcerers. It was difficult to understand idealism. And Charlotte's core sorcery, mind space, combined with the basic template, Rubik's Cube, and with the help of the suppressed old monsters to perfect her own training system, such a wonderful reaction actually appeared? Turning the spiritual space into a physical space? In fact, the space folding technology and subspace technology had been developed to an extremely proficient level by the previous queen. And a very rough prototype of this kind of technology was gradually appearing on Su Ji's side. After all, this was an extraordinary world with demigods. In fact, there might even be true gods in the future. Even though he was a god the size of an ant, he was still a god from the legends. These gods were just like the various native gods in the myths and legends of Earth. They had incredible power and were truly extraordinary mythical creatures. The magic box spatial sorcery won't be common. In the future, the magic box will probably only be used as a universal biometal. A mechanical voice came from the insecten nest mind. The magic box needs training to expand its space. Su Ji nodded slightly. In other words, it would not be so easy for others to get their hands on such a spatial wizard tool. Apart from Pandora, who had intelligence and could practice on her own, the others had to have the space inside the magic box, control a magic box creature without any intelligence, carve the magic box according to the same magic pattern, and practice for it. It was just like how Su Ji had planned to control one of the 17,000 magic boxes for his cultivation. It was equivalent to giving half of his cultivation time to the magic box. This was destined to be a very long work that required a lot of effort. Perhaps a huge sorcerer academy or a sorcerer sect with countless sorcerers helping them train day and night could create this. In addition, the spiritual space of a rank 1 magic box could only hold a grain of sand, a rank 2 magic box magus could hold a bowl, and a rank 3 magus could only hold 1 cubic meter of space, which was very useless. However, in the later stages, it was still acceptable. After all, every level of a wizard's power would increase in quality. A rank 4 wizard's magic box had a space of 5 cubic meters, which was barely usable. The magic box of a rank 5 wizard was 30 cubic meters. Rank 6 legend wizard, 200 cubic meters. Level 7 legendary wizard, 2000 cubic meters. The prospects are great. Although 8 years have passed, Pandora is still a rank 3 magus and only has 1 cubic meter of space. It can only hold half a corpse, which is equivalent to half an ant in real life. Su Ji thought about it for a moment. The initial stage was still too weak. However, Su Ji was now very satisfied with the performance of the Rubik's Cube creature and the few players. Thulhu evil god, abomination, undead graveyard, magical beasts, Church of Light, Wizard Academy, space ring, alchemy, sorcery, these colorful structures had completely constructed a complete extraordinary wizard world. It would even reach the peak of the wizard civilization in 100 or 200 years. There might even be true gods, level 8 mythical creatures. The world has fully matured. It's time to begin. Su Ji was overcome with emotion. He vaguely recalled the extremely simple civilization and ecosystem on this barren land, as if it was another strange world. However, all of these results were built on the advancement and alternation of countless eras and on the endless corpses. He, the creator, stood on the countless corpses from generation to generation and deduced a path of self-redemption over the long years. In front of his eyes, the heroes of each era, Gilgamesh, the three witches, and the alchemy emperor, appeared. The hymn of human history is a hymn of courage. Death. They can't crush our arms. Destroy our backbones. Wizards represent the exploration and pursuit of truth. Give me endless knowledge and I can move the entire world. Angry roars, laughter, grief, and wails. The heroes were changing. Time passed. The ancient books from the era of Founding Era and the Spear of the Flourishing Witch that recorded the past could not completely write down every corner of the story. However, he had been watching from the side. It was like a living history that had witnessed civilization and witnessed the long history of the entire world's evolution. In fact, they don't even know that they are just nobodies living in the orchard, do they? The tiny person in the bottle. Su Ji's expression suddenly became a little complicated. It's just a down-and-out man with cancer. He dragged his suitcase back to his orchard in his hometown and created them in his despair and desolation. He had never been self-righteous. There was no arrogance, and he clearly knew that he was weak. It's time to treat my illness. I'll take that step forward and get rid of the sword hanging above my head. Now that he had finally come to this day, Su Ji could not help but feel a little complicated. He sighed with emotion and recalled the previous eras. But he gradually restrained his expression. After hanging the clothes, he stood up with the bucket and turned to the door of the house. In order to resist the descent of the evil gods, the Magus world will definitely push their civilization to the peak. The evil god invaders from other dimensions, the 7 conspirators, would also attempt to unify this world. NBSP, when the evil gods were completely revived and woke up from the past, the battle between the natives and the evil gods would be a calamity. I don't know what kind of destruction it will cause, how many people will die, whether they will be reborn after the destruction, or whether people will be able to recover from the disaster. However, my current body can no longer withstand the energy feedback of a 4th mass extinction event. At that very moment, Su Ji could already feel a terrifying and oppressive atmosphere descending upon him. I have to completely cure my cancer before everything else happens and welcome everything that's about to happen. The seeds that he had planted in the farmland back then had already bloomed into rotten flowers. It was time to solve his hidden danger. At noon the next day, Su Ji received an express delivery. The deliveryman was very friendly, and Su Ji gave him a 5-star rating. When he opened the delivery box, there was a piece of dry ice under the sophisticated packaging. It was spreading cold air and emitting a faint white mist. It's roughly the shape of a sword, that's it. Su Ji took out some tools and cut the ice to a length about the size of a chopstick. The dry ice should be enough to pass off as the sword of Moklis from back then. With that, Su Ji gently cut his finger with a knife and dripped his blood on the dry ice that had emerged from the holy sword. Cancer is in the final stage, so the cancer cells have already entered the blood. According to historical records, Gilgamesh had once cut the finger of the god of creation, and the sword of Moklis had been stained with the legendary blood of eternal life. Back then, Gilgamesh's sword had been secretly taken away by Su Ji during the flood. This was also the reason why the Babylonian people could not find the sword of Moklis even after countless generations of searching. Originally, the best method was to use the sword of Moklis to stain it with his blood and place it in a large sandbox to insert the cancer cell gene. However, the alloy sword back then could no longer keep up with the wizard civilization. When they find out that I, an epic wizard, can break the holy sword given by God, won't they be in big trouble? Su Ji thought for a moment and said, although Gilgamesh had already reached the epic realm in terms of brute force back then, he had no intention of breaking this sword. He treated it as a precious treasure and cherished it very much. But these wizards now are all in pursuit of the truth and are thinking of rebellion all day long. They even dare to make trouble with the alchemy emperor. I have to be careful. So, dry ice is still the best choice. After all, the alloy sword is a hidden danger inside. By the time people discovered the sword, it had already turned into a cloud of cold mist, which instantly dissipated a few moments after the coffin was opened, leaving only the bright red flowing blood of eternal life in the coffin. That was the best solution. Furthermore, I'm going to create a fake tomb. Suji thought for a moment and said, since there's no corpse of Gilgamesh, we'll just use the cenotaph. Put this sword of Moklis, which is stained with the blood of immortality, into the gravestone. Suji had already quietly made his arrangements. Great Lord Ermin, who has mastered the waves of life, and Great Lord Medusa, who has mastered the resurrection of death, let me see what you can achieve with my cancer cells. Can you really save me? Let's wait and see. Chapter 110, The Focus of the World. Those who knew the relevant medical knowledge knew that cancer cells were not foreign viruses. They were a kind of rebellious cells in the human body. They were traitors of the body's own tissues. They were not controlled by the human body. They had the terrifying characteristics of infinite reproduction and infinite life. By now, Suji was no longer a pure human. After adjusting his genetic chain, he now had two genetic positions in his genes. The first was human, and the second was evil eye. As for those cancer cells, which were originally Suji's normal cells, after they had turned into cancer cells, they were just like his normal cells now. They also had the characteristic structures of human cells and evil eye cells. This is also the reason why the stronger my life level is, the more powerful the cancer cells will be. Suji muttered, if more powerful genes are integrated into my cells, the rebellious cancer cells will also have more powerful genes. Now, these are no longer just normal human cancer cells. They are special cancer cells that contain the evil eye gene. Suji took a deep breath and said, it's getting stronger. Let's see if they can deal with it. Suji sealed the dry ice in a special small coffin and secretly threw it to the edge of the sandbox. Then, using his identity as a player, he sneaked into the world passage and arrived at the world of the sandbox. He picked up the things, picked a valley, and started to dig. At that moment, a night had passed. By the time Suji received the express delivery in the day, it was equivalent to another 50 or 60 years had passed in a big sandbox. Year 851 of the Kingdom of Babylon. A special magic box creature, as well as a spatial tactic construction structure, had silently spread to the three kingdoms. After the great academies and sects were extremely surprised, they began to work together to create spatial magic boxes, which were used as the treasures of their own academies and sects. They were used to store information and all kinds of precious secret treasures. There were even various spells that could trap enemies and transport animals and food. As a result, the strength of the three wizard kingdoms had greatly increased. Year 866 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The evil god was getting stronger and stronger. In the depths of the Balkhic mountains, traces of the evil god, squirming chaos Naatatai were found. Emperor Ermin and Emperor Medusa mobilized the entire country to deal a heavy blow to the evil god. The following year, the year 867 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The captured magi appeared and began to join the evil gods. We've already seen everything clearly. We can't stop the evil gods' descent. We can't kill them at all. We can only watch them grow stronger. They were fanatical, worshipful, and crazy. They even sacrificed their own blood, drew totem patterns, and hid various towns to help the evil god speed up its descent. No matter what era or world, there would always be such traitors who would succumb to deterrence and break their own backbones. They would become traitors just to survive, and the sorcerer world was no exception. Year 875 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The evil god organization was getting more and more restless. They gathered a large number of magi to join them, and even established their own underground evil god church. Evil, terror, invasion, death, these became synonymous with them. Although these evil gods were only at the level of rank 5 magi, they were already showing signs of uncontrollable growth. They could not be effectively killed, so they could only be kept strong. In the same year, the 7 great evil gods killed each other, leaving only 6. One of the spies of a country had already been killed by one of them, eliminating them from this game of survival. They are the same kind, but they are also killing each other? How brutal! No, they are killing each other and fusing. It was about to take shape. All things returned to 1, Thulhu's ancestral evil god is about to awaken. Year 879 of the Kingdom of Babylon. At the end of Medusa's life, Ermin came late at night. Those evil gods attacked the phoenix and came with the phoenix's blood. After they were defeated by the god of wisdom, I collected some of the phoenix's blood in their hands. Ermin took out the second bloodline expansion potion. Medusa was stunned for a moment, and then she said with a faint smile, "You want to give it to me? Didn't you see me as your mortal enemy before?" Ermin shook her head. "One day, I'll suppress you for my teacher, but not now. After my teacher dies, you'll be the only hope of our world." "Huh? Our only hope?" Medusa did not refuse and accepted the god's forbidden medicine, but said, "I won't use it unless it's the last moment. That's the alchemy monarch's door of truth, not mine. I'm about to find my own truth." "That's good. I don't care whose hope I become. I only care that another difficult enemy has appeared in front of me." Medusa chuckled like a gentle girl, her face full of satisfaction. She lowered her head and returned to the alchemy table, picked up the microscope, and continued to study the birth and death of cells. Ermin smiled and left silently. She knew Medusa's character. She was not actually evil. She was just obsessed with power and unscrupulous. She wanted to see the highest view in the world, and in order to seek the truth, she was willing to die. In a sense, you're a real wizard, a seeker of truth who seeks the truth. I hope you can find the true meaning of death. Year 891 of the Babylon Kingdom. The teachers of the Babylon Academy were leading their disciples on an experiential journey. Deep in the mountains, they saw a pillar of white light and cold air rising into the sky. "What's that?" They moved forward in the wind and snow. The wizard's robe was covered in frost, and they were all shivering in the cold. When they arrived at the land, they found an ancient ruin underground. There was a cave with Sumer murals that seemed to be from the ancient times. As he continued to excavate, 3 extremely simple and crude murals appeared before his eyes. Embossed the first mural, there was an ancient farming era. There was a vast giant that was 10,000 feet tall. In the middle of a towering forest, he held 3 treasures and bent down to look at a tiny bug ape. The second mural embossed a huge city. It was extremely prosperous. A majestic man sat on the high throne. He held a long sword and unified the world. His civilization was at its peak. The third embossed on the wall was a terrifying scene of the sky falling and the earth cracking. Under a vast giant, there were countless corpses on the ground. The man holding the long sword had already fallen into a pool of blood. The news spread very quickly. The ruins of the ancient Sumerian civilization? Tomb? How could there be a tomb? The great flood back then had already washed away everything. This tomb? Could it be the tomb of Gilgamesh from ancient times? For a time, the situation had completely escalated. In the Babylonian era, no one had ever seen the true body of a god. Even Mercury had descended to the mortal world as a substitute. Gilgamesh was the only one who had truly come into contact with the true body of a god and communicated with him. He was also the legendary supreme god of the world, the god of creation, an indescribable existence who had created many worlds. Giggle. Giggle. A horrifying chewing sound was heard. In the depths of the forest, a butcher put down his meat hook. He was covered in a foul smell and licked his red lips. Tomb? I'll go and take a look. The giant beast carrying the tombstone suddenly turned its head and looked in the other direction of the mountain range. Gilgamesh? The ancient Sumerian civilization before the Great Flood, the ultimate man who dared to wave his sword at God. I have to do it before anyone else. A strange magus wearing headphones was also walking along the bustling magus street. Perhaps I can find some information about the ancient civilization and the truth of this world's history. Or perhaps, I've found the sword of Machlis. The tomb of the most ancient hero king, Gilgamesh, had appeared, and the world was restless. Chapter 111, The blood of the god of creation is similar to ours? We can't fall into the hands of the evil gods. They can't blaspheme all of this. At the same time, in the royal palace of the 2 kingdoms, the 2 lords and emperors sat on the high ground, looking down at the witch ministers. They knew the situation was urgent, so they decided to come down personally and start digging the tomb. The leaders of the various academies and sects had all come. A total of 13 legend wizards were patrolling everywhere. Boom! 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 The ground was shaking. The giant of Adolf held a shovel in his hand and stomped on the mountains and rivers, walking back and forth in the vicinity. They've come out too quickly. If we had another 100 years, they would definitely not be my match. Instantly, the 6 spy players' expressions turned grave, and they were completely silent, not daring to approach. Time was still too short. The fastest among them was only a level 5 wizard. He wasn't even a legend, so he knew the horror of a level 7 legendary wizard. But the others should be here by now, right? They were hiding in the forest, and an inexplicable cold light flashed across them. Suddenly, their figures gradually became invisible. Plunder them. In the remains of the tomb. This is not the style of our Babylonian era at all. It's like a child's doodle. It's so ugly. Medusa frowned slightly. If it had not been for the strange cold air, she would have thought that it was a fake tomb. This isn't the style of the ancient Sumerian civilization either. During the Sumerian city-state era, the level of craftsmen was extremely high, and the embossed sculptures were extremely exquisite. There are only 2 possibilities, Ermin said. First, the technology at that time was not up to standard. It was a child's mural left behind in the ancient Stone Age of the tribe. This can't be the Stone Age of the older tribes. Medusa shook her head. Because the murals clearly depicted the world-ending flood. Ermin continued, in that case, it can only be the second possibility. The craftsmanship at that time had reached the required level. However, time did not allow for exquisite embossed to be carved. Everything had to be simple. Could it be? At this point, the 2 of them couldn't help but tremble, and their eyes lit up. That's right, it recorded the flood incident, so this was clearly a tomb built after the flood. Then, who had the qualifications to build a tomb before the flood? In fact, Suji's self-esteem was hurt to say that this mural was doodled by a child. He had already worked very hard, but he had never learned art before. Then, he used the antique techniques he found online to simply age it and even used a flame to bake the mural. However, they didn't know about this and didn't care. So what if the murals were new? If it was really Gilgamesh's tomb of the hero king, no matter how strange the scene was, it would not be questioned. Because the coffin would tell them everything. Open it. With a command, the coffin slowly opened. A cloud of white gas was released, and there were clothes folded in the coffin. There was also a long-handled white block that was emitting white gas. It looked like a long sword, and it was stained with fresh blood. It slowly appeared in front of everyone. What is this? Voila! Medusa waved her hand, and the blood-stained dry ice floated into the air and fell into her hand. The spattering blood was also wrapped in the air by her enormous mental energy and slowly suspended in the air. It's frighteningly cold. What is this? Ice? It's the same cold phenomenon that the Magi who discovered the tomb saw outside. With the development of civilization, it was not as if there were no water Magi who had researched this field. The concept of cooling water and ice had long since appeared. It's not ice. There's no magic fluctuation, so how can it have such cold air? Furthermore, the vague shape of this sword. Could it be the legendary? Her brows suddenly twitched. She felt that it was really unbelievable. She looked at the blood again. Whose blood is this? Medusa suddenly recalled the rumors from ancient times. Could it be? She suddenly shook her hand, and a magic box appeared. In an instant, a microscope and various alchemy bottles appeared. Over the years, she had made the Magi spend a lot of effort to create a spatial tool. However, even though it had cost a lot of national power, this magic box was still only at the level of a rank 4 magus after 40 to 50 years. It only had a small space of 5 cubic meters. Medusa immediately started to study it and noticed the abnormality. The microscopic structure of any living creature has life and death, but some of the structures in this blood are not dead. Blood that wouldn't die? The surrounding Magi fell silent and suddenly became anxious. They were so shocked that they lost their voices. The blood of eternal life. In the tomb, everyone revealed a look of disbelief. In ancient Sumerian mythology, Gilgamesh was not satisfied with the blood of power, so he attempted to kill a god and steal the blood of immortality to obtain true immortality. Oh my god! This is the blood of the Creator. Everyone looked over. The sword of Mokles had melted for some unknown reason, turning into a mist of ice, but the blood was still flowing on it. The ancient Sumerian civilization had been destroyed for the blood in front of them, but it was right in front of them, the blood of eternal life. The blood of God was intoxicating and fascinating. This is equivalent to the destruction of a brilliant ancient civilization in exchange for the only blood. Medusa looked at the dark red blood. Every drop was so crystal clear and so mesmerizing. In the same year, countless people tried to merge with the blood of eternal life, but they all died without exception. At this moment, everyone clearly understood that eternal life was not something that mortals like them could bear. The Spear of the Flourishing Witch recorded. Year 891 of the Kingdom of Babylon, the tomb of Gilgamesh reappeared, the sword of Machlis was destroyed, and the blood of eternal life was born. Year 896 of the Babylon Kingdom. In the past 5 years, with the power of the entire country and the research of countless schools, with Emperor Medusa as the core, they had already vaguely found some clues. Medusa did not rest day and night, falling into the extreme fanaticism of her research. My truth may be in it. The birth and death of cells can allow me to break through the door of death. I'll light the divine fire and use my own power to break through to the demigod realm. Use a potion to weaken it. Perhaps it can neutralize it. No, this power is too violent. It's not something that mortals can master, but after being weakened countless times, it might possess a trace of divinity. On the other side. Over the years, another country's spy had been eliminated. Now, they were hiding in the dark, and the evil god's church was growing stronger and stronger. Each of them had witches who had joined them, lurking in the major kingdoms as spies, obtaining some peripheral information and handing it to the research institutes in reality as research topics. What, you got the blood of the god of creation? Oh, God! Look at what they're doing in the other world? All of a sudden, in the secret underground research institutes all over the earth, researchers in white coats quickly moved out. They were extremely excited. What was the concept of a god of creation? All the researchers were clear about this. Underground Research Institute in the United States. The highest research institute was in a huge multimedia room. There was a huge computer screen on it, and an old professor was hosting it. He held a long black stick and pointed it at the big screen. We didn't get the core information, but the microscopic structure of the blood has been roughly examined. It's obviously not the blood of Earth's creatures. If it's true, then this kind of cell that can live forever is indeed worthy of being called blood of immortality. But don't you think that the special disease on Earth, cancer, is a bit similar to cancer cells? Japan Research Institute. The same boiling scene was still playing out. This blood seems to be a little weak. Was the blood of the god of creation only at this level? I personally think that the blood of the god of creation is not something that ordinary people can come into contact with. Even a mere evil god cannot look at it directly or listen to its voice. Countless researchers were discussing. In the end, they came up with a more reasonable explanation. There might be more than one god of creation. The god of creation is an existence that transcends countless dimensions. It is an abstract entity in the chaos of the entire multiverse. What appears in the sorcerer world may not be his true body. It is just a member of his countless bodies that have been concretized. He is creating and destroying worlds one after another. He is involved in the birth and death of the worlds. His true body should have always been in the dimensional courtyard. Underground Research Institute in China. His voice was solemn and heavy. Although we can only get a simple screenshot of the microscopic cells and can't study them, from the characteristics revealed by the Sorcerer's Research Institute, the cells can't die. Isn't it too similar to the terminal disease that is unique to our Earth, cancer? Was it one of the worlds he created? We are the descendants of the god of creation. In their seats, some of the people in white coats were discussing among themselves and could not help but have such an incredible idea. Cancer cells had always been a difficult problem to solve with modern science. Every country spent hundreds of billions of research funds every year. Countless medical professors wanted to cure this terminal illness. But there was no other way. To this day, people only knew that the carcinogen could cause the latent cancer cells in the body to mutate, but no one knew how it was really produced. It was as if it existed deep in the human body's genes and could mutate at any time, causing death. Perhaps, humans had the potential to obtain divine genes and were immortal cells. It was just that the body could not withstand it. Furthermore, what was even more terrifying was, there are ancient records of the god of creation in every place. In Huaxia mythology, the god of creation, Pangu, transformed his body into all the mountains and rivers on the earth after he created the world. Even the living creatures, plants, and blood became living creatures. Are we really the descendants of the god of creation? We have the blood of the god of creation? At the Russian Research Institute. If that's the case, it's too terrifying. The more spies we let in, the scarier it will be. What kind of game are we playing? That dimensional courtyard in the spore evolution game, the god of creation that was transforming cells and spores, could it really be the god of creation? Is he the one who created our Earth era? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. After all, there was a terrifying coincidence. The blood of the god of creation is little similar to our blood. It would be hard to say that the god of creation had never been to Earth. Not only that extremely real sorcerer world, but even our world might have been created by him. They made a bold guess, but they also felt a faint sense of pride. Do we have the blood of the god of creation? Could it be? We Earthlings have been guarding the treasure mountain all this time. The real treasure is on the cancer that is unique to our Earth? It seems that we have to invest more funds in cancer research. Su Ji was speechless. Right. You're all right. You guys are too big. You guys are strong. You all make sense. You're all my descendants, I can't brag about you. I admit defeat, okay? Su Ji sat on the chair and took a bite of the apple. Brothers, stop imagining things. I'm really scared of you. I've had enough of you. This is my family's orchard, and I just want Medusa and Ermine inside to help me research alchemy potions and cure my illness. I'm not interested in these things. Chapter 112, The Rubik's Cube Gene Distribution. Su Ji felt that there was no way to reason with them. Forget it, I can't afford to offend you super big shots. He couldn't beat him either. I can't be bothered with you guys anymore. Anyway, your modern medical technology can't cure cancer at all. Su Ji shook his head and looked in the direction of the big sandbox. My goal is only to cure cancer with the alchemy of the sorcerer's world's indigenous people. The spy players were weak, and the strongest was only a rank 5 wizard. They were still growing in the dark, so they couldn't snatch the blood of eternal life. They could only get some rough information, which was harmless to the research institutes outside. As for Ermine and Medusa, after the evil god's reorganization, they had also realized the crisis of the world of terror. The 3 great sorcerer kingdoms were madly spending the power of the entire country, and countless academies, sects, and major sorcerer groups were studying it. Every desperate situation and war is a period of crazy growth for civilization. Let's see if the entire Magus world's full power can cure me. Su Ji felt that he had chosen the most appropriate time, and it was even deliberately created. The seed of healing has been buried. It's up to them to see what kind of flowers they can grow for me. I'm almost done with the important things, so I'll go to the forum to take a look. Su Ji thought for a moment, then took out his phone, planning to check out the forum. It had only been one night since the giant god from the small sandbox had entered the sorcerer world. The forum was already in an uproar, stirring up public anger. Most people would not live for more than an hour, and some would only live for a dozen minutes. Although an hour outside was equivalent to 4 years in the Magus world, which was equivalent to a long trip to another world, there were still too many people who were not satisfied. I only spent 3 weeks in there. I'll take a month. 3 months? Countless people couldn't help but ridicule. But what he brought with him was more excitement and shock. That unimaginably strong sense of time lag was inevitable. He had spent a few months in the game and experienced an exciting journey to another world, but only 10 minutes had passed when he logged out of the game. His mother was still preparing supper for him outside. It felt too good. It was too exciting. They became more and more fanatical and excited, wanting to experience that feeling again. But now, after they died, they could only start the game again, re-evolving spores in the sandbox. It was impossible to say that they didn't hate the culprit. What? 2 more came out. The red names inside are too scary. There are only 4 people left inside. There's only Learning for Nothing and Racer of Mount Harana, 2 muscular bosses, and 2 normal players braggart going down the mountain and pay more and chop off your hands. They all wanted the 2 players who had quit to show themselves and see how they had quit. Don't say any more, we were too miserable. The 2 of us were caught and placed on a barbecue rack. We were sprinkled with cumin and then turned around to be eaten. That butcher bell is simply terrifying. The two players were the normal players who had followed the racer of Mount Harana earlier. They could not help but complain as they described the brutal actions of the red name player. It had already been 5 to 6 hours since they had lost contact with the outside world. Now that two of them had come out, everyone was very curious and asked for information. The two players didn't dare to reveal too much of the four people's hidden locations, so they only told them the general situation of the wizard world. What? They're also killing each other now, and there are only 5 red names left out of the 7. So, who will win the chicken dinner in the end? So many things have already happened, and the tomb of the ancient hero king, Gilgamesh, has been discovered. This was the start of the game information film Blood of the God of Creation, entering the sensational era of the Grand Wizards. Everyone was trying to light up their divine fire and become a demigod. It's a time of great war, and those red names are also getting restless. Their discussion on the forum quickly became a hot topic in the game. What would happen next? What would the other players do? What would the two great lords do? What would the red name players do? After all, there were infinite possibilities. Speaking of which, if the blood of the God of Creation is so precious, we'll be blessed by the heavens in the dimensional courtyard. Should we? Don't take me with you if you want to die. Don't forget what happened to the final chicken. Final chicken braised emoji. No, I don't have such thoughts at all. I just want to save the country in a roundabout way. I want to run over and lick the feet of the God of Creation. I want to lick them madly until the skin on the feet is peeled off. Then, I will get the hidden divine weapon, the skin of the feet of the God of Creation. It should be a big treasure. Is that foot manipulator up there a pervert? A gaze that shows concern for the mentally retarded. I'm a girl. Embarrassed. Terrifying. Trembling, I'm afraid that the crazy and sick fangirl is using this as an excuse to molest the God of Creation. A bootlicker can't be accepted. Su Ji quietly looked at the forum. They were making a fuss, but they were getting more and more determined. After their death this time, they re-evolved their spore species and various plants in the small sandbox. Furthermore, he was becoming more and more knowledgeable about plants. From the ancient era until now, transcendent species such as animals have almost all appeared. On the rarer side, transcendent plants will also appear soon. Su Ji thought for a moment and looked at the island in the sky again. He was still lying on the ground eating. This guy has no intelligence. All he does is eat. Subbrain, pull out its biological structure diagram. The intelligent subbrain quickly pulled up the structural diagram of the fusion creature. Voila! A translucent blue virtual panel appeared. It was made up of more than 10,000 parts, like a Gundam that was extremely precise. Here, and here. The second gene slime gene will be integrated into the biological population of these muscles, increasing the creature's muscle strength. Su Ji reached out and tapped it. Here, and here, the combination of creatures on the outer skin, integrate the evil eye gene into it, and cultivate into a skin wizard in the future. The mechanical voice said. Merging. After a while, the aura of the creature that was assembled by the Rubik's Cube was completely different. Although it didn't become stronger, it had a wonderful feeling that it had endless potential. After all, the evil eye gene was a core gene, which meant that every cell in the body could start to cultivate and become a magus, embarking on the path of cultivation. Leave the remaining species blank. In the future, when we obtain more genes, we will completely perfect this combined biological structure. Su Ji thought for a moment and whispered, I'm breaking myself up. Voila! The creature that had been assembled by the Rubik's Cube instantly fell apart, turning into a pile of spare parts. Su Ji picked up some of the scattered Rubik's Cubes that carried the genes of the evil eye. This part of the Rubik's Cube that contains the genes of the evil eye needs to be engraved with that kind of magic pattern tactic, and then cultivate to become a sorcerer. It will be used as a spatial magic box and continuously expand the internal space. However, by the most conservative estimate, he would have to carve more than 1,000 spatial magic boxes and let them cultivate. This was destined to be a long process. Engraving alchemy image can be considered as practice. After all, I'm a wizard, and I need to polish my mental strength. It's impossible if I don't know alchemy. After all, I'll be able to grow completely without any worries after I recover from my cancer. I have to consider becoming stronger and walk the path of a magus. Su Ji thought for a moment, then sat down on the chair, picked up a tool that was slightly thinner than a needle and thread, and began to carve. Fortunately, his spiritual power was not low, so he could control any kind of delicate work. At present, there were more than 17,000 cubes. Su Ji had given more than 7,000 of them the three major functions of the Evil Eye Sorcerer Gene, Slime Power Gene, and the Evil Eye Sorcerer Gene's Spatial Magic Box. After all, it had to have the ability to create an inner space before it could be considered a high and mighty land of the gods. Chapter 113, The Preliminary Test of the Second Subsidiary Sandbox. In fact, this man-made god collective creature did have infinite potential, but it required too many resources. It was simply a bottomless pit. He did not know how long it would take for Su Ji to train this one. As a creator, it's really tiring to plan the map, advance civilization on the sand, and cover up my weak identity. He carved a small Rubik's Cube needle by needle and kept complaining. However, after the carving is completed, this Rubik's Cube creature only has the qualification to be a spatial magic box. It's a difficult problem to make them cultivate and expand their internal space. This was not an ordinary sorcerer, but a magical cube creature. The space magic pattern was extremely extreme, causing it to be completely cut off from other sorcery. It had the cultivation of a sorcerer, but could not cast other sorcery, and could only be regarded as a space magic box. At first, Su Ji's speed at alchemy and copying with his mental power was a little slow. It took him more than 10 minutes to complete a tiny rice Rubik's Cube. However, as he got more familiar with it, he completed it in 5 or 6 minutes. At this moment, he was like a dexterous little girl doing needlework. He spent more than an hour, and there were 7 small Rubik's Cubes in front of him. I'm going to die. I'm a man, but I'm playing with an embroidery needle. Su Ji quietly put down a Rubik's Cube and massaged his temples with difficulty. There are only 7 small Rubik's Cubes in an hour. And out of the 17,000 Rubik's Cubes, there are at least 1,000. There were more than 1,000 of them, but only 7 in an hour. He had a terrible headache. Putting aside the fact that he could control and cultivate them one by one, just the fact that he could carve them one by one to give them aptitude was already enough to make their heads explode. I can't, he was sweating and exhausted. He had used up too much of his mental power and decided to rest for a while. After all, he did not have the liver of the other players. It had only been an hour since the cancer cells were put into the sandbox, so there was not much movement. He planned to continue to see the idiotic players and relax. Who would have known that the 2 players' complaints on the forum would become more and more intense? Countless people were cursing the red-named players. Soon, he found a post that was pinned to the top. There were more than 100,000 people commenting on it. Condemnation. 7 red-named players have cheated, seriously affecting the balance of casual sandbox games. Requesting GM to ban them. A letter of blood from 10,000 people. In the post, it was written that the 7 red-named players had simply affected the balance of this Battle Royale game. Reporting X-ray vision hack. He can find me no matter where I hide, and it even has a self-sighting function. Report a health lock cheat. The legend wizards inside are like ants. They can't be killed no matter what, their health is definitely locked. I want compensation. It's a species that I've worked so hard to evolve. 10,000 people's blood letter plus 2. 10,000 people's blood letter plus 3. At this moment, the entire forum was filled with complaints, and the accumulated grievances completely erupted. When Su Ji saw this, he was just speechless and completely ignored their reports. He was Long Aotian, the proud son of heaven who had gathered the fate of the country and had the template of a protagonist. How could you extras compare to him? You extras won't survive more than 1 episode of someone else's BGM, alright. Even I think that they're just being arrogant. They're just a bunch of hooligans. I can't be bothered with them. It's useless even if you make a fuss. Su Ji expressed that he was a creator who was emotionless and ignored their grievances. However, Su Ji changed his mind slightly. Since you want compensation, then I'll take the opportunity to give you more hardcore compensation. He suddenly had a bold idea. He wanted to take the opportunity to test the idea of the second subsidiary sandbox and see if it was feasible. After all, I'm the only one developing this amalgamation of more than 17,000 of them. It's too hard to cultivate them one by one. They were in complete despair. Let me think about it and make a plan. He looked at the empty 10-square-meter experimental field next to him. This was the usual land of the gods, which was also the habitat of his little pets in his orchard. Soon, an announcement was made on the forum. According to the strong feedback of many players, this game has decided to compensate for the charm of the wizard world that you have not experienced. In order to make up for the charm of the wizard world that you have not experienced, an auxiliary dungeon map, the Wizard Simulator, will be opened in advance. 1. This map is currently in the trial version. 2. It will only be open for 10 minutes. 3rd, the flow of time was still the same as a day in the sky and 100 years underground. With a forum account, your home will be equipped with the latest VR glasses, and you can participate at will. The number of people online at the same time on the server is 500. The beta test will be closed in 10 minutes. Sorcerer's Simulator, the entertainment choice for casual players, allowing you to experience the true joy of cultivation in the sorcerer world. The moment this news came out, it caused an instant sensation, and the entire forum was almost paralyzed. Compensate for our losses? Since when did this hardcore game become so kind? You mean that this event experience will only last for 10 minutes, and we, the idle cloud players who can only post, can also enter and experience it? Long live the operations! To experience the charm of becoming a wizard, we can also cast spells and fly. Ha ha ha, this hardcore game has finally produced a real casual game. Let us experience the power of moving mountains and filling the seas. It's time to let you see my fire escape technique and great flame blast technique. Ha 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 ha. I'm so happy, I'm blowing up the production team's conscience. I take back what I said about killing a programmer as a sacrifice. Guilty. In the next second, all the spots were snatched up. When the other netizens logged into the game, only one sentence appeared in front of their eyes. The server is full. The limit of 500 has been reached. Please wait for other players to exit before entering the game. So fast? Someone was stunned. I can't even squeeze in with my 18 years of single-hand speed. On the other side, Bai Ziajun, whose online name was Learning Medicine to Save the World, looked at the successful login in front of her and instantly burst into tears. He couldn't say anything. He had been crazily preparing medical papers, but who knew that the third test was still a biology paper? He could not help but vomit blood. This was professional discrimination. After all, the Alchemy Emperor's return was all thanks to these medical students. But now, instead of getting a beta tester spot, he had the experience of getting a strange beta tester spot. Even though it was only 10 minutes, he was already overjoyed. A sorcerer simulator. He took a deep breath. Which young man didn't have the dream of flying in the sky and burrowing underground? He looked ahead. 2 blank characters slowly appeared in front of him. These characters were naturally affected by Su Ji's influence on the player's senses. Otherwise, if they were to find out that their real bodies were just blocks, how terrible would that be? Bai Ziajun looked at one of the character choices. Ordinary Wizards. Spiritual Growth, 1.2. Strength Growth, 0.1. Growth Speed, 0.6. Defense Growth, 0.6. Available for class change. Space Sorcerer. Spiritual Growth, 1.2. Strength Growth, 0.1. Growth Speed, 5.0. Defense Growth Rate, 5.0. Hidden Profession, 1/7 remaining. Hidden Profession? Space Sorcerer? Since it involved the domain of space, it was obviously a high-level skill. His speed and defense attributes have also increased by a large margin. There's only one slot left. As an experienced gamer, Bai Ziajun got excited. It seems that I came early. I can't believe I managed to get it. He wasn't stupid, and he quickly snatched the last spot. Please pinch my face. Another option popped up in front of him. Conscience, this closed beta experience is too much of a conscience. You can even pinch my face. He spent some time, and after he was done, his eyes lit up, and he appeared on a flat open space. This place looks very simple and crude. There are no living things here, just yellow soil. It's indeed a testing game sandbox in semi-open mode, but the area should be much smaller than the Spore Evolution sandbox. Bai Ziajun thought to himself. In the distance, he could occasionally see other scattered players. They were all looking at a huge stone tablet with words on it and studying it. He tested the strength of his body, which was extremely weak. What was going on? What happened to the promised wizard simulator that allowed him to fly in the sky, move mountains, and fill the seas, and experience the power of the unparalleled strong? A notification sounded in his ear. Player, please come to the cultivation method steal and cultivate on your own. Bai Xiajun was speechless. He even had to cultivate on his own. Didn't you say you'd give me benefits? It turned out to be such a hardcore benefit. This game was as casual as ever. One had to experience the power of a wizard and cultivate from the beginning. The opening line was please evolve your eyes. The opening line was please start cultivating. He was silent for a moment. He could only go to the cultivation technique steal and cultivate silently like the others. I finally understand. This time, I'm also a kind of passionate about learning. In the orchard. Su Ji looked at all of this in silence and frowned. He took a bite of the apple and said, it's difficult, it's still too difficult. Even though I had a sudden idea to develop a small test while they were cursing and asking for compensation to test their endurance and various feedback, the prospects should not be good. One had to know that to become a rank 1 magus, one had to train for at least a month. There wasn't even any form of entertainment involved. Just having them control a Rubik's Cube, sit cross-legged, and meditate for a few months would be enough to dissuade anyone. But Su Ji was not willing to give up. Even though he knew that he would die in the womb, he still wanted to struggle. Chapter 114, A Bleak Future. Taking advantage of the atmosphere of everyone's frantic cries for compensation, Su Ji came up with a temporary idea to practice on a small sandbox. It was only 10 square meters and was in a corner next to Su Ji's laundry pole. It was also where his pets usually lived in the orchard. The rate of time flow was 1 day for every 100 years. After conversion, 1 hour in reality was 4 years in there. 10 minutes of experience time might seem short, but in fact, it was equivalent to 8 months. 8 months? Let them cultivate. This is an open test to see how much their endurance is. Even though Su Ji knew the ending, he still held on to a tiny bit of hope. At this very moment, 500 super tiny ants were sitting cross-legged in front of a few large gravestones, meditating. Sure enough, everyone was excited at the beginning. After all, who wouldn't like to experience the fun of a wizard's meditation by providing a terrifying time flow? I can feel a very weak soul in my body. It can cultivate spiritual power, and I spent 3 hours. How about you guys? It is said that those who can sense it within 3 hours are all magus training geniuses. He was going to be recruited by the major wizard academies. Sound breaking. Ha 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 ha. I think so too. If I were born in the wizard world, I would definitely be another great alchemy lord, happy. Why haven't I sensed it yet? In other games, I'm at the top of the rankings. Can I spend some spiritual energy here? Crying. I felt it too. It took 4 hours. Excited. A competitive atmosphere instantly rose in the surroundings. They were secretly gritting their teeth and competing to see who had more shocking talent. Gradually, more than 20 hours had passed. While the players were meditating, they could feel the mental power of the weak little soul in their bodies. Except for a few people, most of them could start meditating. After that, a short day passed. Once everyone's sense of novelty passed, they fell into repeated labor. Some people began to feel bored. I'm so bored. I've been meditating for 2 days. How long will I have to cultivate? What's all this? This is too stupid, I can't take it anymore. Yeah, you said you'd experience the power of a wizard, but what happened? I'll comment on this new game instance. It's not fun, it's a failure. He did not become stronger, he failed. He only knew how to repeat the cultivation, a failure among failures. Brothers, I'm leaving. I'll be a fool if I enter this game mode again. Big fool. Do a live broadcast of doing a handstand, having diarrhea, and then eating it. Same, eat with diarrhea +1. Same, eat it with diarrhea +2. In the beginning, everyone was very curious, but after sensing spiritual power and meditating for a day, it made people feel a little disgusted. Some people started to quit the game. People had the mentality of following the crowd. Under the situation where someone took the lead, very quickly, there were many people who quit. When Su Ji saw this, he sighed silently. It still won't work. These people are here to play games. They're not stupid. After all, no one will be able to withstand this kind of repetitive and boring cultivation and work for me for free. I'll have to think of another way. He turned around and left the chair in the yard, returning to his room. He was too lazy to observe this little practice sandbox that he came up with on the spot. Anyway, he did not put much effort into it, so he did not care too much if it failed. At this time, he planned to take an afternoon nap to replenish his exhausted mental energy. After waking up, he would carve a few Rubik's cubes. Boring, I'm leaving. I'm leaving too. Bad review. Brothers, retreat. Seeing this, Bai Xiajun felt bored. It was not interesting at all. In fact, he could sense his mental strength in just over an hour. According to the beginner wizard's meditation and introduction compiled by the three witches, he could be considered a super genius in this field of cultivation, but he still felt uncomfortable. No one would be able to stand sitting cross-legged for more than a day. Not to mention a modern person. However, was the game designer really that brainless? I don't think so. There must be a deeper meaning. In fact, Su Ji had really just tested it casually. Seeing that it did not work, he went to take an afternoon nap. As for the deeper meaning, there was really nothing, but he could not stand the imagination of some crazy fans. How about I wait a little longer? I'll hold on a little longer. Bai Xiajun looked at the crowd that had almost all left, and he was a little reluctant. Trusting the production team was one thing. Another thing was that he was different from the others. He was very talented. Furthermore, he had obtained a rare hidden profession, so he was really unwilling to give it up. At this moment, the first batch of players had been cultivating inside for 2 days, but only a few seconds had passed in the real world. The players outside were still clicking crazily, trying to fight for the spots. They were still complaining. I'm angry. It's only been half a second. Why is the server full? I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of players fighting for these 500 turtles. His hand speed was amazing. I'm afraid that in the entire gaming world, he's a terrifying existence that's as rare as phoenix feathers and Kylan horns. A speed-based warrior is so terrifying. The group of people were heartbroken, but they did not believe in heresy. They madly clicked enter the game, hoping for a miracle. However, after a few seconds of the full notification, they suddenly heard a message. Successfully entered the game. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, in Bai Xiajun's eyes, on the huge yellow dirt square, the hundreds of people who had just exited the game and fallen to the ground suddenly stood up, full of health. Furthermore, they looked at their surroundings in shock and exclaimed. I actually managed to squeeze in. Ha ha ha, I'm indeed the European king. The group of people stood up and looked around excitedly. They were overjoyed. They had managed to get a spot for 500 people and enjoy the super benefit that had only been released for 10 minutes. Wait, your character's appearance. Why is it Sister Phoenix? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Me? Sister Phoenix? How was that possible? I'm a man. Some people went crazy and kept touching their faces, screaming in pain. Arg! I really am. The surrounding people quickly looked over. As expected, it was real and lifelike. He looked around and saw many familiar faces. Among the 500 faces, he could remember the names of many. I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't mention it. I'm wearing a red cloud robe and a forehead guard. Handsome. Around them, people were constantly shouting and wrangling. Bai Xiajun thought for a moment and then said in a low voice, these looks were left behind by the previous generation of players. I guess only the first batch of players who came in could create character models and mold faces. The players who came later could only take over the bodies they left behind. Bai Xiajun put on an ordinary face. He wasn't like those idiotic netizens who could think of such a way to mold faces. When he came in and saw these people's faces, he was also very shocked. He didn't expect these people to have such big holes in their brains. All kinds of famous people had appeared. They were simply too playful. However, they've also started to cultivate. I reckon that in a day or two, they'll feel as bored as the previous batch and will leave. Bai Xiajun whispered to himself. He thought about it, and decided to continue. As expected, another 2 days passed. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and started to leave one after another. It was only equivalent to a few seconds in real life when the third batch of players rushed in and shouted. "Aren't the slots full? Why am I here too? Wah! I look like a Slayer Lord. Watch me snap my fingers." Batch after batch, it kept repeating. This is a cycle. In reality, a batch is produced in a few seconds. Bai Xiajun sat to the side and muttered to herself. She calmed down and continued to meditate. Gradually, he found that meditation had become a habit, and time would pass very quickly. It was very boring, but it didn't feel long, because he would enter a mysterious and ethereal environment. A deep meditation could pass several days. Otherwise, how can those magi endure being in seclusion for so long every day? Bai Xiajun weighed the pros and cons. However, these days of training are indeed very boring. Do the powerhouses of the Magus world and the Alchemy Emperor all persevere like this? I can't believe that behind becoming a powerhouse is a difficult and lonely cultivation path. He sighed. So, this is what the game producer wanted to tell us? No one could reap without sowing. Behind any hero or expert, there was a sense of loneliness. As expected of the production team with a conscience. They focused on education and making people love learning. Biology, physics, pharmacy, linguistics. And improve all kinds of social practices. On the fourth day, Bai Xiajun felt hungry. After all, his body was accelerating, and his lifespan was being consumed at a crazy rate. Along with the consumption of energy, his hunger was also becoming more and more intense. Hwalalalalalalala. A large rain of rice suddenly fell from the sky. Rice grains that were bigger than a person's body smashed onto the ground. It was from the little pet in the orchard. It had 500 body parts scattered here, so naturally, it would not starve. We only need to sit cross-legged and meditate, and there's food for us to eat. He was surprised for a moment. After eating, he continued to meditate. This game is too real, and there's even a sense of hunger. The production team is too kind. It seems that there must be some places that we haven't dug out here, which is why we feel that we have failed. Boring. 1 week, 2 weeks. Batch after batch entered and exited. Bai Xiajun continued to sit cross-legged, and after a month and 7 days, he felt the weak soul inside his body suddenly undergo a qualitative change. His soul suddenly grew stronger. Boom! The weak little soul in his body suddenly spoke with a clear voice. I've endured for more than a month, and I've broken through to a rank 1 Magus. Ha 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 ha! Bai Xiajun laughed wildly. His words attracted the attention of the countless new students who had just come into practice and were still competing to see who could begin meditation first. They looked at the big boss in shock. Someone actually broke through to a level 1 wizard here? That can't be, right? Chapter 115, Sudden Change. There's a big shot here. Countless people were stunned and quickly surrounded him. You've become an official Magus? So fierce. You've been cultivating for more than a month. Show us. I heard that rank 1 wizards are already very powerful. They can easily beat up more than 10 of us ordinary people. They can also use the common spell Warhammer. It's super cool. I've never seen extraordinary power. Big brother, show us your skills. The surrounding players' eyes were burning with excitement. Bai Xiajun's face became calm. He looked around at the familiar faces. Everyone, after training for more than a month, I finally understood a principle. The strong are lonely. This is also the principle that the production team wanted us to understand, the purpose of building this sandbox. The people around him were stunned for a moment. They didn't know what was going on. But they still nodded silently. See? All right, Bai Xiajun laughed. Let me show everyone the power of a level 1 sorcerer. Speaking of which, I also have a hidden profession, space sorcerer. The surrounding people were shocked. It was not that they had not communicated with each other. 6 of them had obtained the body of a hidden profession as soon as they had entered, and there was a 7th one here. Everyone, please make way to avoid accidental injuries. He quickly made a large circle around him, his expression nervous. I'll show you my life-bound sorcery. Bai Xiajun waved his hand, and a grain of yellow sand on the ground slowly floated up, then quickly disappeared. Bai Xiajun? The surrounding crowd was speechless. After some research, countless people were shocked. This hidden profession can only take 1 grain of sand? They were all discussing what was known as the most ridiculous hidden profession in history, and they were all mourning for Bai Xiajun. Bai Xiajun was also furious. I don't believe this. I will continue to cultivate. His heart was also trembling. I've been cultivating for an entire month. After a month, the result was, it could only collect 1 grain of sand. Production team, come out. I won't beat you to death. That's impossible. It's impossible, Bai Xiajun's voice was trembling. If I quit the game angrily like the other players, wouldn't I be the same as them? The production team definitely had other intentions. He clearly understood that if he didn't comfort himself, he would collapse in an instant. For this kind of heaven-defying profession, a level 1 sorcerer is too weak. It may be normal. The strongest space sorcerer is in the later stages, and they can beat countless people of the same level. Big brother, don't be like this. You won't be able to endure it. A rank 2 magus will need more than 10 times the time a rank 1 magus needs. That's right, at least a year. The surrounding people tried to dissuade him. But Bai Xiajun had already made up his mind. More than 3 months had passed. At this moment, it was equivalent to 4 minutes in reality. Another new batch of players had entered. After they were yelling about their appearances as usual, they started to meditate again, and something different happened. Bang! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out on the yellow dirt square. One by one, spiritual force undulations rapidly broke through to rank 1 magus. I'm indeed a peerless genius. Alchemy Emperor, it took you a month to break through, but I only took 1 day. The heavens are unfair, and the heavens are jealous of the talented. If I were born in the magus world, what would a mere alchemy emperor do? You're all too shallow. Look at my face. If the heavens do not give birth to the fire cloud evil god, the ancient sorcerers will be like the eternal night. Was this a show-off event? Bai Xiajun also stood up in shock. He was dumbfounded by what he saw. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. It must be the players who used this body to train. Although they stopped, they have reached the level of a level 1 wizard after 3 months of meditation. On the yellow earth square, more than 300 rank 1 magi had broken through. Following that, they began to train in various spells, feeling extremely high. After all, meditation was boring, but casting spells was very interesting. 3 or 4 days passed. Warhammer! Warhammer! This is extraordinary power. It's so cool. They were so high that they even started fighting each other. We're both rank 1 magi, but they can cast spells, while I can only take in small grains of sand. Bai Xiajun's face was covered in tears. She took a deep breath and tried to comfort herself. This is the test of the hidden profession. I am convinced that a level 1 wizard is so powerful. There is no reason for me to be so weak. After a whole week, the players finally left the game after getting sick of it. They began to control the bodies of rank 1 magi in batches and began to study spells as soon as they entered. Warhammer! They spent a few days learning it, experienced it for fun, and quit after they were tired of it. The news had also spread outside and was being discussed on the forum. The feeling of being a wizard is too good. The Warhammer is too realistic. The feeling of using mental energy to activate a spell is too awesome. Immediately, countless people were shocked and asked what was going on. Could it be that these people had a tendency to be abused and liked to meditate in such a boring way? After a while, they finally found out the truth. How is this possible? You're already rank 1 magi, and you can cast spells? The predecessor planted the tree, the successor enjoyed the shade. It's all my fault for being single for a long time, and my hand speed is fast. If you go in and cultivate in advance, you'll only be paving the way for your future. Why are you torturing a single dog in a game, angry? No, I want to go in. I've been cultivating so hard, don't let me not experience anything. When those who had gone in before heard this, they couldn't help but feel like they were dogs that had been kicked out. Someone beside him couldn't help but say, "Didn't you say that you won't go in a second time? Where are the people who said that they would enter the game again and eat by doing handstands and pooping? Someone is actually making an oath? Scamming people for food and drinks? Angry. Bastard, you're actually lying to me." Burning with anger. Big bosses, Please let us go. We can't get out, trembling. It just so happens that I have a lot of stock, so I'll satisfy you. Reluctantly. Strange things were happening on the forum. In the first 4 minutes, the comments were all negative, but in the next 6 minutes, the comments were all positive. After all, he had experienced the pleasure of being a rank 1 wizard. Soon, the short 10-minute experience was over in this atmosphere. Reminder, the experience time is over. You will be forced to exit the game. As soon as this news came, the people who were casting spells instantly began to curse. I just came in. I've been madly clicking the mouse outside for 10 minutes, and my hands are going soft. But you. Your sister, don't. Pa. Instantly, everyone's screens turned black and they went offline. Among them, Bai Xiajun was the most uncomfortable. He had been cultivating for 8 months. Although he would become more proficient in the later stages and the time he needed to enter meditation would be longer, it would still be very difficult to endure the long 8 months. You still haven't become a rank 2 wizard. He was very unwilling to give up. However, I have thoroughly understood the deep meaning of this game's sandbox, as well as the player group it intends to target in the future. If I'm not wrong, this sandbox may seem to be a failure and has been criticized by people, but its future prospects and popularity will not be any less than the current Spore Evolution sandbox. He thought for a while and couldn't help but post on the forum. Spore Evolution New Dungeon Experience, a review of a hidden professional player who has stayed for 8 months. And the first sentence was even more shocking. This post will vindicate the name of the production team. According to my guess, this semi-open game sandbox that is still under construction isn't as boring and dry as everyone thinks. We've all misunderstood the game production team. Now, I'm going to analyze the game production team's deeper meaning from all aspects. Moreover, I boldly predict the future prospects. It will not be worse than the leisure sandbox. It is a truly leisure and healthy game, which can prolong one's life. It is a good place for modern people to relax and exercise after working hard. I am blowing my own trumpet. Chapter 116, however, I'm smart enough to see through everything. As soon as this post was posted, everyone was in an uproar. The forum was full of discussions and curiosity. If it was any other unknown junior, they would just think that he was playing to the gallery. But this person was completely different. In just 10 minutes, the huge number of people who went to the game space that was still being built for the review experience had reached at least 6,000 to 7,000 people. After repeated rounds, everyone had long heard that there was a big boss who had been staying in there all this time, and it was even a hidden profession. This is a wolf kill. He's not just a little more ruthless than a ruthless person, but also more overbearing. This was everyone's evaluation of him. Could a person willingly stay in loneliness for 8 months? Who could be more ruthless than him? But now, he was posting such a post. Hehe, big brother, don't lie to us. That's right, I've seen this kind of trick before. I'm afraid that you've suffered a big loss, so you want to trick us into going in and then suffer with you? Terrifying. They weren't fools. They were smart, so how could they be fooled? However, they were still very cautious and continued to read the content of the post. What if they really found something? Who knew that it would be better if they didn't look, but with this look, it instantly set off stormy waves in everyone's hearts. The post was as follows. Hello everyone, I am Bai Xiajun. I believe you have all heard of my name. I am the most hard-working player. The following are my personal opinions. First, it's virtual. Now that I'm experiencing it for myself, it's indeed a terrifying and real second life. The senses are extremely real. Here, I'm very grateful to the game team for opening it to the general public to experience this new black technology. But now, no one was grateful. Instead, they were complaining. On various well-known websites, the anticipation rating for the new sandbox game Wizard Emulator had dropped to a low score of 3.7. You guys can't understand the painstaking efforts of the game development team. I feel very sorry for the game development team. I'll cut to the chase and clear the name of the game team. I'll dig deep into every aspect and analyze the hidden intentions of the production team. The first problem was meditation. The selling point of this game had always been realistic and hardcore. The current cultivation system was too realistic and required one to cultivate from the beginning. This was also the reason why everyone criticized it. At first, I thought it was too mechanical and too irritable, but then I thought, was there a deeper meaning behind the game producer's actions? I experienced it for a long time and understood the key to the matter. I've noticed that the meditation of the wizard world is similar to the Daoist Qigong on our earth, yoga and meditation. Closing your eyes and resting for 30 minutes can calm one's mind and mood. Why did the design team have to do this? It's for us to slow down the pace of our lives for the sake of our health. A report from a magazine in the modern era stated that people in the modern era were under too much mental pressure due to the fast pace of life. They were mentally exhausted and more or less had mental illnesses. Attached magazine sticker. This meditation was very helpful in calming the mind and clearing one's thoughts. It was equivalent to opening a mind meditation room for free. The gym was for a healthy body, and the meditation room was for a healthy mind. You guys need money to go to the gym, but this meditation room doesn't need money and can save time. I personally think that this is a place for us to relax. The game sandbox was developed for our health. Meditating for an hour a day is definitely beneficial to the body and mind. As for you finding it boring, that's because you've meditated for too long and you're unwilling to quit. Problem 2, the problem of raising one's realm. The difficulty and dullness of cultivation were also one of the reasons why everyone was cursing him. Who could bear to see a rank 2 magus meditating for more than a year? In fact, everyone had fallen into a misunderstanding. This was not meant for one person to cultivate in the first place. According to my guess, a body account is for countless people to cultivate. Just like how countless people are taking turns to experience it now, one account can probably provide 1,000 people to take turns logging in, meditate, and relax their minds to relieve their daily mental pressure. Cultivating like this, his cultivation speed was not slow. Problem 3, interesting. Everyone said, this is too boring, dumbass gaming group. Didn't you just give us an empty space for us to cultivate? How boring. That was too stupid. This was what everyone was thinking. In fact, no one noticed the game planning team's good intentions. This is to give us the space to play freely. Just like the evolution of spores, we start off as a single cell, but in reality, there are infinite possibilities. It's up to us how we want to play. What could a group of magi do in there? First of all, this is a free community. We will build it ourselves. We can build houses and build a community park. Moreover, we can build our own PvP arena mode. We can spontaneously create an arena where everyone can fight in real life and rank our own combat power rankings. I believe that many people are addicted to fighting games such as King of Fighters. In the real world, there are all kinds of spells and techniques in the ring, and you can win a series of consecutive victories. Just thinking about it makes you feel awesome. Secondly, in addition to arena PvP, we can also make a tower pushing game called Wizard's Glory. We will build the Summoner's Canyon scene with 5 people here and 5 people there. A group of wizards started to push the tower with the help of the wizard techniques they had studied, including wind, water, and fire elements. All troops, attack! Enemy crystal has been destroyed. In real-life Glory, all kinds of showy plays, backstabs, 1v3, counter-attacks with low health, just thinking about it felt great. This aspect of the game has unlimited possibilities. Are you fools to say that it's not fun? I'm really heartbroken. To think that all of you claim to be smart and have a lot of online talents, but what's the result? And even slandered the game production team that treated us so well? Were they anti-fans lowering the game's rating? I'll give you a look, feel it for yourself. Eyes that show concern for the mentally retarded. In that case, if they combined the above 3 aspects of meditation problems, boring training, and fun problems, the answer would be obvious. In everyone's eyes, they probably already had a blueprint. That's right, the future mode of this game would definitely be as follows. In the future, a game body with hundreds or thousands of people would take turns logging in every day to play the game. After that, we'll meditate every day and relieve our mental pressure in reality. We can go and play on our own. There are all kinds of entertainment scenes, arenas, various DIY games, community exchange activities, and we can close the distance between people. It's simply too satisfying. The wizard community. After reading the analysis post, everyone on the internet was shocked. At this moment, after in-depth analysis from various angles, everyone was a little unsettled. They didn't expect this big shot to study so deeply and analyze so many hidden secrets. And we actually didn't see through all of this. It's really embarrassing for us netizens. To think that we've always claimed to be witty. Some people can't help but feel some regret. As expected of a big shot who has been lurking for 8 months. He actually managed to analyze the real thoughts of the game development team. I'm impressed. So that's how it is. To think that there would be such a meticulous truth after digging so deeply. At first, I thought that the production team had just opened a semi-finished product and was prepared to scam us. Apologize. I offer my sincerest apologies to the game production team. Apology +1. Apology +2. I guess the game production team is also dumbfounded. There's a god here. We've been secretly studying the idea of creative games countless times, but he saw through it with one look and even published it on the internet. Detestable. Instantly, countless people became excited, and the reviews immediately changed. They exclaimed that the production team still had the same simple and honest taste. This game, just hearing about the various possibilities made them feel that it was extremely fun. Which current game allowed the players to choose their own game style? Construct the game's content himself? Game setting? No, this game had created a new genre. When Bai Xiaojun saw everyone's exclamations, she heaved a sigh of relief. With a confident look, she chuckled. This game's production team is as hardcore as ever. He was like a reincarnated Such, calm and clear about everything. His eyes left the computer and looked at the bright sunshine outside the window. He murmured softly. The production team even wanted to use this method to surprise us, hiding their creativity under everyone's scolding. They really had a lot of good intentions. However, I'm smart enough to see through everything. Chapter 117, The Anti-Fan's Guilt. This detailed analysis was well-founded and based on facts. After everyone read it, they cheered. On the internet, people often liked this kind of technical post. There were all kinds of analysis and layers of hidden truths. It was simply awesome, wasn't it? Everyone couldn't help but call him the king of reasoning and gave him a thumbs up. Bai Xiaojun, I'll add one more thing. I believe everyone has seen that in these 10 minutes of experience, the entire sandbox game is still in a half-constructed state. Many things are not perfected. This is only a preliminary test. According to my personal guess, the timing of the early stages of the game has not been adjusted. At that time, the real game time would not be as big as the Sorcerer World's one day in the sky is 100 years underground. It would definitely be shortened. Not only would the time flow be reduced, but the time that each person could play the game was also fixed. To prevent them from getting addicted to the game, they would be forced to go offline at most 3 hours and have another person come online. A few minutes in real life would be equivalent to 3 hours in the game. Cogitation, soothing the mind, socializing with others, and entertainment. This game flow would completely change our health and our daily routine. This is a second life that transcends time. After playing this game, our lives are extended by 3 hours a day, which is equivalent to 27 hours a day. In a sense, it was an extension of life. Countless people were breathing heavily. Everyone could not help but secretly try to figure out the terrifying meaning behind this analysis. Most office workers were pressed for time. He went to work at 7 in the morning, got off work at 6 in the evening, and came back to cook. By the time he finished eating, it was already 7 or 8. He was exhausted every day, and then he had to go to bed at 11 o'clock to prepare for the next day's work. He was basically a robot all day. He was busy with his life and didn't have much time to do what he liked. As for the high school students, they didn't even have time to rest for a day. He woke up at 6:30 in the morning and it was already past 10 when he came back from the evening self-study session. This kind of life was too boring. If he could log in for a few minutes every day, it would be equivalent to giving people 3 hours of extra social relaxation time to meditate, recuperate, relieve stress, and relax in the game. Indeed, he would be much happier and happier. A game that transcended the era. A real second life. Countless people's breathing became unstable. Their eyes were burning, and their hearts began to race. They knew what this meant. I finally understand. This game was for our own good from the beginning. Let us love learning, biological evolution, pharmacy, language, chemistry, physics. And now, it's even more so to relieve us of the mental pressure in reality. Indeed, such a good social reputation can't be fake. As expected of the game that my mom asked me to play. Tears. No, in the future, this will not be limited to the learning and leisure software. I'm afraid that many office workers and students will favor it. It's a very loving and leisure community. You can log in and relax on a daily basis. It's a very leisurely entertainment method. A lot of people were saying that they were very emotional. It was indeed a phenomenal game that transcended the times and changed people's boring lives. Moreover, countless people secretly blamed themselves for scoring maliciously in a moment of anger without knowing anything. They couldn't help but organize their own organizations and rescore. Soon, with the help of the Tap Water Army, the game's anticipation rating rose from low to 8.7. What's this situation? The rapid changes in the game's ratings left many famous big names on gaming websites dumbfounded. Now I understand. This Spore Evolution game is really something. So much black technology, crazily investing a large amount of R&D capital, and they don't expect us to report a single cent, crazily distributing all kinds of benefits to the civilians. Could this be released by the country? For the physical and mental health of the people. Instantly, more and more people started to discuss it. At the same time, some people began to quickly dig deeper in the direction of the game. Also, this big shot's speculation isn't comprehensive. According to this speculation, I can come up with many ways to play it. For example, I think that face molding has a deeper meaning. What deeper meaning? The gathering of fans. The fans were free to choose their characters. For example, there were a lot of people who liked Yuji Pao Asal. There would definitely be fans who wanted to enter this character account. There would be hundreds or thousands of fans who would take turns meditating and train him together to increase his level. Also, in the PvP arena, we'll definitely think of ways to research similar fire and spiritual sorcery to let this character master the fire escape ground fireball technique. Beat Yenshen, moon reading. It would definitely be very exciting when they fought. If it's a tower pushing game, it'll definitely be more cool. Please choose your hero Yuji Pao Asal, then 3 skills and 1 ultimate. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. The more they dug, the more they found it interesting. The fun was simply too great, and they were simply looking forward to it. In addition, with the influence of the cultivation of fans, a group of people could cultivate a character together, cultivate their level, and improve their skills. Everyone was getting more and more excited as they chatted. Some of them have pinched the faces of Slayer Lord and Fire Cloud Evil God. I guess many people like them. Ha ha ha. If we make a tower-pushing game Witcher's Glory together, it will definitely be a chaotic battle of 500 heroes. Then I want to choose one of the heroes, Li Bai, to join in and study the skills of the Witcher with hundreds and thousands of Li Bai's fans, Swordsman's Walk, Guzzling Wine, Divine Brush, and Green Lotus Sword Song. Restore everything in the game. If I could do it all over again. I want to choose Li Bai. The good or bad things they did hundreds of years ago. Not many people are guessing. The song above, why do you have your own sound effects? I couldn't help but sing. Detestable. You damn glory dogs. Then I'll be a Dota Shadow Fiend and restore its skills. Eat my elegy of the soul. Excited. Then what about my Kun Kun? He was so anxious. Who was the one who pinched him, damn it? How should he choose the 4 skills of this original hero? When he was in the arena, were his skills cool? Confused. The surrounding people were getting more and more excited. After all, the Spore Evolution sandbox game had a very high threshold and a very small audience. However, this sandbox game seemed to be a large-scale casual community game that was targeted at the entire society. 500 sorcerer heroes. It was more casual and more popular. Currently, there were 500 hero characters. Assuming that each character was logged in by 1,000 players, that would be 500,000 players. If that's the case, then the total number of registered accounts would be 500,000. There are 500 people logging in at the same time. It's considered a special game with a small audience, but I'm still blowing it up. Countless people became more and more excited as they continued to explore all kinds of possibilities. There are infinite possibilities. We built the game's scenes ourselves. Not only can we build maps like the Arena and Summoner's Rift, but we can also make other places. The discussion grew. When Suji woke up groggily after taking a more than an hour's nap, he planned to study and carve a few Rubik's Cubes before checking on the progress of the large sandbox. In the end, he realized that the weather had changed. He looked at the large number of explosive posts in the forum and was a little speechless. I guess these posts are all here to scold me for opening the 10-minute experience and saying that this game is too boring. Who knew that the moment Su Zhi clicked on it, all of them were praising the game's production team and apologizing profusely, begging for the open beta to be released as soon as possible. He was already impatient with his meditation technique. I'm going to meditate on him for 100 hours. I have 1,000 hours, no one can stop me. Su Zhi was dumbfounded, and his entire face was filled with question marks. I've transmigrated? Were the people of this parallel world all fools? The more they were tortured, the happier they would be? After resting for 10 minutes and looking through the forum, Su Zhi let out a long sigh. Actually, I just randomly gave you guys an open space for you to sit cross-legged and practice and meditate. Alright, he said. Su's Haidun was stunned for a moment, but he admitted it in silence. It seems that my good intentions and the meticulous plan of everyone's meditation room, which ve hidden so deeply have been dug out by you all in the end. I've been bearing with the meticulous thoughts that I shouldn't have at my age. I'm so tired. His heart was tired. He took a sip of tea and read the post carefully. However, this is indeed a good idea. I just set up a meditation sandbox casually, and this netizen actually supplemented the settings completely. Netizens are indeed omnipotent. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Chapter 118, Open Pay to Win Beta. Su Zhi had only wanted to do it casually and do a small test. Who would have known that there were indeed many talents online, and that there were even such game designers who came up with their own ideas. It's a pity that such a talent doesn't join the game company's planning. Su Zhi thought about it for a moment and decided to modify it according to his plan. After all, according to what he had said, the actual workload was not much. There were only two things he had to do. The first was the problem of logging in. If he wanted a game character, he could let hundreds of people take turns to come online. This was not a problem at all. Any programmer could solve it, not to mention the Nest subbrain, which was the intelligent brain. Programming and computing power was the job of an AI. The second problem was the speed of the sand. It was indeed too fast, and he had to adjust it. After all, 100 years a day. It would be fine if it was provided to a small audience, but it would be too exaggerated if it was provided to the public. It might even lead to various potential unstable factors. Why don't we slow down time by 100 times, from 100 years per day to a day per year? Su Zhi calculated the flow of time in this creature. 1 minute outside is equivalent to 6 hours in the game. But 6 hours a day is still quite long. In that case, each person would be limited to 30 seconds of login each day, which was 3 hours. It's still very advanced technology, but it's enough. Su Zhi thought about it. Each person had a time limit of 30 seconds to log in. With countless people taking turns, it was enough to be online for 24 hours. As for the initial idea of logging in, we'll just make it into a beach landing battle mode like before. Whoever gets a beach landing battle will log in for 30 seconds, then go offline and get another beach landing battle. There were a total of 500 characters. If they couldn't get this character, they would just grab another one. But this also gives birth to the problem of a sense of belonging for the character. Su Zhi frowned. Everyone just goes online and snatches any role they want, and they'll be able to enter the arena. Although he didn't play many online games, he knew that for those internet-addicted players, if they didn't have the right to own a character, they couldn't develop it as their own character and work hard. Su Zhi pondered for a moment and thought of a solution. After that, he looked at it carefully and started to write an update. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he posted it online. Spore Evolution 0.4 is officially updated. Thank you all for your anticipation and support. In this update, the subsidiary instance wizard community will be opened, and everyone can interact, play, interact, and make friends. It would move from a small internal beta to an official open beta. As usual, once the news came out, the forum was in an uproar again. After the previous 3 closed beta testing, it was finally going to be open beta for the public. I'm so teary. I watched him grow up step by step. He's finally in open beta and is open to the public. It's finally not like the closed beta, where there are only a few spots and you have to write a hardcore thesis to get in. Above, this is the subsidiary dungeon community for everyone to cultivate their body and mind. You have to enter the official game area, play as a single cell, and enter the universe. I still have to write a thesis, Ruthless Strike. Everyone was fervently discussing this update and what kind of major impact it would have in the future. Some people even said that this was probably planned in advance. Spore Evolution was about grinding one's head, learning hard, working hard, and learning to make one stronger. The Witcher community was about relaxation. There was a meditation room where everyone could have fun, communicate, and grow back their hair. There was tension and relaxation. One side was the study area, while the other was the rest area. It was indeed a perfect combination. In the midst of the discussion, the content of the update was published. Spore Evolution 0.3 closed beta version, the update log was as follows. 1. According to the players' suggestions, the planning team had a meeting to officially change the name Wizard Simulator to a Wizard Community. 2. Moderate games are good for health. There is a time limit of 30 seconds per person per day, which is 3 hours in-game time. 3. The game will use the beach landing battle mode. Players will compete with their hand speed to seize the opportunity to log in from 500 characters. 4. The game will start the monthly VIP mode. The monthly VIP will be 300 UN. Normal non-VIP players are tourist players. They can take 500 slots and control any character they want. VIP players could choose the settling in mode and choose one of the 500 characters to become a permanent player. They would have the 30-second reservation function every day for that character, and there was no need to fight for it. 5. Each character can have a maximum of 1,000 permanent players. Now, the VIP reservation function will be available. You can choose your favorite character and enter the game. This game is free to play and is completely up to the players to explore on their own to increase the fun of the game. The final explanation is reserved by the officials. At the end of the update log, there was a website link. After opening it, there were VIP reservations for 500 characters. There were a total of 500 characters, and each of them had a string of numbers behind them. 0/1000. Hurry up, it's time to compete in hand speed again. Damn it, the Yuji Wave Weasel is mine, don't snatch it. You animals are so fast. In the blink of an eye, Kun Kun is gone. Am I only left with Sister Feng? Hurry up, or else there won't be Sister Phoenix anymore. You can only become an ordinary player. You can't make a reservation and have to compete with your hand speed every day. Everyone was fanatical. After all, to them, a 300 UN VIP monthly package was nothing. The production team was extremely kind and charged a symbolic fee. After all, to the rich, they had 3 more hours in their lives every day. What was a mere 10,000 UN to them? He was even willing to spend more money. Bai Xiaojun sat in front of the computer screen, tears streaming down her face. Could it be that I can't get the role that I've been working so hard on? I've been here for a full 8 months. He wanted to knock his head and commit suicide. However, when he pressed the request button, a row of words appeared. As an experienced player, once you have cultivated for more than 3 days, you will have the priority to become a VIP of your character. Do you want to buy it? Bai Xiaojun suddenly became excited, as if a ray of light had just arrived in his desperate life. There's such an Easter egg for the closed beta? When Su Ji saw this, he just smiled. This was considered a benefit for those players who had liver cirrhosis before. If they meditated beyond the average person's level, they would receive an Easter egg after 3 days or more. After all, he was lacking such players, and the more the better. The VIP setting is mainly to let them have fixed roles and earn a little money. Su Ji looked at the account that his AI had blocked from being tracked. In just a few minutes, more than 600,000 UN had been transferred into his account, and it was still increasing wildly. Chapter 119, The Night of the Heavenly Witch. With this amount of money, it should be enough for a short period of time. It was true that he was short of money, but there was no need to earn more. Although he raised the price of the monthly card, people would buy it at 3,000, 30,000, 300,000, or even 300,000, but he chose not to do so. Making money was a small matter. He only needed money to maintain his daily expenses, to maintain and expand the sandbox, and to buy various equipment. As for the rest of the money, it was not of much use to him, a farmer who was farming for leisure. As for this newly established practice meditation room sandbox, Su Ji planned to keep it going as a community of practice wizards. He would leave it completely there and raise it freely. When these 500 became level 4 sorcerers, they would be able to develop their own intelligence and cultivate on their own, so there would be no need for them. He then switched to a new batch of 500 Rubik's Cubes and repeated the process. This cultivation sandbox is just an hack to level up man-made god. It's my greatest trump card to protect my safety in reality and one of my strongest fighters in the future. However, there's no need to become strong so quickly. I'll cultivate in batches of 500 and take it slow. My life isn't in danger, and the stronger it is, the more it will eat. My primary goal is still to advance civilization on the big sandbox. My second goal is to become a subsidiary evolution sandbox. I'll wait for them to evolve into species with potential and release them into the extraordinary world. Su Ji's thoughts were still relatively clear. Making use of these players was just a means, and it was not a big deal to throw them away after using them. His main goal was to develop an extraordinary civilization and deduce the next level 8 mythical realm. Otherwise, what was the use of the Rubik's Cube god cultivating quickly? No matter how fast one's realm rose, they would always face a dead end. Even if he managed to break through by force, it would still be an immature system, the semi-god realm. In addition, it would require more new transcendent life form genes to perfect it. It's been half a day. Let's see how the sorcerer world is doing. Su Ji took a sip of tea and began to consult the intelligent sub-brain. Year 937 of the Kingdom of Babylon. Medusa had been studying the blood of immortality, and she had already been on the verge of death from old age. However, she had actually gained some insight and once again broke through the limits of the human body. At this moment, she was already more than 780 years old. She had long surpassed the limit of a 600-year epoch. There were rumors going around among the people. Emperor Medusa was almost there. He would be the next alchemy emperor. He would completely break through the limits and live a second life, from the epic realm to the demigod realm. Once you step into the demigod realm and ignite the divine fire, you will be a level 8 mythical wizard. A living god will be completely born on earth like never before. This god doesn't belong to the land of the gods in heaven. She's immortal, a post-celestial god. The three kingdoms all knew that Ermin's accumulation was still too low, and she could only rely on the ancient Emperor Medusa to take that step. It was just that fate was too much of a joke. There was no opportunity to become a god in the era of the alchemy emperor, but great Medusa had a great chance. As expected, the one who lived longer was the true winner. Now that Medusa had become a god and ruled the world, it was only to bring them pressure and return them to the Dark Age. With Medusa's strong character, he might even go to heaven, join the land of gods, and leave the kingdom on earth. The evil gods were revived and awakened in the old days, bringing about the destruction of the world. There was still a balance between the two, and Medusa had become the hope of all wizards. Dragonborn walked on the street with his headphones on. There was an endless stream of people around him. Fruit stalls, stalls selling giant beast bones, and simple alchemy materials were hawking everywhere. Women in witch robes walked by. Occasionally, an alchemy airship would fly across the sky. This era had pushed alchemy to its peak. It might be quite risky for men, but if women wanted to become magi, as long as there were enough materials, various alchemy potions that increased probability, coupled with the blood of the evil eye, could still become rank 1 magi. Thus, it was no longer strange for there to be countless rank 1 magi on the streets. But at this moment, the world was in chaos. The entire street, and even many towns, was filled with an atmosphere of panic. Although he was wearing headphones, he could still hear the voices of people discussing strange things on the streets. Missing people, demonized creatures, talking books, rotting corpses that could move. Strange. Squirming red pieces of meat. The common sense of life was broken, and all kinds of strange images appeared. The wizards gradually began to doubt the truth. What a strong wind! Dragonborn walked step by step, and the wizards around him pressed their cloaks tightly together. They were in a hurry, as if they were shrouded in darkness and had entered the zombie apocalypse of the supernatural world. The air in this world seemed to be pulled by someone, so tight that it was hard to breathe. It was as if it was about to usher in a bloody and terrifying explosion like a tsunami. At that time, it would definitely tear the entire earth apart. In fact, the entire history of Magi would welcome an unprecedented, terrifying divide along with these evil gods. The new life of the age of the gods? Or was the world going to be destroyed? It's getting dark. Hurry up and go home. In the sky, the 50-year cycle of the sun and moon finally began. In the traditional customs of the sorcerer world, the first night of 50 years was called the night of the heavenly sorcerer, Arthas. It symbolized impurity, darkness, fear, and misfortune. One needed to pray and hide at home. The alternation of the sun and the moon was not instantaneous but a relatively long time. This period of alternation between the sun and the moon would be completed a few months after the night of the witch in Arthas. The sky had just dimmed when the crowd on the street quickly dispersed. Many people began to pack up their stalls. The street was suddenly quiet. Some playful children still wanted to play, but they were scolded by their mothers. They hurriedly pulled them home and walked on the black stone bridge, entering the ancient European-style buildings in the dark. I've been here for so long, and I've finally seen the once-in-50 years wonder. The sky is about to change. Long Ji sat on the edge of the stone bridge and watched the sky change slowly. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the forest of flames bar next to him. He then strode in. The bar was also in a mess. The dim yellow light flickered, and many wizards in long robes clinked their glasses with magic staffs in their hands, drinking ale in large gulps. They were all talking about their worries and grievances, and no one was listening to the bard who was standing far away. Hoo! Under the dim light, on the mahogany table in front of him, there was a hunched old woman with a black cape and a cane. She was dressed like the necromancers who worshipped the evil gods in Western mythology. She was thin and exuded the aura of death. The old man slowly swiped the round wheel on the table without looking up. Medusa, you are about to break through. As a living god, we will all be wiped out, without exception. Long Ji sat down and looked at her silently. This time, you won't come after me? He asked. Under the stooped skin of the old witch was Yamata, the terrifying existence known as the black goat of the forest that breeds thousands of offspring, Sabu Nicholas. He dressed up as a witch to reduce the attention of others. After all, their original body was muscle, but it was a little uncomfortable to dress up as a woman, so as a conspicuous wizard, he was often hunted down. If it wasn't for you, the reputation of us evil gods wouldn't be so bad. Long Ji said. Yamata walked the path of evil, massacring innocent lives and building the graveyard of the dead. The evil god was evil, terrifying, and had killed countless people. All of this was spread by him. The other few people basically didn't kill innocent people. They were just hunting other players to collect parts. However, it was undeniable that this bloody path was indeed powerful enough to make one's hair stand on end. Chapter 120, Killing. Killing too much is not a good thing. It might even be harmful to us. What we want is not a broken world. This world is governed by monarchs, the dragon explained. We just need to become the next alchemy emperor. There's no need to kill more civilians. Unknowingly, over the years, they had gradually integrated into the Aboriginals. They had been in this land for nearly 100 years, and their cultivation speed was extremely fast. They had all reached level 6 legendary wizards, but they all remembered their mission when they came to this world. Now, whoever could control the power of the evil god would be able to control the world. You said I killed too many. Yamata smiled. 10,000? 100,000 people? I've killed too many people, I can't remember it anymore. You guys always called me disgusting, an executioner, and killing for fun. Yes, you all have your own pride, and the power behind you is enough to support your pride and help you find your own advantages. Bale's terrifying strength, your ingenious close combat skills, all of them have grown up in their own mega system. It's not an exaggeration to say that you have your own faction, but I'm different. In comparison, you guys are really very blessed. Yamata sighed and said in a hoarse voice, my family is being held hostage, and I can't have the spirit of a warrior. In the eyes of the researchers, I'm unstable. They don't trust my individual strength and want me to put down my swordsmanship, walk the path they have designed for me, build a big tomb, kill as many people as possible, and win at all costs. They even want me to put down my dignity and dress as a woman. You didn't come to me to complain, did you? Long Ji said. Join forces. The 5 of us have already collected 90% of the body parts and can reassemble more than half of the evil god. Then, we will go and kill Medusa." Yamato laughed. "If she becomes a god, we'll all die. After we get rid of this hidden danger, there will be no more threats to us in the world. We'll then fight for our own rights." Long Ji's eyes flashed with pity. The 5-nation alliance's invasion of the shamans was the opinion of the research institute behind you. "I know you won't agree," Yamato continued, "I've already informed the others. You're the last one, but we need to prove our loyalty." "What proof of allegiance?" Long Ji asked. Yamato stood up slowly. "I'll kill you and get rid of your country's right to compete. After all, the entrance to this world is in your country and only open to Chinese players. To you, the geographical advantage is too great. You." Long Ji stood up suddenly, but before he could say anything, Yamato suddenly opened the magic box. It was as if he had opened a door of blood and flesh. Long, squirming snakes of blood and flesh gushed out, covering the sky and earth. The thick smell of blood spread. Pfft! The entire bar, the civilians, the bards, and the drinking wizards suddenly exploded. Dark red blood covered the entire bar floor, walls, bar counter, and floor. The densely packed red puppies formed a group and began to rush out, moving the corpses and letting out disgusting hisses. Boom! A blood-red light shot up into the sky. The wooden chairs in the bar were broken, the rotten limbs and blood were quickly moved away, and the corpses began to pile up into a small mountain. A huge red tombstone broke through the roof of the bar and began to quickly sit on the ground. "You." Long Ji's expression changed. "It's not him. It's us." The next second, the bar's cellar suddenly exploded, and a terrifying stitched giant holding a meat hook slowly walked out. "This is a game from another world. 5 people is still too many. I'll reduce your number and the 4 of us will compete again. It's the evil god. Oh my god!" The night of the heavenly witch, as expected. Ah! The entire street was instantly filled with people, screaming, howling, and feeling fear. "I can't believe I've actually become the fuse that caused this world's volcano to erupt." Long Ji's expression changed drastically, and he quickly revealed his true form. Whoosh! The scraps of skin and clothes on his body quickly fell off, turning into a humanoid made of grass with red muscles. He collected all the major organ parts, but he did not assemble them on his body. Instead, he purely used his own muscle groups to form a human figure. He also controlled the group on his body to train. Now, his main body was a rank 6 wizard, and every piece of muscle was a rank 1 wizard. Boom! 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 The bright red muscles on his body quickly bulged and turned into dark red tumors. He looked like a 3-meter-tall weirdo wearing a muscular armor. Then, his skin began to emit all kinds of sorcery. The Witch of Spring's life element, Emperor Ermin's life ripple, and the explosive fire spiritual sorcery were added to his body, and he slowly made an ancient martial arts starting gesture. Boom! A huge grey cloud stirred the sky above the town. The sky was suppressed, and under the resonance of their auras, it was as if the entire dark yellow sky had fallen into a dense spider web of cracks. "Oh my god, that meat-sewing monster with a meat hook and a butcher knife is squirming chaos Nailatotup." The townspeople were running and wailing. In the chaos and despair, the woman carried her child and ran out of the building. "I can't be wrong. This gravestone army of death was the black goat of the forest that gave birth to tens of millions of offsprings," Sabu Nicholas. "Our little town will become a land of natural disasters. We're finished." That tiny human figure has also transformed into the true form of the evil god. He is the evil god hidden among the crowd, nameless Mist Neog Sozub. Boom! 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 The 3 terrifying and ferocious bloody evil gods fought in an instant. Due to the spread of the heavy spiritual energy, the sky began to turn into 3 intertwining colors of grey, black, and dark red. As expected, the members of our church's adjudicators have tracked them down and found that they have gathered here. Something big has happened. On the other side of the underground, the saint of the Church of Light, Linda, looked worried. A book was whispering, "Fortunately, we also secretly disassembled the parts and transported them here to reassemble them." Boom! All of a sudden, a cellar in a certain town burst open. A terrifying giant slowly stood up. With just one step, he crushed the remains of the warehouse that had broken through the soil. The monsters have appeared. How can Tiga not be here? A wave of laughter could be heard. All of you red names are very strong. However, with the 4 of us lucky survivors working together, we can at least take on one of you. It's finally our turn to fight back. On the ground, countless people were running wildly. Their throats were dry, and they looked up at the terrifying giant. What kind of day is this? Another evil god. That foolish wild laughter can't be wrong. It's the god of blind stupidity, Asatos. Long Ji was stunned and realized that 4 normal players had come. After countless years, the 4 of them could no longer hide their identities. The Church of Light had also been exposed, but the 4 of them had been hiding everywhere, making it difficult to find them. Their combined combat power was not weaker than any red-named player, making them very difficult to deal with. The red-name player over there. The giant suddenly roared in Chinese, "You've been surrounded. We definitely can't beat you if it's 2 against 1. I know you still have a conscience, so come join us. 2 against 2, we might not lose. If I take care of these 2 and snatch their parts, the other 2 will lose for sure. By then, you'll be the king, and will rule the world with the Church of Light. We are the true victors of this game." Long Ji was stunned for a moment. Perhaps, he could accept it. Heavens! Help me! All of a sudden, the distant battle shook and the roof collapsed. A pair of mother and daughter who were running on the street screamed as they looked at the falling roof beam above their heads. Bang! How annoying! The giant ran quickly and lifted the collapsed house with the back of his hand. Then, he gently held the beautiful mother and daughter who were scared out of their wits with his other hand and placed them on the ground on the other side. Arg! It was the god of blind stupidity, Asatos. He's actually saving people. He's indeed blind and foolish. The people who were running on the ground in the distance turned their heads and looked at this scene in disbelief. The giant strode toward the battlefield, his face full of dissatisfaction. "I told you, my name is Patrick Star. This evil god is repeating his name, Asatos. What's the point? I don't know. He's too foolish." In the Rose Palace of the Rose Country at the top of the mountain, there was an alchemy room with countless bottles and jars. The young girl was sitting on the alchemy table, her eyes pressed against the microscope, observing the life and death of the blood of eternal life. He knew that I was about to break through, so he couldn't help it. "Don't go, it's a trap." An urgent voice came from the shadows. "You only have one last layer left before you can step into the demigod realm. When you light the divine fire, you will become a living god. I've been waiting for this trap, no matter what kind of dead end it is." Medusa shook her head gently. "I want them to give me pressure, just like how Grantham gave me the pressure of death in the past. Only then can I break through the last level completely. I seem to be one step away, and I may not be able to take it in my life." Her truth sorcery was death. Without the pressure of death, it would be difficult to break through. There's nothing to hesitate about. Medusa stood up. "If I cannot break through, I will die there. If I break through to the demigod level and light the divine fire, I will become a god. Killing the evil god will only take a few seconds." There was silence in the shadow, and a melancholic female voice came out. "You're too careless. Even if you're going, bring me along. I can be your last line of defense. Even if you lose, I can still sacrifice my life to bring you back." Medusa shook her head. "If that was the case, I would know that I would not die. If I don't have the pressure of death, I won't be able to break through and win if I'm lucky. It's meaningless. You're really crazy." The voice finally roared. "Hi." Medusa's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. "I have never been a good person. I have always been notorious for my evil deeds, and you actually place all your hopes on me? Am I the one who's crazy, or are you all crazy?" The voice seemed to be trembling in the darkness. A faint chill and despair slowly spread in her heart. The fate of the 3 great wizard kingdoms and the world were all in Medusa's hands, but Medusa did not care about anything. "All these years, I've suppressed the evil gods everywhere. I've done enough. What does the people, our country, and our world have to do with me?" Medusa laughed heartily and said, "I have my own pursuits. I only want to become stronger. I want to see a higher view. I've been willing to do anything for this. I've even endured the humiliation of the Alchemy Emperor's era for 400 years. I've been enduring everything, but now hope is right in front of me, how can I not go? Medusa laughed in a low voice, but her laughter gradually grew louder. Her laughter resounded throughout the palace. She didn't even have the attitude of a monarch anymore. She strode out of the door like a lunatic. If I have to die, let me die there. In order to become stronger, I can do anything. Even if it was evil, even if it was hated by the world, power was the truth of the world. You were the one who personally taught me this sentence back then. Are you going back on your word? My teacher. Chapter 121, The Truth of Death. There was no one in the dilapidated town. Those who could escape had already fled, and those who couldn't had basically turned into bones under their feet. Boom! A ray of black light flashed past and cut through the sky of the town. Flower of Death. In the sky, a huge black rose appeared, and within the rose, a small figure in a long red rose robe appeared, waving his staff. The four evil gods were fighting. They suddenly looked up at the sky. The terrifying aura was that of a level 7 epic. The gap of a realm was huge. Even if the four legend wizards far surpassed ordinary legends, they were still in trouble. Boom! The huge rose fell like a huge black comet hitting the town. The bodies of the four evil gods were quickly disintegrated and decomposed in the terrifying black energy tide, collapsing and dissipating in the light. The four evil gods died at the same time. The town was in a mess, and a huge crater was created by the impact. Come out, undying evil gods! Medusa floated gently in the sky 10 meters above. On the other side. We almost ran away. Epics are really scary. The racer of Mount Harana was still in a state of shock, and the four organ players were hiding in the dark. Fortunately, the era is developing, and so are we. Our main bodies are hiding in the magic box space at the back of our necks, secretly controlling it from a space away. But it's too terrifying, it shattered this unstable space in an instant, and we all fell out. The giant of light that they had painstakingly nurtured for so many years was gone in an instant. Their hearts were bleeding. But in the end, it did not hurt their foundation. After all, they had spare populations, and they could reproduce in large numbers and reorganize when they returned. However, with such a huge body, it would require a lot of resources to completely recover. It would take at least 3 to 5 years. My vitality is greatly damaged. But since we've all survived, I'm sure they're still alive. The racer of Mount Harana mumbled to himself, but in the next second, his face was filled with horror as he saw an unbelievable scene. Boom! Emperor Medusa, we have been waiting for you. A semi-finished Thulhu evil god broke out of the ground from a huge chain of mountains next to it. Countless gravel fell, and it slowly stood up. Although it was not complete, it already had most of its body. Those red names have formed an alliance. This is a trap to fight against Emperor Medusa. Shue Bai Shue was shocked. What a huge sum of money. I don't know how many years of preparation it took, but it actually excavated a huge mountain range. The four of them not only wanted to get rid of me, but they also wanted to lure Medusa out. At this moment, a sorcerer with headphones slowly walked out. You're fine? The clothes are still in good condition. The racer of Mount Harana was completely shocked. How can I be fine? Long Ji shook his head. My evil god body also died instantly, but over the past 100 years, I made a spare body and hid it in the spatial magic box. Now, it's useful. He raised his head and looked at the Thulhu evil god. They probably spent countless years and resources to make a new body. They wanted to use this old version of the Butcher and Tombstone to kill me and attract Medusa out. Behind my back, they used their other body to reform the four players. Long Ji still had a lingering fear. The four of them had probably been secretly working together and planning for many years. Moreover, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of these dumbass players, he would have been dead by now. Although he didn't use these organs on himself, they would be taken away if he hid them in another dimensional magic box. These four people have a total of 70% of the body parts, these players only have 10%, and I have 20%. If I had just been taken away, I'm afraid that 90% of their bodies would have been completely reassembled. He still had a lingering fear. If he had just died, then 90% of Thulhu evil gods would not be able to be defeated by the people of this world. Long Ji took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." He's leaving just like that? You're not helping. Pay more and chop off his hands couldn't help saying. Long Ji was very rational. How can we help? This evil god was already terrifyingly powerful, and there was no way to interfere in such an epic battle. It was good that Medusa had won, but if the evil god had won, what will the consequences be? The four people's expressions changed drastically. With the death of Emperor Medusa, no one in this world would be able to resist. Did he have to rely on Ermin? However, Ermin was still too young, and her strength was far from that. Long Ji took a deep breath. We can only escape in advance. NBSP, if the evil god won, then we wouldn't fall into their hands. As long as we still control the third level, we would still have a chance to fight back. Since the four of them had already formed an alliance, the Dragon Register could only join forces with these ordinary Chinese players. Don't worry, a complete one is the most powerful. With a 7th layer body, he's basically a disabled person. His strength isn't even 1/5 of his peak. The car on Mount Harana was extremely optimistic. Boom! All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying scene appeared. The entire evil god emitted a terrifying sorcery aura. What the heck? The racer of Mount Harana could not help but be shocked, and he was instantly slapped in the face. It's normal, Brainless said. After all, behind every evil god is a group of wizards who have sided with the evil god's church. They help train the organs of each race. It's the same for the giant of light of our church. We split them up into pieces to trick the holy disciples into helping us meditate and pray. They don't even know what they're helping us with. Only you, who are wandering around and not in the church, don't know about this. The red player beside him is also a rank 1 wizard. Long Ji nodded. The heretic god before him was too massive, and it was impossible for all of them to cultivate. However, there were already some rank 1 magi. Although these level 1 sorcerer organs did not have self-consciousness, the stronger the biological parts, the more powerful the combined creature would be. Moreover, with the control of 4 level 6 legendary muscle sorcerers, perhaps such strength was not much weaker than the Thulhu evil god back then. After all, Thulhu did not train at all back then. Medusa might have touched the edge of becoming a demigod over the years, and was much stronger than the alchemy monarch back then, but she might not be a match for him. This was also the reason why Long Ji asked everyone to retreat. At this very moment. As expected, it's as I guessed. Most of it has recovered. Medusa floated in the air slowly with her eyes closed. Once I open my eyes, am I looking straight at death? She suddenly opened her eyes and turned on her hearing. If I can't open my eyes and release my spirit, I don't even have the right to challenge. Let me witness this unsightly death with my own eyes. In an instant, screams, wails, craziness, and maniacal laughter all surged into his mind. It's this kind of pressure. Medusa clutched her head that was in intense pain, bent over, and suddenly growled in a low voice. She felt as if the blood in her body was boiling. I have always been pursuing the truth, and it is about to be placed in front of me. The chaotic noise was still in her mind. The more dangerous it was, the more excited she was. She knew clearly that if she could not break through, what awaited her was death. Do it! The Thulhu evil god roared, don't let her break through. As long as we kill her, no one will be able to resist, and the world will be ours. The capital of Babylon. Ermin was wearing a gorgeous wizard robe and sitting quietly on a high throne. In front of her was a huge projection of a sorcery, which showed a terrible fight. It had started to spread from the small town and had already shattered the nearby mountains and rivers. There was silence below, and a witch minister could not help but tremble. Emperor Medusa, she actually acted on her own. It'll be fine, it won't. If she was able to break through once under the pressure of teacher's death, she will definitely be able to break through a second time. Ermin forced a smile and said, as long as she can reach the demigod level and reach the limits of the human body, even if she doesn't walk her own path to godhood from the blood of immortality, we can give her teacher's bloodline expansion potion and use the god's forbidden drug to ignite the divine fire. She will definitely become a level 8 mythical being. Over the years, Ermin was already the second new epic wizard without wearing alchemy armor. However, wearing alchemy armor only increased part of her strength. The further she went, the smaller the increase in strength. She was still relatively young and didn't have enough time to cultivate. She still had a long way to go before she could become a demigod. Half-Orc Kingdom. The king, someone couldn't help but say. The king of Harpies, who was sitting high up, shook his head and replied in a low voice, we can't do anything in this war that will affect the world. We can only wait. Look at the new great wizard of our world. Who is he? Medusa? Or perhaps Thulhu? She lowered her eyes. From the beginning to the end, the half-orc kingdom had never produced a genius who could really influence the world. They were only pushed by the times and had never been the leader. Boom! The earth was collapsing, and the entire town was razed to the ground in an instant. Emperor Medusa was sent flying backward and smashed into the mountain range in the distance. The racer of Mount Harana and his team were fleeing far away. As outsiders, they had gradually discovered that they were never the protagonists of an era. They were just a splash in the vast waves, pushed by history, and had no control over their own actions. We only witness history and influence it, but we can't control it. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Do you want Medusa to win? I don't know. If Medusa wins, we will be wiped out by the native sorcerers. If the 4 red-named players win, we will still be wiped out. There is no place in this world that can accommodate us. They slowly walked out. The sky was rippling, and the earth was wailing. Behind him, the entire town finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed completely, turning into a flat land. This is the truth. I see death. It turns out that the truth of death can never be touched, and can only be seen when one is truly facing death. A hearty laugh was heard, filled with deep joy, but it came to an abrupt end. You're crazy. The Thulhu evil god, which was in an extremely broken state, slowly stood on the vast land and spat out a voice with strong horror. Medusa had lost in the end, and she had fought to the last moment of her life. It was a pity that fate had once given her the gift of a breakthrough before her death, but it did not favor her the second time. Emperor Medusa's aura is gone. How is it possible for it to suddenly disappear? Don't tell me. Everyone came to a mountain range and suddenly turned back, murmuring about this unbelievable scene. Why is she so happy with such a hearty voice? When one heard the Deo in the morning, one could die in the evening. This sentence suddenly flashed through the minds of several people, and they could not help but feel complicated. Medusa was, after all, a wizard worthy of respect who pursued the truth. The epic of a generation had actually ended just like that. Medusa, the great lord of death, had a history of more than 700 years that spanned more than half of the wizard kingdom's civilization. The era of the 3 witches, the Dark Age, the era of the Alchemy Emperor, and the era of the resurrection of evil gods had finally come to an end. She had come with the will to die, but in the end, she had not taken the step to the demigod realm. Chapter 122, The Catastrophe That Befalls the World. A piece of news that shocked the entire world came. On the night of the Sky Witch, the great Lord Medusa went to the small town of Bekolo alone and fought with the Thulhu evil god, which had mostly recovered. 3 hours later, the great Lord Medusa died in the Bekolo mountain range. Even the ancient existences from the Dark Age. The evil god is about to be completely revived. The entire world was in a state of panic. Although Medusa had a different philosophy, and was regarded by countless mages in academies and sects as the most terrifying evil monarch of the Magus era, he was still the only hope of this world. The capital of Babylon. More than a dozen alchemy airships were floating in the dark yellow sunset sky, pulling up beast skins. They were all prayers and blessings for the night of the heavenly witch. In the great hall of the palace of Babylon, there were witch ministers on both sides. Emperor Ermin sat on a high place, and he seemed to have lost his soul. There's no hope. I am willing to live and die with the kingdom of Babylon. The glory of the kingdom of Babylon cannot be erased. All the witch ministers knelt down in unison. I still lost. Ermin closed her eyes and sat on a high spot without moving. After Medusa's death, there was no one in this world who could stop the resurrection of the evil god of Thulhu. Tap 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 tap. The sound of steady footsteps came slowly. Ermin slowly opened her eyes. This aura. Charlotte. It's the witches of the Rose Kingdom. The surrounding witch ministers stood in front of him and looked at the figure walking through the door with vigilance. How could he? You may leave. Ermin said softly. Ermin, long time no see. Charlotte walked into the palace with small steps. Charlotte looked at her best friend from her youth with a complicated expression. Back then, she was a silly, hot-blooded and upright girl. Now, she had grown to such a terrifying level. She had found a good teacher. However, Charlotte wasn't too far off from this. After integrating the second gene, she had regained her youth and had just broken through to level 7 epic. I heard that you're now in charge of Prison Island. Your master Medusa is dead, so there's no point in you coming over to my side, right? You've been running around all these years trying to resurrect Lucy. Ermin sighed and looked up from her throne, as if she was reminiscing about the three of them when they were young. You should know that the dead cannot be brought back to life. This is the truth of the world. Lucy has left the two of us. But before the world is destroyed, it's better for the two of us to be together again. He. What was the truth? The so-called truth is just a rule that wizards set to limit themselves. Only by breaking the truth can you become a wizard. This is why you're not as good as the Alchemy Emperor and the Emperor of Death. Their domains have broken the world's understanding. Charlotte suddenly laughed and said in a soft and complicated voice, I forgot to tell you that 3 months ago, Lucy was resurrected. Ermin's expression changed, and she suddenly stood up from the throne. What? Medusa's resurrection of the dead, this forbidden spell that breaks the rules, has already been completed. Back then, the three of them, Lucy, Charlotte, and Ermin, had a deep friendship. However, Lucy's death was not only a thorn in Charlotte's heart, it was also a thorn in Ermin's heart. It was the fundamental reason for Charlotte's betrayal and the separation between the two of them. Where is Lucy? Where's Lucy? Ermin became anxious and no longer had the majesty of an emperor. Just like her teacher, the Alchemy Emperor, she did not want to profane the dead and let the 7 little witches sleep in the ground. However, the dead had really begun to come back to life, and they appeared in front of her. She could not help but show her excitement. It's not just Lucy, there are others who have been resurrected as well. For example, the mother of this pair of brothers. Charlotte's voice came from her black sword, and a pair of brothers slowly walked out. The older brother was short, while the younger brother was a tall, humanoid mechanical object. Ermin frowned. I've seen these two people before. They're the Edward brothers, the champions of the previous Wizard Academy exchange competition. So that was the case? Just like Charlotte, in order to resurrect the dead, the two of you geniuses have already joined Medusa. Ermin could clearly sense that the alchemy creation, Alphonse, had an empty body. He was obviously dead, but he could still walk like a living person. What is the principle behind this? Ermin was in disbelief. A soul without a body? My honorable Emperor Ermin, this is also a violation of the truth. This is soul alchemy. One of Charlotte's black rectangular swords started explaining the principles behind it. Its outer shell is made of a space magic box. It forms a gentle mental space within the body, similar to a human's brain environment. It can store a person's soul to live in, and even allow the soul to cultivate in the space. Dead man's cultivation. Ermin's mind went blank as she was shocked by one thing after another. He did not expect Medusa to have developed the death domain to such a high level over the years. Not only could the living become wizards, but even the dead and the dead could. However, she was smart and understood the principle behind it. After all, a Magus training was to train their spiritual force. The dead still had souls, so they could naturally train their spiritual force. However, it was not possible before. Even if the soul of the dead was resurrected, without the protection of a body, the mental strength produced by meditation could not even keep up with the speed at which the soul dissipated. However, if the space of the magic box could give the soul a suitable and gentle space to live in, it would naturally be able to cultivate. The Pandora's box continued to smile. The Magus who was able to develop this type of soul cultivation was naturally not us, but an extremely terrifying genius since ancient times. He's not even a living person, because how could a living person have the experience of the dead and figure out the path of cultivation for the dead? Not a living person. Ermin suddenly thought of something incredible. If her guess was true, it would be a huge conspiracy that spanned the entire age of Babylon and more than 800 years. You've already guessed it. A wandering soul slowly floated out of the magic box, revealing a faint transparent face. This appearance. Emperor Ermin suddenly turned his head and looked at the ancient mural of the 3 witches in the palace next to him. 3 women wearing animal skins and flower rings, one of whom had a similar face. It's one of the 3 great legendary witches of Babylon, Circe. Ermin stood up suddenly, and for a moment, she instinctively did not dare to sit on the throne of Babylon. It was because Circe was the most ancient existence who had founded the sorcerer dynasty of Babylon, the first king of Babylon. In the entire sorcerer civilization, the path of sorcerers from rank 1 to rank 6 had been opened up by her and the other 2 legendary witches. Ermin took a deep breath. She knew how terrifying this was. The invasion of the old gods into the sorcerer world has led to a shocking conspiracy from the ancient times. An ancient existence has awakened from the old days and has been hiding in the dark. When one thought that the sky was clear after removing the clouds, there might be even deeper clouds behind the clouds. The evil witch Circe was one of the most intelligent people in history. Back then, Circe had already planned to live a second life and had created the prototype of the forbidden sorcery resurrection of the dead. Before she died, she had perfected it for her disciple Medusa. Furthermore, it had already been completed over the years. When Medusa had been defeated by the alchemy emperor, she had already completed more than half of the spell. She had been able to summon the afterimage of Gilgamesh. During the 400 years of being suppressed, she had naturally pushed this spell to its full maturity. Then, the other 2 great witches of the ancient era, or even the even older Gilgamesh. Ermin's voice trembled. It's impossible to resurrect them. Over the long years, their souls have already disappeared in history. Even if they are summoned back, they will only be remnant souls like Gilgamesh's, without any consciousness. Circe smiled sweetly as she stood in the palace and looked at the terrified witch ministers around her. She said lightly, "The reason why I was able to recover completely was because I had laid a foundation for my disciple before I died. My corpse was sleeping in a special coffin to preserve my soul from dissipating. Then, these ancient heroes have disappeared over the long years, but my teacher, the alchemy monarch, has just passed away." Ermin was extremely excited. She could not help but take a step forward. "Please revive my teacher from the dead. As long as my teacher is resurrected, we may still have hope in facing the evil god of Thulhu." Chapter 123, The Truth of the Gods. Circe shook her head. "I once wanted Medusa to revive the soul of Scotland's thumb. After all, the alchemy emperor was indeed a great man with great talent and might be a great help in fighting against this world-ending catastrophe. But I was rejected by her. She said that she did not want to desecrate this most respected opponent." Although Circe believed that women had an extremely high status and that men should be enjoyed by women, she was still concerned about the tribe and the country. Otherwise, she would not have become one of the 3 witches back then and endured the tough tribal years together. However, her disciple Medusa was even more extreme than her. In Medusa's eyes, what did the destruction of the world have to do with her? She had her own pride. She didn't want to resurrect the alchemy emperor, let her emotions get the better of her, and only wanted to break through on her own. But now, he had failed. He left behind a terrible mess in a desperate situation. But just as Medusa had said before, we've placed the hope of the entire world on her, the evilest Magus emperor in history. Is she crazy? Or are we crazy? Then, what should we do now? Emperor Ermin's expression was grave as he looked at the gathered crowd and the ancient legendary witch Circe. "I believe that everyone who has arrived is the last hope of this world." According to the ancient legends, Circe was a rank 6 legendary wizard when she died. Now that she had become a ghost, she actually continued to train. She had already entered the 7th level epic stage. Circe's dead soul had even opened up an unprecedented path of necromancer cultivation, using the body of a ghost to cultivate and advance to the level of a sorcerer. However, the difficulty of this was no less than opening up a whole new realm. She's already a level 7 epic. Could it be that the ancient 3 witches, Circe, has already surpassed me and reached the peak of epic, and is about to break through to the demigod realm? Ermin had a glimmer of hope. Circe let out a long sigh. "Difficult, it's too difficult. This is an unprecedented path, and it's even more difficult than the cultivation of the living. It's almost impossible for me to break through to the demigod realm. Medusa is the one with the highest realm among us, and the only hope for me to break through to the demigod realm." Ermin was also silent. Although they were in a difficult situation now, there was still some hope. After all, they had Circe, Charlotte, and herself, the 3 legendary wizards. "By the way, can you resurrect Medusa?" he asked. Ermin suddenly thought of something. Circe said helplessly, "I have not mastered this forbidden sorcery. It is too complicated. Even though Medusa has already given me the complete theory of the sorcery system that she has created will take countless years to master. After she died, no one can resurrect the dead now." Circe knew very well that over the past 800 years, her disciple had accumulated knowledge and achieved various things, which had long surpassed her. However, Medusa's character was too extreme. However, although I can't resurrect the dead, she might be able to resurrect herself. Circe suddenly said. Self-summoning? Medusa could gather her own souls? Circe gave everyone a piece of exciting news. Circe said, I've seen her mention this idea in her witchcraft notes. After she dies, she can gather her soul and live a second life. She will become a soulless emperor without a body and return. Everyone was excited. That's just a thought, Charlotte said. If she could really do it, she would have saved herself long ago. She wouldn't have waited for this moment. That's right. If she could be resurrected from death, she would have been resurrected a long time ago. It wouldn't be so peaceful now. Circe sighed calmly. Although I can't resurrect the souls of the dead, I can somehow communicate with her scattered consciousness before her death. I can see if she had tried to resurrect herself before her death, but the resurrection failed. When Circe said this, the people around her made way. Everyone knew that Medusa had been defeated, but communicating with the Medusa before her death and seeing what she had experienced before her death. Perhaps her revival had failed because she was lacking a certain condition that they could help her gather the dead souls. Or perhaps, before Medusa died, she had left some kind of information to the evil gods, which could help them find a solution to their current predicament. Voila! A strange grey-black ripple slowly spread out. Circe began to communicate with the dead. Her calls from all directions spread out in all directions at a certain frequency, as if she was waiting for a response from somewhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was like a series of ripples. After half an hour, there seemed to be an echo somewhere, and a voice appeared in everyone's mind. It was Medusa's voice before she died. This is the truth. I see death. It turns out that the truth of death can never be touched, and can only be seen when one is truly facing death. This voice was filled with extreme joy. It was a success. Everyone looked at each other. This was indeed Medusa's voice before she died. The joy at that time had once spread throughout the entire mountain range. Then, they heard the following voice. It was a self-mumbling that was full of joy. I've finally broken through. I'll just light the divine fire. Everyone was stunned, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out. Dense goosebumps appeared on their skin. Could it be that Medusa had not failed at that time, but had actually? However, since he had already broken through to the demigod realm, he would definitely ignite the divine fire to become a god. How could he have died? Perhaps Medusa's death at that time hid an even more terrifying truth. The entire palace of Babylon was deathly silent. Countless witch ministers, Circe, Charlotte, Ermin, and even Pan-Euxian, instantly revealed a look of horror. Continue listening. Ermin suddenly clenched her cane, her fingers turning pale. She suddenly roared, continue listening. Medusa's voice was still echoing. This world is a scam. It's a cage. The gods in the heavens are lying to us. This barren land can't give birth to a god at all. We are weak living beings, and our divine bridges have been broken. It's impossible for us to take that step. God from the heavens. If you're kind, if you're merciful, why didn't you receive me? I want to go to your world, I want to go to the land of the gods. I'm going to become a god there. The voice actually cried out. Everyone vaguely saw an extremely tragic scene. A death wizard emperor seemed to be roaring at the sky, pointing at the sky and cursing in a heart-wrenching and crazy way. In the palace of Babylon, everyone instantly felt a bone-chilling chill run down their spines, as if a door to a terrifying truth had been opened. How did Medusa? It was the first time that Ermin, Circe, and the others had heard the proud Medusa cry out in pain. She was disheartened and as helpless as a child. Even when she was defeated by the alchemy monarch and faced with death, she did not feel so desperate. She was unimaginably tenacious. She had been defeated once, but she could still endure the humiliation for 400 years. But now? Yet, he had fallen here. We were all wrong. She might be able to save herself and revive herself from death, but she seemed to have seen something and had a mental breakdown. She chose to accept her own death and was unwilling to wake up. Everyone looked at each other, and this incredible thought burst out in their minds. Medusa was a magus who pursued the ultimate truth. She was at the forefront of the realms compared to any emperor in history. Even before her death, she had broken through to an unprecedented demigod and was about to ignite her divine fire. However, what did she discover the moment she became a god? Why didn't she break through to God? Circe revealed a look of horror. Listening to her disciples' dying wail, she was more shocked than anyone else. Because the entire wizard era was created by her hands, and she was the one who derived it. Vaguely, there seemed to be a pure fantasy in her heart that was being shattered. She couldn't help but mutter, "The great gods in heaven. What have we mortals and magi been pursuing all this time? Mercury, the god of wisdom, please tell me. We've cultivated for countless years and explored countless truths. Now that we're approaching the end and the moment we become gods, will we collapse and die?" She suddenly laughed loudly and miserably, completely losing her composure. Her mind was in a daze as she thought of the ancient Babylonian tribe 800 years ago. She still could not forget that sunny day. In the Emiya pool, there was green grass. The three sisters' eyes were young and pure, with a burning longing. They listened to Hermes, the god of wisdom in the sky, and when told the mortals of the tribes on the ground about the triple knowledge of truth, which included sorcery, meditation, and alchemy. The gentle voice was still lingering in his mind. Meditation is a way to cultivate the mind. It will allow you to possess the foundation to become a god. The path to us, the great beings. To be able to control the power of the world like me. Even someone as strong as Circe was now as lonely as a child who had no one to rely on. She was filled with confusion. Medusa, she has already broken down, and we have also lost our way. God. Your people can't find the path to your great life, can't see the door of truth. What was the truth? Was this a scam? Perhaps. Perhaps, I should have been like the other two witches back then. I shouldn't have betrayed them and wanted to live a second life. I should die in satisfaction in the three great miracles of Mercury, the monument of flowers, the elegy of God, and the rain of blood. It would be best if I died under beautiful lies like the two of them, right? Second life? Become a deity. He he he. Circe could not help but let out a low chuckle. Medusa's death, the Thulhu evil god's imminent revival, the despairing truth that he revealed before his death. All these things happened one after another, causing Circe's face to instantly age by countless years. Medusa, what did you see? Ermin stumbled back and fell onto the throne with a bang, as if she wanted to see through the dark yellow sky and the land of Pantheon in the eye of the storm. The divine bridge is broken. The people of the world cannot become gods? God is lying to us? What did Medusa discover? Could it be the truth about the gods of our sorcerer world? I don't believe it. She looked at the people around her who were on the verge of collapse, and a thought came to her mind. I'm more willing to believe that the gods in heaven will not lie to us. We are just denying ourselves by randomly guessing Medusa's words. I believe that our path will not be wrong, and I want to find the truth that Medusa saw. Her mind became firm, and in a daze, she remembered what her teacher had taught her. Wizards were a group of people who explored the truth. Understanding the truth and exploring the truth were what wizards should do. Chapter 124, It's all my fault for not having a place for you to ascend. In the room, Su Ji opened the refrigerator, took out some vegetables, and went to the kitchen. I didn't expect such a situation to happen. He frowned. Medusa has still found some clues. Naturally, it was not that she had discovered that she was a tiny person in a bottle living in Su Ji's orchard. Instead, she had discovered that the creatures of the sorcerer world could not become gods at all. In fact, Su Ji had not thought of this before. He had thought that the arrival of Thulhu and the world-ending catastrophe would stimulate the wizard civilization, which would leap from level 7 epic to level 8 mythical creatures. Things had indeed developed as Su Ji had expected. Medusa had taken the last step under the pressure and broken through to become a demigod. She had ignited her divine fire, but she had not become a god. This is the reason why I can't break through. Of course, our Earth's environment is barren, and the natural energy is thin. It's impossible to give birth to a living god. Demigods are the limit of our low-class world. The sorcerer world was in an orchard, and the orchard was naturally on Earth. It was not that Su Ji had not carefully observed Medusa's breakthrough process. At the moment of her death, she had broken through to the demigod realm. Then, she used the path she had opened to become a god and immediately ignited the divine fire to open up her second bloodline, the blood of eternal life, and began to break through. It was just that the moment she broke through, she turned into a huge wind box and drew the energy around her. In the end, she couldn't draw it at all and couldn't break through. The divine bridge she was talking about was the bridge that led in the energy of heaven and earth. The broken divine bridge meant that the energy in this world was thin, so it was impossible to form an energy bridge and absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This was something the insectan nest mind had not known before, as it had not gone through the transcendence level cultivation system. It was all up to Suji to figure it out on his own. In my understanding, it means that the concentration of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is not enough. This kind of environment is unable to make a breakthrough. Even if you break through, our earth is too barren. If you stay for too long, you will instantly fall from your realm. Spirit chi, in Suji's words. Strictly speaking, it was the scattered soul energy and spiritual energy of the dead that spread in the air. In a place, the more people died, the more spiritual chi there would be. This kind of spiritual land could probably be compared to the graveyards and cemeteries on Earth, those places with particularly heavy yin energy. According to Suji's guess, a true high-dimensional extraordinary world was often built on the endless corpses of various divine tombs, such as mighty people and strong people. It would take a long time to accumulate. When a creature died, it was indeed ghost energy and resentment energy. However, as time passed, it would slowly be cleansed and become pure and transparent soul energy that filled the air. In the previous mass extinctions, a large number of ordinary creatures had died, but they were of little use. After all, only the strong would have a strong soul and mental energy. After 800 years of accumulation in the sorcerer era, many sorcerers had died, and the energy that caused the death of a large number of strong people in this sandbox had dissipated. In fact, the energy from the Zerg spore colony's death would be replenished by the Zerg Empress, but it was impossible to absorb 100% of it. The utilization rate was only 30%, most of it would dissipate into the air and thicken the land. This spiritual chi was scattered in the air and covered by the mental barrier of the hive mind, forming a ghost-raising place. The environment of the 100-acre cemetery was already showing signs of spiritual chi recovery. But it's only a sign. In the short 800 years, it's equivalent to nothing. With only 1% of the progress, at this rate, it will take a conservative estimate of 80,000 years to reach the ancient age, where the land is rich in heaven and earth energy and spiritual chi, and the treasures of heaven and earth are everywhere. It will become a transcendent world with true gods. Suji silently heaved a sigh of relief. It was difficult, too difficult. No wonder those urban cultivation novels all say that the spirit chi on earth is thin, and it's difficult for cultivators to be born. This is an age of chaos. All of them have to shatter the void and ascend to other worlds before they can become immortals. Medusa had obviously thought of this at that time, which was why she had asked the land of the gods in the sky to guide her and open a gap. She wanted to ascend to the land of the gods, to the transcendent world in a higher dimension. In her eyes, the land of the gods was the place where the gods lived. It must be the divine realm. The heaven and earth ling chi was extremely rich, and it was a suitable environment for the gods to live and cultivate. But Medusa has been looking forward to the land of the gods for a long time, and she's still eating dog food with a happy face. Suji finished cooking and went to the chair by the door to sit down. He looked at the scene in front of him speechlessly. A deformed bird with a broken part was lying in a stainless steel rice bowl, happily eating the dog food and making strange eating sounds. Suji was the one who had bought the dog food. This fellow's appetite was usually very big, but Suji had thought at the time that he couldn't always eat rice, right? How unhealthy would it be if he didn't take in some vitamins? But what if he made nutritious meals for it every day? He didn't even have anything to eat. After thinking about it, he decided to buy a few bags of dog food since there were all kinds of vitamins in the dog food. It's good to raise it cheap, don't raise its mouth too picky. Suji used his previous experience of raising dogs to raise the future god of convergence in this orchard. Moreover, it's useless to make the land of all gods. It's a barren world with a huge internal space and no spiritual energy. Suji had a headache. This was not something that could be formed overnight. Without tens of thousands of years of accumulation, how could a newborn and barren world have enough foundation to give birth to a god? Medusa was indeed regretful. She had worked hard for 800 years and was just short of a final breakthrough before her death. She was about to become the first god of the sandbox world, but in the end. However, perhaps a miracle will happen. Even though Su Ji knew that it was impossible, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. 80,000 years is too long, we must seize every moment. The Magi there had created countless miracles over the years. They might be able to cross this hurdle, using some method to break through the environmental limitations of our Earth's barren energy and ignite the divine fire. Become a deity. Su Ji thought about it and was dumbfounded again. He felt that he was overthinking things. He could only put this thought aside for the time being and shift to another side. However, Medusa has indeed come up with her own divine technique to cultivate and improve the blood of eternal life. She even intends to integrate it into her body as a second bloodline. Su Ji's eyes turned and looked at the modified cancer cells in front of him. Chapter 125, Immortal Talent. Medusa had indeed understood the knowledge in this field after 800 years of research. The birth and death of cells and the essence of life and death had actually been integrated with all kinds of alchemy potions. Cultivation, improvement, and even guidance with mental power had suppressed the characteristics of the terrifying invasion of cancer cells. Su Ji looked at the information in front of him. Blood of immortality, race specialty. Cancer cells first generation improved version. Advantages: eternal life, suppression of aggression, extreme gentleness, no longer invade the human body, turning into ordinary cells. Flaws: overly gentle, periodic dormancy. Eternal life. Su Ji smiled and said, the characteristic of genetic immortality has indeed appeared. Su Ji wanted to cure the cancer cells, but what he wanted more was to improve the cancer cells. After all, although cancer cells were traitors of human cell tissues, the fact that they had an infinite lifespan and infinite division after betrayal was too amazing. He had long guessed that the cancer cells on Earth might be a very rare gene with super potential. After all, even the last queen of the hive could not achieve immortality, but the cancer cells on Earth have some characteristics of immortality. By the way, what does the blood of immortality mean? Su Ji frowned slightly. In layman's terms, it's a racial talent. The insect nest mind explained, the innate ability of our insectoid race is, his cells were splitting rapidly. And in the vast universe, there are countless planets and races, some of them have terrifying talents. Su Ji said, racial talent? I know that. For example, the people on planet Namek have a hog on their heads. Their race's talent is to create Dragon Balls. There's also the strongest battle race, the people from the Su planet. Their race talent is transformation. The insect nest mind was rendered speechless. Zerg talent, crazily accelerated cell division. It could reproduce, evolve, and die. During the evolution process, it would crossbreed with other creatures and plunder their genes and race characteristics. It had infinite possibilities and could form a natural disaster. This was also the reason why the Zergs were one of the most terrifying races in the world and could run amok on countless planets. Cancer cells seem to be a unique pathological cell of our planet's species. It's not only found in humans, but in many animals. Could it be that the innate racial characteristic of us Earthlings is, were they immortal cells? It means that we haven't developed yet, and we will die if we can't withstand our talent. Maybe we have strong potential in the future? The Zerg's racial talent was to accelerate cell division and death. Our race's innate ability is infinite cell division and immortality? Su Ji was confused. Are you kidding me? He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild and continue to follow this line of thought. Could it be that we're a race with potential that has yet to rise and will be very powerful in the future? Or perhaps, we are the remaining descendants of a powerful immortal race on Earth, and our ancestors are immortals. Those international research institutes are right? It's terrifying when you think about it. But no matter what it is, it has nothing to do with me, a farmer from the countryside. Su Ji could not be bothered to continue guessing. Medusa has made some improvements to suppress its plundering nature and become gentler. It can be initially integrated into the body, and can be considered to have become an ordinary body cell with the characteristics of eternal life. This meant that a huge rock in his heart had been lifted. His sword hanging over his head had been resolved, and he could even live forever. The insect nest mind's voice rang out. The side effects are very severe. Due to Medusa's initial improvements and suppression, these longevity cells that devour the human body have become mild. However, because they are too mild, they will hibernate regularly. Dormant? What do you mean by that? Su Ji asked. Even though it's immortal, the entire immortal life only has half the time to wake up, and the other half to sleep, forming a cycle. The insect nest mind said solemnly. You make it sound so grand. The side effect is that you'll sleep at night, right? Su Ji could not help but reveal the truth. However, Su Ji only realized that things were not as simple as they seemed after the insect nest mind explained it to him. Powerful life forms didn't need to sleep in the later stages. This kind of abnormal immortality did not mean that one would not die. In fact, it was even very difficult to survive. After all, they spent half of their time sleeping. Any weak creature that saw them could kill them. They were a weak species with great flaws that could be slaughtered by anyone. Our race's genes for immortality are slightly better than the phoenixes, but not by much. We're almost the same, and both have fatal flaws. At the end of the day, we still need to sleep every night. The security in our village is very good at night, so it's fine. Su Ji thought for a moment and replied. Su Ji was originally a pure human, but he later became the queen of the hive. Therefore, he had two racial talents, human and bug. Medusa and the other Zergs, on the other hand, would only obtain a weakened version of their genetic talent after choosing to integrate with the Zerg race's characteristics. Although they would also be immortal, their sleep time would not be 50%, but 5%. In other words, other than the creatures from Earth, the other Zergs will be sleeping 95% of their time after fusing our genes. Su Ji sighed. This kind of eternal life is too terrifying and useless. Medusa is really crazy to choose such an extreme second bloodline to ignite the divine fire and become a god. She said that I can't beat you, but I have lived longer than you and can torture you to death. She wants to carry out the spirit of to survive and win to the end. In fact, Medusa was not stupid. She had a very long-term vision. She would first obtain eternal life. Even if she only woke up for a short time, she still had endless years. As a sorcerer who pursued the truth, what research couldn't she do? The improved version of the blood of eternal life before her was too weak. Even though she was the strongest in this world, her foundation was still not strong enough, and she could only stop here. She needed a longer time to accumulate knowledge, constantly update the versions, and increase the time she needed to wake up. Finally, she would possess the ultimate complete blood of the god of creation and wake up forever, even becoming the next god of creation. After all, it was the blood of the god of creation. He's indeed a madman. Su Ji shook his head. However, it would be useless to say anything now. No matter how perfect Medusa's blood of eternal life's path to godhood was, and no matter how bright her future was, it was impossible to become a god in this world, on Earth. Let's talk after I get rid of my cancer. Su Ji took a deep breath and stood up. Insect nest mind, get me the production process of Medusa's bloodline enhancement potion. Soon, he found a large pile of information on giant beasts, various plant materials, blue moon grasses sap, Fulan trees roots. A large number of them appeared in front of him, and the manufacturing process was extremely complicated. Extract these creatures from the gene bank and reproduce them. Soon, Su Ji provided them with a large amount of food, and these creatures began to multiply rapidly and appeared before their eyes. Su Ji followed the entire process and began to use these materials to make the medicine. There were a lot of failures during the process, but Su Ji was not to be trifled with. He had been secretly monitoring Medusa with the artificial intelligence. Now, he found the detailed manufacturing process of Medusa and began to imitate and study it. After a long time, he finally succeeded. After failing more than 100 times, it was done after more than 20 hours. Su Ji took a deep breath and looked at the transparent liquid in the test tube in front of him. His eyes were burning. This thing can transform the cancer cells of us Earthlings. Suppress that aggressiveness and awaken the unique longevity characteristic of our Earth race, allowing us Earth's life forms to walk towards immortality. The significance of this was enough to make people's scalps go numb. The cancer cells have spread throughout my body, but there aren't many of them. After transforming them into mild cancer cells, I'll only be forced to sleep for 1 to 2 hours. Day at most. When the next mass extinction happens, I'll receive large amount of energy. My entire body will become stronger explosively, and the cancer cells will also increase crazily. I'll completely form an eternal body, and I should officially start sleeping half a day. The flaw was fatal, but Su Ji was fine with it. After all, he wasn't in any dangerous environment. He lived a leisurely farm life and didn't change his daily routine at all. He wasn't someone who stayed up all night to cultivate and sleep 10 hours a day. Now, he only had 2 more hours of sleep. Furthermore, even when he was asleep at night, there was an orchard guard to protect him. This orchard guard was much stronger than him. Chapter 126, The Hope of the World. Long immortality also brought a long sleep. Su Ji could not help but sigh at the wonders of the world. The world was very balanced, and the power that came with being too heaven-defying often came with a terrible flaw that was equivalent in price. He was silent for a moment. But it's much better than Phoenix's green hat gene. Furthermore, strictly speaking, phoenixes do not live forever. They are just generations of descendants who inherit the bodies left behind by their parents. This really involved the most mysterious domain of eternal life. Su Ji believed that perhaps the potential of the species on Earth would be no weaker than the Zerg's ultra-rapid regeneration when they developed. After all, they could use a large number of deaths to obtain time and rapidly advance their civilization. With eternal life, they had endless time to begin with, so they could also advance their civilization. However, relatively speaking, this advancement would be very slow. When it comes to the phoenix, it was only then that Su Ji remembered a certain young god who did not have a strong sense of existence. He could not help but look up information about this person. The talent of rising from the ashes was too terrifying. It could become stronger as long as it was beaten to the point of death. It was already a demigod. At this moment, it was lying in a cave in a deep mountain valley, living the life of a cave bird. The entire cave was very deep, and the soil was burned red and turned into boiling lava. A phoenix at the demigod realm was the limit of the realm on this barren earth. It was enough to melt sand, which was equivalent to carrying an epic-level fire spell passive skill with him. Despicable man, one day, I will take revenge. The phoenix was swimming slowly in the bright red lava. Just thinking about it made her angry. Her voice was clear and melodious. I'm going to beat you to death. Its intelligence was not high. After all, it had not communicated with any civilization. However, it had inherited the memories of generations of ancestors and a strong hatred for humans. It was lying on a tree in the desert, but now the sycamore tree was gone. It was just a bird, yet it had to hide in the depths of the earth. It was all because of those hateful humans. The terrain of the magma cave has appeared? Su Ji was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "This one is so pitiful. I was full of expectations for it at first, but in every era, it has been killed and its blood taken. It has completely become a delicacy. Perhaps its ancestors have already foretold its tragic fate for generations to come. However, every time it flew away after being seriously injured, it would become stronger after being reborn from fire. If it had grown up peacefully, it might not have been able to reach the limit of the realm on this barren earth so quickly." As Su Ji sighed, he slowly endured the torment of being torn apart. This time, he did not faint. It wasn't just because he had experienced similar excruciating pain previously, which had increased his immunity. It was also because this was only a modified gene and not the terrifying excruciating pain of suddenly integrating a brand new gene. After a long while, Su Ji took a deep breath and stood up, drenched in sweat. He looked at the mud and sweat all over his body and quietly went to the bathroom to take a shower. Then he looked at himself in the mirror and said, "Success. From today on, the sea is vast and the sky is high and the birds are free." Her appearance was still the same as before, but the one in the mirror was more energetic. Her eyes were full of spirit, deep, and charming, like a vortex that could suck people's spirit in. This was the innate ability of the evil eyes that could confuse people. In the sorcerer world, the status of sorcerers was very high, because their words and actions would involuntarily affect ordinary people. Now, I'm a complete rank 2 magus. I don't have any more concerns, and ordinary people with weak willpower can be easily influenced by me. Su Ji thought for a moment. "Show me the genetic chain." Transferring. The mechanical voice of the subbrain sounded. 1 human genes, immortality, racial talent. 2 evil eye gene. 3 empty. 4 empty. 5 empty. Su Ji felt it for a moment and was satisfied. As expected, I've awakened an eternal gene. Although there are many flaws, I'll be at the mercy of others for half of my life. It hasn't spread to the entire body yet. These dormant cells will be forced to sleep for 2 hours every day. Su Ji felt it silently for a while, and a message appeared in his mind. He immediately laughed and said, "But it doesn't matter now. I sleep 10 hours a day." Just as Su Ji received Medusa's research results, sealed off the outside world, and hid in his room to treat his illness for more than 20 hours, the sandbox outside, big and small, actually experienced a tremendous change. Year 937 of the Kingdom of Babylon. After the Thulhu evil god killed Medusa, it had traveled to the capital of Babylon without stopping in just a few days. The Thulhu evil god is here. The glory of the Babylon kingdom could not be erased. Fight to the death. Ermin stood up. We have nowhere to run. He might not be a match. Although Medusa was dead, the Thulhu evil god was also badly injured, and even lost a small part of its body. Even its characteristics of not being able to look at it directly and hear its voice had disappeared. This was an opportunity. Half a day later, Ermin, Circe, Charlotte, the 3 level 7 epic sorcerers, were in a mountain range, fighting the evil god of Thulhu. You have 3 epic level characters? On the surface, other than Emperor Medusa, there is only one epic poem, Ermin. I didn't expect the waters of this world to be so deep. I have underestimated you natives. Thulhu strode forward and was surprised. You are Circe? The 3 witches? It had actually awakened from ancient times. There are so many epics. If we give you more time, each and every one of you will be talented enough to become the next Medusa and try to break through, but you will not have the chance. After that, something even more shocking happened. Charlotte actually used a legendary demonic sword, which seemed to have a life of its own. It continuously absorbed the essence, energy, and blood of the people around it, becoming stronger and making them fear it. This sword is very powerful. 4 voices came from Thulhu's body. Do you think that this is all we have? Charlotte's Pandora demon sword flashed and released a hidden epic wizard, the half-orc King Emily from the era of the Alchemy Emperor. She was from the same era as the Alchemy Emperor. If not for Grantham, she would have been the most brilliant genius of that era. After more than 400 years of being locked up and in a deep sleep, she had also received potions from Pandora in the prison and lived a second life, just breaking through to the realm of legendary wizard. Ha 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 ha. He's finally out after being locked up by Alchemy Monarch for 400 years. A charming woman's laughter could be heard, but her voice froze. Is this the legendary Thulhu evil god? Even though it hasn't fully recovered, this terrifying power makes me tremble all over. I don't know if we can take him down with us. So, it's not just Charlotte. Even Emri has a second life? Thulhu's voice came slowly, showing a hint of surprise, but he was not in a hurry. Thulhu had been at the demigod realm when he descended. Now that he had cultivated it, even if it was incomplete, he had still reached the demigod realm. Now, so what if they revealed their powerful trump cards one by one? The 4 of them had just entered Legend Realm, Initial Legend Realm. Even with the 4 of them working together, they were still no match for Medusa, who was at the peak of the epic stage and was about to break through to the demigod level. Now, even if this Thulhu evil god had been seriously injured in the battle with Medusa, and most of its demigod body had been damaged, the 4 of them would not be a match for it. The gap between them was too great. Kill! The 4 of them turned into meteors and flew up, blooming with a dazzling light. They pierced through the clouds and surrounded the huge body of Thulhu, forming a standard square. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying light surged again. Countless dark red lights filled the sky, mixed with the despairing black ash. The ground quickly cracked, and the earth trembled in fear. Not far away, the witch ministers and the legendary wizards of the 3 kingdoms rushed over, but they all looked desperate. Hwalalalalalalala. In the sky, the battle instantly became so brutal that it was shocking. Without any prelude, it entered a life and death battle. Thick clouds of dust, mixed with the broken flesh and blood of the evil gods, fell on their beautiful faces. No one wiped them away. Emperor Medusa died in battle. Everyone looked at the terrifying battle in the sky in a daze. These 4 wizards who have just entered the legendary stage came from every wizard era. They are the last hope of this world. Chapter 127. Everyone knew that if they lost again, the wizard era would be completely destroyed. Circe was from the era of the ancient witches, Emri was from the era of the Alchemy Emperor, and Ermin and Charlotte were from this era. They had gathered the most amazing geniuses in the long history of the sorcerer world. They had their own unique points, and each one of them could lead the era at any time. In fact, their talents were not much inferior to Medusa's, and Circe had even far surpassed her. It was just that they had not had enough time. Circe and Emeri seemed to have been around for a long time, but for various reasons, they had been in a deep sleep until now and had only started to cultivate again. The time they had spent cultivating was even less than Ermin's. If they were given another 100 years, they might be able to completely step into Medusa's domain from the elementary epic level. They would be able to make a breakthrough and be as close to the door of truth as Medusa, and see the truth of the world. They don't deserve to die here. They have a better future and won't lose to the Emperor of Death. Time. I'm lacking in time. If not for Emperor Medusa's impulsiveness, I would have given them a little more time. Some people in the crowd murmured bitterly, some prayed devoutly, and some had already collapsed and were roaring angrily. In the face of the dark red killing scene in the sky, in the face of destruction and death, everyone revealed their ugly state. Our king! Even the ministers of the three witch kingdoms were screaming and crying with excitement and admiration. Circe was the first wizard who founded the Rose Kingdom, one of the three ancestors of the witches. She had actually been revived from ancient times, so the evil witches were naturally excited. As for Emily, she was the most powerful existence in the history of the half-orc kingdom. She was arrogant, talented, and bold. It was unexpected that she was still alive after so many years, and was fighting for the survival of their half-orc kingdom. Circe and Emeri were both dead people in the eyes of the three kingdoms. They could have faked their deaths and escaped without coming, but now they chose to join forces. No matter how many grudges the three kingdoms had accumulated over the centuries, all sorts of conspiracy schools, and secret plans, they were all magi, humans, and could still work together in the face of such a calamity. Gilgamesh once said that the hymn of humans is a hymn of courage. The crowd burst out in tragic wails. For hundreds of years, people had fallen into internal strife and killed each other. Only now did they remember this sentence recorded in history. But in any case, their wails couldn't change the situation. Their strongest was only a legend wizard, and they couldn't even get close to the shockwaves of that earth-shattering battle. Who? Charlotte waved her demonic sword and released a terrifying mental pressure, forming circles of invisible ripples that jumped around the evil god's arm. She stabbed it hard and said, "Pandora, attack! Curse of life, death!" Circe smiled sweetly. Her beauty was soul-stirring, and a terrifying aura rose. Poison mist thorn. In the huge storm, the young and beautiful half-beast banshee swooped down fiercely. Life ripple. Ermin was wearing an alchemy body, and a terrifying aura bloomed. The terrifying sorcery of the four of them was like a rainstorm, completely revealing the true face of the Thulhu evil god. The Thulhu evil god had also entered a state of battle. Terrifying ghost faces appeared on its dense skin and black hair. They were wailing and resentful, and they gave off a terrifying aura. They extended countless transparent black tentacles, and the sky turned grey. They started to stir and form a huge black vortex, gathering terrifying power and exploding out. Boom! The four of them were instantly sent flying and could no longer get up. You almost succeeded in your attack. But you guys are too arrogant. No matter how seriously injured a demigod is, he's not someone you can deal with. This is the final blow. The Thulhu evil god once again boiled with a terrifying aura, brewing a terrifying power that could destroy the world. He's already crippled and on the verge of death. Thulhu's gaze went past the four people on the ground and looked at the group of witch ministers in the distance. These people, coming at this time and waiting silently for the outcome, should be loyal to the death. As long as we get rid of this group, there should be no one in this world who wants to rebel against us. Boom! A terrifying aura was brewing once again. In an instant, an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to want to destroy the entire mountain range spread. We've already. I can't escape. The surrounding witches looked at each other. They had no intention of leaving and wanted to die with their king. The court historian who recorded history sighed with an extremely complicated expression and silently wrote down a section of history. This history book should be the last stroke of our kingdom of Babylon. The Spear of the Flourishing Witch recorded. Year 937 of the Kingdom of Babylon, the Thulhu evil god was resurrected, the great Medusa died, the four great epic sorcerers were defeated, and the world was about to be destroyed. It was a pity that the last scene recorded would probably not be spread out. All of you, go to hell! Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying radiance bloomed. The Thulhu evil god instantly exploded with a terrifying aura, and 4 rays of light shot out, enough to destroy the entire mountain range. However, the terrifying spell did not kill the 4 people on the ground or the wizards who came to die. Instead, it attacked itself. Boom! The entire evil god seemed to explode. The evil god's body suddenly emitted 3 frantic voices. They were furious, excited, and crazy. Everyone, why did the spell that we've worked together to prepare hit us? If I hadn't secretly shifted my main body to the spot that was hit just now, I'm afraid I would have. A hoarse voice could not help but slowly speak. He was an old man in his 60s from Russia. It was said that he had participated in the war back then. He was old but strong. He had a black bear as a pet at home and had been invited out of the mountain again. He was the oldest among the players present. What a coincidence! It also hit my position. Fortunately, I ran away fast, or I would have died. Thulhu might have lost control. The direction of the spell was wrong, which was why it had hit him. After all, we're not complete. We're incomplete, so it's normal to have flaws. It was Bale who spoke. This tall and burly butcher of flesh and blood couldn't help but secretly complain. Now, his voice had become honest, and he naively said to the others, "Everyone, this was an accident. We were all careless, but this time, our bodies are not as strong as before." "Eh? Where's Mr. Yamada?" Another voice was heard, and it was very introverted. It was an Australian player. He was very honest and stammered anxiously, "Yamada, Yamada. Why are you not making any sound? Could it be that you accidentally hit Yamada's body that was hidden under his armpit?" "AI. Mr. Yamada didn't manage to dodge it. He might have already logged out of the game due to that mistake." Bell was depressed. "Poor brother Yamada. It's all our fault for being careless. But we still have to get rid of him." The Russian old man said seriously, "Let's continue what we were doing just now. Everyone, relax. Don't hit the wrong place this time." Bell took a deep breath. "If you can make a mistake the first time, don't make a mistake the second time. A Yamada has already died because of your mistake." The aura was brewing again, slowly accumulating. Boom! In the next second, light suddenly bloomed, and 4 rays of light appeared again, still focused on a certain part of the body. The evil god was shattered again. Bella haha laughed. "You're hitting me again. Good thing I ran fast. You guys don't need to pretend anymore. We've just defeated them and haven't killed them yet, and you're already so impatient that you're going to use this full power attack to get rid of your competitors? Who knew that we were all thinking the same thing?" The other 2 figures instantly fell silent and only attacked in secret. "Ha ha ha, they're all showing off their acting skills." Bell laughed heartily. "But who's really honest? Mr. Yamada, you don't have to pretend to be dead, you're definitely still alive. I know you're the most sinister. You're the one who suggested to kill him together with all the Chinese dragon-registered citizens." Yamada's aura slowly emerged. "I'm still the hot-tempered one, I can't win against you guys. If you want to come, then fight head-on." Bella haha laughed as the 4 of them began to fight. In an instant, their arms began to attack the waist, and their thighs twisted into a shape to attack the heretic god's head. Boom! The evil god couldn't stand still for a moment and collapsed. Its whole body twisted into a ball as if it was doing yoga on the ground. Their bodies were too huge. Now, the 4 of them had collected 120 species, each of which had hundreds of numbers, which was equivalent to tens of thousands of biological units. Their main units were hidden too deep, and they had to be sensed secretly, making it difficult to attack. "Evil god, is there an internal fight?" On the ground, the witch ministers who were hiding in the distance could not help but show their fear when they saw the evil god suddenly collapse on its own. What a brutal and unreasonable creature this is! It's chaotic and can even attack itself. It's simply a natural disaster. This is an opportunity. The surrounding legend wizards looked at each other. They couldn't participate in an epic battle, but if they could secretly save the 4 seriously injured epic wizards. This is our last hope. The 4 legendary wizards must not die. The heretic god was in an internal battle. It was difficult for them to get close to its terrifying aura, but their own lives were insignificant. If they could sneak down there and rescue the 4 defeated epic sorcerers, this world might not be without hope. But at this time, someone was faster than them, as if they had already expected this moment. Ta ta ta! The two figures ran quickly, stirring up heavy dust, and ran towards the four fallen epic wizards. It was a wizard wearing headphones, rushing forward. Next to him were four muscular figures, which were barely reassembled by the players. It's the evil god again. Furthermore, it was two evil gods working together. The witches' faces were instantly filled with despair. Ha ha ha! The muscular figure laughed arrogantly. Witch sisters, cover me! I'm known as the Great Star of Righteousness, sending charcoal in the snow and sending the chicken to the end. I've come to save people in the chaos. Chapter 128, showing off both humans and ghosts. It's the god of blind stupidity, Asatos. Not good. They were going to attack the four legendary wizards. Quickly stop them. The surrounding witches were dumbfounded. The racer of Mount Harana and the rest sprinted away, and they could not help but exclaim in surprise, Brother Long Wuming, you're right. You're so smart. As expected, they will start fighting among themselves. As long as we follow them, we might have a chance to save them. If we join hands, we are invincible. Ryaji nodded, but his heart sank when he saw the signature foolish laughter of the racer of Mount Harana. He didn't really have any thoughts of joining forces. After all, these idiotic players had different thoughts from him. It was too bad. The only way was to have the things in his hands. He would not be too weak if he robbed them of their power. He might even have the capital to compete with others. However, the four of them were also a little tricky. Although they had lost their bodies, they were still four rank 6 wizards. Although he still had a backup evil god's body, he could still take them down, but he would lose some fighting power. Use them to attract the fire, and then take advantage of their unguarded moment to save Ermin. That's the chance to attack them. Ta ta ta! The four players ran as fast as they could and opened the spatial magic box slightly, trying to collect the 3 unconscious people and Circe's soul. This is the time. Long Ji's eyes flashed and he suddenly attacked the 4 people beside him. Bang! All of a sudden, a huge palm struck, and Long Ji was sent flying. Long Ji's mind went blank. Boom! 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 The earth was shaking. Ah ha 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 ha! At the same time, a maniacal laughter could be heard as a new giant of light stood up. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The racer of Mount Harana laughed maniacally as he looked at the dragon record that was sent flying. As expected, both of us have thought of the same thing and launched a sneak attack on each other at this moment. My brothers, my acting is not bad, right? I lied to him that the Church of Light did not have a spare body. The speed of the racer of Mount Harana's betrayal was so fast that Long Ji was speechless for a long time. He slowly stood up, let out a breath of foul air, and cursed, damn it, I thought he was an idiot. I didn't expect him to be so sinister and play dead. Not only was Yamada pretending to be dead, but the 4 of them were also pretending to be dead. It was too sinister. In fact, everyone had been in this industry for more than 100 years. To be able to live until now, who wasn't a two-faced? Both of them clearly understood that although working together was the best choice, there were many things that could not be too idealistic. If he gave his back to someone else unconditionally, what if the other party had the intention to kill him? There was no trust at all. Since the other party was not trustworthy, it was better to strike first and sneak attack the other party. That was the best way. This kid is too shameless. Long Ji's expression was strange. A big star who is anxious for justice, a chicken who sends charcoal in the snow. You were acting dumb with me just now, and now you're giving me a slap. He wasn't bad at that moment either. He had sneaked an attack on each other, and neither of them had gained anything. Do it! Ryaji's expression suddenly changed, and he turned around to snatch the epic wizards on the ground. Old cunning bastard! Shwe by Shwe and the others were also cursing loudly. Then, they started to snatch the 4 people on the ground. In an instant, the 2 parties got closer to each other, and the racer of Mount Harana and the others snatched Charlotte and Ermin away. And Ryaji snatched Emri and Circe away. Further away, Thulhu and the other 3, who were fighting among themselves, were also watching this scene. They were extremely furious. Those 2 little bugs are actually trying to take advantage of our internal fight to snatch people. Everyone, now is not the time for internal fighting. Let's get rid of them first. All right. It is indeed the best choice. Everyone, don't have any more thoughts? Yes. The four of them replied coldly. In the next second, their terrifying auras rose together again. Boom. In the next second, it hit his body hard. Ha 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 ha. Belle laughed wildly. You guys are still acting. Everyone was really angry. Everyone knew that the best way now was to deal with the future trouble and get rid of the two little bugs. But they couldn't help but sneak attack each other. After all, Thulhu was the most powerful force in this world. So what if they were to escape? As long as he wanted to, he could play hide and seek again and capture them at any time. Now that he had gotten rid of the others, he could truly control this power. On the other side, deep in the mountain range. Boom. After running for their lives, everyone hid in the forest to catch their breath. They looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement. The rescue was a success. Could there be anything more exciting than acting tough and running away? The racer of Mount Harana was on cloud 9 as he gasped for air. All of you are sly old foxes. You're all acting me. Fortunately, we have a backup plan. Your acting skills are not bad. Swibai laughed. 666. The Golden Horse of the Year Award. I'm very happy to pay more and chop off my hands. They immediately released the two people from the spatial magic box, Charlotte and Emperor Ermin. They were covered in blood and had fallen into a coma. These two are epic. Ermin is our idol. We've saved the world. Although she's seriously injured, she should be a living Ermin again after a few months of recuperation. After so many years, they finally smiled. They had finally met their idol, Ermin, and he had really helped her. It would be a lie to say that they weren't excited. Who are you? However, at this moment, the Pandora demon sword suddenly stood up and blocked the two unconscious people. Charlotte, Ermin, wake up. We've fallen into the hands of the evil gods. Demonic sword? Pandora? The few of them looked at each other. They had all heard of this legendary alchemy demonic sword. Charlotte was indeed a genius. She was already able to create an alchemy life. It was said that this was Charlotte's powerful alchemy product, which allowed swords to cultivate and develop their own consciousness. All these years, she had developed a spatial magic box. Naturally, she had heard of it and was using it. If you want to kill them, you have to step over my dead body. The sword blocked the two of them in a panic. Charlotte, Ermin, wake up. We've been captured by the evil god. Don't be nervous. The racer of Mount Harana quickly consoled, we're not bad people. The evil god is a massive and chaotic consciousness entity, so it's only natural for it to have its own good and evil. We're the good ones, or else we wouldn't have saved you guys. Really? Pandora's box stood in front of the two of them, its voice pure. Of course it's true, Shuebai smiled very gently. It was still the simple folk customs of the other world. They looked at the demonic sword. It loyally protected its master and stood in front of its master without running away. It was truly worthy of admiration. However, this sword secretly sighed the kind side of the evil god? All of you are old and cunning, you really make me, a native of this world, feel my scalp go numb. Chapter 129, The Era of Evil Gods. Screenshots. 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 After gaining temporary trust, Chu Mingzi took a lot of photos and was satisfied. He couldn't help but go online and post. Shocking. When Emperor Ermin fell into my hand, she was bleeding and fainted from the pain. I patted her sleeping position. V-hand gesture. The forum was still discussing the new sandbox dungeon. Although everyone had taken all the spots, the server had not been opened yet. They were still thinking about how to build a wizard community together. But now, everyone's attention was diverted. What was going on? What had happened? Emperor Ermin actually fell into the hands of this crazy driver? Bastard, what did you do to our goddess? I can't believe you're such a racer of Mount Harana. I'm going to hunt you down. Countless people were angry. Ermin's die-hard fans were still very scary. Many people had Ermin on their desktop wallpapers. Under these tempting words, everyone was very angry. Ha ha ha, it's useless even if I search through human flesh. You can't find my real body in real life, you can't check my water meter. Unless you can break through the black technology of this game. Following that, the racer of Mount Harana explained the sequence of events and the current development of the plot, and everyone's anger subsided. Screenshots of the battle were sent out. At the beginning of the Night of the Heavenly Witch, 4 terrifying evil gods were fighting in the small town. Under the dim yellow sky, buildings were collapsing, and countless townspeople were fleeing. Then, there was the terrifying battle between Medusa and the evil god, followed by Ermin and the other 3. Too many things had happened, and they had all been captured. Emperor Medusa. He's dead? Silence. I didn't expect her to be so crazy, no offense. I just remembered a saying, when you hear the truth in the morning, you can die at night, the dead is the greatest. The death of Emperor Medusa had left them with a lot of emotions. Countless people were mourning. He was a man of flesh and blood, and he had pursued the truth all his life. So the king of the half-orcs didn't die. Circe had also secretly lived a second life? That's too awesome. As they watched everything unfold, they were all extremely excited. It was as if they were watching a vast epic with ups and downs. Everyone was discussing the progress of the event. NBSP, there was no doubt that the evil god internal conflict was the main reason why they were able to save people. None of them were easy to deal with, and everyone was acting. Following that, some people started discussing what might happen next. If the racer of Mount Harana and the others could gain the trust of Ermin and Charlotte, they might be able to fight back. Now, the plot is going to reach its climax. The evil god has awakened in the past, and the world will face a catastrophe. What a magnificent era! The second life of you otherworld players, as the waves of the era, is already saving the world? Just thinking about it makes me feel good. I've already become a lemon spirit, sour. Hehe, you think you're just, but you don't know. You're the evil gods that everyone wants to kill, and you brought the world-ending disaster, anger. The truth above. Quickly activate your golden finger. He called for the help of us from the other world, and Emperor Ermin live-streamed his counter-attack and beat up the evil god. NBSP, impossible, those evil gods will definitely eavesdrop. The 4 of them will only report to us after things have happened. That alchemy created life, the demon sword Pandora, is still so infatuated, blocking the 2 of them with all its might. Touched. Indeed, my unshakable determination in the face of the Creator Charlotte who created me is much better than a certain fellow who roared and wanted to rebel against the Creator and sit on the chair of the Creator. Sudden change in style. However, as an evil god, it's a huge problem to gain the favorability of these 2 NPCs. Just as everyone was discussing, the racer of Mount Harana had finished his self-satisfaction and was now in a frenzy. After uploading all the screenshots, he re-entered the game. A week had passed inside. Shwebagzu and the others were still busy, while Charlotte and Ermin were still unconscious. They would only wake up a few times, and it was always the demonic sword that protected them. Hey! You evil gods, go and get some firewood. I'm going to boil water to bathe the 2 legendary wizards. Don't peek. Why didn't you use fire-type sorcery to boil the water? It's not comfortable to wash in that kind of water. Also, for tonight's dinner, we'll eat the tail of a Modoc giant beast. It's really delicious, and we'll add some green rain tree salt to it. We don't have any salt, the racer of Mount Harana could not help but say. Go to the town and buy it. Pandora's demonic sword stood in front of the 2 of them and sneered, as expected, are you going to reveal your true colors? Have you finally revealed the brutal nature of an evil god? The racer of Mount Harana was speechless. Shwebagzu's scalp went numb, and he could only nod. The few of them left the cave and couldn't help but complain to the others, the favorability of this demon sword NPC is so hard to get. There's no other way. Who asked our evil god camp to have a negative reputation? If I want to interfere with the storyline of the main character, I can only do more of the quests issued by this NPC. As a veteran player, Shwe could still accept this. At this moment, a voice came from inside. Also, I'm tired of dinner tonight. I want to give the unconscious Ermin and Charlotte a good meal. NBSP, that giant evil god body of yours looks like it tastes good. Cut some meat and roast it. Let's see what it tastes like. The crowd was stunned and could not help but look at the racer of Mount Harana in silence. The racer of Mount Harana was speechless. His face was full of tears and grief. Why are you looking at me? As a native NPC, it's so cool to issue a mission to these players. Pandora laughed and looked down at the two unconscious epic wizards. However, a worried expression gradually appeared on her face. The fate of the world is in our hands, but can the few of us really win? Not only were the four of them trying to please the two epic wizards and make them feel good, but Dragon Record was also trying to please the two epic wizards. They all clearly understood that the four players had collected 70% of the bodies, and it was impossible for them to win alone. They could only find a way to rope in a group of epic natives. Year 938 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The world had changed drastically, and too many things had happened. The evil gods had all sorts of infighting and self-attack. It was simply beyond the witch's imagination. However, several legendary wizards were seriously injured and fled, and the world could not escape the fate of defeat. The four red name players were still fighting among themselves, but they had already revived more than half of Thulhu and ruled the world. Year 940 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The Thulhu evil god disintegrated into four bodies. The four evil god kings announced that they would abolish the names of the Half-Orc Kingdom, Rose Kingdom, and Babylon Kingdom, and establish a unified sorcerer federation. It was known as the Era of Evil Gods. In the same year, all over the world, wizard guilds were established and all wizards had to be registered. Year 949 of the Kingdom of Babylon. NBSP, the four evil gods fought once more and one of them died. The remaining three Thulhu kings were also severely injured and could only rest and recuperate. They temporarily put out the idea of killing each other and announced to the world, he wanted to collect the blood of evil eyes from all the major potion shops. In addition, the evil eye creatures would be subject to the regulations of the Central Federation. They were not allowed to be sent out to the community, private sects, academies, and privately reared. They would be executed immediately upon discovery. The tentacle monster evil eye is a prohibited item. Control them. What about slimes? When the racer of Mount Harana and the others heard the news, they could not help but have a strange look on their faces. In this era, anyone who wanted to become a wizard had to apply through the Wizard Union. Furthermore, not only were the evil eyes recruited, all the books from the wizard schools and academies had to be submitted collectively to the Victoria University Library in the Central Federation's capital. After they handed it in, the extra books from the local people were burned. The common folk were not allowed to have sorcerer books. Only Victoria University in the King's City had it. In an instant, terrifying scenes appeared in various places. There were huge pits on the ground, and the evil god cult mages who had already submitted to the evil god burned the books. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, like smoke rising from the earth, and drifted to the entire Magus world. This is knowledge, our truth, but the evil god. In the sky-shaking flames, there was an old Magus crying bitterly, watching his entire life's research being destroyed in a day. Where are the three Thulhu kings who ruled the world and saved the world? We four legendary wizards, what exactly? Countless people were silent. The sorcerer civilization was imprisoned, and the truth of freedom was obliterated. Countless sorcerers began to despair. Su Ji sat at the entrance of the courtyard and nibbled on an apple. This is indeed the best solution. After all, they are evil gods. The negative public opinion in this world can no longer be changed. All the wizards are rebelling. After ruling the world, it's impossible for me to help these evil gods with their research. I'd rather die than submit. Since that was the case, it would be better to not allow the birth of wizards among the people. The wizards that would be born in the future could only be people from their evil god church. After a few hundred years, this generation of wizards and all the people would die of old age. At that time, they would change public opinion and change history. For example, the evil gods were kind, and Emperor Ermin and the Alchemy Emperor were tyrannical. They came to this world and saved the people of this land. At that time, they would represent justice and blossom in this land again. The sorcerers and witches would worship them and use the countless sorcerers in the sorcerer world to advance civilization. They would do research for them and completely become their territory. As the creator, Su Ji could not help but sigh at the cruelty of history when he saw the alternation and development of civilizations. He suddenly recalled an ancient record from the Qin dynasty. When the first emperor, to destroy the path of the previous king, to burn the words of the 100 families, to be foolish. Build a city, kill heroes, gather soldiers from all over the world, gather in Xianyang, defeat the enemies, forge the 12 men of gold, and weaken the people of the world. These 3 other world players have the demeanor of our first emperor. Chapter 130, The Thulhu Era. Su Ji took a bite of the apple, but he was very calm. The fate of the 3 other world players had always been in his hands. If they went too far in their tyranny, the God of Wisdom would personally come and create a big disconnection. He would see who was more tyrannical. The 3 kingdoms that Thulhu had obtained were just empty shells. Ermin and the others were very smart. All the cultivation resources and alchemy products had long been moved away and collected in spatial magic boxes. The core high-level legendary wizards of the 3 kingdoms also took the opportunity to escape and successfully met up with Ermin and the others. The appearance of the space magic box just happened to allow a group of legend wizards to live inside, making it convenient for them to wear their core power and escape collectively. The 3 empty kingdoms that they had taken over had no resources and no powerful wizards. Although they had books and foundations, they still had to develop themselves again, which would take at least 100 or 200 years. After all, it wasn't easy to recultivate a rank 6 legend wizard who was loyal to them. Ermin and the others took away a batch of cores, and the 3 kingdoms' strength didn't hurt their foundation. In the 100 or 200 years that they took over the development of the 3 kingdoms, they were penniless. They started from scratch and worked for me. In the sandbox in the orchard, they redeveloped a new group of powerful sorcerers and developed a bright sorcerer era. Double the development, double the happiness. Su Ji laughed. With that in mind, the development of our orchard is really thriving. He was a farmer, so it was naturally better to have 3 players to help him plow the land. Su Ji gnawed on the apple and threw the core away. But when they really take shape and develop to their glory, they begin to have a large number of legendary wizard teams, academies, and sects. When the country is at its peak, they begin to officially establish research and start various topics. That's when I log off from them. Climbing the technology tree in my sandbox world? It didn't exist. Year 961 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The Church of Light had identified it as a cult and had launched a nationwide campaign. The Racer of Mount Harana and the others had no choice but to escape with Charlotte, Ermin, and the others. The army split into 2 groups. Circe and Longji were also fleeing on the other side. However, Ryaji was not trusted. He was scheming against Circe and the King of Half-Orcs, who were 2 insidious villains to begin with. In fact, the fact that the Racer of Mount Harana and the others were able to gain Ermin's trust was largely due to the assurance of the native magic sword Pandora. After all, she knew that she needed more help, even though the Racer of Mount Harana and the others were still being toyed with by the magic sword every day. Let's go find the truth. In the desert, Ermin pressed her cloak tightly and looked at her followers around her, as if she was reminded of the time when she had fled with Grantham. We will explore the door of truth. If we can understand the truth of Emperor Medusa's voluntary death, it will be the beginning of our counterattack. Circe, Ryaji, and Emily were on a small boat in the sea. In the space magic box in their hands lived a group of top legendary wizards from the Rose Kingdom and the Half-Orc Kingdom. Revive my disciple Medusa so that she will no longer be in despair and wake up from death on her own. We also want to break through to the demigod realm. In the end, the strong blow could not destroy them. Even if the evil god ruled the world, even if Medusa's unknown despair before her death. The Magi who pursued the truth still chose to move forward in the midst of difficulties. Year 963 of the Kingdom of Babylon. Over the years, the 3 Thulhu kings had completely taken control of their bodies during their internal strife. They had improved the Thulhu's body and restrained the passive indescribable fear. They gradually began to use most of their strength to suppress the power of their aura. Otherwise, the Thulhu evil god would not be able to rule this land. NBSP, originally, the 3 evil gods had been separated into 3 parts to prevent Thulhu from being killed. But this separation gave others the chance to assassinate them. But now, they finally chose to completely reform the evil gods, and there were no more loopholes. Our era has completely arrived. Year 968 of the Kingdom of Babylon. Civilization was advancing at a crazy pace. The University of Victoria had launched a wizard tournament that had shaken the entire wizard world and the entire Federation. At this time, the entire central city, the capital of the Federation, was the body of the evil god of Thulhu, and countless people lived on the vast body of Thulhu. This was an extremely terrifying giant god. The 60,000 feet tall giant, who had reached Su Ji's chest, was sitting on a giant chair made of mountain soil. His hands were on the armrests, and his huge head was raised slightly, looking up at the endless sky. The flesh and blood of the entire Thulhu evil god's continent of Arlai swelled and transformed into squirming red houses. Countless witches and schools settled there, and they meditated for the evil god's body every day. The Thulhu evil god had not moved for more than 10 years. Because every time he moved, he would need to consume a lot of energy and eat a lot. The arena for the 10 wizard exchange matches was the Thulhu evil god, where the 10 fingers were extended. In front of the 10 fingers, there was a huge circular palm. This was where the thousands of spectators were watching the competition. Beat her! Mi-Chi, you are the strongest wizard in our alchemy department. Clear our names! On the palm, countless people were cheering. Over the years, more and more people began to submit to the evil god cult and submit to their rule. The evil god's king's city body was not limited to this. The legendary Supreme Victoria University was on the right arm of the Thulhu evil god. Layers of spirals were like arm guards, forming a tower-shaped architectural university attached to the arm. Thulhu's royal palace was on its huge left thigh. At this time, the competition had come to an end. On the flat and wide left leg, the bright red flesh-colored ground, and on both sides, there were palace witches in beautiful wizard robes scattering flowers and shouting. The winner of this year's Victoria University Wizard Tournament, Annie, is here to meet the great Lord of Wizards. The King of Truth of the world. Your Majesty, Thulhu. Annis, greetings to the Almighty God. Flesh and blood squirmed, and a woman walked out. She looked up at the terrifying body of Thulhu in awe and worship. What a great life! Annie's eyes were bright and fiery. Our world should be ruled by such a powerful god. One look from him was enough to make people collapse. His voice alone was enough to drive a person crazy. The city that the Magi lived in was on top of him. Annie looked at the heretic god, and the heretic god was also looking at the little ant, Annie, who was standing on its thigh. Annie was a peerless genius. According to their spectating and discussion, her talent was no less than the 3 witches who had founded the era. She might be able to start a new era. After all these years, we have finally discovered a genius who can start a new era. Her talents will not belong to people like Circe and Medusa. They all clearly knew the importance of geniuses and their creativity. It was not something that could be achieved with just a large number of people. A group of people with mediocre ideas would not have the ability to create an era no matter how hard they worked. It was usually a small number of people who created an era. I have to get her. NBSP, although the 3 evil gods were working together on the surface, in reality, they were still scheming against each other and stabbing each other in the back. She's mine. It's mine. Everyone, please let me have it this once. I'm willing to pay the price. Impossible. All the witches' throats were dry and thirsty, and they did not dare to raise their heads. All kinds of majestic voices came from the high place of the evil god, and terrifying sound waves vibrated from the clouds as the internal quarrels began. The evil god's thoughts are chaotic. It can't be fathomed or described. The sorcerers and witches lowered their heads respectfully. After all these years, these ministers had long gotten used to it. The appearance of a world-shaking genius who had joined the 3 evil gods had made Ermin and the others even more anxious. Year 975 of the Kingdom of Babylon. As another legendary witch of the Kingdom of Babylon had secretly joined them, the secret location of the Beko Mountains was exposed. They began to encircle and annihilate the Church of Light and the remnants of the Kingdom of Babylon. The evil god of Thulhu had taken action personally. You guys hurry up and leave. A Nahog bird flapped its wings and slowly rose into the air. It shrieked mournfully, I'll lure them. You guys find another place to hide. Out of the 4 of us, 2 of us are the core muscle players who can't die, and 1 of us is the weakest page, so I'm the most suitable. After I die, it doesn't matter if the race becomes wild. In fact, it will be more convenient for you all instead of me stirring up trouble and rebelling all day. LL cut off your hand if you pay more, you. The racer of Mount Harana took a deep breath. After so many years, they had already integrated into the sorcerer world. It was a real life, and death was no different in front of them. Not many people could easily see through death and had the courage to face it in such a situation. Chapter 131, I've been waiting for this sentence my entire life. Ermin's face was silent, she wanted to say something but stopped. After getting along for so many years, although these four evil god consciousnesses were somewhat independent and often burst out with all kinds of inexplicable words and comical acts, they had gradually seen each other as companions. "Can you touch my head before I die?" The bald bird looked at Ermin and suddenly laughed. "I want you to sign your name on my bald head. It's another strange request." Ermin was stunned for a moment and stroked its bald central head with exuberant black curly hair. Voila! The ripples of life flashed, and a line of words gradually appeared on the scalp in the middle. It was Ermin's name. The Ahog bird was like a cat, constantly rubbing against her hand. Suddenly, it was dazed and full of regret. "I'm sorry. We destroyed your world. We crossed worlds and broke through dimensions to come here. Originally, we wanted to ask for your signature and play happily with you. In the end, it led to this. Those red-named players secretly killed us. They're too evil." After saying that, the Ahog bird soared into the sky. "This is a catastrophe that we caused. We should be the ones to end it." Whoosh! It flew toward the mountains in the distance, its figure cutting through the sky. A moment later, a terrifying aura spread from the distance, followed by a heart-wrenching and savage laugh. It was a roar in Chinese, "I'm here, your grandfather is here. Red names, come and kill me. These guys. He always does things that people can't understand." Ermin, Charlotte, and the others looked at each other. Pan Yu-hsien, who was tied behind his back, whispered in a somewhat complicated voice, "You're going to die, yet you're still making such a strange request. Are you a pervert?" The racer of Mount Harana fell to the ground and laughed bitterly. "It's finally got its way. We've been secretly competing, but this bastard still got our idol's autograph first." Year 991 of the Babylon Kingdom. Several years passed. In the depths of a dark cave. After being hunted down for nearly 100 years and working hard for nearly 100 years, I have finally broken through and reached Medusa's level. Ermin took a deep breath and said, "I'm on the verge of breaking through to the demigod realm. I need the pressure of death." Only the demigod Thulhu and the demigod Phoenix could bring the pressure of death. They chose to challenge Phoenix. The Phoenix wasn't a powerful demigod. In fact, it was even weaker at the same cultivation level. Its 3 genetic talents were all related to fire, and the last talent was rebirth from fire. It didn't have any sorcery skills and was just a wild beast that used its strength roughly. But it's still a demigod. On this day, Ermin went deep into the underground lava cave and challenged Phoenix alone. She fought from the underground to the Green Mountains. The world seemed to be covered in flames and Ermin was on the verge of death. "We can't hold on any longer. Save them." Xue Beixiu, the racer of Mount Harana, and the others quickly controlled the evil god's body to attack, but it was shattered into pieces. Xue Bai's body was hit. "You." Ermin's mind went blank when she saw this scene. In her anger, something in her mind seemed to break. She broke through and became a demigod while bathing in blood. She injured the Phoenix and the Phoenix escaped. On this day, Ermin also stepped into a new field that Medusa had come into contact with in the past, the limit of human beings, demigod. "You." On the ground, everyone looked at the broken Swabai without saying a word. Ermin's body trembled slightly as she picked up the red muscle strip. "You're an evil god, but you're willing to risk your lives to save me. Aren't you afraid of death?" "That's right, a long life of nearly 200 years. It's a pity that it's suddenly gone." Xue Beixiu's voice gradually became softer and weaker as he looked at the ground covered in flames. "But I'm already very satisfied. I've been very smart since I was young, but I've also been very confused. That's like something from my past life. I've always thought that after I graduated from college, I'll study an unpopular major in ocean knowledge, intern, and work. I kept thinking, until I saw a picture on a live broadcast. That hot-blooded young lady who had been working hard for the sake of the entire era. She clearly had no hope of winning, but she still wanted to kill her way out of despair. I had a strong urge in my heart. I wanted to enter the sorcerer world in the picture, I wanted to see that girl. I immediately made up my mind. I madly studied the thesis, working so hard that I lost quite a bit of hair. When I succeeded and opened Start Your Second Life, I set a life goal for myself, I'll definitely protect her." "I don't understand what you're saying." Ermin was bitter, but she was already used to these strange words. Just like that, I finally found a goal in my lost life. Before I die, can you promise me a request? This is my only dream. Shwebagzi revealed a gentle smile. I've been in this world for nearly 200 years. This is my only dream. Ermin was silent for a moment. Go ahead. Her smile, which she had learned for nothing, gradually became brighter. My most admired Emperor Ermin, don't be so shameless. When she smiled, she held me in her arms with one hand and made a V shape with the other hand, and said to me %, hashtag, plus. Ermin was stunned. I don't understand, but if saying this sentence is your lifelong dream, she squeezed out a smile on her beautiful face and used this awkward foreign world's language to read the evil god's ravings that she couldn't understand at all. Swibai is my husband. I want to marry him in the most beautiful white wedding dress. Screenshots. 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 Ha 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 ha. If that's the case, then my dream. My life will be satisfied then. Shwebagzi finally laughed out loud, as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Whoosh! The bright red flesh in Ermin's hand had completely lost its vitality and was dead. The words dream were still echoing in her ears as Ermin looked at everything in a daze. She stood up and tried to understand the meaning of this sentence. Unknowingly, I've already carried everyone's hopes and become everyone's dream? This bastard, so this was what he was hiding. The racer of Mount Harana watched everything unfold in a daze. On the cliff further away, Charlotte leaned against the magic sword and sat on the edge. She calmly looked up at the vast sky and said, our king of Babylon is still the little girl who liked to be emotional. In the face of the death of her followers, she still cannot take it lightly. However, another evil god died. I don't know if I should laugh or cry. She had never liked to express her emotions, but it was obvious that she was not calm when her eyes flashed. Demon Sword Pandora's expression was extremely complicated. Suddenly, she burst out laughing, this group of bastards. It was such a touching and tear-jerking scene before death, but they completely destroyed the atmosphere in an instant. Chapter 132, The Final Moment. After collecting the corpses, the group set off again. From the beginning to the end, Ermin did not cry. Back then, Ermin was a silly girl who loved to cry. She was hot-blooded, emotional, and impulsive. She had even cried countless times during the escape of the Alchemy Emperor. She cried even more hysterically during the battle at the waterfall with Charlotte. However, on the day she ascended the throne, her teacher Grantham had told her about the history of King Lilith before he died of old age. The teacher told her. The one he admired the most was Lilith. She was also a weak witch back then, but after sitting in that position, no matter what difficulties and despair she encountered, she did not cry. This was because the king of Babylon was not allowed to shed tears. A few days later, when her teacher, Alchemy Monarch, died, she did not cry. But how many more people will die on this path? Ermin sighed and looked at the people around her. We may all eventually lead most of them to death. As long as the kingdom of Babylon can be revived. Around them, the Babylonian witch ministers who had followed them all looked worried. These were the elites of the country. There were more than 10 rank 6 legendary wizards, and they were the core strength of the entire wizard country. They were now living in Pandora's box, recuperating and forming a small spatial tribe. Now, I have finally reached Medusa's level. After a moment of silence, she stood up and said, go find Witch Circe and the others. It's time to meet them. Let me light the divine fire and figure out what kind of hopeless truth Medusa saw at that time. Half a month later, Ermin failed to break through. In this world, the limit of humans was demigod. They finally knew this terrifying truth. In this land, the demigod realm is the limit. If it was another world, I'm afraid I would have taken that step in an instant without any hindrance. This world is a cage. They've confined our talents. At this moment, Ermin finally understood Medusa's meaning before she died. Circe, Charlotte, and the others were in despair. However, Ermin looked determined. That's impossible. There must be way to break through to mythical level 8, but we haven't explored it yet. There's no way out. Even if we die, we have to break through and become gods. The few of them were stunned and looked at Ermin in a daze, but they revealed a bright smile. Yes, there was no way out. Year 1003 of the Kingdom of Babylon. Charlotte was the second person to be close to breaking through to the demigod realm. They began to search for the demigod phoenix, and finally found traces of the phoenix in a hidden cave in a mountain range at the edge of the world. This time, with the demigod Ermin holding the fort, Charlotte was on the verge of death. After challenging 13 times, Charlotte broke through to the demigod realm, and the phoenix flew away with serious injuries. Year 1009 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The king of half-orcs Emily was close to breaking through to the demigod realm. They began to search for the demigod phoenix, and finally, in a swamp, they found the phoenix, who had retracted the flames around her body, buried herself, and used the high temperature to burn the mud, turning herself into a mud statue. It had been hiding in the statue, worshipped and prayed by the ignorant people of the swamp tribes. After fighting for several months, Emily was on the verge of death countless times before he finally broke through to the demigod realm. The phoenix flew away with heavy injuries. Year 1027 of the Kingdom of Babylon. Circe's path to becoming a demigod was the longest. After spending more than 100 years, she finally opened up a new path as a necromancer and was about to break through to become an undead demigod. In the ocean, they found a phoenix that used flames to solidify the soil and tried to turn itself into a mud statue before throwing its corpse into the depths of the ocean to hide. After fighting for several days, Circe broke through to the demigod realm. The following year, the year 1028 of the Kingdom of Babylon. The evil gods were fighting again. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire capital collapsed. Another person died, leaving only 2 Thulhu kings. Ermin and the others fell into an unprecedented atmosphere of urgency. If one more evil god dies, the evil god's body will truly be unified, and it will begin to have the strength to deal with us and kill us. Even though the 4 of them had become demigods, they were still vulnerable. Not only had they improved in the past 100 years, but the evil gods had also grown in strength. They could already feel the terrifying aura in the center of the wizard kingdom. It far exceeded the strength of a human demigod and was infinitely close to a true god. Even a dozen demigods might not be its match. What kind of terrifying aura was that? If it wasn't for the fact that this world was restricting him. The demigod Ermin stood in the mountains, looking at the wizard kingdom from afar, at the terrifying and vast Thulhu evil god sitting on the black stone throne. Countless wizards lived on his shell, and he showed a touch of fear. The time left for us is less than 30 years, and now is the last moment. The destruction brought. Are you a new student? Su Ji stood up and picked up the trash can in the room, which was filled with a large pile of plastic bags and fruit cores. He strode out of the door, planning to dump it at the garbage truck on the nearby village trail. With the limits of this barren Earth's environment, it was impossible for the Thulhu evil god to break through to the mythical level. However, he could still continue to grow stronger. The cells in his body could increase his wizard level, turning him into a demigod with extremely distorted combat power. He could even infinitely approach the combat power of a true god, and could beat up more than a dozen demigods at the same level, or even hundreds of them. In such a desperate situation, the only way to win is to break through to level 8 mythical realm. Can you really do it? Su Ji thought about it for a moment and walked back with the trash can in his hand. There's not much time left for you guys. In the real world. In a room that was plastered all over the beach of Ermin, a young man slowly woke up and stood up to the window. He gave off a very contradictory aura. He was clearly a young man in his early 20s, but he gave off the feeling of being old and experienced, giving people the illusion that he was extremely calm. This power. Pei again and Chop Hands stood up silently and went to the mirror to look at everything. The pimples and potholes on his face began to disappear gradually. His unhealthy body, which had been an otaku for too long, also began to become healthy. My body, it actually. The powerful spirit and soul of a rank 6 wizard still returned to his body. On the other side, Xuebexu also stood up. He silently felt everything and felt that his entire person was full of energy. He looked at himself in the mirror. Originally, as he was in charge of the evil god's evolution, he had crazily researched and read papers, causing him to lose a lot of hair. It was dry, easy to fall off, and he had become a little bald. Now, his hair had actually turned black, the kind that looked like it would grow back very quickly. It actually. He was completely shocked. After a moment of silence, he blinked his eyes. This hardcore game not only makes you bald, but it also makes you grow hair? Healthy body? He's so considerate of the players. No, this is my wife's blessing. He looked at the screenshot in silence and logged into the internet. Chapter 133, The Path to Godhood. The online forum of the Spore Evolution game began to become restless, because a well-known player who was trying to survive, pay more and chop off your hands, had appeared. The big boss is dead. Everyone couldn't help but get excited and asked about the situation inside. It wasn't that he didn't save a screenshot. Exquisite murals were pasted on the wall, and the whole story was slowly described. Gradually, everyone was touched by the tragedy and some admired the heroic sacrifice of the rich. After explaining what had happened, "Pay more and I'll chop your hands off, brothers, I'm dead. I've tried my best. After all, the situation inside is too dangerous. However, I've obtained Ermin's signature. I'll let you all enjoy it. I've created a special ending CG wallpaper for the game." Screenshots. Screenshots. 7 pieces. In the image, Ermin was holding a Mediterranean dumbfounded bird. In the middle of his black and lush Mediterranean sea, there was a bald spot, and she signed Ermin in the delicate handwriting of the other world. All the players were speechless. Everyone was fine at first, but they were quite pessimistic for him. Everyone knew that he was a decent person to spend money on and cut off his hands, unlike the slutty racer of Mount Harana. What? Moi. And comfort. After all, he could have lived on and lived on, but he chose to sacrifice his life to save Ermin. He was indeed a hero. She had to be gentle. He definitely had to give her some encouragement. Everyone was taking deep breaths in front of the keyboard to build up their emotions, but now Menmei wants to evolve into a dragon and endorse the legendary web-based game, ha 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 ha. He couldn't help but laugh like a barbell. I was quite sad at first, but with this hairstyle and the signature, I'm sorry, I really can't comfort you. Sorry, helpless face.jpg. Haruko loves learning, I can't stop laughing too. I wouldn't have laughed so miserably, but the contrast is too great. His abdominal muscles were showing from laughing. Detestable. Learn medicine to save the world. Brother, this is your problem. We've already prepared our feelings. But in the end, are you a pervert? To make my goddess do such a thing? Crazy. I'll chop off my hands if. Pay more. Wasn't it normal to ask for an autograph on a bald head before dying? Then, not long after he came out of the game, another big shot came out. Everyone was instantly excited. What was going on? Shuebai didn't beat around the bush, and very seriously introduced the situation inside to everyone. How he had valiantly blocked the attack for Ermin, and then Ermin had broken through to the demigod realm for him. The sad scene was so touching that it was as if they had seen a real heroic scene. This person was still the most reliable. They sighed in their hearts. As expected of the big shot who had organized this group game activity. Therefore, everyone began to think about how to comfort this big shot. They also began to build up their emotions and even continued to think about the lines they had just said. Shue, by the way, I have a commemorative ending. I won't say more. I'll just send everyone a picture. Feel it for yourselves. GIF 1. It was a GIF composed of countless exquisite high-definition wallpaper and still pictures that were connected in series by software. The pages were flipped frantically to form the GIF. In the picture, Emperor Ermin was holding a mussel in one hand, and the other hand slowly made a V-shape, while she said something. However, from the shape of his mouth, it was difficult to make out what he said. But below the picture, there was a caption that matched the shape of the person's mouth. Shuebai is my husband. I want to marry him in the most beautiful white wedding dress. All the players were speechless. Pfft! This damn GIF! Everyone went silent and instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. The previous one was a comical face, but this one. They don't need our comfort at all. We don't have any sympathy in our hearts right now, and we even want to hit them. There's actually such a shameless person in this world. Emperor Ermin is my wife. You actually dared to trick my goddess. I'll cut off your hands if you pay more. It's useless to learn. You two come out and get beaten online. You deceived my tears. You're simply a disgrace to our Ermin Evil God fan club. Burning with anger, they began to criticize him crazily. This person was simply shameless. After that, after more than an hour, the racer of Mount Harana finally came out. Even this guy is dead. Everyone could not help but ask. Haruko loves learning, he. No matter what you want to say, racer of Mount Harana, come out and get beaten up first. Learn medicine to save the world. That's right, I can't trust you guys anymore. The previous two were already so flirtatious. This. Shoot him for 10 minutes, then drag him out for an explanation. The racer of Mount Harana was speechless. What happened? I'm innocent. He was dumbfounded. Why did he criticize me as soon as he came out? I didn't do anything. The racer of Mount Harana coughed. It's already year 1031 in the sorcerer world. Congratulations to the sorcerer kingdom of Babylon for reaching the millennium. You haven't said whether you're dead or not. I'm already dead. Now, it's the final moment of the Magus world's survival. The two Thulhu kings are fighting each other. The moment they decide who's the winner, it'll be time to wipe out the remaining forces of the three kingdoms. The racer of Mount Harana said, the three of us have officially quit the game. The only book left in the game is the most useless one. It's useless to him. He can only broadcast the situation of the wizarding world to us from the inside. Then wouldn't we be dead? The sorcerer world was going to. After everyone laughed and laughed, they couldn't help but have this terrifying thought explode in their minds. The racer of Mount Harana explained to everyone the truth of the sorcerer world, which was even more terrifying. It was impossible to become a god, and everyone would remain at the demigod realm. In fact, Medusa had already broken through at that time, but she had not become a god, so she had been killed by the Thulhu evil god. The people around them trembled when they heard this. They recalled Medusa's words before she died, and the truth was finally out. This time, everyone was even more desperate. Even the path to becoming a god was cut off. The evil god of Thulhu was already invincible in the other world, and there was almost no room for counterattack. You still haven't told me how you died. Shwebagzya couldn't help but say. He was also extremely excited. I committed suicide. I committed suicide to quit the game, the racer of Mount Harana replied. Suicide? Everyone's mind went blank and they couldn't understand. Things had turned out to be unexpected. Among the three who had retreated, the racer of Mount Harana was the most serious one. One could only imagine how tense the situation was over there. The racer of Mount Harana, those red names. I know you guys must be eavesdropping on the forums. I'm telling you, you're going to lose for sure. We already have a way to win, and the evil gods are not a threat. What sure win method? Everyone couldn't help but shiver. I'll still become a god. The racer of Mount Harana replied, the road is paved by humans. From 1 to 7 wizard realms, it's also paved by humans from nothing to something. Why can't a level 8 mythical creature do the same? Wizards are a group of people who pursue the truth. If this path doesn't work, we have another path. The racer of Mount Harana said, the road to godhood is already in place. Our three kingdoms, as well as the Church of Light, have joined forces to set up a world-shaking game of chess. So, I committed suicide. The two evil gods, listen up. Ermin and the others inside are about to declare war on you too. They won't wait until you kill each other and merge completely. As soon as the racer of Mount Harana made the announcement, it caused a huge uproar. Chapter 134, The Last of Everything. There was still room for a counterattack? The forum was instantly filled with excitement after this post. But it was impossible. Demigods were the limit of the Magus world. If one really wanted to become a god, perhaps it was just as Medusa had said. Only by ascending to the realm of gods and coming to the land of the gods would it be possible. No one could make a breakthrough on this barren land. However, the racer of Mount Harana actually said that he had a solution. Not only were the netizens excited, but the two major research institutes were also agitated. Maybe he's just trying to scare us and stall for time. After all, it's impossible for him to become a god. One by one, the researchers in white coats walked around. The atmosphere was tense. They even wanted to investigate the racer of Mount Harana's identity immediately and stop him. However, the racer of Mount Harana and the others had never revealed any real-life information, so it was unrealistic to hack into the forum of this black technology. At that moment, the racer of Mount Harana was still talking. Everyone, don't worry. It's everyone's responsibility to maintain the game environment and attack the red names. According to the flow of time, the game had almost started. All they had to do was wait for Xiao Neahu to come down the mountain and post the screenshot as the live broadcaster. As the commentator outside, I'll be doing a live broadcast for everyone and explaining this shocking Go game. An hour outside is 4 years inside. Even if you red names know about it, it's impossible for you to make any response. The racer of Mount Harana said, "This scheme is the biggest change in the history of the Magus world. This was a situation that only existed in 1,000 years. If he succeeded, he would change the entire world. In the days to come, man will conquer nature. The gods in the heavens will be beaten to death by us. We'll be far ahead of the era of alchemy emperors. Surpass the 3 witches and start the wizard era. The only change in the world in 1,000 years? Kill the gods in the sky?" All the netizens were in an uproar. This bastard is really a god slayer. At the same time, they sat in front of their computers with complicated thoughts in their minds. We have witnessed everything, the era of the dark witches, the era of the alchemy monarch, and the era of the evil god. This was an epic that belonged to the world. Most of us grew under the witness, change, and participation of the image live stream, walking step by step towards glory. Countless songs of praise and blood and tears, countless heroes' deaths and rebirths. Was the final moment coming? What kind of drastic changes would happen to the world? Everyone was driven by the emotions of the racer of Mount Harana, and their hot-blooded emotions were spreading. The racer of Mount Harana, the chess game of the world is about to begin. Let us witness the first god of the land of the Magi. The counter-attack is about to begin. Voila! As expected, in less than 30 seconds, the first screenshot appeared. It was posted by Little Brain Tiger Downhill. They should be starting to fight inside. Let me give some comments. Everyone, look at this picture. The speed of the car on Mount Harana started to pick up. In the screenshot, it was a scene where the sky was falling apart. In the capital city of Thulhu, a terrifying and vast evil god stood up. There was a rain of blood from the sky, and countless people were wailing and running on the streets. In the rain of blood, on the street, a golden-haired girl in a wizard's robe was holding a black book and kissing it. Everyone was speechless. The racer of Mount Harana was speechless. What's going on? What's happening inside? Why is this book of yours so indecent? You don't play by the rules, and you're in love the moment you start reading? Bastard, have you also fallen? How am I supposed to comment on this scene? Year 1040 of the Kingdom of Babylon. In the center of a dark, nameless space, there was a black altar covered with exquisite alchemy magic patterns. It was simple, vast, and had an extremely ancient aura. Wisps of black smoke surrounded it, giving it a quiet and strange sense of mystery. Circe sat quietly at the edge of the altar and closed her eyes slightly, as if she was recalling the past in the tribe and the beginning of everything. The 3 witches held torches in their hands and stepped on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. If we don't want to walk towards destruction, death cannot crush our arms or destroy our backbones. Today, history will record our courage. On that day, countless women came. They abandoned their husbands and said goodbye to their children. They clearly knew that they were going to die. They clearly knew that death would bring them extreme pain, but no one retreated. Everything is just like back then. Circe chuckled, as if she was reliving the days of her youth. However, now was the era of the young, whether it was her disciple Medusa, Ermine, Charlotte, or the others. In a daze, she seemed to hear Demetrius whispering in her ear, "My dear Circe, what are you willing to pay in order to win?" "Everything," Circe replied in a low voice. All of a sudden, her vision blurred. She stared at the hundreds of rows of witch ministers under the altar. Boom! The space was shaking. The atmosphere was solemn and heavy. They all clearly understood that the survival of the world depended on this battle. It was the last hope. All the elites of the 3 kingdoms were here, and even the powerful prisoners in the large prison, hundreds of level 5 wizards, 37 epic wizards, and the 2 newly advanced genius epic wizards who had been on the run for more than 100 years. The world is balanced. The truth of us wizards is equivalent exchange. We have to pay for what we want. Circe stood up and stood calmly on the altar, looking down at the hundreds of witch ministers below. Let's start. The small town of the witches, Killity. This was a secret gathering place, but it was already empty. Other than the high-level sorcerers in the inner space, there were countless low-level sorcerers who had been scattered all over the world, hiding in every corner of the city, waiting for the world's last moment. In a house in the town, Lucy, Charlotte, and Ermine were in the garden, holding a spray can, taking care of the plants, and trimming the leaves. After Lucy was resurrected, she was only a ghost, her body was a faint transparent shadow. However, she was originally a genius wizard from the academy, and the three of them had now become a level 5 death wizard. The three of them were chatting in the garden, like the closest sisters. "The three of us have finally reunited," Charlotte said softly. "I've thought of this scene countless times. Even Ermine has stopped me countless times." Ermine smiled faintly and didn't answer. Lucy looked at the two of them in a daze. She had no idea that she had changed the course of the world. The world seemed to be revolving around her, with her resurrection as the center. And now, the two sisters from back then had actually grown to the point where even the world would be moved by them. Demigods, just thinking about it was unimaginable. The three of them, the trio from back then. It's finally complete. A black sword was leaning against the white wall, looking at the three of them. It was as if it was not the two great lords in the garden, but three young magi who were laughing. Charlotte had sacrificed too much to return to this moment. "We're leaving. Believe the two of us, we'll be back." Charlotte stood up and picked up her sword. "Wait for us," Ermine waved her hand and left the courtyard. In the garden, there was only a faint, slender ghost woman left. Lucy didn't say anything, she just watched them leave quietly. After some distance, Charlotte turned to Ermine and said, "It's about to start. Do you still remember your sorcery? Have you opened up its truth?" Ermine nodded. She suddenly remembered the words of her reclusive teacher who used to study waves. "The shaking of the world is the origin of everything." The world was shaking. Life was shaking. The vibration would form ripples. The ripples are the power of life. "What about the soul?" Charlotte asked. Ermine replied, "The soul is shaking too. The soul itself is a kind of ripple energy. Remember this. You must come back." Charlotte also laughed. "Then, go to hell." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire Pandora's sword in Charlotte's hand turned into a black mist, making a shocking hissing sound, and pierced into Ermine's chest. Voila! Blood gushed out of Ermine's chest, and she died instantly. In the next second, Ermine's entire body turned into a pool of blood and flesh and was absorbed into the demonic sword. Chapter 135, Opening the Divine Path for All Living Beings. The moonlight shone on the ground. At the edge of the cliff, Emri was flapping her grey-black wings and stretching her perfect long legs. She was sitting on the edge of the cliff and shaking. Her toes were like dragonflies touching the water. The nails on her snow-white feet were extremely sharp, bringing an exotic beauty. A faint smile appeared on Emri's face. "Someone once told us wizards that since our world is barren and the land of gods, Achilles, is not open, we mortals on earth don't have to rely on the gods. We can create our own divine realm. Why rely on the gods in the sky? Obedience was mortals, and defiance was gods. We were born into this world to open the gate of God for the world. Since the divine bridge was broken, he would continue the divine path for the people of the world. Since the gods didn't have a place to live, he would establish a god world for the future generations." The arrogant and Chuyunibu laughter was still ringing in his ears. As expected of the god of blind stupidity, he was too stupid. It was a ridiculous thought, one that even she found absurd. Foolish, preposterous, and unrealistic, but the more they thought about it, the more their eyes burned with a fierce fire, as if they were filled with a strong anticipation. The evil gods from the other world have been baptized by their own civilization. They have no respect for gods and often talk about defying the heavens and defying the gods. In fact, the evil god himself is a god, and he doesn't fear the gods in the sky at all. He has indeed opened up a path for us to be bold. We really have to give it a try. In the pitch-black night sky, the entire cliff was deathly silent. There was a gentle breeze in the surroundings, and the moon was hanging in the sky. A blurry figure holding a sword had long been hidden in the darkness. "Teacher," Pandora's voice started to choke. "Come on, I've been waiting for you guys for a long time." Emri looked at the sky calmly and did not move. "Let's start." Pfff. A sword suddenly pierced through Emily's chest. Fresh blood bloomed in the demonic beauty, like a flower before dawn. Emri slowly fell into a pool of blood, and his vision slowly blurred. I'm not afraid at all. It seems like I've been waiting for death for a long time. Her eyes seemed to look through the clouds and the moon sky, and she vaguely saw the time when she rebelled against Alchemy Emperor in his twilight years. She felt unprecedented calmness in her heart. Speaking of which, I've been struggling in prison all these years. After I came out, I ran around with you. What was I struggling for? No goals, no dreams. Suddenly, a tall and majestic man, who was like a god, appeared in front of her eyes. It was the obsession that she had been pursuing for her entire life. She tried in vain to surpass him, but she could not. She was slightly stunned, but then she smiled. Perhaps, my heart died the moment I heard that the alchemy monarch was dead. A gentle moonlight shone down, and Emily was swallowed by the demonic sword. The strongest emperor in the history of the half-orc kingdom, the first orc demigod, finally died on a cliff that no one knew about. Above the wizard union. Boom! A black meteor shot over, and the demigod's aura completely exploded. It rumbled like a violent meteorite, drawing a long and thin comet tail, floating in the sky above the Thulhu evil god. Charlotte held Pandora in her hand as she slowly looked down at everything. The sky was dark, and the moon hung slowly in the sky. The huge Thulhu evil god still covered the sky and the sun, sitting on the throne in the mountains, motionless, and countless wizards looked at this scene in a daze. Who is this? Hwala! A dark red light appeared. It was blinding and lit up the entire sky above the capital of Thulhu. 30 days of eternal night. Charlotte held her sword and swung it down. A bright eye of eternal night exploded in the dark red, and a terrifying spiritual power burst out, filling the entire Thulhu capital. Caught off guard, many of the Thulhuism Society's sorcerers fell into spiritual sorcery and headed towards death in their deep sleep. Charlotte, Thulhu raised his head and looked in the direction of the crimson light. My wizard citizens, hide in the magic box of Victoria University. Run! Quickly escape! It's Charlotte, the remnant of the three kingdoms. The Thulhu evil god's body was in chaos. Countless wizards cried and squeezed together, running toward the University of Victoria. An evil sect that has submitted to an evil god. You people are not worthy of being human. Charlotte smiled, revealing the cruel expression of the Rose Savior Society. Boom! A large amount of light flashed, and the entire Thulhu evil god's body trembled. Under Charlotte's terrifying power as a demigod, a large number of wizards died. That damned Charlotte, the Thulhu evil god was slightly angry. But now, he could only let Charlotte slaughter his people. This was because most of his strength was suppressed by his indescribable fear. Once he burst out with his strength to fight back, he would instantly kill all the people of the capital without leaving a single person alive. After a while, most of the civilians had been evacuated, and more than half of the remaining people had been killed by Charlotte. The Pandora sword in her hand became even redder, carrying a terrifying resentment. Charlotte! The Thulhu evil god began to wake up slowly and finally released its power. The indescribable fear had awakened. The world suddenly became gloomy, and countless dark clouds gathered. They became thicker and darker, surrounding the entire body of Thulhu. The entire heretic god began to shake slowly, and the earth trembled and throbbed rapidly. On the heretic god's skin, bright red and strange meat tendrils rose up one after another, as if there were countless dense arms in the forest, stirring up a strange breath of darkness. On the ground in the distance was the subsidiary city on the outskirts of the Thulhu capital. Countless families of wizards and ordinary civilians lived in the outer city. On the streets, all the ordinary people raised their heads and looked at the forest of arms piercing through the clouds in the sky. Boom! The vast evil god stood up. This 60,000-foot-tall giant that reached Suji's waist instantly caused the earth to collapse. The chair made up of mountain ranges collapsed with a loud bang, as if it was a scene of world destruction. On the Thulhu evil god's body, the few wizards who could not escape in time, or the corpses of those who had been killed by Charlotte, turned into a rain of blood and flesh. It sprinkled on the people in the city on the ground, and it was sticky with a fishy smell. Arg! Countless people screamed and looked up. Don't look! Someone roared at the top of his lungs. However, there were still people who could not help but look up. The body of Thulhu was indescribable. They could not help but hold their heads and fall into madness. They wailed and whimpered. In just a few seconds, blood flowed out of their 7 orifices and they died. You can't look directly at the gods. Don't look up. Run! A witch screamed. Because of extreme fear, snot and tears flowed down her face. Her roar cut through the night sky. Don't look up. Run! The great world lord has awakened, run! Run! I don't want to die yet. Instantly, countless people wailed and ran crazily. On the other side, on the streets of the city, there was a small stall selling jewelry. A pretty golden-haired girl was holding a thick black book and looking at some accessories. This earring, is it nice? Over the years, the Pandora's box was only a small part of the spatial alchemy tools. Most of the magic boxes were used as metal substitutes and made into various tools, including jewelry. You're crazy. Hurry up and run. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. He immediately gave up all his jewelry and rushed into the fleeing crowd. Linda, you should also run away. Don't look directly at the evil god. The book in the girl's hand suddenly whispered, as long as you don't look at him. Thulhu will not make a sound in order to not kill his own people. I know. Linda smiled gently. She was as gentle as ever and did not want to add any burden, but a sense of uneasiness reverberated in her heart. You must come back alive. It's okay, I will. The Black Book also revealed a touch of gentleness. I will replace the historian of the Church of Light and record the last moment in the history of the sorcerer world. I carry the hopes of the remaining 3 and will pass on the message to their souls. Linda suddenly laughed, her beautiful face was shocked, and she murmured, I remember the first time we met. At that time, you were full of strange words. I really miss those interesting times. Can you say those dirty and lewd words again? The Black Book was stunned for a moment, then it laughed and read out the words, as if it was sighing about the past. Beauty, shall we go on a date? Whoosh! Blood and flesh scattered all over the ground, landing on her face. Beautiful girl, please stroke my body gently. Please write on my body. In the chaos of the screams and despair of the passers-by, this voice was almost inaudible, but Linda still continued to listen, and walked forward with small steps. Then, can I have the honor of being made into animal skin clothes for you to wear? Linda gently held the Black Book and was smiling. She recalled the funny scenes in the study back then. Please lick every page of my book seriously and kiss my lips. Before he could finish his words. All right, he said. In the rain of blood, the golden-haired girl gently lowered her head. Her small red face had a gentle expression, and her pink lips slowly printed on the page. For a moment, she was beautiful beyond compare. He looked at all of this in a daze. When the girl's lips fell, drops of crystal tears fell on the book page and on his body, making him instinctively. A screenshot. Chapter 136, The Gifts from the 3 Great Wizard Kingdoms. You must come back alive. The tall and beautiful blonde girl screamed at the top of her lungs and ran away. She turned around and rushed into the crowd. Hwala! The book fell to the ground. The pages of the book flipped open in the wind, and each page stood on the ground like the tentacles of an octopus. They stared at the back of the figure in a daze and did not come back to their senses for a long time. He was stunned for a moment before he posted the screenshot on the internet. It's starting. His expression gradually became determined as he looked up. In the sky, the vast Thulhu evil god's body was covered in fog, forming a large thick blood-red cloud ring, like some kind of steam engine, and even a mushroom cloud of nuclear explosion wrapped around its body. That's the mental energy of the wizard who has the skin on his body. It's a terrifying image. His throat was dry, and he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. His eyes were wide open. In the past 100 years, every part of his body has reached the level of a rank 2 wizard. As a part of the evil god, it was naturally unaffected by the evil god's indescribable fear, and would not die upon seeing its body. However, in contrast, he gradually felt an invisible suction force pulling him, calling him, as if he was returning to his mother's warm embrace. This Thulhu evil god was too powerful. It had already started to instinctively attract its scattered body parts. It was also possible that when it was stronger, it could even sense the other hidden organs, and there would be no place for it to hide. After all, those organs were part of the body. We actually created a creature with such terrifying potential. The Black Book muttered, its heart heavy. At the edge of the broken mountain seat. The Thulhu evil god trembled violently and finally stood up completely. It had recovered all its combat power, and its body was surrounded by black fog. When most of the people had escaped, the Thulhu evil god finally spoke with a mixture of horror, majesty, chaos, and violence. The people who have submitted to us have lost too much. Charlotte, is this your last struggle? What about the others? Ermin, Circe. Thulhu's eyes were calm as it stared at Charlotte in the air. It did not believe that Charlotte would come to die for no reason. Thulhu's voice and gaze alone were enough to make Charlotte, who was on the same level as him, turn pale. However, Charlotte suddenly calmed down and raised the black sword in her hand. Do you know what I'm holding in my hand? Pandora. Yes, Charlotte suddenly laughed. Someone once told me that the Pandora's box in the ancient legends contained disasters, bad luck, lies, plagues, the fear of distortion, and the evilness of the world. Once the Pandora's box was opened, it would have the power to destroy the world. Laughable. Thulhu shook his head. But it's not funny anymore. Charlotte raised her long sword high, and the spatial magic box slowly opened with an extremely tiny gap. In an instant, an incomparably dense and terrifying energy spread out from the spatial gap. It was the spirit and resentment of the dead. It was thick and dense, with an inexplicable sense of decay, and made people tremble. Boom! The moment the magic box was opened, it was as if all the creatures on earth were shocked. What terrifying thing has appeared? No, it looks like something has been opened. On the ground, a group of people who were fleeing for their lives sensed something. It was an instinctual fear, as if all the blood in his body had instantly flowed back to his heart, and his heart was almost suffocated to death by the surging blood. This was a high-energy transcendent world invading a barren low-energy world. He felt a surge of energy surging in his heart. What's that in the sky? A black that's even more terrifying than the night. Some people looked up and saw that the dark sky seemed to be covered by a darker black light. Oh my God! Don't turn back! You can't look directly at the evil god. But the sky, how could it be? What's happening behind us? Is our world going to end? A large number of people in the escaping team were extremely terrified. The most ancient and strongest emotion of mankind was fear, and the most ancient and strongest fear was the fear of the unknown. In their eyes, the world's common sense and knowledge were completely overturned at this moment. It was difficult for the ordinary people on the ground to see that this was not real light, but a mental illusion created by the extremely dense death energy. The Magi of the Three Kingdoms turned death into wealth, gifting the last hope of this world. Among the escaping crowd, Linda let out a breath, and couldn't help but sob. She did not even dare to turn her head to look at the Thulhu evil god behind her. She took a firm step forward and said, using death to exchange for the only truth is the last dignity of the wizards of our era. Whoosh! The spatial magic box only opened with a gap the size of a fingernail, and a suffocating energy spread out. The aura of resentment and mental energy in that space was extremely dense. Even the extremely chaotic Thulhu felt a strong sense of unease. There was a black altar in the depths of the space. There was a blurry ghost sitting cross-legged, as if it contained endless truth, as if it was the most terrifying existence in the world. It's so thick. In an instant, Thulhu's hair stood on end. How many people had died? No, how many powerhouses had died? All the elites of the Three Kingdoms, countless legends, epics, and even demigods, and all the top wizards of the Millennium civilization had died in this small space. The Pandora's box was a rank 6 wizard. It only had a space of 200 cubic meters, but it gave people the feeling of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was as if countless energies were condensing into liquid. The two people in Thulhu could not suppress their shock. This is a small world with dense energy. Could it be that I'm going to break through the legendary mythical level in this small space? Are you scared now? Charlotte laughed. Thulhu was stunned for a few seconds before he recovered from the shock and suddenly laughed. Yes. Ermin's power is now comparable to mine in that dense environment, but this energy density is still not enough, right? The death of Circe and Emiri, 2 demigods, plus a few level 7 epics, countless level 6 legends, and countless level 4 and level 5 legends. There was still a huge gap in power. The amount of energy required for a level 8 myth to absorb is too terrifying. His voice laughed, as if it was mixed with countless creatures, violent and chaotic. If it was enough, I would have become a god inside. Why would I open a small hole and let the energy spread out? And even came here for us to see. What if I'm added? Charlotte said. Thulhu's expression turned serious, but after thinking for a while, he shook his head and laughed. Although the energy of a demigod is getting closer, it is still not enough. Charlotte looked down at the Pandora's box and laughed in a daze. What if I sacrifice the entire world as well? You guys! The Thulhu's voice completely froze. Chapter 137, When I become a god, I will open up the netherworld for the world. The world. Even if he didn't understand the specific meaning behind it, he could already feel that it was an extremely shocking move. It's the wandering souls of the entire world. Charlotte saw the shock on Thulhu's face and laughed. Her body quickly rose to the sky and opened the magic box completely, expanding the gap quickly. Pandora, let's start! Rumble. Suddenly, the shadow of a huge black box slowly appeared in the sky. Countless dense energy inside began to gather in the dark sky, forming a huge black arch. It was like the door of truth in the sorcerer world. The threshold of the gate was carved with countless fine dark lines and characters, ancient, distant, and weathered. In the front, there were two huge carved pillars piercing into the clouds, with no end in sight, as if they were supporting the whole sky. The words on the world-shaking black-arched gate were, Erebus. Erebus, in the native language of the Magi, meant, the gates of the underworld, the gates of hell, and the land of the dead. Netherworld. Could it be that not only does Ermin want to become a god, she also wants to? Thulhu suddenly growled. Damn it! He pounced forward with all his might. However, the invisible pressure from the arch in the sky made his body sink. Ermin, who was hiding in that space, was now as strong as he was. You guys are crazy. He wants to use Pandora's box as a carrier to open up a small plain space for a god to live in. He roared with all his might, greedy human magi. Gods cannot be blasphemed. The gods in heaven will punish you for creating another land of the gods without permission. In the central land, Ermin's shadow sat cross-legged and sighed slowly. I finally understand that the so-called god is just a small man in a box. From a barren earth cage, he stepped into another cage of the god realm with rich energy. But I still want freedom, I want to bring freedom to the earth. Ermin sat in the sea of blood and corpses under the altar as if she was sitting on the top of the world. She gently held a snow-white hand bone to her nose as if she was sniffing a rose. The dead and broken souls wandering between heaven and earth, please listen to my call. Boom! The crisp sound spread out like ripples, resounding in all directions. This spell was the Summon of the Dead, a spell developed by Emperor Medusa. It could communicate with the dead, resurrect the dead, and guide the dead back. However, with the addition of Ermin's life waves, she could sense the tremors of souls in all parts of the world. It turned into a terrifying qualitative effect, as if she was communicating and summoning all the souls in the world. All over the world. The low-level witches were guarding the mountains, rivers, oceans, deserts, and alchemy totem pillars. They were shining and shooting straight into the night sky. These totems surrounded the three kingdoms and formed a huge round totem array to spread the power of the Summon of the Dead. The dead return to the void. The dead shall return to the void. A faint overlapping call came from the sky, turning into an inexplicable hymn. The voice was sorrowful, gentle, and solemn. Through the vibrations and the ripples of life, it spread to the capital of Thulhu and spread to the three kingdoms, the Rose Kingdom on the mountaintop, Babylon, the Half-Orc Kingdom, the land, the mountains, and the fields. People from all over the world looked up and heard the strange holy song at the same time. In the entire Magus world, every single soul of a powerful being could feel the vibrations and ripples from their soul. Under the influence of that strange song, they were unconsciously drawn in. In the next moment, the dead souls that had been floating in the air for a long time raised their heads. They heard Ermin's Summon of the Dead. The dead of the three kingdoms for 1,000 years. I am the king of Babylon, the great sovereign Ermin. Please listen to my call and return. Merge your lives into my body and let me become a god. Ermin? Who was Ermin? In the mountains, in the forests, among the remnants of their souls that had been shattered and dissipated, they could vaguely not remember. Ermin. Ermin. Right, it's the king of Babylon, the great sorcerer monarch, the loving monarch who protects her people. We were protected by her when we were alive, but now that we're dead, how can we hear? Was it the sorcerer domain of Emperor Medusa? My dead, please listen to my plea. In our world, the land is too barren to become a god. I've already turned into a wandering soul. Please help me become a ghost god. When I become a god, I'll open a divine path for the world and establish a divine world for the people. Those who become gods can ascend. This world is not in the sky, but under the feet. It corresponds to the divine world, and is called the nether world. It is the place where all living things and ghosts return to. I am the underworld monarch. Anyone who believes in me, serves me, worships me, kneels to me, and doesn't live in death after death will live in the underworld. They will be protected by me and become my people. I hope that everyone in the world can live 2 lives, and that death is not the end. As the great wishes were made, the dead souls in the world fell silent. This was a promise to them, and also to help them lay out their future, so that they could offer their lives. According to the ancient legends, there were innate gods in the sky, and the land of gods, Achilles, was known. As for the mortals on the ground, after cultivating to become post-celestial gods, they should create their own post-celestial realm, the netherworld, that belongs to us. Empress Ermin was going to open a netherworld for the thousands of living beings on the earth. Under the beckoning of the dead, they sighed softly. To avoid disaster for the living while alive. Opening up the netherworld for the deceased after death. The dead souls felt bitter and deeply shocked. This was their king, whether she is alive or dead. Emperor Ermin has been protecting her people all her life. She is protecting the land of our 3 kingdoms and needs our strength. Hwala! Countless wandering dead souls suddenly rose into the air. They had had enough of such days. For countless years, the wizards who pursued the truth were like a group of people cursed by fate. The souls of ordinary people would naturally dissipate quickly, but Magi had powerful mental strength. It would take a long time for their souls to drift into the world after they died, turning into pure energy in the world. This wizard era was too short, and the development of wizards was still not complete. Except for Emperor Medusa, who was involved in the death domain of the soul and could use a special way to communicate with the dead in the world, other wizards could not sense our existence. To them, he was just a tiny bit of energy that drifted between heaven and earth. If he was lucky, he would be able to drift into a battle between Magi and be scattered by their spells, which might be a relief. However, for most sorcerers, they could only wait for death in silence. The days of waiting to lose their self-consciousness were too long. Are our lords and emperors going to create a paradise for the dead in this land? Wisps of wandering souls floated up. In this world where the rules are not complete, if the underworld exists, it would be equivalent to completing a ring of the world, and the Magi who die later would not have to suffer so much. The history of mankind's resistance against nature is a history of courage and hymns. Generations of glorious history will be pushed forward by us and created by mankind. History will record the glory of the Magi on this day. They created the netherworld, and humans will soon triumph over death. The translucent remnant souls were like willow catkins. They floated into the sky in wisps and revealed traces of darkness. The low-level wizards of the alchemy pillars all over the world also committed suicide after activating their alchemy totems and became one of the dead souls. They acted as guides and led the dead souls from all over the world to gather. It's starting, the netherworld formation. The Edward brothers stood at the core of the totem refining array, presiding over everything. Looking at the vortex of the summoning of the dead in the sky, they couldn't help but whisper, "This land cannot become a god." The wizard civilization has accumulated the dead for thousands of years and added countless lost lives into one body, just to make one person a god. Chapter 138, God. All the sorcerers knew that they were powerless to resist the invasion of the terrifying evil gods that had descended upon the world. They could destroy, rule, destroy, enslave, and the only thing they could offer was their lives. Using their lives to exchange for the only truth in the world was the last dignity of this land. Boom! The souls of the dead from all directions gathered and formed a storm. Pandora's box floated in the sky and gathered into a slowly rotating energy vortex. Countless ghost serum was like tentacles, winding around. In fact, other than the Magi who had died within 100 years and still had incomplete memories, most of the wandering souls had already turned into pure heaven and earth energy. However, this world energy was also driven by the floating dead souls, slowly flying to the center. After all, when a vortex began to completely form, the unconscious scattered energy would also be quickly drawn in. And the most difficult part was how to trigger that initial wave of energy to form an energy vortex that devoured everything. Boom! 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 The sky was rippling, and the clouds were overlapping. A dense black net formed in the sky. Characters and MO matrices glowed in the sky. The vortex in the center slowly rotated, opening and closing as if it was alive. Near the core of the vortex, countless escapees in the forest, including Linda, were unable to open their eyes due to the strong wind, and could only quickly lie on the ground. There was a faint dark red light in the dark clouds. The pure black beam pierced through the black vortex like a sharp arrow. A huge arched door of darkness, Erebus, appeared in the center of the vortex storm. The netherworld has been refined. Right below the vortex, Charlotte shouted. Boom! 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 The hurricane was pulling everything, and the world was only left with the hurricane. Wizards are a group of people who pursue the truth. Let me see the truth of the world. Charlotte's spiritual power exploded. She raised her hands and screamed, crying bitterly as if she was going to use all her strength to scream. In an instant, her roar covered the faint hymn of the dead between heaven and earth, and the vortex in the sky suddenly sank. Boom! Rumble! The earth-shaking tremors were like landslides and tsunamis. The black fog became even denser, rolling and engulfing. It was pitch black, and there was no distinction between day and night as large numbers of souls were drawn over. The arched gate in the sky became even more solid, and layers of intricate magus runes lit up. Countless ghosts turned into threads and rushed in from all directions. No! Thulhu stood up with difficulty. Go to hell! He also roared, and a huge amount of thick blood rolled on his skin, exploding inch by inch. He broke through the suppression with all his strength and attacked Charlotte, who was under the vortex. Gods are not allowed to be born. Bang! Charlotte was instantly hit by a terrifying force. She was clearly a demigod, on the same level as the evil god, but she was like a broken doll that instantly flew out and smashed into the chair on the mountain. She went through the mountain and rolled a few times on the ground. Thulhu! You're finally afraid, you've finally lost your calm. Charlotte spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed wildly. She opened her arms and looked at Pandora's box in the center of the vortex in the sky as if she was embracing the whole world. Tremble in fear. Evil god! The netherworld will punish your arms and destroy your torso. He he he. Ha 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 ha. Come, let's die together. Charlotte laughed hysterically. Her face was filled with madness and extremity, but she did not realize that her face was already covered in tears. Pucci! Charlotte's entire body exploded, and she chose to merge into the vortex in the sky. Her consciousness gradually blurred, and the time when the three of them were together in the Wizard Academy flashed in her mind. I don't want to pursue the truth, I don't want to become a wizard, and I don't want to die yet. I want to be with the two of you. In the face of death, she, like everyone else, had a deep fear. It was as if she could see a sorcerer in a rose sorcerer's robe walking out of the shadow of the Sorcerer Academy back then. Charlotte, join our Rose Savior Society. In order to resurrect Lucy, what are you willing to pay? All of them. She fell from the wind like a broken doll and fell to the ground. Charlotte's body exploded into a bloody mist that was attracted by the vortex in the sky. The terrifying power of a demigod surged in, causing the vortex to shrink, and the gate to the underworld seemed to become more condensed. Bang! The gate to the netherworld closed abruptly, locking the surging energy of the entire world. At this moment, the storm seemed to have stopped. The hymns, clouds, vortexes, and the earth seemed to have stopped for a moment. Charlotte, Circe, Emily, behind the door, Ermin, who was sitting cross-legged in the endless darkness, slowly opened her eyes. There seemed to be endless stars and endless truth in her eyes. She was separated by a space, but she suddenly tore open the dimension. A white jade-like arm gently stretched out from the void and slowly pressed. Ka! A huge crack suddenly appeared on Thulhu's body, which was infinitely close to the power of a true god. The god was completely born. On the other side. In the Spore Evolution Game Forum. To the audience, after the screenshot of the golden-haired girl kissing the book, a series of screenshots popped up almost instantly. The gate of the underworld that stood tall in the sky. The black vortex that filled the sky. The pillars of light rising from all over the world. A calamity that would affect the entire world, the final battle. One by one, high-definition and exquisite wallpapers were sent out. The magnificent and mythical scenery was like that of an epic blockbuster. People could not help but sigh in admiration and shock. They were also wrapped in sadness. The hymn of humans was a hymn of courage. Magi were walking towards death. In the end, they were in pursuit of the truth, and were a group of extremely simple people. And now, the swift release of screenshots of everything had the racer of Mount Harana in a flurry of comments. In the latest screenshot, under the vortex in the sky, Emperor Ermin completely exploded with a terrifying aura. A white arm appeared out of thin air and pressed down on the ground. The Thulhu evil god began to collapse. The racer of Mount Harana, everyone, look at this screenshot. The energy has gathered enough, and Emperor Ermin has used the collective divine technique to become a god. The first post-celestial god in the history of the West has been born, and the victory is set. Next, it was time to beat up Thulhu. Then, I'll take advantage of this time to explain the entire plan in detail. For thousands of years, the energy formed by the dead magi of the Magus world has drifted between heaven and earth. Now, they are all gathered in this small space. Becoming a god there is our core plan. Then, some people would ask, why did Emperor Ermin become a god only after she died? Wasn't it good to live and become a god? It's impossible for a living person to absorb such powerful vengeful energy from the dead. We don't have time to wait. After these magi die, they will gradually turn into pure natural energy. He could only take a step back and become a ghost, absorbing the powerful resentment and ghost energy to become the first netherworld god, and naturally become the netherworld monarch. The small space where the god lived was the netherworld, and the prototype of the netherworld had already been formed. The next development will be that this 200 cubic meters of internal space will continue to expand under the god's residence. Sooner or later, it will become a vast underworld world. In the future, it will be able to beat the innate gods in the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the land of gods, Achilles. Man can conquer the heavens. I'm not bragging. The racer of Mount Harana continued to explain. Also, there's a problem with the operation of the underworld. In the days without the underworld, after the wizards die, their souls and spiritual energy will be scattered all over the world. It's unrealistic to rely on this to increase the world's energy concentration. After all, the world is too big. Who knows how many tens of thousands of years it will take for a god to be born? We can't afford to wait at all. We might as well open up the netherworld and gather all the spiritual energy of the dead together to form a high-energy world. The construction of the underworld was a link to the world. When wizards died in the future, their souls would be drawn to the underworld. Not only was it a place for the dead to cultivate and provide a paradise for the dead to live a second life, but death was not the end. After the dead souls died in the netherworld, they would also become the energy concentration of the netherworld. Now, the entire world has been sucked dry by Ermin alone. But when they recuperate, the underworld will continue to replenish ghosts, and the energy will be rich enough. It will be the time for the next god to become a god. This is a virtuous cycle, forming an industry chain for gods to become gods. Chapter 139, The Entire Setup. After everyone heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim how amazing it was. It was simply a pioneering move that would affect the trajectory of the entire world. The construction of the netherworld not only completed the rules of the sorcerer world, but it also ensured that the wandering souls on the earth would not be homeless. It also completely perfected the level 8 mythological path of the sorcerer world. This barren world could not allow one to become a god, and it was impossible to break through to rank 8. In that case, he would create the underworld, a small space with a high concentration. In the future, wizard demigods would all ascend to the underworld and become gods there. Furthermore, it was us other world players who led and helped to complete it, influencing the historical process of a world. The sense of accomplishment was simply off the charts. At this moment, Shwebai could not help but speak up. But there are still many questions. For example, why is Ermin the underworld emperor? No matter how he thought about it, Medusa should be the candidate for the underworld monarch. I'm just stating the facts. It's not that I don't want Ermin to become a god. After all, Ermin is my wife, pictures as proof. However, according to my sorcerer knowledge, although Ermin had mastered the life waves and could sense the dead over a large area, without Medusa's help, it was impossible for her to summon the dead over such a large area. However, if Medusa were to resurrect herself from death and help with the setup, how could she possibly help? With her personality, if she sees the possibility of becoming a god, she will definitely beat Ermin and the other demigods to death and then become the netherworld emperor herself. Everyone heard this. That's right. This was too unreasonable. No matter how he thought about it, the layout of the summoning of the dead was Medusa's doing. But how did she help Ermin become a god? Where was she now? Ha ha ha, do you think that's all we've got? Our plan is earth-shattering. The racer of Mount Helena replied, Medusa has yet to appear, but she will be here soon. The reason why she had given the opportunity to become a god to Ermin and even helped Ermin become a god was because Medusa was now. She had a greater ambition than becoming a god. A more terrifying scheme. Ambition? Was there a more terrifying ambition than becoming a god and the underworld monarch? It was impossible no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying plan behind this? Everyone could not help but feel anxious. Big brother, stop speaking in riddles. Hurry up and continue your commentary. The racer of Mount Helena, Uncle Little Sunflower's class is about to start. Students, do you know what I'm waiting for you to say? Crazy hint. Everyone was speechless. The scene was dead silent. What a shameless person. Everyone was so angry that they almost vomited blood. Didn't I just accidentally hurt you when I spat? I'll chop off my hands if I pay more, and I learned for nothing just now. Who asked you to come out so timely? This guy has lived for 200 years in vain. He's so narrow-minded that he's secretly recording his hatred in his little notebook. Now, at this critical moment, he's here to take revenge. However, we would rather die than submit. Uncle. Uncle. Quickly start the class. The racer of Mount Helena was very satisfied. The reason is simple. Do you know how I died? It was only then that the crowd realized that the racer of Mount Helena had yet to reveal how he died. In fact, after Ermin broke through to the demigod realm, we split into two groups. Along the way, Charlotte and the others continued to cultivate and challenge Phoenix to break through to the demigod realm. On the other hand, Ermin and I communicated with the dead Medusa to resurrect her. After all, she was unwilling to come back to life because there was no hope of becoming a god. We gave her a possibility of becoming a god, so she naturally used the backup plan she had left behind to resurrect herself. She's on the same side as us, using her own abilities to help set up a scheme to make Ermin a god. As a reward for helping Ermin become a god, I have also provided Medusa with a better plan. Can you think of what it is? Was it even more alluring than becoming a god? What was there in the sorcerer world that was more attractive to Medusa, who pursued power, than becoming a god? Thulhu, he said. As soon as he said that, everyone suddenly thought of something. Yes. The racer of Mount Helena explained, the underworld monarch is just a human who has become a god. He's just an ordinary level 8 human god. The Thulhu evil god, on the other hand, is a super existence with endless potential. I promise to make Medusa the Thulhu evil god. After this passage, there was an immediate sensation. Thulhu could not be controlled by just anyone. Only muscle players with their own muscle groups could control its body. In order to overcome this problem, Medusa and I have been hiding in the alchemy lab all these years, the racer of Mount Helena said. We have been doing very hard research, deducing, and developing sorcery. He's doing research with the Great Lord of Death? You're awesome now, huh? So, what kind of research are you doing? The racer of Mount Helena replied, he was being studied. Everyone was speechless. He was so speechless that he almost vomited blood. This person had lived for 2 lifetimes, and his level of dumbfoundedness had not changed at all. However, his skin had become thicker, and he could actually say such obscenities so calmly. The racer of Mount Helena replied, to let Medusa play with my body, of course. After all, I am one of the kings of the 13 muscle groups. Medusa is indeed a researcher of the soul. In the end, he successfully opened up a soul sorcery that can take over a body, allowing Medusa's soul to take over my king body and be reborn in a shell. However, the soul-snatching wizard technique had a huge limitation. He wanted the person whose body was being snatched to stop resisting and even take the initiative to cooperate. After the body was snatched, the person's soul would also be destroyed. After my body was tormented and ravaged more than 10 times, Medusa finally succeeded. Medusa took over my body to be reborn and seized the core authority of one of the 13 muscular players. My soul was also destroyed. This guy was ruthless. He actually committed suicide in such a way. However, the aboriginals of the other world could snatch the bodies of players and control the population? Everyone was completely stunned. They didn't expect that in this hardcore game, knowledge was power, and there were really infinite possibilities. Su Ji was not surprised. After all, the king of the players could control his own population because of the Zerg's characteristics. The Zergs had a pyramid structure and were divided layer by layer. The king of a tribe could be like an ant queen and make the entire tribe serve the king. However, there was a limit to that. A population without intelligence would naturally listen to the king's command, but if they had intelligence, they could not be controlled. However, Thulhu's body tissues would not have their own intelligence unless they had reached the level of a level 4 sorcerer. Their own species would still instinctively listen to the words of their king. The racer of Mount Harana continued to analyze the situation. Moreover, Medusa has also developed a second bloodline, blood of immortality, which can achieve immortality. As an immortal muscular player, it will be a perfect match with the Thulhu evil god who controls immortality. Then, he explained the limitations of the blood of eternal life to everyone. Most people would fall asleep 95% of their lives. However, the indescribable fear of Thulhu perfectly protected the Thulhu while it was in deep sleep. Unless it was a realm higher than Thulhu, Thulhu was invincible among those in the same realm. Even those in the same realm would tremble and go crazy when they saw its sleeping body. What a perfect and powerful life form! There was another point. If Thulhu was too powerful, it would be able to sense the location of its other body parts. Therefore, if the Thulhu evil god was defeated and their bodies were taken over, even if the two players' real bodies were to hide in the dark and escape like before, they would have nowhere to run. They would be able to sense their location, and it would be a proper general to kill them. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but exclaim that it was a flawless plan. Haruko loves learning, I see. It was an eye-opener for Medusa. What she coveted was the body of the Thulhu evil god. She's already so powerful as a level 7 demigod, and she can even live forever. When she breaks through to level 8 mythical realm, it'll definitely be earth-shattering. She gave up on becoming a god because she wants a body with more potential. Shwe by shwe, red name player, someone's setting us up here. They're snatching our bodies and using them to determine our location. Completely annihilate us. Funny face. Alright, I've revealed the entire analysis and layout. Everyone, please continue reading. On the other side, 2 private research institutes saw this and were shocked. Not good. We're going to. They had never expected things to turn out like this. An idiotic player on the internet had actually ruined their big plan. Fortunately, they were quick-witted and secretly called him uncle twice, allowing them to discover everything in advance. Chapter 140, The Last Glory of the Era. Under the dark and oppressive night sky. At the moment when the god was formed, a shocking pressure was as if it was real. A snow-white arm crossed the space dimension and pressed down slowly, causing the Thulhu evil god to collapse. This is a god, a hoarse voice of disbelief came from the Thulhu evil god's body. Just one palm. He lowered his head in a daze. His body, which was like a magnificent ancient stone statue, slowly cracked, and a huge crack appeared. The next second, the crack spread into a spider web, withering and collapsing rapidly at a visible rate. We've lost. You've reached your limit, haven't you? 2 faint voices rang out. You've come to the mortal world this time to attack me, right? In this barren mortal world, even a god's cultivation level will drop. All the energy in your body will quickly dissipate into the air. This is not a place where you can appear as you please. Hide well in your god world. Boom. 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 The evil god collapsed with a loud bang. A voice resounded between heaven and earth. We have lost, but you can't kill us. They were very vigilant and had long since moved their main bodies, hiding far away on the other side of the mountain range to control the evil god. As rank 6 legend mages, they were hiding in the shadows, concealing their auras to the extreme. Now that the situation was not right, they had already fled. Do you think you'll have a chance? At this time, a cold voice came from the distance. We knew that you couldn't be killed, just like before, but we've already prepared a way to kill you. A new giant of light slowly walked out. Let me take over your bodies and become the next Thulhu evil god. When I'm strong enough, I'll naturally be able to sense your existence, and you won't be able to escape. What? The expressions of the two players hiding in the dark completely changed. The flow of time had already determined everything. The moment the research institute outside found out, it was already too late for the people inside. The defeat was certain. This was a flawless killing plan, and there was no chance of turning the tables. Boom! 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 Medusa slowly gathered up the countless wriggling red pieces of meat on the ground. Her body continued to grow and gradually re-solidified. The level 2 sorcerer's body that the evil gods had used the power of the entire country to train for hundreds of years was taken over by Medusa in an instant. Medusa, is this really a good idea? The door to the underworld slowly closed again. Ermin's voice came from across the world, as if it had traveled through time and space. Why did you give up on being human and turn into such an evil existence? Ermin had already become a god and could no longer easily descend to the mortal world. If he opened the channel between the two worlds without permission, it would only reduce the energy of his high-energy world and spread it to this barren mortal world. Gods could not stay in the mortal world for too long. After all, the huge difference in energy between the two worlds was like an osmotic formed between two cells. Almost every second, that barren land was like a dry and hot desert crazily sucking on the wet sponge, God, which would cause serious damage to his cultivation. The more powerful a god was, the faster their energy would dissipate, and the more they couldn't easily descend to the mortal world. Perhaps only when a god's realm advanced a step further and completely consolidated their body without leaking any energy and formed a flawless divine body could they descend from the divine realm and stay in the barren earth for a period of time. However, what was above the gods? Currently, no one knew. Ermin, after this battle, I don't envy you, because I have a bigger dream. Medusa's body continued to pull out pieces of meat and reassemble them. You're just an ordinary god when you become a god. The energy that a weak human needs to become a god can be satisfied by our mortal world. The Thulhu evil god is the great supreme existence that descended upon this land from the otherworldly high-energy world. If it wasn't for the restrictions of this barren land, it would have already broken through to become a god in its original high-energy world. It would be one of the strongest gods with endless potential. He has descended into our world, giving us mortals the only chance to kill him and occupy his body. Medusa was like a towering mountain of flesh and blood, slowly wriggling and reassembling. However, the price for her power was that this world was far from being able to provide her with the energy to become a god. What a beautiful and powerful body! Medusa praised as she stood on the vast land. This was the first time she had enjoyed this feeling of near invincibility. The mountain range was just a small mound of earth in front of her, and any living creature was as small as an ant. However, her expression gradually became complicated. She looked up, as if she was thinking of her teacher Circe. Ermin, you're asking me why I gave up on being human? Because in order to become stronger, any method could be used. Even if it was evil, even if it was hated by the world, power was the truth of the world. I've learned one thing from my long life, that there is a limit to human abilities. The more I fight with Alchemy Monarch, Ermin, and the others, the more I try to extend my life, the more I realize that humans have limits. That's why I chose to become an existence that surpasses humanity. She gradually turned into the next Thulhu. Furthermore, its appearance gradually changed. Its legs gradually fused into a long tail covered in scales. Its hair bared its fangs and brandished its claws like a dancing snake. Its entire body had a stone-like texture, just like the beautiful snake-haired demoness of the legends. Her long, snake-like hair danced in the air. From today onwards, I will walk towards eternal life. In her mind, the heroes of the past generations in the long history flashed past. Gilgamesh, the three witches, the alchemy emperor, the monarch who ruled the world, suppressed the world, and all of them pursued immortality bitterly. However, they eventually died of old age, and he was the only one who succeeded. His talents were not as good as theirs, but he had still surpassed them and embarked on an unknown new path. As long as she was immortal, she would have a long time to open up everything. Mythical level 8 wasn't the end. Level 9? Level 10? If these realms really existed, then she would have to walk out of them. She possessed the supreme bloodline of the god of creation, so she was destined to be extraordinary. Boom! 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 The snake-haired demoness, whose body was as vast as a mountain range, stood on the vast land, giving people an unparalleled impact. She was solemn and great. Medusa was an overlord who had lived for 800 to 900 years. In just half a month, she had mastered the power of the evil god, even more so than the two muscular players. In an instant, he used the connection of Thulhu's body to sense the four muscular players. It's starting. Her expression changed and she quickly went after the two who escaped, the book, and the wizard with headphones who was hiding in the dark. Along the way, they met some of the evil cult's survivors who had escaped, even the genius of the evil god's church, Annis. With just a glance, she was petrified, and all the cells in her body froze, turning into a female stone statue. The indescribable fear had actually been strengthened by Medusa. The evil god could not be looked at directly. She had integrated her own death understanding of the microscopic units of the body. Any body that looked directly at her would be petrified, turned into a statue, and fell into an eternal sleep. Hey! Forget about the other three. I'm an ally. Xiao Neohu descended the mountain with a dumbfounded expression. The moment he was caught, a page of the book fell to the ground without a sound. Hualala! A gentle breeze blew past, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. On the ground of ruins, countless buildings were mixed with bloody corpses. After this battle, the earth had become dark and covered with blood. Deep ravines and cracks could be seen everywhere. The capital city of the Wizard Federation collapsed, and there were countless casualties. At the end of the battle, the inner space of the Victoria Wizard University in the capital city of Thulhu was also shattered. The witches of the evil church fell out one after another. Almost all of them died and became nourishment for becoming gods. As for the three kingdoms, most of the magi did not survive. All of the magi above rank 4 had given up their lives, and the ones who had survived were mostly rank 1 and rank 2 magi. In the entire Magus world, the strong were almost all gone. Although we won the final battle, the price we paid was too great. Linda looked at the whole world that was in ruins, and her heart was bleak. She began to organize some members of the Church of Light, bringing some civilians and low-level wizards to sort out the aftermath of the war, and help some civilians who were crushed under the buildings. But Linda still couldn't find the Book of Light. He is one of the evil gods. Could he have been taken away by Emperor Medusa in order to merge with Thulhu? Such a terrifying thought flashed through Linda's mind, and her face turned pale. Soon, in the ruins, a nun quickly came forward with a page that read, "Wait for my return." This piece of paper has his texture. Her expression became uneasy. He must have been taken away, but Emperor Ermin will protect him. Emperor Medusa will only study his body at most and will not kill him. Linda was silent for a moment, looking at the entire broken land of the king's city. With such a wound, we don't know how long it will take to recover. At this moment, a hurried voice was heard, "Not good." "What is it? Linda, please speak." It was a level 1 sorcerer in a sorcerer's robe. He said excitedly, "Saintess, all the evil eyes and sorcerer books in the sorcerer world have been collected in Victoria University. However, the university is built on the evil god Thulhu. During the war just now." The surrounding people stopped in their tracks and looked at the ruins. As they peeked at each other, a creepy thought spread. Could it be that the evil eye and the book were? That's 1,000 years of our civilization, the blood and sweat of countless magi. What's going on? Linda growled. The Magus books are still alright, most of them are not destroyed, but the alchemy and Poti Wondering books have basically all been destroyed, and there's still the evil eye. The moment the space was shattered, the Thulhu evil god could not be looked at directly, and all the evil eyes that were kept in captivity were shaken to death. What? If all the evil eyes in the world go extinct, then our Magus era will be. So, is today's final battle against the evil gods the last glory of our sorcerer era? Linda looked at the broken earth, and her mind was exploding. She was in a daze, but her expression quickly calmed down. The tide of the world was too big, and it had nothing to do with a small figure like her. She just lowered her head in silence. "The glory of us magi has already passed away. Can I wait for you to return?" Chapter 141, We will eventually become history. NBSP, tap tap tap. Medusa's body was as huge as a mountain, and she was moving forward. The evil god could not be looked at directly. She had just mastered the power and was difficult to control. In order not to hurt the crowd, she could only stay away for the time being. Moreover, she had already taken this final step and was no longer a human. As a vast giant god, she did not want to interfere with the world of the three great wizard kingdoms. Medusa was holding on to the Pandora's box when she suddenly heard Linda's cry of surprise from far away. She smiled with complicated expression. Teacher. The era of witches that you created, our era is coming to an end. Us wizards, except for Ermin and I, will all enter the dust of history. The Pandora's box was only a level 6 legendary wizard, not even a level 7 epic or demigod. It was destined to not be able to accommodate a god living in its body. At the moment Ermin became a god, she had been shocked to death and turned into nourishment for her ascension, leaving only the body of the magic box. At this moment, Ermin, who was sitting in the underworld, was trembling all over. Is the 1,000 years of history of the Babylon kingdom coming to an end here? This was a lose-lose situation for both sides. If the evil god fell, they would also become a part of history. The extinction of the evil eye race in this world also meant that this civilization that used the bloodline of the evil eye as the foundation and established the Magus cultivation system would completely disappear. Ermin, there's nothing we can do now. I will fall into a long sleep, and you can't easily descend into the mortal world. Perhaps, in the future, we will be written into legends. Medusa chuckled. We are just like the strongest hero king recorded in the myths of the ancient Sumerian civilization. Our Babylonian wizard kingdom will also become a part of the ancient mythological history. I'm really looking forward to it. Medusa praised loudly and stepped forward. She knew that the wizard era was coming to an end, so she was not surprised at all. Perhaps she had given up on her previous life the moment she gave up on becoming an adult. I am a new life, I am the great Thulhu evil god. Come, I'll guard the gate to the underworld and hide the Pandora's box in my body. When the underworld is wide enough and can provide enough energy for me to break through, I'll enter and become a god there. However, her body was still too huge. Even an ant-sized god like Ermin had drained so much terrifying energy, let alone her. It was a long and unattainable time, but she could afford to wait. Let me think, where is the entrance to the netherworld in our world? Medusa was silent for a long time. Finally, she returned to the place where she had stayed the longest in her life, Gorgon Alchemy Island. Her vast body slowly sank into the other side of the ocean, the land of darkness, Ocean Okeanos. I'm back. I'm living in a cage again, just like you, Ermin. The snake-haired demoness revealed a brilliant and inexplicable smile and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. My dear Ermin, the lifespan of a level 8 god is limited. The lifespan of a level 8 god was 8,000 years. It seemed to be a long time. A level 7 epic only had a lifespan of 600 years, but there was still an end to life. This was the pitiful part of human life. Ermin, I hope you can live longer. Don't wait until I wake up a few times to find that the underworld I'm guarding has been replaced by the next underworld monarch. In the next thousands of years, people would open the new god's calendar and clearly see what was written on it. The entrance to the underworld is located on the other side of the ocean, the land of the night. The snake-haired banshee guards the entrance to the underworld. One cannot look directly at it, as anyone who does will be petrified to death. A level 8 god can live for 8,000 years. Su Ji was sitting in the yard, peeling the skin of fruit with a sharp fruit knife. 8,000 years. That's amazing. It can already live for more than 2 months in my orchard. It must be noted that in the past, a person at level 7 of the legendary realm only had a lifespan of 600 years. They would not even be able to live past a week in Su Ji's orchard. Of course, a non-human monster like Medusa, who was particularly good at hiding and afraid of death, was naturally not classified as an ordinary epic. However, the disappearance of the evil eye in the sandbox world is a big deal. He thought for a moment and decided to give up on the idea of replenishing the evil eyes and reproducing them. Since the age of the wizards is over, let it be. The birth of a god had given Su Ji enough of a surprise. He had even created his own divine realm and hid within it. It was simply the style of a higher dimensional world. However, from a certain perspective, our cute and serious sister, Ermin, has locked herself in. He munched on the apple. After all, the Pandora's box is too small, about the size of a cage. I don't know how long it will take for it to expand and become a complete spatial world. However, this was still something worth rejoicing over. Previously, it was spatial storage technology and spatial tools. Now, there was finally a spatial world, a world of extraordinary energy that was being nurtured. The Queen of the Hives had left nothing behind. Even the most crucial space technology of the masters of creation had to be developed and deduced by himself. Now, he could finally create a high-energy spatial world. Su Ji could not help but feel a little emotional, thinking, Ermin takes a small step, but the creator takes a big step. It's just a spore at the start. The evolution is all thanks to baldness. Su Ji thought about it speechlessly and sat on a chair in the courtyard. The current Pandora was still a level 6 legendary wizard, with an area of 200 cubic meters. This was the small unit of measurement in the sandbox world, which was the size of a 5-room, 2-hall commercial house in the city. Living alone in this 5-square, 2-hall residential apartment, Ermin felt a little overwhelmed. It was only 2,000 cubic meters after he advanced to a level 7 epic wizard, which was barely enough to put things in and decorate the underworld. There's still a long way to go. Su Ji, on the other hand, felt that what the nest had said before was already showing its advantages in some aspects. The smaller the body, the easier it was to induce a qualitative change in the energy. Ermin, a god who was only the size of an ant, had already drained so many places. If it was a bigger one, God knows how long it would take. However, she's sucking her own blood. It has nothing to do with me. Su Ji's absorption rate was only 30%. The remaining 7 layers of energy were basically all dispersed into the air. After all, it was impossible to achieve a full utilization rate of energy, so there would definitely be some loss. Ermin absorbed the energy that spread into the air. The biological energy would usually accumulate slowly until a certain threshold, and then it would surge out instantly. This kind of feedback usually happened during the era of mass extinction, when 70% to 80% of the population was instantly wiped out. It would explode and flow back to the mother nest. Otherwise, how long would it take for the normal generations to grow old and die? Now, the Sorcerer World's underworld formation, in addition to the terrifying fighting like a natural disaster outbreak, had reduced the population and various giant beasts by 7 levels in an instant. It could be considered a terrifying mass extinction of living creatures. Of the 7 deaths, 3 were wizards, and the remaining 4 were ordinary people. A large number of ordinary people were killed by the aftermath. After all, there were millions of people living in the capital. Some of them were the remaining believers of the 3 kingdoms. Upon hearing the call of the dead, they took the initiative to commit suicide and threw themselves into the vortex in the air. With the advancement of civilization today, sorcerers had become extremely common. As long as one was willing to pay, a woman could at least become a rank 1 sorcerer. Even rank 2 sorcerers were extremely common among the ordinary people. The Magus world has a population of tens of millions and millions of magi. I don't know how much of the scattered energy Ermin gathered to become a god, but I still have 30%. Su Ji took a deep breath and quietly felt the power surging in his body. Boom! This burst of spiritual force instantly pushed him to rank 3. He was already on the verge of becoming a rank 2 magus and only needed a little external help to break through, so it was not strange for him to do so now. However, the next second, Kakad! The surging power of the will entered his body, and he began to break through to rank 4. Chapter 142, The Mass Extinction of Living Beings at the End of the Flourishing Witch Era. I'm at rank 4. In less than half an hour, Su Ji took a deep breath as he sat on the sofa in the living room. The feedback from the sorcerer era was too huge. He had broken through to the level of a rank 4 sorcerer in an instant, and there was still a large part of the remaining energy that had not been digested. If he fully digested it, he would most likely be able to reach the peak of rank 4. If he could completely stabilize it, there was still hope of breaking through to rank 5. He was already very satisfied. Anjali's body size required a lot of energy compared to other wizards. If he had not been prepared to face this mass extinction, he might have been killed in an instant. Rank 4 is already very good. You must know that the magi in there have been training for a very, very long time. Su Ji came to the side of the yard and got on his electric bike. After more than 10 minutes, he arrived at the remote forest and the familiar river. He was thinking of using half of his strength to test his sorcery. Warhammer! Boom! The entire river bed began to shake. The cobblestones, sand, and stones of the main river instantly flew up with the water and fell to the ground, forming an extremely spectacular waterfall scene. When everything calmed down, the entire river was beyond recognition. A huge pit appeared in the middle of the river. I've only used half of my power. Is this what a rank 4 magus is like? Su Ji looked at the huge pit in a daze. There were almost no young people in the village now. Most of the people who stayed behind were old and middle-aged. There were very few people. It was too far away to hear the loud noise, but Su Ji still quickly got on his electric bike and rode away. As he rode the electric bike, he would look back from time to time. What a heartless person! I wonder which wicked person came to our village to dig sand and dug such a big hole in our river. Su Ji leisurely rode his electric bike and did not return to the courtyard. He was very carefree. Since he had broken through, he had to celebrate. He now had some spare money in his bank account. With the cover of the insect nest mined, he was not afraid that they would be able to trace his true identity. Soon, he happily bought a box of beer from the small supermarket in the county. He also went to the vegetable market to get some vegetables and filled the electric car to the brim. Then, he returned to the yard without looking at the world of the big sandbox. After all, it was another apocalypse. The sorcerer's era had completely come to an end. The remaining two remnants of the sorcerer's era, the ancient existences of the old sorcerer's era, had also hidden in the deep sea, waiting for the next era to flourish again. He thought for a moment and put the vegetables and beer into the refrigerator. Then, he opened a can of beer and took a sip. He went to the living room and opened the Founding Era notebook. He casually filled in the last record of the Grand Wizard era. At the end of the Magus era, the world was filled with the footprints of the Magi who were searching for the truth. The evil god of Thulhu suddenly descended upon the world. The final battle between the Magi and Thulhu caused the earth to shatter and the sky to collapse. The fourth mass extinction began, and 70% of life was wiped out. The Magi died. The mass extinction of living things at the end of the flourishing witch era. With just a few strokes, he had put an end to this long wizard era. It's time to take the opportunity to modify the sandbox again. Su Ji put down his notebook in the living room and rejected the idea. I don't have to interfere. It's already a mature orchard world, and it might be able to recover from the disaster on its own. Since the evil eye gene can open up a path of sorcerers, what about the slime gene? What about the final chicken gene? Would he be able to open up a cultivation path? Or perhaps, they will naturally push forward a new civilization. Su Ji was not in a hurry. It was better to do it naturally than to interfere deliberately. Therefore, he took the opportunity to log into the forum and peek at the enemy camp every day to see if there was anything he could refer to. The forum was already extremely lively. This is the result of burning books and burying Confucianism. Red name players, come out and get beaten. Although I think that every player has the right to choose their second life, it's quite interesting to be a villain who rules the world. The world even gave birth to gods under your push, and it's also quite interesting for us to confront you villains as good guys. But you have destroyed the entire civilization. You bastards! Quickly come out and get beaten online. Burning with anger. In the forum, Little Brain intimidated went down the mountain and cursed wildly. It was now in the hands of Emperor Medusa. Black screen. The racer of Mount Harana could not help but comfort him, brother, if you take it easy, it might not be that painful. Maybe you weren't knocked out, but dissected. Xiao Neahu descended the mountain. Everyone was also stunned. Don't worry. The racer of Mount Harana could not help but chuckle as he typed his reply. Medusa can't be stopped, but I've already guessed it, and I've already made arrangements. You're just being studied, and no one can imagine the fun of being toyed with by the great beauty. Brother, let's go to the source of happiness together, shake hands. How many years will the research take? Little Brain asked fearfully. Very soon. With the lessons learned from the past, it's about 7 or 8 years. The racer of Mount Harana replied quickly. This was still fine. After all, he could still afford to wait for 7 or 8 hours. In reality, it was only about 2 hours. However, the racer of Mount Harana dealt another critical blow. I forgot to tell you. Medusa has now been integrated with the blood of immortality. She will only wake up for 5 years out of 100 years. As soon as he said this, even the onlooking netizens could not remain calm. That would take 7 to 8 years of research. Wouldn't there be a 100-year gap in between? Terrifying. Make Holy Lady Linda wait for 100 years? Wangfu Stone JGG. Now, everyone felt the same way. It was as if they were watching a magnificent epic movie, where the tables were turned in a desperate situation. Before the war, in the Reign of Blood, the two sides had finally confirmed their feelings. After the war ended, the result was like this. They were separated by heaven and man. Everyone felt sad for him. This doesn't match those movies at all. However, it is true that we have no choice. Even the racer of Mount Harana, which is the leader of everything, has been dissected and studied by Medusa. Without strength, we are all just salted fish waiting to be slaughtered. The racer of Mount Harana, don't worry. I'll give you a surprise in 100 years. You'll definitely be extremely happy. Really? Little Brain Tiger descended the mountain couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Following that, everyone started discussing what to do without the evil eyes in the Magus world. Then, what would the future generations look like? They were deeply worried and couldn't help but feel worried. However, there was no way to understand the situation inside. The times were changing, and they already had deep feelings for that world. They could only wait 100 years for the Book of Light to awaken and see what the world had become after the final war. Or perhaps, the glorious era of the wizards could only be reminisced in the wizard community that was about to open for beta testing. Chapter 143, The God of Creation Descends. In fact, humans were very strange animals. Some people, after countless years, lived to 40 or 50 years old, but they were still very young and ignorant. They still had a lot of problems with how they dealt with people. It was not that time did not let them mature, but that some people were just like that when they matured. Some people were smart to begin with, and after experiencing many things and trials, their thoughts were so meticulous that it was praiseworthy. The racer of Mount Harana, Chen Wenchen, belonged to this category. Although he was still a happy-go-lucky fool, he was already extremely smart. He was a genius who was blessed by the heavens. Even when Xiao Newa went down the mountain, he left a backup plan to help him. Su Ji could not help but laugh. It's mainly because this idiot is too crazy. For the past 200 years, he had only cared about seeking death everywhere. If he had not become smarter, he would have been beaten to death. There's another kind of people who live long, but they don't become very smart. They only become strong in a certain field, such as the alchemy emperor. This type belonged to the technological type. He had been a researcher for hundreds of years, climbing the technology tree in his alchemy room. Naturally, he had not become that sinister. At this moment, the Insecton Nest Mind's voice rang out. Wizard community, do you want to start the open beta? Su Ji thought for a moment, put down his beer, and put away his notebook. Let's start it. The wizard community will be officially open for beta testing at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Let them start training. All of them were so energetic. It was time to experience the loneliness of becoming a wizard. Well, after it's opened, we'll see how it turns out. And this first world's sandbox has already developed to a very mature stage. It doesn't need my interference and can develop and operate on its own. It's time to start the construction of the second sandbox world. Su Ji raised his eyebrows. The second world, the second human race, is about to be created. Speaking of humans, the players in the center of the evolution sandbox, the land of origin of life in the myriad worlds, were really disappointing. After waiting for so long, there were all kinds of strange creatures, but there was not a single human-shaped intelligent species. But they couldn't be blamed. Intelligent brain is a biological structure that can't be simply deduced from the evolution of species. It's a unique miracle in the evolution of life. It's even a coincidence that Earth was able to give birth to intelligent species like us. Looks like I'll have to create an intelligent species like the bug ape to be the protagonist of the new era. Su Ji thought for a moment. The last time, it was a strong gorilla. This time, we'll use the scrawny monkeys. Su Ji had a serious look on his face. He had no intention of getting his hands on the human genes at all. After all, this was quite disgusting, and he could not get over it psychologically. He silently estimated the geographical location of the New World's sandbox. It's not impossible to contract another piece of land, it's just that it'll be the same as the current sandbox. What I want is a different world form. Everyone lived on the day and night of their 50s. Such an environment was too monotonous. He wanted a completely different and wonderful world, so that a completely different extraordinary civilization could appear. But how can I avoid this? Su Ji raised his eyebrows. 100 years a day. This is the maximum time flow that a biological civilization can produce intelligence and think it. It's not easy to adjust. Under such a time flow, as long as one accelerated on the ground, there would be a situation of 50 years of day and 50 years of night. Su Ji's mind suddenly jolted. Then, what if it's not above ground, but underground? He looked at the bottom of the 100 mu sand plate. If they were made into a Lu character, one on the surface and one underground, perhaps it would work? Su Ji's mind was wide open and he got excited. He picked up a pen and paper and began to discipline himself. He scattered ink on a new piece of white paper and created a new world. 100 mu of land, a vast and magnificent underground world? A whole new set of rules and a world view that I've never seen before. Su Ji raised his pen and thought about whether this was the best choice he could make within his current strength. In fact, an underwater world where the entire world was in water was actually not bad. However, that was too difficult. In reality, it required a lot of work. Perhaps this world was the best solution at the moment. However, underground, it's pitch black. How can we provide light? What if there's no sun? Su Ji thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. He thought of a certain phoenix who had been beaten up badly. Isn't there a ready-made sun here? The fake golden crow, the sun god. Su Ji felt that this idea was very promising. If the framework of the world is set, what about the human race? What kind of creature should be used to fuse with the monkey's blood? The last time, he had chosen a beetle and fused it with the gorilla's blood. This time, it was a problem which insect race creature to choose. This time, have learned my lesson. I can't just find a beetle to fuse with. This species should have its own first genetic talent. It was very difficult for people like the bug apes. They had to integrate the evil eyes gene into every part of their body before they could cultivate and obtain the first gene. Su Ji thought that this new human being was born with the first gene. There was no need to integrate it, and this kind of life level was obviously higher. However, the starting point was also fixed. The bug ape did not have the first gene, and its starting point was ever-changing. The first gene could be fused with evil eye or slime at will. As for the second gene, not everyone could light up the divine fire. And this life was born with the first gene, which fixed its starting point. However, what should I choose for this first gene? Su Ji felt a headache coming on. He felt that these players had been too engrossed in having fun in the sorcerer world recently and had completely forgotten about their old profession. He thought about it for a long time. Why don't we fuse the Rubik's Cube? He felt that other than the evil eye gene, the Rubik's Cube gene seemed to have the greatest potential. I've decided, it's the Rubik's Cube. Su Ji's face was serious. Last time, he had randomly picked up a beetle plus gorilla equals bug ape. This time, the Rubik's Cube plus monkey equals? Perhaps the Rubik's Cube is the best choice. Su Ji raised his eyebrows. Talents come with their own internal space. If they can open up a path different from that of a wizard's cultivation, they can become stronger through cultivation and expand the internal space of their talents. In that case, after the mass extinction of their living beings, all of their corpses will have internal spaces. I will then be able to harvest small spaces and merge them into a large space. My divine realm and various other worlds will then have a starting point. Not bad. This race is a space maker, and they've completely laid the foundation for me to the universe. Su Ji cupped his cheeks and quickly wrote down this thought. He was very satisfied and felt that it had great potential. Look at the Nest Queen. On the technological side, countless resources and energy were used to create a large space using space folding technology. And me? Human space manufacturing machine. It was environmentally friendly, clean, energy-saving, and pollution-free. By now, the advantage of being an extraordinary creature had already emerged. Su Ji ridiculed himself and continued to write and draw on paper to complete the foundation in this area. He wrote a total of 3 to 4 pages of a creation thesis, and he did not dare to borrow the hands of others. After that, he went to the zoo and asked the manager from before. He spent 3,000 yuan and got a strong monkey's blood. When the other places were almost done, Su Ji stood up and walked into the world of the giant sandbox again. I'll take advantage of this mass extinction event where there are very few people gathered in the middle of the sandbox and sneak in to get the phoenix out. After all, she's the sun of our new world. Slow down their time flow, 1 to 1. After Su Ji said that, he put on the blue lab shoe covers again and slowly strode into the sandbox. After Gilgamesh's last visit, he had once again returned to this land after many years. Ta ta ta! The ground trembled slightly, trees were trampled, valleys were left with huge footprints, and countless beasts in the dense forest were fleeing frantically. On the other side of ocean, Medusa slowly opened her calm eyes. She swayed her snake tail and slowly rose to the surface of the water. Countless colorful energy flashed in her beautiful petrified pupils as she murmured, God of Creation. Chapter 144, The Law of Life. She was able to sense the arrival of the God of Creation in an instant, not because her spiritual power was extremely powerful and she could sense every inch of the land in the world at any time, but our entire world. It's actually accelerating. Medusa was dumbfounded. She stammered and could not speak. Our world is moving forward at a terrifying speed. Ermin was also trembling. Even though she was also hiding in the divine realm, she could still sense the changes in the entire world. I can already feel that the film of our world has been passed through, and something has descended. It should be that the God of Creation has chosen to descend upon our barren world in person during this mass extinction. Just his arrival on this land alone has caused the world to tremble and the timeline to distort. This was beyond all common sense. Now, during the daytime of 50 years, the white clouds in the sky were moving slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they were going to finish moving in a short period of time. It was almost night. This was unbelievable. Our 100 years are going to be condensed into one day? The sun was also setting at an accelerated speed, and the whole world seemed to be in a slideshow that was accelerating madly. For the real world, this speed was the normal speed of a day. The sun set and the moon rose. However, for them, they were used to a day of 100 years, 50 years of night, and 50 years of day. The world was so fast that it was creepy and strange. How sharp were the senses of a wizard? Back then, during Gilgamesh's era, it had been too crude. Although the hero king's own brute force was powerful, he was not a wizard. At that time, he had been shocked by the great beast of wisdom that had descended upon the world and had not noticed all of this. As for magi, they had always been a group of people who pursued knowledge and powerful spiritual force. Naturally, they could feel the strange phenomenon in the world in an instant. It was said that during the era of the three witches, there was also such a situation, but it only lasted for a short moment. But everything at that time could no longer be verified. Suddenly, Medusa vaguely remembered a certain god of blind stupidity who had boasted to her. He was born at the beginning of nothingness, at the beginning of the chaos of the world. He transcended matter, time, space, ethics, cognition, and the law of causality. Everything that humans know in the past, present, and future cannot understand his existence. It is infinite, eternal, and an abstract entity of the chaos of the entire multiverse. She had only smiled back then. But now, the terrifying power to control the world's time had appeared in front of him. Facts spoke louder than words. Time, dimension, space, world, life. They were all created by him. Medusa lowered her head with a complicated expression and laughed. An indescribable fear began to be deeply engraved in her heart, and she would never forget it. A great life like the evil god is indescribably afraid. You can't listen to its voice or look at its body. Compared to the god of creation, it's ridiculous. Wherever the god of creation descends, the world's timeline will begin to be passively distorted by an indescribable, large amount of time. It was hard to imagine. Medusa was in a daze, and she seemed to be out of her mind. Ermin, do you think that this ancient supreme life that symbolizes chaos can be defeated by human strength? Medusa. What do you want? Ermin growled. I can't defeat him, but we magi are a group of people who seek the truth. Medusa slowly stood up. Her huge body stood up straight from her half-crouching position, and her long snake head began to emerge from the sea. She walked out of the vast ocean step by step, water dripping from her body. Her eyes became calm and straight. I have the blood of eternal life, the blood of the Creator. I want to go and take a look at such a great life. If I don't go, I will regret eternal life. Medusa had always been determined to move forward in pursuit of her powerful ideals, but when she saw such a terrifying power, her understanding was completely shattered, and she felt extremely at a loss. Did such power really exist? You will die. Ermin growled loudly. Medusa gently put down Ermin's spatial magic box and strode forward. I will die. I'm likely to die. From the moment I challenged the Thulhu evil god, I knew I would die, but I still went. Death has never been my greatest fear. What I fear the most, it's your own weakness and ignorance. Ermin looked at Medusa in a daze. The god of creation. Medusa walked firmly on the mountains and rivers, like a traveler who was about to leave home and not return. Great Creator, back then, you were able to answer 3 questions from Gilgamesh. Now, can you respond to my battle request? When she came to a swamp, she saw the god of creation, who towered into the clouds. The 10,000 feet tall giant stood at the edge of the mountain range. He was tall and slender, and his entire body was covered in a holy white light. His face could not be seen clearly. Medusa could already vaguely sense the phoenix's aura. She was in the swamp. So, the great supreme god of heaven and earth has descended to this world to find the phoenix? The current phoenix had once again wrapped itself in mud and turned into a statue. It sank into the mud and buried itself. It seemed to have gotten used to this kind of lifestyle. Rank 4. A wizard. Medusa silently sensed the god of creation who was not far away, and her eyes were burning. An incredible impulse rose in her. It's only level 4. Is this the weakest avatar of the god of creation in the countless dimensions? It was not that she had not heard the racer of Mount Harana mention the god of creation. The god of creation lived in a multidimensional world. He was the physical manifestation of chaos. He scattered his consciousness in various worlds, creating worlds, dimensions, time, space. At that time, I guessed that a single avatar of the god of creation might not be very powerful. However, I never thought that it would be this low. Medusa muttered. Su Ji was also turning his head to look. He also saw the Medusa Demoness, who was similar in size to him and whose body parts had been completely repaired, reaching his chest. She was an extremely beautiful woman. She had a snake tail and a human body. Her long hair fluttered in the air like vines and snakes, giving people a sense of beauty and danger. A mechanical voice sounded in his ears. The current environment is dangerous. Do you wish to activate the Nest Queen authority? Su Ji thought for a moment and said, activate. NBSP. The authority of the Queen was actually very simple. It was some kind of passive alert function. If the Zerg tried to harm the Nest Queen, it would immediately adjust the gene strands and destroy the creature's genes. After all, the Zergs were their basic life form. They were the Zerg Queen that reproduced and gave them a life spore structure. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't escape their own structure. Life was given by the Zerg Queen, so they could naturally end it. But this was the last resort. Su Ji had always held the power to decide the life and death of these Zergs. He could control their Zerg's natural talent, ultra-rapid cell division, and instantly age them to death. Therefore, he never worried about his safety. The god of creation. I have a question. Medusa approached step by step and said slowly in a low voice. What do you want to do? Su Ji chuckled. I want to. Medusa's eyes were burning with sparks. Am I really going to die? However, this was the great overgod. Even if it was only a clone, it had descended because of this world's major destruction. If he lost this opportunity, he would never come into contact with the greatest supreme existence in the world again. Yes. Medusa laughed in a daze. When I first became a wizard, didn't I want to see the peak of the world? So what if he lost his eternal life? As the supreme god of the world, the most powerful existence in the world that could even distort time, space, and dimensions, what kind of life form was he? What kind of power does he have? She strode forward, her eyes burning with passion. She said the words she had been longing for. Great Creator! Can I have a fight with you? I want to see what kind of power the legendary Supreme God has, even if I have to pay with my life. Chapter 145, Life Law. She was really a crazy woman. Su Ji's eyes flickered, and he continued to sigh with emotion. In the entire sorcerer era, perhaps only Great Lord Medusa could be considered a true seeker of truth and knowledge. He had no distracting thoughts and completely carried out the philosophy of the sorcerers. It was also because of her pursuit of the pureness of knowledge that her aptitude was not the most outstanding. However, she had managed to reach the end of the entire era, even surviving the Great Extinction and obtaining great achievements that even more powerful geniuses could not hope to achieve. "We can't fight," Su Ji said with a gentle smile. "Because I'm only level 4, in your words." A hint of disappointment flashed in Medusa's eyes. Su Ji changed the topic and looked at the beautiful snake-haired banshee. "However, power is not absolute. Even if you are at level 4, as long as you master the rules, it is enough to kill everything. We cannot fight because you will die in an instant. That is meaningless. In an instant, I won't be able to see anything and I'll die." Medusa muttered, "What are the rules? The laws exist between heaven and earth. You see." Su Ji raised his hand and pointed at the blue sky. Medusa's expression froze instantly, and a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. She saw a scene that she would never forget. The two of them stood on the ground, and the time in the surrounding world changed. It was as if they were standing in the void, overlooking the rise and fall of the entire world. They were standing on the highest dimension, surpassing all things in the world. Boom! The speed of the world was changing rapidly. The dark clouds, the sun, the air, the sunlight, and the wind in the sky were all rapidly slowing down, almost to the point of stillness. She could clearly feel that she had returned to the primitive world where a day passed every 100 years. The next second. Rumble! The clouds, the sun, and the wind in the sky accelerated once again. Everything seemed to be stirred up by the wind and the clouds. The dust on the ground became faster, and the clouds slowly moved in the sky. The entire world's 100 years were condensed into one day. The sun was about to set, and the moon was about to rise. Su Ji slowly pulled Medusa into his arms and pointed to a lush rose on the grass in the distance. "Look at that! 10,000 times acceleration! Voila!" The rose quickly bloomed into an extremely beautiful flower, withered, and returned to the earth. Then, the cycle of life began. From the withered black soil, new buds emerged, branches grew, and flower buds bloomed again. In a short period of time, those plants actually reproduced for countless generations and vaguely began to divide. Completely different plants appeared. Some became as huge as a tree, some became colorful, and some grew sharp thorns. A type of plant has actually started to take different forms. Medusa trembled all over, and she almost fell into the arms of the god of creation. She looked at this scene in shock, and her eyes wandered. This was too beautiful, and she was almost intoxicated. This was an incredible scene, and it was the domain of truth that she had dreamed of. "It turns out that I'm such a joke. It's not a battle of brute force, so we can't fight at all. It's because we are not from the same dimension. No matter how weak we are, as long as we master the power of the laws, no one can defeat it. I can't believe I still have such a bold idea in the face of such a vast existence. We can't understand such an existence at all." Medusa's entire body trembled. Su Ji's arms were soft, as if he was holding a living person. It was as if he was really holding Medusa, the legendary goddess of Western legends, who was 1.6 meters tall. He could not help but praise Medusa for having already walked out of her Thulhu evil god, and was now a real giant evil god. Seeing Medusa in a daze, he took the opportunity to ruffle Medusa's hair in his arms and secretly let the intelligent sub-brain take a few pictures. He took the opportunity to hug Medusa. Of course, it was not for anything. He just wanted to test the evil god's current completion and progress. It turned out that after hundreds of years of reproduction, the evil god was like a living person. Its skin and flesh were perfectly fused together, and it did not look like a composite life form. If it did not enter that combat form, it still looked like a normal creature. "Oh, great god of creation!" Medusa's body trembled, and she spoke without thinking. She was already panicking. We are all your people. The world, the world." Su Ji laughed and slowly cut her off. "Everything in this world is my people. It's not easy for you to get to this point in this barren world." Whoosh! Su Ji stretched out his hand. Her weak spiritual power floated around. In the flower field, the largest rose, which was as big as a tree, landed gently in her palm. It was as thick as a chopstick and was inserted into her head by Su Ji like a hairpin. It was beautiful and ethereal. "This flower is my gift to you. The birth and death of life will begin from here." Su Ji did not stop the rose's 10,000 times acceleration. Instead, he handed the rose to Medusa. This could be considered a spur of the moment. After all, even the idiotic players in the sandbox could use the speed of flow of 10,000 times to produce a variety of potential species with spores. Su Ji might bring a pretty good surprise to Medusa by giving her a flower that was constantly evolving. Of course, a speed increase of 10,000 times was not infinite. When a species with potential appeared and he felt that it was about time, Su Ji stopped the speed of evolution. After all, this was a power unique to the Queen Mother of the Hive. He was only using her hands to deduce a life group for the time being. After a long time, Medusa returned to her senses from the strange world. She silently stroked the flower on her head, revealing a touch of excitement. All the confusion in her heart about the future seemed to have been opened up. She was about to say something, but she found that the god of creation was standing in the mountains again and said, "Phoenix, come out with me. I'll bring you to another space-time." Whoosh! The phoenix rose into the air. It had been hiding in the mud, so how could it not have seen this terrifying scene? Such a terrifying existence had changed the rules of this world just by descending upon it. The phoenix seemed to have seen the god of creation before. 1,000 years ago, when she was born in a scorching world, she opened her eyes and saw this vast giant. It seemed to have been taken out from a strange tray. Phoenix quickly flew out and hid in front of him, trembling. "Restrain your aura," Su Ji instructed. "And keep your body covered in flames." Phoenix did as she was told. "It's still too hot." Su Ji thought about it and felt that it was too hot, so he tapped it gently with his finger. Voila! Under Medusa's dazed and numb gaze, the demigod phoenix quickly grew, past its prime, aged, and finally walked towards death. It was reborn from the fire and turned back into a red phoenix egg. Fiery red light circulated within the egg, and it seemed to be nurturing a powerful life. Su Ji took out the can of beer from his black casual pants pocket and put the phoenix egg in it. He turned around and strode away. It's finally done. Chapter 146, The Truth Farm. AI, recover the time flow ratio. When Su Ji walked out of the sandbox, the time on the 100 mu sandbox behind him returned to normal. Boom! The world sped up, leaving after images. The time in our world is actually. On the ground, the remaining magi were tidying up the ruins. They looked up in a daze. Some sorcerers with keen spiritual power could clearly sense this. They vaguely sensed that something had descended, and the time of the world had changed, and then left. This was the age of the wizards with a mature system, unlike the time of the simple and crude ancient city-state of Gilgamesh. They could naturally sense everything clearly, and they knew that something incredible was happening. Hwalala! The sea water rippled. The god of creation has left. The distorted time and space in our world have been restored. Medusa stroked the bright red flower on her head in a daze, revealing a bright smile. She strode forward again and sank into the deep sea. Her huge and imposing body slowly hugged her knees, bent down, and lowered her head. She was like a newborn fetus, curled up in the depths of the sea. However, she was simply too huge. Her height had even exceeded the depths of the ocean. Just by standing straight, half of her head would appear on the surface of the sea. The entire ocean was no longer a big pond for her. Medusa! Ermin's voice was trembling. She had been secretly watching from a distance and did not expect such a scene to happen. She had thought that such an invitation to a competition would be a provocation and blasphemy to the Creator, but she did not expect him to be so tolerant. Or perhaps, she should have thought of it long ago. When the ancient world had just been created, the Creator had satisfied Gilgamesh's 3 questions. He is too gentle, too benevolent. We are all his people. Ermin suddenly smiled. Ermin was very envious of Medusa. She had seen the truth by the god of creation's side, but it was only natural for her to risk her life to obtain opportunities. If it had been Ermin, she would not have had the courage to go over. It was not just anyone, but crazy people like Medusa. Creator, Medusa's eyes flashed with a slender figure that was hazy and radiant. A touch of gentleness flashed in her eyes. She chose to put the rose that was stuck on her head into Ermin's underworld slowly. Reproduce in there. This is the flower of the origin of life. It is also the first living creature in this underworld. The small space in the netherworld was filled with a lot of soil and air. There were also countless skeletons on the ground, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even the soil was soaked, turning the soil dark red. A rose was planted on the bright red ground. Soon, it grew at a visible speed, scattered its pollen, reproduced, and quickly withered. Gradually, it bloomed all over the netherworld, and beautiful flowers filled the mountains and fields. Ermin seemed to be in the sea of flowers, her eyes moving, intoxicated by the world, and she praised loudly, "Arg! What a beautiful world! Can I say that the Creator is adding a touch of color to our empty underworld? It's our achievements that have been acknowledged by the great Creator, just like Gilgamesh's in the past." Medusa closed her eyes slowly when she saw this. "Flower of Death, this is a gift for me, O great Creator. Medusa wants to see you again. Can I descend into your world?" In a small space with no outsiders. Ermin was like an innocent and romantic little girl, running wildly among the red roses that covered the sky. Day after day, she seemed to have gradually forgotten that she was once the great wizard monarch who ruled the world. She no longer needed to maintain her dignity in front of anyone, and she could be herself again. She could clearly feel that the flower was growing rapidly. They transformed and died at a terrifying rate, reproducing generation after generation. Gradually, they completely adapted to this special land and became the unique underworld plant. The flower of the inconceivable contains the truth of life in the world and has infinite possibilities of growth. Ermin showed a pure smile, gently broke a rose in the field, and looked at it carefully. This place where large patches of blood-red roses are planted contains endless truth. Let's call it the truth field. But how can a world not have water? She suddenly stretched out her white arm and pulled, opening a gap in the space, letting the water from the outside rush in like a fountain. Ermin floated in the air and gently drew a line. There must be a river. Boom! The mighty power of a god circulated, and five-colored light flickered. The entire small world trembled. There was a huge river trough on the ground at the entrance, and a large amount of seawater gushed into the river, carrying all kinds of sea fish, which were jumping around. Death is the sea of suffering in life. Death is the ultimate pain. My world can free mortals from pain. Anyone who believes in me, serves me, and dies will enter the netherworld to overcome the sea of suffering and welcome new life. This river is filled with countless souls of the wizarding era who had sacrificed their lives for the truth. The netherworld river, which is filled with the pain of death and anticipation for new life, shall be called Cocytus. Cocytus, in the language of the other world's natives, meant, the crying in the distance, the river of pain. After the dead souls entered the underworld and passed through the river of pain in their lives, it was the other side of the world of death, the garden of truth. Large patches of bright red rose flowers were planted here, brilliant and beautiful, like a village in the dark, letting people see the beauty and purity of this world of death. We must have good and evil. A clear and majestic voice reverberated through the entire world. After the garden of truth, it should be divided into two ends. People should be rewarded and punished for their actions before death. As a great wizard monarch, Ermin naturally had experience in governing the world. She waved her hand and said, "I said, after the garden of truth, there is a fork in life, Erebus. The dead are divided into good and evil, walking on both sides. As long as they were kind, humble, and harmonious, they would walk towards the Elysian paradise. All those who are brutal, arrogant, and evil will walk to the place of pain, Tartarus." Kakat. All of a sudden, a strange rose as big as a giant tree flew from the sky and fell to the ground. The petals of the rose quickly fell off and turned into an ancient grey wooden sign. It was filled with exquisite rose patterns, giving off an ancient Western charm. It stood at the fork with the words Erebus, leading to two different paths. After the netherworld river was the field of truth and the fork in life. After that was the place of happiness and the place of pain. The entire netherworld is like person's life, Ermin thought for a moment and laughed. The sea of bitterness is the mother's stomach. After it is over, it is the garden of truth. It is like the birth of a new life, seeing the beauty of the world. After that, people will meet the fork in life, Erebus, and walk on the two ends of their fate. At this moment, the foundation of the entire netherworld had been completely formed. Although it was only 200 cubic meters, as a level 8 god, helping the space magic box to meditate and expand its internal space, the magic box would probably reach the epic realm soon and reach an environment of 2000 cubic meters. Chapter 147, Returning to God's Embrace. By the time he was done, the sky had already turned dark. Su Ji walked into the room, took off the mud-stained blue shoe covers, and threw them into the trash can. He stretched lazily, then placed the kin with the phoenix egg in the living room. The phoenix has already turned back into an egg. It will take a long time before it hatches. Su Ji was not afraid that it would run away. Under the normal flow of time, it would take more than 10 days for the eggshell to break out. Furthermore, it was not born yet, and it was still in its embryonic stage, so it could not feel what was happening outside. In fact, after a phoenix's rebirth from fire, it would become an egg. It would be extremely fragile for more than 10 days, so it had to be hidden in an extremely hidden place before it could be reborn. I've been busy the whole day. I went to the zoo, went to the sandbox to pick up phoenix eggs, and even chatted with Medusa about life's ideals. Every mass extinction is so tiring, and the sky is already dark. The rest of the things will be to open up a new world. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Su Ji's life was still quite well adjusted. As the creator, he worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. He had picked up the phoenix, the monkey's blood, and the basic materials to create the world, so he was not in a hurry. I'm going to take a shower. He quickly started to look for a change of clothes. After a long day of exhaustion, she felt refreshed after taking a shower in the bathroom. A bath can really relieve fatigue and energy. Su Ji was only wearing a pair of large underpants. When he came to the kitchen, he immediately picked up the kin with the phoenix egg, turned on the tap, and poured water into it. He then placed it over the fire of the gas stove. I'll also help you take a bath. You've been soaking in the mud for hundreds of years. It's really not easy to take a comfortable hot bath. Also, it will speed up your hatching process. After saying that, he threw a few tea leaves into the water. After a long while, Su Ji took a sip of Phoenix's bathwater with satisfaction. From the kin, a sweet and fresh taste poured into his throat. It was simply wonderful. After a tiring day at work, it was the greatest happiness in life to have a good sip of hot tea. This is probably a 1,000-year-old Phoenix spirit tea. It's full of spirit chi and only appears once in 1,000 years. Su Ji was a foodie, especially a person who liked to drink tea. Although he knew that this was not good, he could not help but feel the restlessness in his heart. After all, it was a rare opportunity. If he didn't take the opportunity to turn it into an egg and know nothing about the outside world, it would be a pity to make tea and taste it. From the taste of your bathwater, you still have a strong body odor. If I want to help you completely wash away your body odor, I'll have to soak in it for a night. Su Ji could not help but take out a large pot that had not been used for a long time from the storage room. He placed the phoenix egg in the pot and covered the lid. He planned to cook it slowly over low heat for the night according to the Cantonese style of cooking soup. Such a big pot! If we store it, it can probably last for a long time. Su Ji felt that life was quite blissful, so he went straight back to his room. It's so warm. The phoenix's consciousness was blurry. It felt as if it was wandering in a warm ocean. This warm feeling made it vaguely recall the time when it was hiding in the mud and saw the god of creation slowly embracing Medusa. He pointed to the sky, and the world stopped, letting Medusa know the truth of the world. That scene was too beautiful. He was embraced by the god of creation, and told the truth of the world by the supreme god. I believe that all living beings in this world would be extremely envious and look forward to it, right? The phoenix could not help but gradually lose consciousness. It felt as if it was immersed in a warm ocean, as if it had returned to the scorching red environment where it was born. Its crisp and pure voice was suddenly filled with happiness. Now I am in the warm arms of the god of creation, just like Medusa. Do I feel the embrace of God? The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. What a good sleep! Su Ji got out of bed, brushed his teeth, and washed his face. He walked out of the bathroom and went to the kitchen. He scooped out the phoenix egg that had been stewing in the pot for the whole night with a steel spoon and placed it in a can next to him. Then, he put the big pot of tea into the mineral water bottles that he had saved up over the past few days and filled it up in the refrigerator. He planned to drink it slowly in the future. Phoenix spirit tea in the fridge, just thinking about it made him happy. After he was done with his business, he went to the living room to consult the intelligent sub-brain as usual and asked about the situation of the sorcerer world. Another 50 years had passed in the sorcerer world. It seemed that they had gradually eased from the major extinction and had begun to ignite vitality. However, the world had changed in the end, and the sorcerers of the sorcerer world were about to go extinct. After all, the remaining magi were mostly rank 1 or 2 junior magi. They did not have high aptitudes and could not live for long. It was also natural that there was no new generation of magi. Su Ji looked at the photo of Medusa and himself, and his voice calmed down. Thulhu's fusion biological system has already developed very well. In the future, this big stupid bird in my orchard will gradually become a real living creature sooner or later. As for making this hybrid creature develop intelligence, it would be a little difficult. After all, Medusa's appearance was very coincidental, which was why Su Ji attached great importance to it. And that flower? How could there be no new living beings in the new world? I still have to give it a push and completely form the netherworld environment. Su Ji was still very much looking forward to the appearance of the underworld. After all, a high-energy transcendent world that was separated from the barren environment on Earth was the most precious wealth. Su Ji looked at the sorcerer world that had gone extinct and then ignored it. The intelligent subbrain, the sorcerer community, is it open at 6:30 this morning? A mechanical voice was heard. It's already opened. Let's see how they've developed. Su Ji's eyes flickered as he looked at the piece of land and could not help but jump in shock. It had only been a short while since these animals had built buildings one after another. Square, arena, summoner's canyon, everything was up. They had also established their own community system, with a community housing committee, which was held by 100 people. As for the selection of the management committee, it was through online PK, with the 100 strongest people, simple and crude to the extreme. These 100 people were responsible for the planning, security, and development of the super small city, the wizard community. The streets were now filled with a modern atmosphere. There were even mud shops with billboards with advertisements that said, XXX kidney treasure, everyone said it was good after using it. Now, if you sell 3 bottles, you'll get 1 free bottle. All sorts of advertisements. There was also a movie poster. My Mediterranean can't be that bald. On the cover of the big poster, Monarch Ermine was signing ermine on the smooth head of a bald bird. This movie comes from the autobiography of the Mediterranean dumb bird, the magical beast. Emperor Ermine, the Church of Light, the evil god of Thulhu. What kind of sparks will be produced from the friction? On July 13th, it will be released in major cinemas across the country at the same time. Real epic lighting effects. Not to be missed. Su Ji was confused. It had only been 2 days. What was happening in the outside world? This idiotic player actually had such a scheme long ago. He even secretly kept taking screenshots, planning to make it a big movie after it was released. Although the 100 years of a person's life could only be played for an hour, and it could only record parts of a person's life, it still took a lot of screenshots to make it a smooth picture. I'm afraid that when the time comes, it'll all be twitching scenes, and we'll have to blink and fill in the gaps. In reality, Su Ji was not too optimistic about it. However, this kind of creative idea could be considered a free promotional video for him to attract more players to join in. However, he was still a little dissatisfied. It's just that the name of this movie is not very good. As a promotional video, it has exposed the truth of the game. Chapter 148, I'll let you create a world. He didn't pay much attention to this. He looked around and found many shops on the street. Beauty cogitation counseling room. Werewolf kills in the online gaming room. Happy fight the landlord. China mahjong. Go room. Blind date corner. As expected, the entertainment value was off the charts. As long as there was creativity, there were infinite possibilities. These animals even felt that the space was too small, so they dug underground, first underground floor, second underground floor. He was completely shameless. It was a good thing that Su Ji had also restricted the range of the underground sand pit like the other sand pits. Otherwise, with the excitement of these animals and the help of the body of a wizard, coupled with the style of the miners in Minecraft, they would be able to dig up magma for you. To be honest, the geographical and environmental planning was still very complete. There were probably big shots in architecture designing it. It had only been open for 1 morning, and everyone had already started to build it to this extent. Of course, it was also due to the flow of time. It's fine that you guys are running a gaming studio and a shop, but you're also doing advertisements to make money. Su Ji felt that these animals were simply out of control. They actually dared to take advantage of him? I need a warning letter from my lawyer. Su Ji felt that he had taught this bunch of lawless guys a lesson. He opened a meditation sandbox and thought about making money all day instead of meditating. However, he continued to read the forum and found that the money that the housing committee received from the advertisements had been used for activities, competitions, and publicity. For example, they were planning to hold the first wizard battle tournament and use the advertising fee as a prize. They're even doing fighting competitions? Summoner's Rift ranking match? Forget it, let them entertain themselves. Since we're having a competition, we can't avoid crazily cultivating meditation. I'll be fine as long as they meditate. Su Ji thought for a moment, then browsed through the forum again to see what they were doing. He found out that they had already begun to plan to privately create money for distribution. The branch below the Spore Evolution was the newly opened Wizard Community Forum. Ha ha ha. The degree of freedom is very high. The game's GM, the map's design, and the NPCs who patrol the security all have to be US players. This is practically a small society, but we can't do it without money. Happy. How? There's only yellow sand in this soil. Let's wait for the fire magi to appear. When you become a rank 3 magus, you'll be able to melt the sand and make money. Then, what should we call the money? Since it's cast from sand, let's call it sand coins. Good. Everyone nodded and agreed that it was a good idea. After all, it was impossible for a community to not have money. Then, someone in the forum couldn't help but ridicule. We're magi, but they only allow us to meditate. They don't give us weapons, robes, or staffs. Summoner's Rift, fighting ring, how could he play the game without personal equipment? The fun is greatly reduced. That's right. Forget about the other stuff, but there's not even a core weapon, a staff. Yes, I don't even have the materials to make alchemy weapons. I want to make a staff. Tears streaming down his face. Su Ji only took a glance at it. As expected, the moment the open beta started, he did discover many problems and flaws. We do need to create a virtual currency. He thought for a while, and a notice appeared in the wizard community. The game will start the currency system. The currency exchange is in the personal attribute bar. For every hour of meditation, you will receive 1 meditation coin. Meditation coins can be used to exchange for alchemy materials. After this announcement was made, there was an instant uproar. Meditating can earn me money? Only 1 pill per hour. Countless people were in tears. It seemed like this game was really for nothing but their health. Su Ji felt that it was not too bad. They would get a meditation coin after meditating for an hour. They would definitely meditate in order to make money. There were even some brick-moving gang members who meditated madly and then sold them. This currency system could also be used for the chess and card rooms and various shops that they ran, generating profits. They could also buy alchemy materials for wizards from Su Ji and make their own equipment. And what were magus materials? They were the bone goo of some plants and giant beasts. Su Ji only had to open the gene bank and put in the spores of these creatures to reproduce and provide food. He would soon have a large amount of materials. It was simply a business without capital. With the equipment system and currency exchange, they'll probably be even more excited. Su Ji quietly made arrangements for them. In this way, the matter of the new sandbox, the wizard community, could be considered to have been dealt with simply. He did not pay much attention to this sandbox to begin with. He only paid them some attention when it was activated, and could not be bothered with the rest. All he needed them to do was to help Su Ji hack practice and quietly improve Demongod's level. Now, let's get down to business. It's time to create a new world and solve the problem of creation. Su Ji thought for a moment, then went to the door of the courtyard and sat down on the chair as usual. The god of creation is here. Online to watch the god of creation. The life of the god of creation had become rich. This time, in addition to eating fruit, he even brought a cup of tea. Is it a hidden plot? Everyone, don't make a fuss. We've just come out of the evil god's body, so we have a lot of things to do. We're going to enter the Magus world and see what the post-destruction era looks like. In the evolution sandbox, another group of strange creatures were whispering to each other. However, Shwebagzu, the racer of Mount Harana, and the others were not in the sandpit. After all, they had lived in it for 100 or 200 years. It was impossible for them not to recuperate and change their emotions. He estimated that he would need to rest for about 1 or 2 months before he could recover. After all, no one could stand the fact that he immediately evolved as soon as he returned. Of course, those people were not idle now. The racer of Mount Harana and the others would occasionally go to the wizard community to relax and recuperate. After all, the sand pit was relatively easy. Su Ji could not be bothered to pay any attention to these chattering fellows on the ground and began to get down to business. He silently picked up the can and poured out the phoenix egg. It was crystal clear and had a flowing light. The phoenix egg had already melted, but it was not too hot. It also had a strong tea fragrance. Su Ji did not intend to communicate with the phoenix in a modern room. After all, that would expose too much. After thinking about it, he felt that it was better to meet the phoenix in this sandbox where the spore evolution was taking place. After all, this sandbox was only 30 square meters. Although it was on the flat ground in front of the house, the sandbox's range was just enough to stop at the chair in front of the door. The room behind the door was not accessible, so this place was just right. Not far away, a group of players started to discuss. What is he doing? I took out an egg. It looks so cool, golden, and shiny, appetite is stimulated. I'm afraid you want to eat tea eggs? Funny face. SHH. A hidden plot, we probably triggered a cut scene. Sneak over. Su Ji lowered his head and looked at the phoenix egg. The cell division accelerated. In an instant, the entire phoenix egg began to hatch at a faster speed. A beautiful phoenix the size of a fist, bathed in bright red flames, rose into the air. The group of little fellows quietly approached and instantly started to shout. That's a phoenix. It's the phoenix from my Magus world. I'm afraid the god of creation has personally descended upon the Magus world and brought the phoenix out. When he brought it to the dimensional courtyard of the god of creation, the main plot had been triggered. Quick, take a screenshot. On the forums. Withdraw the flames. Su Ji said. Creation. World. God, the phoenix stammered in the wizard's native language. It was extremely nervous. It was not calm when it thought about how it might have been in the arms of the god of creation the entire day yesterday. I'm here to send you to another world and let you open up a new world. Su Ji stated his goal very directly. You want me to create a new world? The newborn phoenix of this generation trembled. Chapter 149, A Conversation with the Phoenix. On the first day of the official beta testing of the Instance Dungeon Wizard community, it was already very lively. Everyone was chatting and discussing. Now, extremely terrifying news had appeared. The title of a post appeared. It's bad. The Phoenix of the Magus world has appeared in our dimensional courtyard and is currently conversing with the god of creation. Content. Today, the Sorcerer World's diplomatic ambassador, Phoenix, has paid a visit to the god of creation in the dimensional courtyard. Both sides have had a friendly discussion. This is a live report by our reporter, Haruko Loves Learning. This meeting was held in a cordial and friendly atmosphere. Phoenix expressed that Thulhu had seriously invaded the territory of my world and strongly condemned it. He also requested for the few murderers of Thulhu to be handed over to appease the people. Regarding Thulhu's invasion and violence, the god of creation expressed his sympathy during the meeting and agreed to hand over a few red-named players of Thulhu to maintain friendly peace between the two sides. During this period, the god of creation expresses his deepest apologies to the people of the Sorcerer World who suffered from the disaster. He also expresses that the territory of the Sorcerer World is sacred and cannot be violated. Haruko Loves Learning said, in short, you guys are dead. Phoenix had come to complain to their parents. Thulhu's red-named players, your accounts are gone. Who asked you to destroy the sorcerer civilization of another world? Bloody knife. Everyone was shocked. They were sad that the sorcerer civilization was destroyed. Could it be that their master had come to find them? We didn't do it, we're allies. Of course, everyone also started to feel that something was wrong. Why do I feel like you're talking nonsense? At this point in time, most of them had not logged into the sandbox world yet, but after hearing this, they all came online. You want me to create a new world? In the small 30 square meter sandbox, the Phoenix was in a daze. It had never thought that this was the reason why the creator had taken it away from its original world. It was simply unimaginable. But is it possible for me to create a new world? Phoenix's body trembled and her mind went blank. At the same time, she could not help but begin to inspect her surroundings. This wasn't a large space. Countless primitive life forms, plants, and animals were reproducing on the ground. On the ground, there was also a group of tiny, strange-looking life forms. They were watching his arrival in groups of 2 or 3. The phoenix had never seen such a strange life form with such a strange appearance. 8 tentacled black mud, walking trees, and from the way they were discussing and whispering to each other, it was clear that they were intelligent. Brothers! Everyone, line up properly and don't squeeze. I was eating when I suddenly came online. I'll tell you, but you won't tell me? Quickly sit down and watch, don't embarrass us. The 2 leaders will probably have a discussion about the Thulhu evil god incident. That's not it. I just heard a part of it. It seems that the god of creation is going to create a world and wants the phoenix to go to that new world. What? Their expressions quickly became serious as they cut down wood and created chairs. It instantly looked like an outdoor theater, and countless chairs were set up, with strange-looking creatures sitting on them. Everyone, stop it! Those who understand the native wizard language, please translate the cuts scene for everyone. Thank you. They sat in a row in an orderly manner as if they were watching a movie. They planned to watch the cuts scenes of the main plot in a more comfortable way. Phoenix was speechless. What a strange creature! The phoenix found it unbelievable. Then, she suddenly discovered something even more terrifying. The life forms in this world were evolving and evolving at an unbelievable speed. It looked at the sea water not far away. One by one, the extremely curious marine life was slowly crawling out of the ocean. In a short period of time, they had evolved from marine animals to land animals. As they crawled toward land, they spoke in a language that was difficult to understand. Brothers, stop dawdling and quickly get ashore. I heard that the phoenix is here. The main plot has begun, let's go grab seats. Let's go together. I want to watch from the front row. Naturally, the phoenix could not understand these words. She only felt that they were somewhat familiar. She then looked at a forest. It was a strange, long worm-like creature. It slowly began to grow wings and flew into the sky with difficulty. Fortunately, I finally made it. It's not as good as looking down from above. Phoenix could not help but be shocked. What a terrifying world this is. All life is evolving and advancing madly, just like the flower that I gave to Medusa. Su Ji looked at them. They still knew how to sit in a row and watch the plot? Do you think I won't do anything to you if you pretend to be honest? Su Ji had only asked them to appear so that the phoenix could see the scene of evolution here. After they showed their faces, they were naturally not needed. Su Ji waved his hand, and the fluctuations of sorcery came over, and a gust of wind quickly rose. Boom! A strong wind blew, and the little ants were instantly swept away along with the chair. Of course, Su Ji was not proficient in the sorcery he had mastered. He could only blow the ants away casually. The means to deal with them were still simple. The Great Disconnection Technique. Boom! The screen in front of the players instantly turned black. It was blown away, and the screen went black again. I told you guys to watch the interlude animation of the main plot in a civilized way and sit on the bench obediently, but in the end, you guys are all messing around. Can't you just be a quiet, handsome man for a while? It wasn't us. There's a bastard. I saw it trying to grab the phoenix's feathers. It's definitely not me. It's definitely the one who secretly took the opportunity to sneak around and climb on the god of creation's thigh. Innocent eyes. Damn, this game is too real. If you anger the god of creation, the main plot will be dispelled. Then, what would happen? Su Ji felt that his ears were a lot quieter. He lowered his head and chuckled softly, then said in a light tone, "This is the origin of all life. In the interlayer between dimensions, all life rapidly evolved here. Life in every world began from here." Phoenix was in disbelief. This was the supreme place of all living things? The origin of all worlds? It felt as if it had come into contact with the supreme law and the creation of the world. Phoenix could not help but tremble. Am I also born here? Yes, no life can be an exception. You are no exception. Su Ji laughed and took a small sip of tea. You were born in this 280-degree oven. I want you to guide the birth of a new world. Su Ji sat calmly in his chair and looked at the motionless phoenix before him. That is a space filled with soil. I need you to burn the entire world, melt it, and cast it into a vast and boundless soil world. That is your world. My world. The phoenix trembled. The god of creation saw that I was too pitiful and gave me a world? It suddenly felt like it was wrapped in a huge happiness, just like the warm ocean last night. Yes, I'll give it to you. How could they dig 100 mu of land? It was not like Su Ji could use an excavator, so he could only use high temperatures to melt the soil and make space underground. The only one who could do this was Phoenix. However, the underground space of 100 acres of land seemed a little too big. You will become the god of the sun in that world, Su Ji said again. You will give sunlight to all living things. Chapter 150, The Beginning of Chaos. God of Sun, can I be compared to the sun in the sky? At this moment, Phoenix was completely wrapped in happiness. It had suffered an extremely miserable life in the sorcerer world. Those terrible guys not only drove it away from the desert and the sycamore tree, but also chased it everywhere. What did it do wrong? It had always lived in the desert and had never hurt humans. However, it had hidden in the mud, at the bottom of the ocean, and in caves. It could not escape from being hunted. It had no fixed residence in that world. With its not-so-smart intelligence, it could not understand the reason at all. But now, the god of creation saw that he was pitiful, so not only did he take him away from the disastrous land, but he also wanted to give him an entire world? Su Ji's entire body exuded a light that was difficult to see clearly. His voice was vast and distant. Phoenix, you were originally an innate deity. He was born from the endless flames, and he was born holy, but he fell into the mortal world, experienced thousands of years, and suffered 7 tribulations of death. However, there should be such a tribulation. Today, I've brought you back, Su Ji said softly. I'll make you the god of the sun of that world. When you nourish all things in the world and bring great merit to all things in the world, that will be the moment you walk towards becoming a god. The phoenix respectfully kneeled under the chair of the god of creation and listened to the voice of the creator. She immediately revealed an unbelievable surprise. To become a god. Just like Ermin? He would become a terrifying great god. There was no living being that did not look forward to becoming a vast life form. In fact, it desired it more than any other life form. All the pain I've suffered in the past, were they all experiences in the mortal world? It was very talented, and every time it died and was reborn, its strength would change qualitatively. A long time ago, at the end of the alchemy era, it was already in the demigod realm, but it had been stuck there. Later on, it watched as humans broke through to the demigod realm, surpassed it, and hurt it in turn. There were even people who broke through to the demigod realm and became gods. Great Creator, I am willing. I'm willing. I'm willing to become the sun of a world. Take care of all living things and nourish the earth. The phoenix's voice was clear and melodious, like the sound of nature. It was originally extremely gentle, but at this moment, it was trembling with excitement. Su Ji sat on the chair and looked down at the phoenix that was crouching below. He was not lying. After all, by giving it a huge underground world, there was indeed an opportunity to become a god. The birth of a new world would often go through countless mass extinctions, and Su Ji could only absorb 30% of the energy from the deaths of living creatures. The remaining 70% would dissipate into the world. The Zergs had a pyramid system. The heroes and higher UPS of the Zergs could naturally absorb the power of the lower-level Zergs. How much they could transform was up to them. In the new world, there was the energy of the extinction of living creatures, and there were also intelligent humans who created internal spaces. The opportunity was there, and whether it could succeed or not depended on itself. In fact, the ones that Su Ji had his eyes on the most were Medusa and the Phoenix. Medusa's potential was the highest now. After all, she had taken over the body of the Thulhu evil god and possessed 4 heaven-defying and terrifying genes. As for the Phoenix, although it had 3 ordinary fire-type genetic talents and only 1 heaven-defying flame rebirth genetic talent, it was still a 4-geno life form. They did not have a barrier between realms. Even if they were in the 2 unknown realms after the god realm, they did not need to consider igniting the 2nd and 3rd divine flames. Ermin, on the other hand, was a 1-geno life form. After igniting her godfire and fusing her 2nd gene into her body, she became a 2-geno life form, even though she was now a soul. Ermin had broken through to the life level of a triple gene? Walk out of the next unprecedented realm? It was still a distant unknown. Phoenix, I will send you to another world. Su Ji looked at the phoenix and tapped her lightly. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Slowly open up everything and give birth to all living things. As an eternal life, you have endless years. Su Ji stretched out his hand and pointed. Voila! As the phoenix trembled, its cells frantically split and quickly transformed into a bright red phoenix egg. Su Ji picked up the can again and put phoenix in it. He turned around and left. It's finally done. Let those guys come online. Boom! All of a sudden, the players on the forum came online and saw that the chairs were empty. Everyone had question marks on their faces. Had the meeting between the phoenix and the god of creation ended? What kind of agreement did the two sides reach? What friendly negotiation? We actually missed out on the main plot. It's a new world in the universe. All of them pounded their chests and stomped their feet in pain. Su Ji's estimate for the second largest sandbox world was that it would be located right below the sandbox that spanned 100 acres. The predetermined environment was also 100 mu. In order to prevent the huge underground world from collapsing easily, the two worlds had to be a little further apart, 10 meters of soil apart. Lyo-shaped structure. But where was the entrance? Su Ji planned to build an inclined entrance. There was a cellar under the storage room in his house, which was originally used to store lychees. He would dig an underground warehouse tunnel in the cellar, which would lead to the door to the other world underground. We'll go through the basement in the storage room and arrive at the bottom of the sorcerer's sandbox. It's just right. Su Ji rolled up his sleeves, picked up the shovel, and slowly started digging. He had advanced too quickly, advancing 2 levels in one go. His current level of rank 4 spells could not keep up, and he did not dare to use the warhammer. After all, it would cause too much of a commotion and could easily destroy the house. There's still a long way to go. I'm a rank 4 magus, but I'm digging a hole with a shovel. He dug out a tunnel and placed wooden planks above his head. He also used wooden sticks to support the planks to prevent the sand from collapsing. The tunnel was simple and crude, but when he got stronger, he could use fire magic to melt the entire tunnel into a stone wall. After 2 hours, Su Ji finally dug an underground tunnel that was 10 meters deep. He dug further in, stuffed the phoenix egg into the soil, and buried it again. Then, he turned around and left. New world. It's about to open from the chaos and darkness. Whoosh! In the next second, the cell division accelerated, and the entire phoenix egg hatched rapidly. Where am I? The egg seemed to be enshrouded in endless darkness. This place is... The entire egg seemed to be filled with chaos and contained powerful energy. Slowly, the eggshell cracked. When the phoenix opened her eyes, all she could see was darkness. There was no sunlight in this world. It was a world of endless darkness and chaos. Whoosh! It let out a loud and clear phoenix cry. In an instant, an endless red light bloomed. A blurry figure of a divine bird appeared in the rolling flames. It bloomed the first light in this dark world that had yet to be opened. Boom! The creation of heaven and earth. With the bright yellow flames, the world was torn apart from the darkness. The surroundings began to melt slowly, turning red and even turning into boiling lava. The sky and the ground were rising inch by inch as if the world was being forcibly split apart. This moment was branded for eternity, and millions of years later, people would record this scene in myths and legends. Ancient gods recorded. The darkness is vast, the heaven and earth are as chaotic as a chicken. The god of Yang was born in an egg and experienced the 7 tribulations of the origin. He was ordered to descend to this world to open the sky. With an angry roar, he divided the heaven and earth. He burned the sky and the earth. The sun in the sky rose 3 meters high and the earth was 3 meters thick. Thus, the world opened. Chapter 151, The sun is set in the sky, embellishing thousands of stars. Digging chicken, start up. Su Ji sat on top of the dirt at the entrance of the tunnel, like a supervisor. He wore a pair of black anti-light sunglasses used for welding to prevent himself from being blinded by the light. He looked down at everything silently and said, I'll be counting on you to dig out the entire world, dig out a good piece of time and space, and dig out a vast future. This space was shaped like a mouth earthworm. The phoenix was close to the top of the sand plate and could only dig down. Su Ji sat outside the range of the sand plate, which was the edge of the entrance to the tunnel, and looked down at everything. Furthermore, the phoenix's range of activity was 100 acres. Like the sandbox life form from before, it could not walk out of its range. It can't melt anymore when it reaches the border. It can only continue to melt in the other direction. Su Ji thought for a moment. The walls of such a high-temperature casting space must be very strong. This piece of land was 100 acres in height, still 6 meters above and below in the sorcerer world, which was 12 meters high. The shape underground was like a huge flat plate. For a phoenix the size of a fist to melt 100 mu of land, it was destined to be a long work. However, the rapid speed of 100 years a day would still allow it to progress rapidly. Open up a new world. At this moment, the phoenix was still burning the surrounding space, and the surroundings were gradually melting. Although the world's height was set to be 12 meters, which gave enough space, reality was very cruel. As the soil on both sides continued to melt, gradually becoming stronger and denser, it was already difficult to expand when it had melted to a height of more than 3 meters. Such a height was equivalent to the height of two 10,000-foot giants. Phoenix took a deep breath and said in a crisp voice, "You're too short. Is it so difficult to just support the height of the heavens and earth?" In a short period of time, it gave up on expanding its height and began to melt in all directions. Very quickly, a short hour had passed, which was equivalent to 4 years in the phoenix's world. It had already melted an acre of space, and it gradually slowed down and began to rest. Seeing this, Su Ji sat up high and put down his phone, which was browsing the forum. He frowned and said, "Phoenix is exhausted. Even though she's a demigod, the workload is still too heavy. To cast soil like this, she has to maintain a high temperature of at least 1200 degrees Celsius. I need to replenish my energy with food." Su Ji stood at the entrance of the underground tunnel, picked up a bag of rice, and scattered it on the ground. Hwalalalala. The grains of rice fell to the ground. The ground closest to the entrance had gradually solidified after an hour, but the rice grains were still easily cooked and emitted the fragrance of rice. God's food. Phoenix immediately smelled it and rushed over. Su Ji thought about it for a moment. Rice alone would not be enough. The nutrition would not be enough. He threw down a large pile of dog food that he had prepared for the Rubik's Cube and sprinkled it on it. Then, it was instantly cooked by the remaining heat and exuded a strong fragrance of dog food. After Phoenix finished eating, Su Ji picked up the pipe that he had prepared for a long time, turned on the tap, and sprayed water all over the 1 mu of land. Boom! Huge white flowers slowly covered the entire underground space. The ground solidified after burning, making it almost impossible to leak water. After a while, it formed an underground pool. Su Ji was a lot more familiar with the process this time. He took out the sea water he had bought and threw it down. He then turned on the tap and turned the water into an ocean. He then ordered the insect nest mined. Put in the spores and accelerate it by 10,000 times to carry out reproduction. Boom! Phoenix looked at the water spray that blotted out the sky and the earth. She saw a scene that she would never forget. This is... In an instant, the phoenix melted into a nest on the stone wall. It stood on the wall and looked at the water flow that filled the sky. The great flood from the sky and the formation of the ocean landscape happened in an instant. And now, in the ocean, it seems that there is a kind of initial life rapidly growing. The creation era. The phoenix murmured as she looked up into the sky. It was as if she wanted to see through the stone wall and see the god of creation who existed in the unseen world. Is this the creation of the world? I've witnessed the true meaning of the world with my own eyes. One by one, the dimensions, the heavens, the earth, the oceans, the lives, and the lands of the myriad worlds were all formed in an instant. Su Ji stood up and looked down. I've already cast it down. We're just waiting for the ocean to slowly breed life and for the animals and plants unique to the underground world to appear. As for the remaining space, as the god of the sun, the phoenix will slowly expand the land. Although it was only 1 mu now, the phoenix would expand. Su Ji looked at the phoenix resting on the wall and slowly illuminated the ocean. He said calmly. With the phoenix providing light and heat as the sun, it will take at least a few days before marine animals and all kinds of life forms will appear. When all living things have grown and there are land beasts, we will then throw in the intelligent race of this world, the new human beings. After Su Ji was done with all of this, he put the matter on hold and let Phoenix develop on her own. After all, this was a crude world embryo. However, Su Ji did not expect that the sunlight provided by the Phoenix would actually lead to an extremely rapid evolution process. In just one day, plankton and simple marine plants had appeared. This was because there was no day or night on this land. There was only the eternal warmth of the sun in the sky, nourishing all living things. The heart of a phoenix's maternal love instantly overflowed, and it had been curiously guarding this ocean, as if guarding a group of hatched babies. At this very moment, the phoenix's speed of evolution was the first day in 100 years, while the spore's evolution speed was a terrifying 10,000 years a day. Phoenix's personality had always been calm and aloof from worldly affairs. Even in the Magus world, she had never destroyed anything. She only wanted to wait quietly. But now, it really wished that there was someone to chat with. At first, it was quite excited, but such a monotonous life as the sun had already passed for 100 years. Is this the loneliness of the sun god? In the dark sky, the sea was still, and the world was dark. Every day, the phoenix would patrol along the ocean for a week. After that, it would be embedded in the stone wall in the sky, acting as the sun and quietly looking at the ocean on the earth. Over the years, it would regularly expand its land to 20 mu. Every time it expanded to a certain extent, there would be a great flood in the sky to supplement and expand the entire ocean. When it ran to the open world next to it, there was still a faint light shining on the ocean. After all, this was an almost completely enclosed space. Light and heat would be reflected back slowly on the walls. The structure of this world is indeed different from our world. There are strange hard objects. It's somewhat similar to the material of the legendary holy sword. Gradually, it discovered that after it smelted the soil, some crystal clear hard granules had actually appeared. These hard particles emitted a metallic light and were extremely beautiful. 10 meters underground was considered quite deep. Although it wasn't a mineral vein, some metal blocks would still appear under the smelting, not to mention that it was indiscriminate smelting in such a large area. Soon, the bored phoenixes smelted and extracted the impurities from these particles, turning them into beautiful metal beads that decorated the sky. It's so beautiful. The phoenix looked at the bright and colorful beads in the sky that decorated the starry sky and emitted a beautiful luster. She was instantly extremely satisfied. This is a starry sky unique to our world. I'll be the sun. It laughed like a happy little girl, rose into the sky, and quickly embedded itself into the wall of the sky, in the center of these beautiful stars, as the sun. As for the spores, they were still evolving at a crazy rate. The 100 years of the phoenix's life had already passed 10,000 years for them. On this day, the entire ocean suddenly changed from a turbid plankton species to a rotten one, welcoming a qualitative change. Colorful marine plants began to appear, turning into an ocean of life. In the sky, there was a golden sun, and the sky was inlaid with colorful rainbow stars. Below, there was golden light shining on the sea, and on the sea, there were extremely prosperous plants growing and slowly floating. What a beautiful world! When the phoenix rose as the sun, it was a fiery red sun. In the middle of the flames, a hazy golden divine bird flickered. It began to cross the vast ocean, and the golden tail behind it was like a comet. The endless dust of flames shone in the sky. It has finally been born, living beings. It looked down at the ocean, and the plants slowly rose, multiplied, and died. That was the ultimate beauty of life. So this is what I'm nourishing? My children, the phoenix exclaimed in admiration from the sky and could not help but slowly descend. She was intimate with these cute little lives, and her eyes were filled with endless love, as if she was intoxicated. It stood aloof from worldly affairs. Perhaps this was the life it wanted. The Creator gave it everything it dreamed of, and it began to feel that its boring life of waiting for 100 years was rewarded. It was also intoxicated by such a brilliant and beautiful life. As the sun, it had endless lives on the earth to love. How good was that? Little cuties, let me see you. It had been alone for 100 years, and now it couldn't suppress the excitement in its heart. The sun in the sky finally couldn't help but approach the ocean of life, wanting to observe the little creatures in the ocean. The moment she landed, the fiery sun seemed to sink to the bottom of the sea. Boom! Due to the heat, the sea water instantly rippled, boiling and evaporating. A large number of lives withered and turned into grey-black, and were eventually burned. The species in the entire ocean were close to extinction. Due to its mistake and urgency, the first mass extinction of species was born in this world. I destroyed them. Woo, the phoenix actually sobbed and choked. It quickly flapped its wings and rose into the air. I gave them life, but I can't be intimate with them. My flames will destroy the world. I can't put out the fire either. When I put out the fire and light, the world will welcome darkness and destruction. Loneliness flashed through its heart as it slowly flew away. There's a life that survived. It suddenly sensed some fluctuations and revealed a touch of joy, looking at the burning Dead Sea. Countless lives headed toward destruction. There was a green lotus that managed to survive the mass extinction of the burning ocean. It developed a terrifying fire resistance and slowly took root in the scorching soil, emitting a faint light. Chapter 152, Becoming a Legend of the Past. The only living thing that can get close to me. Phoenix, on the other hand, was extremely excited. She carefully wrapped the green lotus flower with her spiritual power and took it away from the ocean. Very quickly, it discovered the difference in this flower. The green lotus was extremely heat-resistant. It could even survive in dry soil. He could not help but plant it in his sun palace and treat it as his pet. He talked to it every day. "You're the sun sky god, you girlish phoenix." Su Ji did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. But after being bored for 100 years in that dead world, there's finally a living creature that can get close to me. It's only natural that I'm happy. The phoenix was simply too docile. It had inherited its ancestors' memories and character. Generation after generation, it had stayed aloof from the world and did not have any murderous atmosphere at all. It was not like its own ancestor, who wanted to send the final chicken to its death all day long. The first mass extinction has happened in this sandbox world. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Su Ji thought about it for a moment. However, he had already experienced the creation of a world once, so he was used to this. After this mass extinction, the species in the ocean have withered, and it will take 1 or 2 days for them to recover. When the ocean recovered and the ocean plants grew again, they had to climb up to the land before all kinds of creatures could appear. There are still a few days left. Su Ji was not in a hurry. Even if the species went extinct a few more times, it did not matter how many times they had to do it again. After all, survival of the fittest was always a necessity for species. After all, phoenixes were already part of the natural environment of that world. They were already the sun. If they could not withstand the violent changes of the sun, they would naturally go extinct. I've been busy for so long, and I've finally finished after tricking Phoenix into opening a new sandbox. I haven't seen the progress of the sorcerer world after the great destruction here for a few days. Su Ji could not help but return to the chair at the entrance of the yard and sit down. He took out the Phoenix Spirit tea from the refrigerator and took a sip. It was even more delicious after being chilled. In the 2 days that Su Ji was busy building the new sandbox, the sorcerer world had slowly recovered from the great destruction. The entire forum became lively again after everyone wailed that they had missed the main plot. Because after 200 years, the Book of Light of the Magus world had awakened. Little Brain went down the mountain. A certain animal lied to me and said that it would take 100 years to wake up, and in the end, 200 years. Menmei wants to evolve into a dragon and endorse the legendary web-based game. Someone already wants to be a eunuch and be cooked by the god of creation, confirmed. The racer of Mount Harana was also dumbfounded. Medusa's research should have taken 7 to 8 years, and there should be a gap of 100 years between them, innocent eyes. However, facts spoke louder than words. Medusa had indeed spent 200 years to complete her research on the population that had been scared off the mountain. Su Ji took a sip of his Phoenix Spirit tea and said, "It's because I entered the sandbox and talked about life with Medusa. I even adjusted the speed, which made her spend a lot of time. After I finished talking to her, she immediately passed the 5-year period of waking up and began to sleep." However, no matter what, Xiao Neahu had left the mountain 2 days ago, and he could finally return to the sandbox. In the entire Spore Evolution Forum, everyone was extremely excited, wanting to see the world after the Great War. And the entire Magus world had indeed changed. Year 203 of the new divine calendar. The world had returned from being extraordinary to being ordinary, and people had gradually forgotten about that incredible era. Now, the two kingdoms were in opposition to each other. The human kingdom of Vidicamia and the half-orc kingdom of Nefertus were separated by the ancient Balkic magical beast mountain range. Danger lurked everywhere, and countless magical beasts were growing and reproducing. At the old location of the Thulhu Wizard Union, the mountains here had collapsed, and the earth was full of cracks and ruins. Trees and moss were growing all over the place. The trees were growing in a crooked way, slanted in all directions, forming a strange, crooked forest landscape. 200 years later, this broken land was no longer suitable for living. However, such a unique landscape still attracted countless tourists. Not far away was a small, dilapidated European town with medieval architectural style. There were many windmills slowly spinning on the lawn of the farmhouse, attracting many tourists every year. At this time, there was a tour guide, bringing a group of tourists to sightsee in the forest. Her skin was smooth and fair, her eyes were bright and beautiful, and she had a head of golden hair. She was wearing a blue noble girl evening dress and had a black noble sword hanging from her waist. She looked valiant and heroic, which was also the reason why countless tourists signed up. They made their way through the forest with great difficulty and came to a monument in the center. A beautiful tour guide with a small flag showed everyone around the cracked land. Back then, the great sovereigns and emperors of the three great sorcerer kingdoms held on to their final ideals and determination. They gathered the power of the world's sorcerers and fought the Thulhu evil god that descended upon our world. The entire land was destroyed. The capital collapsed. In the end, we built the netherworld and formed a formation. We opened the door to the netherworld, the truth of the world, and obtained a tragic victory. Even after 200 years, this land is still. The tour guide's stern voice continued to echo as they walked. On the huge monument, the names of thousands of wizard heroes were recorded, as well as brief introductions to their lives. On the monument, only wizards above rank 5 in the three kingdoms could have their names. Most of the nameless wizards had already given up their lives before they could remember their names. That catastrophe brought peace to our peaceful world today. But our civilization was lost as well. The beautiful young tour guide's voice was solemn as she walked forward. He, from the side, a young noble laughed. How can a woman have such great power? A few hundred years ago, a group of magi once ruled our world from the Magus Tower, guilds and academies. Yup, alchemy airships were often seen in the sky in that era. There's also the legendary Hanging Garden of Babylon, a huge city that can fly, and a chance to see the gods in the sky. It's too exaggerated. The Thulhu evil god is even more exaggerated. Countless human wizards were building cities on his body. This kind of myth is too exaggerated. As long as it's a normal person, they won't believe that it really exists. The surrounding people were discussing and whispering. What's even funnier is that in the ancient Babylonian legends, half-orcs are actually alchemy products of the evil witches on the mountaintop. Oh my god! A chubby man with freckles made an extremely exaggerated move, twisting his waist and looking very coquettish. Is this possible? Half-orcs are clearly intelligent life forms like us humans. It's even more powerful and perfect than us, a combination of the common advantages of humans and giant beasts. A soldier who had retired from the border could not help but say, the beastmen have been harassing our human border. They have a huge appetite and have been robbing our border towns. One beastman can destroy our houses. They can also communicate with the giant beasts. Those terrifying giant beasts invaded our country as giant war beasts. There are many guarding arrow towers at the border, and many church knights with knight swords are fighting against the invasion. Everyone knew that the situation at the front line was tense. Furthermore, the king of the beastmen, the harpies, have terrifying poison. If it wasn't for the fact that the royal family of the beastmen are few in number and that the two kingdoms are separated by the magic beast forest, we humans would have been exterminated long ago. There was a handsome noble with golden hair and eyes in the crowd. There were two knights beside him and his identity was not simple. He spoke gently and calmly, I have practiced according to all those wizard books. They are all fake and useless. On the other hand, the stories of bards from that era are very interesting, but now most of the stories have been lost, leaving only Harry Potter and the Sacred Gear of Death. The stories before and after that are gone. But it's undeniable that it was an era where wine-making techniques were very mature, and there were board games like Gwent cards. The popular phrase in bars at that time was, don't say anything, let's play a round of Gwent cards? It made the bar culture at that time very passionate, but it had already been lost. I've read the traveling notes of bards, it's good. Some of the soul copies that had been passed down were made of some unknown material, and they felt a little terrifying. However, I already feel that the wizards in Harry Potter are very powerful. Our wizards are so many times more powerful than them? It's impossible. Some girls were even more intoxicated by the stories of that world. It's just a myth. The ancient Sumerian myths and ancient Babylonian myths, which one of them isn't a myth? They couldn't help but start discussing. As an ancient fairy tale, it was indeed wonderful. However, some people in the crowd retorted with red faces. In this land, the ancient wizards who pursued the truth should have really existed, just that they were not so exaggerated. The power of a wizard could not be comparable to that of a god. After all, that would be blasphemy against the gods in heaven. How could weak humans defeat the gods in the sky? They might just have some kind of special energy. After all, many alchemy airships had been unearthed in the old capital of the Three Kingdoms. Although they had been destroyed, the huge size of the airships was not something that the current humans could build. After everyone discussed and visited the place, they moved on to the next location. There were statues of people and monuments to great men. The three witches. Ermine. Medusa. There was also the first holy emperor, who was holding a book in his hand. The Church of Light wasn't famous during the wizard era, but in the current kingdom of Vidicamia, the monarchy was given to the gods. The Church of Light occupied a large part of the power, and they even had the right to abolish the king. Therefore, the Pope was naturally one of the great men. Everyone. The history that the tour guide spoke of is real. A young man among the tourists couldn't help but say, wizards are a group of people who pursue the truth. They are very admirable. They gave me endless knowledge and can move the entire world. They do have the power of gods. What evidence do you have? Blasphemer, don't say that in front of the clergyman of the Church of Light. You will be burned to death by the Church of Light. The people laughed at him. I have evidence. The youth pointed at the statue of the Light Pope and said seriously, because I'm him. Ha ha ha. You actually said you were the first Pope? He's a legendary figure. In the myths, he led the suffering people to fight back against the evil gods in a land full of disasters. Goddess of wisdom Mercury above. If the priests of the Church of Light were here, you would be burned at the stake. The surrounding tourists, brawny men and nobles couldn't help but say. Who said I'm the Pope? Look carefully. The young man pointed at it again seriously. I'm the book in his hand. The Pope is actually a fanatic, and he keeps saying that Emperor Ermine is his wife, but we've almost beaten him to death. Everyone was speechless. Many people shook their heads. He was probably a lunatic. Even the great Pope of Light dared to spread such rumors. He was the legendary hero who had established the entire Church of Light and lived in epics. How could he be a pervert? Chapter 153, Time. The surrounding people were laughing at him. On the other hand, the beautiful tour guide beside him was shocked and looked at the young man in a daze. Everyone thought that the Church of Light was as sacred and inviolable as the legends said, but only she knew how improper it was. The book of the Church of Light was actually a strange book full of filthy words. The Light Pope hid in the basement all day long. He was an otaku who did not care about his appearance. He studied the evil god giant in a sloppy manner and even said that Emperor Ermine was his wife. The most exaggerated was the chief judge of the magistrate. He almost never stayed in the Church of Light. He was hunted down all day long. When he came back, he was holding a short staff and shouting that he had turned into a fool. Only she, the saint of the light, was more serious, cleaning up the mess of these troublemakers. The golden-haired tour guide slowly sighed. However, it was a few stupid guys who gathered in a small underground room and discussed all day long. In the end, they saved our entire Magus world. After the group traveled and visited several scenic spots, they formed groups in high spirits and set off in the direction of the old windmill town. They planned to visit the bars in the town. After all, the ale there was famous far and wide. It was said to have the rich flavor of the Babylonian era. After the excited tourists left, the young man who had been talking nonsense came to the tour guide silently. When we all became ancient history, the first saint of the light became a tour guide here and began to talk about our past. Linda's eyes trembled. You are, Linda's voice became hoarse, and her eyes were already wet. Back then, the low-level wizards of the church who had survived and followed her to clean up the mess had already left one by one. After the decline of the wizard era, many of them had made great achievements, even establishing the new human kingdom. They had a pivotal position in history and had great achievements. After that, they left this world with their children and grandchildren. Linda's aptitude was not strong, and she had only just become a rank 5 magus after spending countless resources. She had also used phoenix blood to light up her divine fire, and that was how she had lived to this day. Back then, the stock of phoenix blood was very sufficient, and most people had used it. However, 200 years had passed. Although she still looked young and beautiful, she had less than 3 years left to live. Her wizardry power of the wool had completely aged, and she was only left with the standard of a rank 2 wizard. She did not have much time left. But she was still waiting. It was all because of the page that was left behind at that time, "Wait for my return." 200 years. She still hadn't forgotten the scene of the blood rain and the huge and magnificent gate to the underworld standing in the sky. The book had once said that it would record everything, but he had turned around and created an entire era. Or perhaps, she had gradually forgotten the promise she made back then. Even though she knew that it would never come true, she was still waiting because she didn't know what to do. Everyone else had left the world, and she was the only one alive. "It's me. I'm back." The young man's gaze was complicated. "It's been 200 years. I'm back." Linda's expression gradually became complicated, and she looked at him quietly, choking with sobs and unable to speak. "As the price for me losing the evil god's body, Medusa has already helped me take over a human body. This is a surprise gift for me." He looked at the young girl in front of him and walked up to her. He gently knelt down and kissed the back of her hand. "Do you still want to take screenshots?" Linda suddenly asked. He was suddenly completely stunned. "It's you indeed." Linda smiled gently, and couldn't help but hug the young man in her arms. "I just want to see if it's the real you. Every time you encounter a happy thing, you suddenly post a screenshot, a screenshot." Linda's voice suddenly became extremely hoarse and trembled slightly. "They didn't believe it. They don't believe in our era. I don't know what to do. I feel like I'm the last person in this world. You're gone, and so are the others. Not long later, I'll also die and become the last dust of history. No one will remember us anymore. All the familiarity is leaving us." Little Brain looked at the familiar statues and monuments. Those familiar names, their lives, their voices and appearances flashed through his mind one by one. Before they died, they cried, hesitated, and broke down, but they still jumped into the altar without hesitation. He had become a hero in ancient mythology. Was that great? Was he proud? Perhaps. But more than that, it was complicated. He also felt the greatness and cruelty of time. The countless heroes of that era, their heroic and moving lives that disregarded their own safety, would all be buried in the past. In the past 200 years, the wizards had long been on the verge of extinction. However, for the human lifespan of 30 to 40 years, 5 generations had already passed. The long time was enough to wash away all history. The magi who pursued the truth were buried in the gears of history and were about to be crushed to pieces. Behind him, the young noble from before suddenly rushed over with 2 knight guards. He gently bowed and performed a knight's salute. "Can I treat the 2 of you to a drink? I'm very interested in your identities." After a few hundred years, Linda had already degenerated into a weak rank 2 magus, and Xiao Nailai had even become an ordinary person. He didn't even notice that a few young people were secretly hiding in the bushes at the side. "Aren't you afraid that I'm a scammer?" I said. "He's a figure who lives in ancient myths and history." The young man laughed and said to Linda, "Let's go." Linda waved her hand and used her spirit power to shield her. A gentle wind passed by. The 2 of them slowly disappeared without a trace. Magi. The legendary wizard. The first generation saintess. It's the legendary Book of Light in the hands of the first holy emperor. The young noble was stunned, and his body trembled. "Ha ha ha ha." He began to laugh in a low voice, which gradually grew louder and louder, and finally turned into a loud laugh that resounded through the entire dilapidated ancient ruins mountain forest. "I found it! I finally found it! The ancient wizard that existed in the legends of history actually existed. We mortals can also possess earth-shattering power." The civilians did not understand. Only they still believed in the terrifying traces left behind by the magi. Everyone thought that the expensive metal used to make weapons was the hard bone goo of the behemoths. It was made with special techniques from the central underground forging furnace. The forging technique of metal was the highest secret of the entire country. But at the age of 8, when Ebert was still a child, dressed in the luxurious clothes of a noble's palace, he personally witnessed the unforgettable truth of the world. It was a terrifying and bizarre scene of neat rows of black metal bricks with rows of sharp teeth waiting to be eaten and grown up. At that moment, he heard His Majesty, the most powerful and majestic person in the world, say, "My child, there was no metal in the world. It was the great creation of the ancient alchemy wizards. This is the truth of the world. Manufacturing metal. Creating half-orcs." The ancient alchemy wizards were a group of people who pursued truth and knowledge. They were unimaginably powerful and mysterious. Becoming a wizard of the ancient civilization had long been Ebert's dream. One of his confidants stepped forward and said, "Your Highness Albert, should we inform Count Mitchell of this territory and report it to His Majesty?" "No need." Albert was silent for a moment, then picked up a red handkerchief and wiped his eyes. His voice slowly became calm. "Inform the members of the Gwent Card Club and ask them to find a way to come here. He is the illegitimate child of us high-ranking nobles, the greatest hope for our rise." Chapter 154, What's the best way to kill people in the other world? The world was becoming unfamiliar. After continuous understanding, he found that this land not only had the existence of the Church of the Goddess of Light, but also the existence of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. The Church of Light believed in Mercury, the Goddess of Light and Wisdom, while the Church of Evernight believed in Ermin, the Goddess of Death and Darkness. The founders of the Church of Evernight were the remnants of the low-level wizards from that year. Although the Church of Evernight was not as powerful as the Church of Light, it still had a considerable amount of hidden power. "You mean, after all these years, no one has been able to integrate the first bloodline?" Hearing this, Xiao Naishan was shocked. The mature alchemy pharmaceutical system back then developed more than a dozen potions that increased the probability of gene and blood fusion. Have they completely disappeared? Without the bloodline compatibility elixir that could reduce rejection, it meant that it was almost impossible to fuse the slime gene and the harpy gene, unless a large number of lives were sacrificed as the foundation, just like the three witches back then. It was already difficult for humans to become orcs. This also meant that the half-orcs and humans had completely become two different races. In that case, in this world, the half-orcs have the physical advantage and become the rulers. On this land, the dead who had just died will still receive Ermin's call of the dead and head to the netherworld in a daze. Currently, there are many dead souls living in the netherworld. After a moment of silence, Xiao Naoqiao went down the mountain and didn't care about this. She slowly knelt down and kissed the back of Linda's palm, the last witch in the world. "Are you willing to degenerate into an evil witch for me and marry me? We don't need to follow the 3 ironclad rules of the Magi anymore." "All right," he said. Linda's face was covered with tears. Linda only had 3 years left to live, and the moment she died, Xiao Naohua would also leave this time and be buried with her, ending her life. 3 days later, in a small town at the edge of the ruins of the forest, a pinwheel was sitting on the grass. The sky was blue, and flocks of birds were slowly gliding across. A simple wedding was being held in an old, 2-story, white building. Besides them, there were no other guests. After all, Linda had been in seclusion for so long, nobody knew her existence. It was a simple and plain wedding with no spectators. Xiao Naohu went down the mountain in a black dress, and Linda in a white wedding dress, smiling brightly. The two of them looked at the auditorium quietly. The seats were empty, but they seemed to be filled with distinguished friends. Every seat was filled with many familiar names and portraits. All the heroes and friends who had died in the past era had come. There were even black and white portraits of Racer of Mount Harana, "I learned it for nothing, and I'll cut off my hands if I pay more" on the empty seats. "Welcome to our wedding." The couple held hands and smiled brightly. They raised their glasses and said, "Thank you for coming to support us. Our wizard era is coming to an end." They took turns toasting table after table, and finally, the two of them looked at each other. "Linda, tell me. Eggplants? Screenshots. Screenshots. Screenshots." The internet was filled with emotions. Looking at the exquisite wedding photos, they couldn't help but be stirred up. The Magi who pursued the truth had already become history. The last 2 people of that era had finally reunited in this strange land and were about to spend the rest of their lives. Blessing. Blessing. 1. Blessing. A harmonious beauty. 2. Haruko loves learning, the alchemy emperor didn't really get married. You're the first guy to marry a beautiful wife which. You've reached the peak of your life, but you deserve it. Envious. Learning medicine to save a foreign world, this is a perfect ending, laugh. Then. He would chop his hands off and say. Wait. Why did you put up a black and white photo of me? Why can't you let me give you my blessings outside? Black questions.jpg. Times were changing, but the two of them had finally come together. After the two of them got married, they planned to live a peaceful life. In less than 3 days, the young noble came to visit again with a group of members. They were basically the illegitimate children of the various counts and lords. All of them were wearing armor and holding black swords. They knelt on the ground in unison, greetings to the first saint of light from 200 years ago in the legendary Book of Light. You guys are, Brainless Tiger calmly said. Two great heroes from the legends. Please accept us as your disciples. Teach us the path to the rise of humanity, lead us to the path of the ancient magi who pursued the truth. They were extremely respectful, and their voices rumbled, Teacher, we want to learn sorcery. Xiao Neohu cursed in his heart. I also want to learn sorcery. Can't you see that I'm still an ordinary person? Standing at the door, Xiao Naoki lowered his eyes. Do you know the price of pursuing the truth? Zhou Wei replied. Is it life? Teacher, we are not afraid of death. Xiao Naohu's expression changed slightly, but his voice became calm again. Do you know what kind of torture you have to endure? Zhou Wei replied. Is it loneliness? Teacher, we are not afraid of loneliness. Brainless Tiger descended the mountain and was completely speechless. Why were these people so stubborn? He waved his hand calmly. Wizards are a group of people who pursued the ultimate truth in ancient times. They have already disappeared in history. It is impossible for you to follow the footsteps of the ancient times. You must cherish the present and go back. Bang! The little brain went down the mountain and slammed the door. The ground outside the cabin was scorching hot, and the illegitimate children of the various nobles, led by Ebert, knelt on the ground and couldn't help but look at each other. Let's go back, someone could not help but smile bitterly. Don't get up, there must be a deeper meaning. This is a test for us. How can we become magi without enduring the scorching sun? At this moment, Albert said to everyone in a serious tone, if it were any other ancient hero in the records, they would be telling the truth. However, according to the records of the Church of Light, the Book of Light conveyed the will of the God of Wisdom. It was deep and obscure, and never spoke directly. This must be a test for us. So, that's how it is. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Beside him, a female knight in armor said coldly, the words of the Book of Light are indeed very obscure. After all, I've read the words of Mercury, the God of Wisdom, in the 121st article. Don't lower your head, the crown will fall. Don't cry, men will laugh. Hee hee. A strong knight next to him sneered, as if opposing him, Article 72, Hermes says to mortals, women were not the king of the world. I'm a man you'll never be able to control. They started to read the doctrine and Bible of the Church of Light in public. All of them knelt down with determined expressions. Little Brain went down the mountain and closed the door. He couldn't help but shake his head. I was clearly telling the truth. What's wrong with this world? He didn't even bother to answer her, and called Linda directly, let's continue playing chess. Half a day later, Xiao Neohu came out, and they were still kneeling on the ground. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then turned his head and left. In the end, in less than half a month, he found that his life in the other world had been seriously affected. For example, in front of the stall of an old woman who was selling vegetables, there would be a tall and strong knight carrying a huge sword on his back. He would slowly walk over and pick up a beast egg while buying vegetables from the stall. Vegetable Granny, look at this egg. It's big and round. If you break it from the outside. Xiao Noshang descended the mountain. However, at this time, the old woman who sold vegetables laughed happily. So you're also a believer of the Church of Light. I've been going to the church every weekend to pray for the Lord to forgive my sins. Yup, the brawny man couldn't help but say, God said that all men are guilty. The most important thing is to correct one's mistakes. Article 187 has a metaphor. The God of Wisdom once said, I didn't have a choice before, but now I want to be a good person. The two of them discussed the doctrine of the Church of Light and recited the language of God. While the brawny knight was chatting with the old woman who was selling vegetables, he would secretly turn his head to look at him, winking as if he was asking how he had done and whether he had passed the test. "Let's move to another place." That night, he said to Linda. However, when the nobles realized that they had disappeared, they began to secretly speculate. A test, it must be a new round of tests. Thus, they all used their connections to search for the two of them. Half a month later, they all knelt respectfully at the door again. "Linda, I'll make you something delicious tonight." Xiao Neahu opened the door and saw a group of people kneeling on the ground. After a few seconds of being stunned, it calmed down and slowly closed the door. Arg! He was on a rampage and completely lost his mind. "I'm on a honeymoon with my wife Linda." He couldn't take it anymore and went to the forum. "What should I do if a group of new generation nobles are crying and begging me to take them as my master? How could he kill them without anyone knowing? I'm waiting online, I'm in a hurry." Chapter 155, Crowdfunding a Path of Cultivation. Everyone was stunned. Originally, this trip down the mountain was only equivalent to an hour in reality. It was considered the last of Xiao Neahua's life, and it was about to come to an end. Everyone's afternoon nap would be almost over. After that, the few brothers put their arms around each other and started to have fun again with a bunch of strange-looking species. Who knew that such a thing would happen all of a sudden? He couldn't even have a good last honeymoon? As the screenshots of the harassment were posted, everyone was surprised and a large number of netizens began to discuss it. "These people are evil," he said. "They won't let you two, the last wizards of the ancient era, be quiet. This is the rage of a single dog. Silently like. I have an alloy liver, old tie from above, don't go too far. You're still gloating, silently like. Hehe, as someone who also has a girlfriend, I'm very angry at you single dogs taking pleasure in my misfortune. Brother, let me help you. I've watched more than 1,000 episodes of Detective Conan, mastered more than 800 killing methods, and understood more than 700 alibis, he would definitely make them disappear without a trace." Final Chicken's Death Gaze Emotion.jpg. Sister Meng begged, "Don't believe his pretty words. I know him. He's been single for 33 years, and his girlfriend has always been left-handed. He hates couples more than anyone else. He breaks up couples whenever he sees them and even says that he's normal all day long. He's prepared to leave a flaw to kill you when he kills you. You must be careful. Xiao Noshan. How could there be such a sinister single dog?" His face darkened immediately. "Scoundrel friends! What a bunch of scoundrels! And some of them didn't even say a word and just silently liked it." In the blink of an eye, the number of likes for his help post had shot up to tens of thousands. Actually, it wasn't that everyone didn't want to help. They would definitely help if they could. After all, it wasn't easy for you, right? However, the path of Amagus was cut off. Without the evil eye and the foundation of spiritual force, how could he teach sorcery? No one could teach him. None of them were like the three witches, who could open up a new path. There was no other way. So, since I can't help you, I can only use your unhappy matters to make everyone happy. However, when they talked about this, everyone's imagination started to run wild and they gave out ideas. Learning medicine to save the world, everyone, please listen to me. I actually have an idea. Ask the Alchemy Emperor to come out and recite the burned and lost potions. Then, let Xiao Neahu go down the mountain and pass on the message. Let the humans inside reproduce the bloodline compatibility potion and fuse the genes of Slime and Final Chicken again to become half-orcs, and then use the half-orcs to fight against the half-orc empire. This is the only way now. This method was good. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. Finally, a reliable and normal person spoke. However, on the forums and internet, there were people who raised an opposing point. The risk was too great. After becoming a half-orc, they were already a different race, equivalent to the half-orc camp. Are you sure you will turn around and protect humans? Assimilating the strongest human soldiers and knights into half-orcs to protect themselves had an extremely powerful security risk. It was equivalent to completely exposing themselves to the half-orcs. It was already difficult for the human kingdoms to resist. With this, the human kingdoms would most likely fall. Then, what could he do? Everyone shook their heads. This era had already become like this, and there was no way to teach witchcraft. I have a suggestion, Shuebai said. After all, we have a lot of responsibility for destroying civilization. Why don't we crowdsource again and open a new path for this world? Are you going to make us the three witches who will start a new era and lead the entire era? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but get excited. To open a new path for the world's liver. This idea was ruthless. It's exciting enough, just thinking about it makes me feel good. The wizards in the wizarding community were not to be trifled with. If they did not meditate and practiced on their own, they might be able to find a new path of cultivation. That makes sense. For the happy married life of Xiao Neahua, for the couple of Babylonian mythological era newbies to spend their later years in peace, everyone has to fight. This is our first community activity. The Magus community will not hesitate to fight. We, the wizard community, will not hesitate to fight. We, the wizard community, will not hesitate to fight. For the revival of humanity, I offer my heart, hairline. There were thousands of people who studied medicine before. They might be able to create the second bloodline potion. All of them were extremely excited. They even thought about researching in the wizard community. They felt that they were the chosen ones and could definitely develop a new path of counterattack, opening up a new era of versions for mankind. In my opinion, it all depends on us martial arts practitioners, who pass our internal energy into it, and gradually develop it into a battle energy rampage. A high-energy Wuxia world. Foolish. We clearly want to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, collect the essence of the sun and the moon, and walk the path of Xianxia. To become a god through faith and collect the power of faith from all living beings, what do you think? On the internet, a group of people began to discuss enthusiastically, gradually digressing from the incident of Xiao Neo Kiao scaring them off the mountain. Shue by Shue, red-named players, you guys are hiding in the dark. Do you have any objections? I know that you guys collected information about the Magus world back then, and must still be crazily researching it. If we're talking about who has the best idea, it's definitely you guys. You will rebuild the civilization that you have destroyed. Any objections? At this moment, several underground research institutes in the real world were also hesitating. They immediately started an emergency meeting to discuss the corresponding actions taken in this little brain scare off the mountain incident. A large group of scientists in white coats were discussing in front of the big screen in a serious and solemn manner. In the end, the results were out. This time, it could be of help. After all, there were only benefits and no harm. Rebuilding civilization in a glorious foreign world was what he wanted. Long Wuming said, "Then, I'll come out and help. Let's get down to business." Now that little brain has left the mountain, he won't be able to live for more than a few years. The other world is about to enter an unknown era that we can't control. And it was almost impossible to open up a brand new Dao path in a short period of time. However, as muscle players, we have our own path to take. The cultivation path of the evil god gene. We will use this gene to form our own flesh butchers and gravestone soldiers. Now that the sorcerer path of the evil eye gene has been destroyed, it's not impossible to walk our evil god gene and become an extraordinary creature. I want to call this evil god gene path the Magic Potion Cultivation System. Chapter 156, The Potion Sequence. Potion System. To fuse the evil god gene into one. Everyone was shocked, and their first reaction was, "That's impossible, right?" The Thulhu evil god was made up of 173 biological populations. Which one would you like to merge with? Long Wuming said, "In fact, when the evil god develops to the later stages, it can be considered a complete living being. It's equivalent to 173 different tissues of a living being. For humans, fusing with these 100 or so evil god genes was the same as fusing with different parts of a creature's body. They were considered the same type of evil eye gene bloodline, and they wouldn't be considered separately. Of course, the weak human would not be able to withstand the integration of 173 types of evil eye gene fragments at the same time. After all, it was not a huge convergence of life. If anyone could really integrate all 173 body tissues, they would completely become a new and terrifying Thulhu evil god. In essence, humans were individual creatures and should only be able to withstand 7 types of evil god gene fragments. When these 7 were combined, they would form a complete and special evil god gene. In other words, one could choose 7 out of the 173 gene fragments and combine them in any way to fuse them into one's body, making them unique and complete evil god gene that belonged to one's own. I have named the 173 types of body tissue populations as 173 potions. I will choose 7 of the potions with different sequences to form a complete evil god gene. When combined together, they will form various powerful classes with infinite possibilities. A gene fragment can be integrated into each realm. The sequence 1 potion you choose yourself will make you a level 1 sorcerer after the integration. Then, you will cultivate and advance, and then integrate a sequence 2 potion to become a level 2 sorcerer. The potions of each sequence were equivalent to a small-scale genetic talent. They had certain abilities and were equivalent to the special talent of choosing the realm. When it's integrated into the 7th rank, the entire evil god gene will be completed, equivalent to the realm of a level 7 epic sorcerer. After that, other desired second gene bloodlines can be integrated, and the divine fire can be ignited, and one can also become a god. When everyone heard this, they broke out in cold sweat. This kind of idea was simply out of the blue. In fact, it was very likely that a brand new, vast era would be born. Everyone knew that a single small gene fragment was definitely very weak. However, when gathered together, if there were 7 of them, they would not be weaker than an evil eye gene. They might even be stronger. Collect 7 gene fragments and summon the divine dragon? Funny face. A red name player, impressive. The netizens were very excited. Long Wuming continued, this path of potential is naturally not inferior to the evil eye gene. After all, how can the evil eyes that live in the swamp be as powerful as the evil gods? The two were not on the same scale. As for the evil god, it was originally a human form. After fusing with the evil god's genes, the shape of a human-shaped creature would not change much. It would probably be the changes in hair, skin color, pupils, height, and body shape. Of course, evil gods were brutal and evil to begin with, and all 173 potions were dangerous. After the magic medicine fuses with the body, it should make people with weak willpower go crazy, or even demonize and lose their minds, turning into human-shaped magic beasts. After everyone heard this, they could not help but marvel at the power of red names. These red-named muscular players had indeed studied the structure of their evil god's body thoroughly. They had come up with an idea at once. Since the evil eye gene was gone, they could let these humans integrate the evil god gene into them and become the little Thulhu evil god that was tens of thousands of times weaker. After all, he had some experience in the previous civilization. This path was unexpected, but it was also as natural as water flowing into a channel. At this time, little brain tiger Downhill couldn't help but say, I have a question. To obtain the first batch of magic medicine, you can go to the magic beast forest and hunt for magic beasts. After all, after hundreds of years, there are still some scattered body tissues that coexist with the giant beasts like parasites and mosses. However, there won't be too many types. I estimate that there will be at most a dozen. Everyone reacted. Yes, the number of episodes was not enough. Now that Medusa had collected all the organs in her body, how was she going to get the humans inside? He could not cut Medusa's flesh, could he? Medusa was sleeping most of the time, but the evil god could not be looked at directly or heard. Just getting close to it would kill it. Long Wuming, there's a way to solve this too. As long as one became a first-rank extraordinary and stepped into the realm similar to that of a level 1 sorcerer, they would become a part of the evil god. They would be able to sense and communicate with the evil god Medusa, who guarded the gate to the underworld. Medusa would also be able to sense and call out a part of her body. He would draw an alchemy array and use Medusa's best skill, the summoning of the dead. He would probably be able to communicate with Medusa's evil god in the dark and have Medusa separate a part of its growing body tissue to give the magic potion to the mortals to cultivate. Medusa should also be happy to give the mortals on the surface power. When you are strong enough, you can restore the extraordinary world, and your souls after death will also be strong. More powerful people will become fertile soil, and the underworld will expand. Medusa could only become a god if the underworld was strong. Of course, I'm sure you've heard that I'm offering a path for mortals to pray for power from the evil god of terror. Everyone could not help but break out in cold sweat. It was indeed terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had sorted out a rough embryonic form of the system. He had already thought of how the people inside should obtain the diabolic genes at the initial stage and how to obtain the subsequent diabolic genes. This reasoning post was quickly shared on the internet. Shocking! The red name player, Long Wuming, had appeared. The first-generation deduction emperor personally opened up a new cultivation system and created a miracle. Many netizens liked to read reasoning posts. They saw layers of meticulous logic, deductions, guesses, and step-by-step, turning the impossible into reality and creating miracles. This post was even more so, and it quickly became popular. Long Wuming said, "Finally, I'll mention it casually. I'll provide my sequence path here. Everyone knows about my evil god body. It's a force type, and I can split a rock with one palm. Back then, I wasn't considered a rank 6 wizard. Just my physical strength alone was already at rank 6. Now, I'll simplify my body structure and provide me with 7 fundamental genetic combinations. 5 types of muscle gene, 1 type of bone gene, and 1 type of skin gene. These 5 muscle genes were the foundation for tempering one's chi and blood. As for the bonehead gene, it could forge the periosteum and toughen the skeleton. The skin gene could hammer and forge the skin membrane, making the skin as tough as a giant beast. Below were the population code names of these 5 genetic potions. The 5 core muscle groups, 1st, 3rd, 7th, 8th, 12th. Number 134, the Pedicopterus species, number 76 bone insect species. Of the 7 genes, the first gene to be integrated would naturally greatly affect the combat power. The best order to integrate the potion was to integrate the level 1 sorcerer at sequence 1 into the 3rd muscle group, and the level 2 sorcerer should be integrated into the 76th bone insect group. And this step-by-step merging with the potion, increasing the 7 levels of power, purely relying on the body's combat power, I would like to call it the pugilist's path to godhood. Chapter 157, the 3 major potions systems. Everyone was excited. 173 types of magic medicines, unlimited combinations, ever-changing, simply terrifying to the extreme. Long Wuming continued, the 7 genetic potions I chose are very compatible. They allow the body to possess great potential. Back then, after Gilgamesh used the blood of power, he had superhuman physical potential. After that, it was constantly developed. Through training his muscles and bones, he reached the level 7 violent physical flow. It's not impossible for us, because the musclemen I formed before were trained using the ancient martial arts method of training the muscles. Chi, blood, bones, and skin. The crowd couldn't help but react. Following that, Long Wuming sent out a evil god dissection diagram. The picture showed the composition and distribution of the 173 populations. The heretic god was also a huge humanoid creature. It had picked 7 parts of the heretic god's body from the dissection diagram like a jigsaw puzzle, disassembled them, and attached them to the human body. With this, his muscles, skin, bones and bones were toughened. This teacher's principles are very clear. I understand. The body of a magus is very fragile. After all, they train their spirit, so they have not developed the potential of their flesh and bones. Now that they have such strong muscles, it is not impossible for them to take the path of pure physical force. Hardcore. What hardcore knowledge? I must like this analysis. This big shot has proven that knowledge can change the world. Everyone was immersed in this huge shock. This game was simply too terrifying and too real. As long as one had powerful knowledge, one could have all the potential. It actually used the existing knowledge to launch a path. Just as everyone was extremely excited, another red name player appeared, completely pushing the atmosphere to the peak. One sword turtle breath said, "Then, I'll join in the fun. Everyone knows my ability. Hiding in the dark, I used my spiritual power to control a large area of my muscles, using my muscles to control the dead. I've also simplified the structure of my undead weapon burst style. The 7 potions I need to fuse are as follows. I shall call it the Necromancer's Path to Godhood." The red-named player said that the evil god was an evil creature with violent mental energy, which was similar to the mental gene of the evil eyes. The ones he had chosen were those whose minds were particularly violent. After fusing with them, they should be able to replace the mental abilities of the evil eye gene. If he meditated again, although the effect would definitely not be as good as the evil eye, he would still be able to meditate. This was a mage's potion sequence path. Although his mental strength was far from that of a traditional wizard, he was a necromancer. He used his muscles to control the dead bodies, and his combat power was not weaker than a wizard of the same level. Moreover, he was wretched and could hide in the dark. The summoning style. You're a wicked profession that digs up people's ancestral graves. Today, you bullied me, insulted me, scolded me, and beat me. I can't beat you, but in the future, look at me. I'll dig up your ancestors' graves and ask your father to come out and beat you up. An old father will beat his son and teach him a lesson, slap by slap, funny. Everyone cried out and felt that this was too immoral. It was easy to imagine how unscrupulous this class would be in order to obtain a good corpse in the future. Its reputation would definitely be terrible. At that moment, another red name player appeared. Bell, who was at the top of the food chain, coughed. Since Brother Long Wuming and Eujian Gishi have already repented, I'll also come and help. I'm ashamed to say this. I've been reflecting on the pain and repenting recently. I've been vegetating and repenting. Everyone's faces turned green, thinking, what vegetarians? When you ate us, you didn't even spit out the bones. Originally, these red-named players had been hiding and not appearing. In the end, with such an explosion, all of them actually came out and even posted on the forum. Everyone was very curious about these people. Bell, who was at the top of the food chain, said, let's get back to the main topic. I've also made a preliminary plan based on my butcher characteristics. I simplified the fusion of the 7 potion sequences. As everyone knows, I use my chain hook as a main weapon to pull the other party over. Then, I use a certain level of mental curse sorcery to rot and erode the other party. Using both brute force and magic, in your words, is the path of both magic and martial arts. I will call it the magic swordsman path. After all, I can totally change my hook into a longsword or something similar. The 7 potion formulas required were as follows. In order not to affect combat power, the best order of fusion was as such. First rank fusion. It's a path between physical violence and spiritual meditation. It's a combination of the abilities of both, but it's not outstanding in either aspect. Gradually, the embryonic form was completed. Everyone was shocked beyond words. These 3 red names had thoroughly researched the evil god and even developed various applications. They were simply the 3 witches of the current generation. Back then, the 3 witches had created the 3 fundamental elements of war, life, and curses. The current 3 red names had actually created 173 potion combination systems with the evil god as the foundation, and with this, they had created the 3 basic potions path of warrior, mage, and monster dual cultivation. Shocking! Sexy red name player, online crowdsource extraordinary road, scary. Ha 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 ha. It's so cool. We might have opened up a brand new path and started a new era. Do you believe that? Speaking of which, I'm having a great time. After such a thorough analysis, we've opened the door to a whole new world. It's so comfortable that even my pores are open. Alright, since the path has been paved, the last 2 wizards of the ancient Babylonian mythological era are going to pass on the hope of civilization to the future generations. The old man plot has begun. I can show off and teach my disciples. Happy. I've already seen the screenshot. There are a few young nobles in it. They have blonde hair, blue eyes, and delicate features. Since they've disturbed your honeymoon, you should make them kneel and offer their younger sisters and so on, their genes must be good. Sudden change in style. This was only a few combinations of the 173 potions. If he continued to dig, there would be almost an infinite number of classes. Moreover, the people of the other world were not stupid. There were many outstanding geniuses. They were just rootless ducklings without a foundation to rise up. Now, they were given a starting point, and they would have endless possibilities. What are you guys doing? Do you dare to make a bigger fuss? When Su Ji saw this, he was stunned for a moment and did not know whether to laugh or cry. This group of netizens on the internet had even crowdsourced a cultivation system. They were all talents. But now, their ideas are all mine. And these guys from the research institute, they're still trying to get away with it. He probably still wanted to go in. He wanted to set up a plan in advance and set up his forces. But that's good too, it's more or less pushing the era forward. According to their deductions, it seemed to be countless times more mature than the simple spiritual force path of the wizards. There were many varieties of development and infinite possibilities. In the future era, will people pray and beg the great evil god to bestow the power of the mortals on the surface, so as to form the 173 extraordinary potions system? Su Ji laughed. Everyone can cultivate into a small Thulhu. However, if the evil god's body were to fall to the ground again, the sorcerer world would become completely strange. The moving pages, the bright red, rotten corpses that walked, the ahog that was rooted in the body of the giant beast, the strange and eerie grey fog. But if that's the case, it's not bad. Su Ji laughed. After all, Medusa was at most the king of Thulhu. It was not impossible for others to become a small Thulhu with the help of Thulhu genes and embark on the road of transcendence. Chapter 158, The Grim Reaper and the Grand Master of Combat. In the brightly lit white building. At this moment, Xiao Neohua went down the mountain, opened his eyes, and found that Linda was looking at him with concern. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," she said. He took a deep breath and was also stunned by what he heard. "Are we really going to hand over the potion system that the netizens have discussed to the nobles?" It was not that magical beasts could not be hunted. Although magical beasts were extremely powerful to ordinary humans, they could still be killed by a large number of knights and soldiers with their background. In this era, as far as people knew, the bodies of magical beasts generally had auxiliary tissues called extraordinary organs, which made them so strange. What they said is just a guess. It's still unknown whether it will succeed. Little Brain went down the mountain and thought, "Forget it, I don't care. I need to get these people to prepare the alchemy materials. I'm going to use undead summoning to communicate with Emperor Ermin in the underworld. They should agree with this idea. After all, the era of us wizards is over. We can't just stop here. Even when Medusa is asleep, Ermin can cut her flesh piece by piece and hand it over to the mortals on the ground." As for how to give the potions to mortals, the simplest way was to use the Grim Reapers of the underworld to release them. They were also the ghosts of the necromancers who were training in the underworld. The Grim Reaper, the Soulbringer, was used to deal with accidents. This was because the weak dead souls would naturally be drawn to the netherworld. However, the dead souls of some powerful experts might resist and not enter the netherworld. At this time, the Grim Reaper would go over and take their souls. The dead shouldn't be reluctant to leave the world of the living, so they should come to the world of the dead and live. And before Xiao Neo Qiao left the underworld, he proposed to be the Grim Reaper of the underworld. They should have a sense of mystery, wear the same black cloak, and hold a sickle. Emperor Ermin agreed with this view. After all, court wizards also had court wizard robes in the past. However, she still wore a beautiful red flower of the underworld on the head of the Grim Reaper with the scythe and black cloak as a symbol. Xiao Neohu was silent for a moment, thought about it, and said, "Now, we can let the gods of death open up a sub-profession, act as deliverymen, accept the summoning of the undead alchemy array, and deliver potions." Of course, it was not a free service. The summoning array had to contain precious cultivation materials, various types of energy, and materials that could help the death god cultivate. Otherwise, the Grim Reaper will bite back at the mortals who summoned him. Xiao Neohu went down the mountain, stood up, and opened the door. He looked at the people kneeling on the ground, his hands behind his back, and his voice sounded like an old man's. "Young people, you have successfully moved me. Since you want to follow the footsteps of the ancient wizards, then come in." Everyone was excited. It was indeed a test. After entering the house, Xiao Neohua looked at the few of them and couldn't help but advise, "You're all nobles, you don't have to worry about food and clothing, you have wine and beauties to accompany you. Do you really want to embark on this path of searching for ancient truths? Most of you here will not have a good end, and will die miserably in the pursuit of truth. Only one person had reached the end of this path in our glorious era." He pointed at the birds circling in the sky outside the window. "Do you guys see those vultures? You might end up as their food, and not even your bones will be left. The stronger you get, the heavier your burden. Strength has never been the path to happiness, only satisfaction." The few of them could only see indifference in his eyes. They suddenly shivered. It was only at this moment that they remembered that this was a mythical hero from ancient Babylon, one of the founders of the Church of Light. He had experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood in ancient times, as well as the tragic dark years of the evil gods. It was beyond their imagination. "Teacher, we're here in pursuit of the truth." They trembled and steeled their hearts. When they first established the Gwent Card Club, they not only worshipped the bar culture of ancient Babylonian mythology, but also looked forward to the power of ancient wizards. They only understood the truth of history because they were in high positions. It was also because they were illegitimate children that they were not treated coldly and were not accompanied by decadence in their luxurious lives. They still had their dreams of saving the human kingdom, which was why they formed the Gwent Card Club. Now that it was right in front of them, there was no reason for them to hesitate. Since that's the case, Xiao Neahu descended the mountain and was silent for a moment. "If you want to obtain power, you must first hunt the magical beasts in the magical beast forest. This is a test of your strength, and you must find these alchemy materials. Please follow your heart and choose what you want." He took out a piece of paper. On it was clearly the path to pugilist, necromancer, and spellblade. The alchemy materials needed and the ancient bloodline compatibility potion recipe were also included. After all, compatibility potions were essential for fusing with Thulhu's first genetic bloodline. However, it was originally a gene fragment and not a complete gene. If he separated 7 parts and integrated them, the side effects would not be too strong. Perhaps the success rate of a bottle of bloodline assist in fusing the genes would not be low. Half a month later, they didn't use their own connections to cheat. Instead, they used the soldiers and knights that followed them, which caused them to be covered in wounds and even killed a few people before they returned with the corpses of magical beasts. Xiao Noshang couldn't help but think highly of this group of people. He had thought that they would definitely cheat. Ebert took a deep breath and looked at the dozen bottles of bloodline compatibility potions in front of him. Pugilist's Root. The Sequence 1 potion, Muscular Scientist, was placed in front of him. Each of the 173 potions had its own characteristics. The name of the potion, Muscular Scientist, referred to the characteristics of this potion. The talent that it would obtain was also the starting potion for the pugilist job. Albert's eyes were burning as he raised the blue liquid in the test tube. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Great wizard of the ancient mythological era, I'm going to have the power to protect our entire country. Resist the power of the half-orcs." He began to use the potion. After a period of pain, he felt that his strength was somewhat different. His muscles contained a terrifying explosive power. "I'm already a muscular scientist. David, come and try." He looked at a strong knight beside him and suddenly rushed forward with his long sword. Bang! The entire brawny man was sent flying. Albert's voice was trembling, but he was already unable to control himself. His entire body was trembling. That was David. The powerful David. The strongest among them was the brute force knight, who had trained his body and muscles since he was young. He could be considered a very powerful human among the young people. According to this pugilist path, this is only the starting potion of Sequence 1, Muscular Scientist. Strengthening muscles is that terrifying. If I break through and use the Sequence 2 potion, Boneyard, I'll be able to strengthen my bone armor and begin forging my periosteum. When I advance to Sequence 3, I'll use the skin chrysalis and start to strengthen my skin membrane. Albert's chest heaved up and down as he looked at the female knight, Shirley, with a fiery gaze. "Do you want to have a fight with me?" Shirley was the most powerful one among them. Although men had an advantage over women in terms of strength, human strength was insignificant in the face of the terrifying strength of the half-orcs. Instead, it was technique that held the advantage. As for Shirley, she was the most skilled knight. It was said that she had once used the terrain advantage on the battlefield and possessed a terrifying battle wisdom that was hard to come by in 100 years. In a one-on-one battle, she could toy with a powerful orc to death. "Good, let me see this power." Shirley's figure was tall and slender, and her perfect pair of straight and round legs were wrapped tightly in black high boots. She was wearing knight's armor, which made her look particularly valiant. But her eyes gave people a cold and sharp feeling. Albert laughed out loud and threw his longsword away. He waved his fists, which were filled with blue veins, and stepped forward. He. "We're such cute and beautiful girls, we'll probably cry for a long time after one punch, right?" At the side, Brainiac frowned. "As expected, I've been affected by the evil god's brutal nature. If I don't adjust my body and mind, I might lose myself and become completely demonized." The magic potion system was still a little too dangerous. Chapter 159, The World Changes. After teaching them the potion system, Xiao Neahua no longer cared about them, letting them grow up and spend the last years with Linda. One day, Linda passed away. The little brat went down the mountain and looked at the grave quietly, with a group of young people standing behind him. "I'm also leaving this world." He calmed down and said, "We, the last wizards of the old days, have left this world one after another. The glory of the wizards has come to an end. It's your time now, teacher." The group of young people behind him choked up. The road to the beginning had been handed over to these young people, and the brilliant era in the future would be opened up by them. In fact, he could also cultivate. It was still possible to follow the potions system, but he was too tired. Linda had left, and he was also dazed and wanted to rest for a while. "Bury me and Linda together." The era began to advance. Year 207 of the new divine calendar. In a bright study room, a young man in his 20s was sitting beside a black desk. He was holding a white feather pen and writing on an expensive animal skin paper with ink. 207th year of the new god calendar, the 11th year of the sunshine year, 20th of September. I once again begged Father to strengthen the border army. The Orc kingdom was ready to move, but Father had already fallen into the gentle embrace of a woman. Wesley heaved a long sigh, not knowing what to do. "First Prince Wesley, third Prince Albert has come to discuss some matters." The maid's gentle voice came from outside the door. "Albert? Wasn't he always searching for ancient ruins all over the world? Let him in." In the room, the sun was shining down. Albert looked at his brother Wesley and handed over the path he had obtained. These are the two major potion systems. He also did not hand over the power of the potion system to his father. His father had already decayed, and Wesley was the hero of a generation. Albert was very clear on his own abilities. He was a general who charged into the battlefield, not an emperor who could rule the world. His older brother, Wesley, was the one who was wise, heroic, strategic, and decisive. He didn't hand over the necromancer's root formula. It was because that power was too evil, and he didn't want it to appear in this world. The last two wizards left from the ancient era, the legendary hero, the first saint of light, the Book of Light. In the end, they both left this world. When Wesley heard his brother's words, his first thought was that he was crazy. It was only after Albert displayed his power that he was convinced of everything. He looked in the direction of the palace and said, "It seems that the seat has to be changed." Year 208 of the new divine calendar. The King of Birmingham died of illness and Emperor Wesley ascended the throne. The entire country celebrated. A potion system's pugilist path was silently released, and it began a frenzied wave of cultivation for the entire nation. Emperor Wesley, to a certain extent, was indeed a man of great talent and strategy. He was willing to hand over terrifying power to the people, rather than monopolize it himself and only allow his trusted subordinates and troops to cultivate. Of course, he still hid the path of a magic swordsman. The people were only allowed to train in the potion path of a pugilist. The people could only walk the path of pure violence. Year 212 of the new divine calendar. The half-orc kingdom had stolen the secret path of the potion pugilist that was circulating among the people of the human kingdom, and the half-orcs had actually successfully cultivated it. In fact, it was basically impossible for half-orcs to have a first gene and then integrate a second gene. Without an expansion of the gene slot, the gene would definitely be stuck. However, what if the second gene was integrated into it bit by bit? Perhaps, this was like a sprout that had broken through the soil. A complete gene could not be integrated into the body, but if it was divided into 7 parts and squeezed in inch by inch, it might be able to break open the position of the second gene. Back then, Medusa had opened up her own method to become a god and used her own way to expand her second gene position. Perhaps this was another way to break through to the second gene? In short, the half-orc kingdom could also cultivate the potion system. However, the advantages of the potion system ultimately outweighed the disadvantages, and humans still had the power to resist the half-orcs. New Divine Calendar Year 213. Ebert and the members of the Gwent Card Church were sent out by Emperor Wesley to the Baltic mountain range of magical beasts to guard the borders. This magic beast mountain range separated the large border between the two kingdoms. Not only were there frequent harassment from the half-orc cavalry, but there were also terrifying magic beast tides. It was the most dangerous territory. If he didn't exile me and let me stay by his side, he wouldn't be worthy of being a hero of his generation. He would only be worthy of being an elder brother. After all, I'm now rank 3 pugilist, and I can easily kill him with my muscles, bones, and skin. He should have developed his own trusted combat power before letting me go. Ebert came to this quiet town in a carriage and looked at the members of Gwent Card Club. We're here to become the owners of this land, to protect the border and the magic beast forest. New Divine Calendar Year 218. The world's situation changed drastically again. The beastmen had invaded the entire kingdom, bypassing the magical beast forest that Ebert was guarding. Their troops entered the kingdom and headed straight for the capital. Within the palace. What, joke? A mere elite troop of less than 1,000 behemoth orcs dares to enter the heart of our country? And the king of the half-orcs, Bobrom the Hellscream, is personally going on the expedition. Some of the officials couldn't help but laugh when they found out what had happened. Behemoths were giant orcs with feelers on their heads and immense strength. They were more than 2 meters tall. It was said that the origin of the behemoth was the great alchemy emperor. When he saw these half-orcs sitting in the king's palace, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then let's call it Behemoth. That was how it got its name. And now, the half-orc King Brahm was leading a mere 1,000 troops deep into the heart of the human countries to launch a surprise attack on the capital. No matter how one thought about it, he was simply courting death. Some of the ministers who supported the war kept growling, "King Wesley, will take the initiative to attack." A mere 1,000 half-orcs. 8,000 elite troops would be enough to perfectly encircle and annihilate them, and there wouldn't even be heavy casualties. As long as their half-orc king dies, we humans will definitely counterattack the half-orc kingdom. This is a huge mistake in their strategic planning. Wesley's eyes lowered. Is Brahm crazy? I don't think so. I know him too well, but why would he seek his own death? You're bringing an army of 1,000 into our country? I couldn't figure it out, so I sent 1,000 cavalrymen to test the waters. 2 days later, a 1,000-strong cavalry arrived at Ian Town. The entire town was in a state of chaos. There was a strong smell of blood, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood. Collapsed houses and broken walls were everywhere. There were human corpses everywhere, as well as more than 300 half-orc corpses. This is hell. The cavalry captain looked at this scene and his face suddenly became sorrowful. This is a war between races. Those beastmen are all damned executioners. However, the next second, his heart was filled with a faint uneasiness. But, why are there more than 300 half-orc corpses in this small town? According to the intel, there were 1,000 beastmen invading, so how did 300 of them fall here? After all, Ian Town was the center of the kingdom, a small town without any defenses. How did the civilians here kill 300 half-orcs? There was also a strange place. The entire town was filled with empty test tubes. It seemed like the half-orcs had done some experiments here. Mother! One of them was a heavy armored cavalryman from Ian Town. He got off his horse and ran back to his house. He found a huge half-orc corpse that had smashed half of the house. The house was empty. There were no living people. Damned half-orc! A half-orc! The cavalryman growled and swung his sword madly, stabbing at the green-skinned half-orc's corpse. His eyes were burning with hatred. Pft! Pft! However, when he stabbed the half-orc until it was full of holes and gasped for breath, he realized that the half-orc was an old female half-orc. Her tall body had collapsed half of the house, and her old face was wrinkled, but the outline of her face could be vaguely seen. Distorted. Pain, breakdown. The half-orc looked like his mother. This is... Who is it? The young soldier's hair stood on end. He stumbled backward and slammed into the wall behind him. His feet went soft on the ground. How could this green-skinned, tall half-orc look like my mother? A strange atmosphere was spreading, and everyone was looking at each other. Let's continue forward. The cavalry captain growled. They continued to move forward. There were almost no human corpses in every dilapidated town. There were only half-orc corpses everywhere. There were more than 1,000 corpses of these half-orcs. Moreover, on the ground of each town, there were empty reagent bottles that had been used. Fear spread among the soldiers. Who can tell me what's going on? Oh my God! Where did the human corpses go? Why are the human towns filled with beastmen corpses? There are so many beastmen. Chapter 160, I'll lead the next era? Panic spread in Manian. In the end, when they continued to move forward and saw the main force of the half-orc army, they found that the half-orc army had expanded to 8,000. The tall and mighty king of the half-orcs, Brahm, was looking at them coldly. Give them potions. After a long time, the human soldiers slowly stood up and looked at their companions in disbelief. They had all become half-orcs. Brahm rode on the giant beast and calmly said, "Join us, or die." "Impossible!" the half-orcs growled. A short and hunchbacked dwarf military counselor laughed sinisterly, as expected of an army. When the other ordinary people saw that they had become half-orcs and were under the pressure of death, most of them surrendered. After a short while, there were a few more beastmen corpses on the ground. As for the human knight commander, he led few of his surrendered subordinates and followed the half-orc troops as half-orcs. He looked at the bodies of the half-orcs who would rather die than submit and said, "You guys have to know the situation. As long as we have potions, they can continue to expand their forces when they pass by human towns. We humans will definitely lose. Follow the main group." A majestic voice came. "You're already a half-orc race, you'll never be human again. It's useless even if you hide your thoughts. When humans see you, they will naturally want to kill you. You should know what to do to become a soldier of our kingdom." At this moment, the dignified voice of Brahm, the king of half-orcs, gradually faded away. "You should know that in this war, the human race will be annihilated. They will disappear in history. The world is the glory of the half-orc kingdom." 7 days later, an army of tens of thousands of half-orcs was about to invade the capital. Countless ministers finally panicked. What the hell is going on? How could there be tens of thousands of half-orcs in the blink of an eye? How did they get here? "My king, let's escape, let's go to the Balkhic mountains and look for Albert. We'll rise again at the East Mountain," one of the ministers couldn't help but say. "It's useless. Our human kingdom is finished." Emperor Wesley smiled bitterly and slowly stood up. "Gather all the troops and fight to the death. Fortunately, I drove Albert to the border. The Balkhic mountain range of magical beasts." Albert's hair stood on end as he carefully analyzed all of this. "It must be a bloodline compatibility potion. It was lost before, but in order to fuse with the potion, we restored this forbidden potion from ancient times. The orcs have discovered the method to use it and are constantly transforming us humans into orcs and joining their army. They were like natural disasters that constantly transformed humans. As for those who did not join and those who would rather die than submit, they all died in the town." This was the truth behind the many half-orc corpses. "Could it be that our human race is going to perish?" Dave growled. Ebert stood up and said in a calm voice, "Let's go and support the capital. We will live and die with the entire human kingdom, for the glory of the knights. Knights, don't retreat." 3 days later, the capital was covered in blood. Albert had returned to the capital and fought his way into the battlefield. At the last moment, he saved Emperor Wesley and broke out of the encirclement. Emperor Wesley was so angry that he vomited blood. "Why did you come back? The honor of a knight does not allow me to retreat, kill." Albert roared and led a group of trusted subordinates and an elite army of over 1,000 people. They fought their way out and were gradually surrounded by the tens of thousands of beastmen. When Su Ji heard the news, he was eating an apple in his yard. He was planning to watch the big movie, My Mediterranean Can't Be So Bald, to support the original, and then come back to test out the new race of Rubik's Cube monkeys. In the end, he was dumbfounded on the spot. "Uncle, uncle!" Not far away, the Rubik's Cube monkey had just been bred. It kept roaring at the sky, making strange sounds instinctively. It was very easy to cultivate. After all, he had the bug ape from back then, so he was just following the pattern. Now, he was raising it in a small sandbox and thinking about when to release it. Albert! Doesn't he know how to swallow his anger? Su Ji felt that he could not even react in time. "At the time, I thought you were the protagonist of the next era, leading mankind to glory. But you ended up killing yourself with the last hope of mankind?" Su Ji made a speechless expression. According to a normal person's train of thought, under such circumstances, humans are constantly being transformed into giants. Shouldn't they take the remaining people to some deserted island to hide, build walls to protect themselves, resist the giants, and recuperate, waiting for their rise? It was completely unexpected that mankind would be destroyed all of a sudden. The half-orcs and human races could be weakened, but they could not go extinct. After all, species had to be diverse. A world with only intelligent species left was too monotonous. They might even head toward self-destruction soon because they had no natural enemies, just like the Sumerian era. Su Ji stood up and walked back and forth in the living room. At this time, it would be a little too late to find a savior like Li Shengzhong and put him in like before. The last of humanity's army was already surrounded in the mountains, besieged from all sides. Su Ji raised his eyebrows and suddenly thought of something. He looked at his group of magic square monkeys that were still being trained and kept calling him uncle, uncle. Why don't I use the body of the demonic square monkey to reincarnate and personally enter the world of the huge sandbox to save the situation? I can also test the abilities of the demonic square monkey. Su Ji was the one who had created the magical square monkeys. Naturally, he could control the king of the magical square monkeys through the player channels and have them enter the sandbox. Of course, he didn't need to bring the entire group, he could go in alone. Previously, the other players had lived their entire lives in it, but Su Ji was not interested in it. After all, these players were all strange-looking creatures. Slimes, a hoke, skin. But now, there just so happened to be a humanoid creature that Su Ji could enter, and that piqued his interest. However, those who enter through the players' channels are extremely weak. I can't change anything in a short time, so I can only use the soul-seizing technique to seize the body of the monkey and enter it. This way, I can keep most of my rank 4 cultivation. This soul-snatching spell had been developed by Medusa. It had to be said that Medusa was the kind of person who was particularly good at hiding. She had self-resurrection and soul-seizing spells. She had been thinking about how to come back to life after she died. Of course, she didn't use her full strength to help the little brain terrors take over the human bodies. The little brain terrors didn't hold back their wizard cultivation. The complete version of this sorcery was that after the strong seized the body, they would retain a large part of their cultivation and be reborn in a shell. Otherwise, Medusa would have long lost her cultivation and become an ordinary person after seizing the muscular body of the racer of Mount Harana. Using such a method, with my enormous spiritual force as a rank 4 magus, I should be able to retain most of my strength after taking over the body of the magic square monkey. It's equivalent to the reincarnation of a powerful being. Furthermore, my soul is extremely large, and only a small part of it has been severed and attached to the ant. If I die, I'll suffer some losses, but I won't be affected by the overall situation. However, it also has a huge flaw. A powerful magus spiritual force is attached to this ordinary body, and if you can't meditate, it'll be like a rootless duckweed. You can't use it at all, so you can only go in and save the situation. I think after a dozen warhammer strikes, you'll lose all your abilities and become an ordinary person. Su Ji kept thinking about the feasibility of this, trying to forcefully reverse the trajectory of the world that had been skewed. Why do I feel like I'm getting worse and worse? Previously, I was able to throw down a savior of Product X. Now, I can only do it myself. Su Ji picked up his cup and took a sip of the Phoenix Spirit tea. His expression was unexpectedly calm. No matter what, since things have developed to this point, it's my turn to go down the big sand plate and make that trip.